Chapter 1. The King of Competition returns to the arena. Staples Center. With merely 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers found themselves trailing the Warriors by a staggering 30 points. The situation is dire. The head coach, shaking his head in resignation, withdrew LeBron James and Anthony Davis along with other key players. A palpable sense of defeat enveloped the team, leaving the players visibly disheartened. Yet on the bench, the 21-year-old Liu Ming sat with a taut expression that he sensed an opportunity was at hand to mitigate the physical toll on primary players and avoid unnecessary injuries. Once the game entered garbage time, it was imperative to field the bench warmers. And fortuitously, as a tenacity contract player who had transitioned from the track field to the NBA, he was indeed the epitome of the underdog. "Liu, enjoy the game," the coach called out, his tone somewhat perfunctory, igniting a surge of fervor within Liu Ming. He sprang to his feet. In this realm, no one knew. Liu Ming had only traversed from Earth 3 days prior. However, from the moment he received the call from his agent, the notion of traversing dimensions became inconsequential. What mattered was that Liu Ming had finally stepped onto the hallowed grounds of the NBA within his lifetime. As Liu Ming departed the bench and set foot on the floor of Staples Center, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Initialization complete. The King of Competition system is activated. NBA event participation detected. Reward skill. King of long-range shooting. King of long-range shooting. 3-point shooting accuracy increased to 80. Arena task issued. Achieve points from 3-point shots. 0-3. Liu Ming hesitated momentarily, eager to delve into the details. However, the coach, dissatisfied, waved his hand, signaling him to hasten. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the East's NBA live commentary room, 2 commentators, upon witnessing Liu Ming's entry, exchanged glances and tacitly chose to disregard him. After all, Liu Ming, hailing from an athletics background, was on the NBA court not due to skill. Following a doping scandal, he had become a pariah in his homeland. With no connections, the commentators were reluctant to become embroiled in the controversy. The live chat was rife with derision. "Seeing this guy as soon as he enters, what terrible luck. Asian flying man? Uffed, disgraceful to be abroad. How dare he show his face in the NBA? He should just go to sleep. Sharing the same number as Yao Ming did with the Rockets. Do you even deserve it?" The vitriol stemmed from Liu Ming's past as a professional athlete, where he had once clocked a remarkable 9.98 seconds in the 100 meters of AT that time. He was undeniably the premier sprinter in the nation, upon whom the populace had placed immense expectations. Dubbed the Asian Flying Man, he was viewed as the greatest hope for transcending racial limitations. The domestic media had elevated his predecessor to celestial heights. The Lakers, eager to capitalize on his burgeoning fame in the East, extended an olive branch, inviting him to cross over into a different arena. They aspired to leverage his popularity to enhance their commercial value overseas. However, following the conclusion of a significant competition, the results of a routine drug test emerged, altering the landscape entirely. Many began to shift from adoration to disdain. The Lakers, in a fit of exasperation, deliberately delayed the execution of a tenacity contract until the present moment. Had it not been for the game entering garbage time, the head coach had no intention of granting him even a minute of playing time. Yet for Liu Ming, these matters had become inconsequential. At this moment, he merely yearned to relish the game. On the court, the Lakers held possession. Liu Ming, playing as a shooting guard, received the ball and made his way to the Warriors' half. The other Lakers players on the court were all those who, lacking opportunity, were relegated to the bench until now. Finally presented with a chance to play, they were eager to make a mark. No one was inclined to focus on teamwork. In the initial 2 possessions, each of the 4 players attempted a shot, all of which failed to find the net, further widening the score gap to an astonishing 33 points. Last, during the 3rd possession of the Lakers' offense, the ball found its way into Liu Ming's hands at the top of the 3-point arc. Upon receiving the ball, he felt a surge of exhilaration. In his previous life, although he had shone brightly on the CBA stage, injuries had ultimately forced him to conclude his professional career prematurely. Each midnight reverie was tinged with melancholy and helplessness, leaving him to drown his sorrows in drink. Little did he anticipate that in this new life, he would have the opportunity to step onto the world-class stage he had once deemed unattainable. The euphoric joy of reclaiming what he had lost sent his adrenaline soaring. At this moment, his mind was consumed by but 4 words: obliterate the opponent. Observing the defender before him, languid and unguarded, Liu Ming wasted no time and leaped into action. With textbook precision, he assumed a flawless shooting posture, reminiscent of the countless 3-pointers he had meticulously practiced in solitude on the training court. His form was breathtaking, a striking display of elegance in motion. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and with a swish, it found the net, a perfect three-pointer. Yet, this remarkable shot garnered little attention. In light of the 30-point deficit, this single three-pointer was but a drop in the ocean. One-third of the audience had already vacated their seats, while the remainder appeared lost in their own worlds or engrossed in their mobile devices. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the live broadcast studio, two commentators engaged in casual banter. Discussing the rankings of various teams, I scarcely noticed my compatriot Liu Ming executing a splendid three-pointer on the NBA court. The barrage of comments on the live stream was rife with sarcasm. Wow, he actually made a three-pointer, must have been a fluke. If he hits two more, he'll eat my own shoe live on air. Meanwhile, the game pressed on. The Warriors missed their shot, allowing the Lakers to mount another offensive. In a moment of miscommunication, two Lakers players nearly had their play intercepted by the Warriors. That be why sheer happenstance. The ball veered towards Liu Ming, who was precisely positioned near the corner of the three-point line. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the ball and launched it once more. Whether it was the influence of the skills of a long-range shooting king or not, Liu Ming felt an extraordinary warmth in his hands at that moment. The hoop appeared as vast as the boundless ocean, allowing for effortless shots. Swish! The basketball once again found its way through the net, marking yet another exquisite three-pointer, bringing the score to a remarkable 27 points. However, this stunning shot failed to elicit any significant reaction from the audience. Only the Lakers' head coach clapped vigorously, offering Liu Ming encouragement. LeBron James, as the team leader, instinctively stepped forward to uplift his teammate, exclaiming, "Brother, that was splendid." Subsequently, the Warriors faltered in their offensive efforts, allowing the Lakers to secure the defensive rebound. Liu Ming, having found an opening, boldly called for the ball for the first time. The Lakers' power forward, acting on instinct, passed it to him. In the world of professional basketball, the unwritten rule is to pass to the hot hand. Upon receiving the ball, Liu Ming wasted no time and accelerated. The Warriors players merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him. They quickly turned their heads, only to discover that Lakers number 11 had already dashed ahead. Such speed. I didn't even see it coming. Oh no, there's an opening. He's going straight for the basket. We won't make it in time to defend. Liu Ming sprinted toward the hoop with unmatched velocity. Despite the Warriors' desperate attempts to catch up, they were left in the dust. Just when everyone anticipated an easy layup with an open lane ahead, Liu Ming unexpectedly halted just beyond the three-point line. He leaped. With a flick of his wrist, the motion flowed seamlessly. Ding! Mission accomplished on the court. Skill rewarded. King of the logo. King of the logo. Specialization in ultra-long three-pointers, enhancing the success rate of logo shots to 60. Court Mission 2. Successfully hit a logo three-pointer. Chapter 2. Unleashing great power. A frenzied chase for points. Swish! The basketball descended into the hoop, creating a melodious sound as it brushed against the net. In an instant, the arena fell into silence. The audience appeared momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired on the large screen. A replay of Liu Ming's remarkable shot began to play, allowing the commentators and spectators to fully grasp the entirety of the moment. 3.5 seconds from the backcourt to the frontcourt. This is the true essence of a fast break. His 100-meter speed is simply extraordinary. How has this Asian with yellow skin achieved such prowess? The gap between the Lakers and the Warriors has narrowed to just 24 points. In less than a minute on the court, he has scored 9 points. Number 11 has already sunk 3 consecutive three-pointers and a sharpshooter. Such mysterious confidence. That number 11 from the Lakers, does he not fear missing his three-pointers? The audience, in sync with the commentary, offered sporadic applause. However, that was the extent of it. In a live broadcast room, an English commentator began to stir things up in the chat. But he looked down upon. Exactly. My Minger runs the 100 meters, a 3.5-second fast break is merely basic skill. You fool. Another 2 three-pointers made. Where's that commentator who just criticized? Show yourself. Yet, that critic had long ceased to speak. Glancing at the scoreboard and the time, the Warriors' head coach decided to call timeout. Although this Eastern player had scored 9 points, it was still insufficient to warrant concern. Nevertheless, it was prudent to strategize a defense against this Eastern player. He pointed to Quinn Cook, the most proficient defender among the substitutes, saying, "You'll guard that Lakers number 11, closely be wary of his speed and three-point shooting." Cook shot a disdainful glance at Liu Ming, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't worry, coach, I will make him cry," and crawl back to the east out on the Lakers side. The head coach made a slight adjustment to the strategy. "You all assist Liu with screens. Liu, be decisive when you have the chance to shoot." Upon hearing this, Liu Ming felt a warmth in his heart. "I understand, coach." At that moment, the team's leader, LeBron James, approached him. "Hey, brother, I admire that fast break three-pointer of yours. However, I look forward to seeing more." In response to LeBron's encouragement, Liu Ming nodded. You will see. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Live broadcast room, two commentators were conducting a post-game review. Let's take a look at the Lakers' scoring for this match. James with 25 points, Davis with 21, and Liu Ming with 9. At this point, the commentator paused slightly. What is going on? What did we miss? How did Liu Ming only score 9 points? The other commentator appeared puzzled as well. Let me check. Indeed, it was 3 three-pointers. 3 attempts, 3 successes, astonishing accuracy. It seems Liu Ming not only runs fast, but possesses considerable basketball talent as well. During these 2 years of his athletic span, could it be that Liu Ming has been diligently honing his basketball skills? Clearly, he has come prepared. What a pity that his athletic span expires in just 2 days. Could he truly be contemplating a transition to a professional career in the NBA? That's true. An ordinary person, even with performance-enhancing drugs, would struggle to break the 10-second barrier. As the conversation unfolded, the competition resumed anew. The Warriors, employing a deft passing and cutting strategy, secured another 2 points, thereby widening the gap once more. Turning their focus back, the Lakers initiated their offensive. Quinn Cook of the Warriors tightly marked Liu Ming, incessantly spewing taunts. "Hey, you feeble yellow-skinned monkey, do you still have the strength to shoot a three-pointer?" Liu Ming, however, paid no heed to his derogatory remarks. The blatant racial discrimination and provocation were sure to warrant a swift report. Following the coach's tactical arrangement, Liu Ming maneuvered around screen and received the ball at the arc once again, with Cook hot on his heels. Yet, Liu Ming exhibited no hesitation. He rose up and took the shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the center of the hoop, creating a cascade of white ripples. It was a clean, net-swathed entry. Cook was left utterly astonished. Throughout his career, he had faced players of Asian descent before, and in his recollection, they were typically not fast, nor did they jump high, their playing style leaning towards a mild that he had always dismissed the need to defend against such players. But today, how could this Eastern compatriot be so audacious? Though reserved in verbal exchanges on the court, Liu Ming's play style was nothing short of explosive. Each three-pointer struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of the defenders. Liu Ming glanced at Cook, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the boon of being the king of long-range shooting, he felt an exquisite rhythm in his shot. The moment he released the ball, he sensed its certainty. Is this the sensation of being a three-point sharpshooter? He mused, casting a glance at Stephen Curry on the Warriors' bench, the reigning master of the three-pointer. Curry, too, seemed to notice Liu Ming, their mutual energy palpable in the era's silent acknowledgement among experts. Cook, feeling irked by this display, retorted, "Kid, understand this. Your opponent is me. Next, they'll defend you so thoroughly that you'll be weeping as you crawl back to your homeland." Liu Ming turned back and quipped, "Fool." Employing a Chinese term, he felt no fear of a technical foul. Although Cook did not grasp the full depth of the insult, he understood it was not a compliment. Nevertheless, the intricacies of the Chinese language were vast and profound. It seemed there was little recourse for him. At this moment, buoyed by Liu Ming's outstanding performance, the deficit had dwindled to 23 points. In what felt like a mere instant, the gap had shrunk from over 30 to 23 on the sidelines. Lakers players were rising to their feet, astonished by the brilliance of 4 three-pointers in just a minute and a half. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors faced another setback, failing to score. As the Lakers advanced, Liu Ming crossed half-court and immediately called for the ball. The Lakers' point guard, already captivated by his prowess, passed it to him without hesitation. Cook, like an unyielding adhesive, clung closely once more. Utilizing a screen from his teammate, Liu Ming created a slight separation as he dribbled. With 2 meters remaining from the three-point line, he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, he halted abruptly, leaped, and shot. Swish. Another three-pointer landed. The deficit was now reduced to 20 points. The crowd erupted in applause that a third of the audience erupted into cheers. The player from the Eastern Nation had made 5 consecutive three-pointers, reigniting their enthusiasm. That player from the Eastern Nation is incredibly strong. I have never seen him before. What is his name? His name is Liu Ming from the Eastern Nation, a contract player for the Lakers. It seems he was previously a sprinter in the 100 meters that I thought he was just here for a lark, but I never expected him to be this formidable, crossing over from athletics to basketball and dazzling the entire arena. Truly, the Eastern Nation is a land of wonders. On the Warriors' bench, Kai's eyes sparkled with determination, a historically significant three-point shooter and a pioneer of the small ball era. He found his competitive spirit ignited upon witnessing another player sink 5 three-pointers to end the ensuing possession. The Warriors faced yet another offensive challenge, giving the Lakers an opportunity to attack. Liu Ming, having crossed half-court, called for the ball once more. This time, Cook has learned his lesson. He positioned himself 2 meters away from the three-point line, blocking Liu Ming before he could receive the ball, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Liu Ming skillfully maneuvered the ball, his mind racing with thoughts. He contemplated how to execute this shot. Noticing Liu Ming's apparent hesitation, Cook immediately felt a surge of confidence. If you possess the skill, then go ahead and attempt a three-pointer with your slender physique. I want to even bother to defend against you. Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, his fighting spirit was ignited. The three-pointers on the court are in an entirely different realm compared to those practiced during training. Even a player as formidable as Curry would not exceed a 45 shooting percentage in actual games. The system offers a shooting percentage of 60. Coupled with his current fiery touch, this is certainly worth a gamble. Liu Ming made a decision and immediately dribbled the ball, retreating 3 steps. He perfectly positioned himself on the mid-court line. Cook, witnessing this, was nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth? At that moment, the white commentator on site was also taken aback. Oh my goodness, what is this Eastern player about to do? Another commentator exclaimed, this is sheer audacity. He is attempting a logo three-pointer. There was an unmistakable hint of mockery in their words. Yet, before they could finish their remarks, Liu Ming has already leaped into the air, positioned at the center circle. And he can only execute his shot through a push. However, as the basketball leaves his hands, he is already turned away, his back to the hoop. Raising his right hand high, displaying 3 fingers. Ding! The court task is completed, rewarding him with a skill. King of Defense. King of Defense, beginner the sovereign of one-on-one defense in the backcourt. The success rate of death grip increases to 80. Court Task 3. Achieve a suffocating defense. Chapter 3. LeBron and AD request to enter the game just 1 second after Liu Ming turned his back to the hoop, signaling a three-point shot. Boom. A logo three-pointer thundered into the basket, echoing in the hearts of all the spectators at the Staples Center. The entire arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Oh my God, a logo three-pointer. Honey, come watch the divine with me. He actually turned around early, raising his hands in celebration. So cool. The noise in the arena pierced the heavens, the decibel level soaring dramatically. The visual impact of a logo three-pointer is already formidable, and Liu Ming, after releasing the shot, turned to celebrate before the ball even went in. Such a flamboyant gesture had never even been attempted by Curry. Not only the audience present, but even the commentators who had just been jesting could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my heavens, what have I just witnessed? A logo three-pointer. Unbelievable. He truly did it. His pose, with his back to the hoop and 3 fingers raised, was simply stylish. The deficit has narrowed to just 17 points. Is he about to replicate McGrady's miracle and stage an incredible comeback? Many commentators in the NBA are shameless in their praise, unperturbed even when faced with a staggering blow to their credibility. Moreover, commentary from the Lakers' home ground cannot be biased in their favor. The big screen in the arena lingered on Liu Ming for an extended period before shifting to Curry at the sidelines. The Warriors' head coach shook his head helplessly, casting a glance at Curry. It turns out, when facing a player like Curry, this is the feeling you get. Although Curry remained motionless, a fierce competitive spirit burned in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench erupted, with the starters leaping and high-fiving in celebration due to this astonishing shot. Anthony Davis's thick brows shot up in surprise, and LeBron sprang to his feet, his expression one of sheer exaggeration. However, when he glanced at the head coach, he received a subtle shake of the head. Replicating McGrady's miracle is certainly not as simple as it seems. The score disparity is exceedingly vast, at best. He is merely a player on a fleeting 10-day contract. There is no necessity for LeBron and Davis to assume any risks. Across the ocean, in the Eastern broadcast room, the 2 commentators are utterly exhilarated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Within 2 minutes, 6 three-pointers have been made, including a remarkable logo three-pointer. Liu Ming, how remarkably valiant. Oh heavens, can you feel the adrenaline coursing through your veins? 18 points. The rhythm is astonishingly smooth, as it is garbage time. Most viewers have already departed the live stream. The remaining audience members are fervently sending comments. Is Master Ming poised to ascend to legendary status? Surely. My Ming was wronged in the past. With such prowess, does one even need to resort to performance-enhancing substances? Even if one were to consume them like sustenance, they could not yield such remarkable results. Naturally, there are also detractors. You brainless folks. A few three-pointers tossed in, and you place him upon a pedestal. If he can still make three-pointers, I shall perform a handstand while consuming excrement during the live stream. Someone quickly retorted, damn it, freeloading scoundrels, get lost. At this moment, on the court, After Liu Ming sank that three-pointer, his confidence soared to unprecedented heights. The deficit was reduced to 17 points. He felt his body tremble, his blood aflame with exhilaration. Moreover, after launching a logo three-pointer, he instantly turned to celebrate. Liu Ming, indeed, is the first of his kind in the illustrious history of the NBA. The sensation of personally inscribing history is utterly exhilarating. At that moment, Cook could only watch in disbelief as the basketball swished through the net and bounced on the floor. His eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a person who had seen a ghost, and he remained speechless for quite some time. Liu Ming cast a fleeting glance at him, initially contemplating a gesture of utter disdain. However, he quickly reconsidered, recalling that provocation on the field could lead to a technical foul. While he was not particularly afraid of the foul itself, the prospect of incurring a fine post-match loomed large. $25,000 was an amount Liu Ming could ill afford at this stage. Thus, he merely curled his lip in derision. It was then that Cook regained his composure, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn, you've really pushed my buttons." Liu Ming had already turned back, engaging in defensive positioning. Soon, the Warriors' backcourt initiated the play. At that moment, Cook seemed to be fueled by a surge of competitive spirit, actively seeking the ball from his teammates. He intended to take on the challenge himself, determined to dismantle this arrogant player from the East. The instant he received the ball, Liu Ming swiftly positioned himself, spreading his feet apart and extending his arms, effectively blocking Cook's path. At this moment, Cook dribbled the ball rapidly with his right hand, intending to break through on the right side. Liu Ming swiftly moved to intercept, positioning himself in the path of Cook's advance. His long arms and large hands waved before Cook like a small tree, incessantly obstructing his way. Noticing no opportunity to penetrate, Cook pivoted on his left foot, intending to break through from the left. However, just as he turned and dribbled the ball, a hand stealthily emerged, intercepting the basketball midair. Cook found his dribble thwarted. Liu Ming, a successful steal. The relentless grip of death coupled with the interception, Cook could scarcely believe his eyes. Meanwhile, having seized the ball, Liu Ming had already launched himself forward at an exhilarating pace. In a remarkable twist of fate, beyond the three-point line, the basketball was released. Swish. A three-pointer found its mark. The deficit was reduced to 14 points. Ding. The court task was accomplished, granting the skill King of Blocks. King of Blocks. While defending in the backcourt, the success rate of blocks is elevated to 60. Court task 4. Treat the opponent to a hot pot feast. The Warriors' head coach was drenched in cold sweat, compelled to call a timeout once more. In the brief span of 3.5 minutes since Liu Ming's appearance, he had astonishingly closed the gap by 21 points. 7 three-pointers, all of them successful. At this moment, not only were the Warriors restless, but the Lakers' bench was also brimming with fervor. With only a minute and a half remaining in the game, both head coaches, in unison, rearranged their strategies. Just 3.5 minutes prior, no one could have anticipated that a player on a mere 10-day contract, an athlete of Asian descent, once embroiled in a doping scandal that led to his suspension from athletics 2 years ago, would single-handedly transform garbage time into a fierce battle for survival on the NBA stage. As the Lakers reintroduced LeBron, AD, and Drummond to the fray, the Warriors countered with the formidable lineup of Curry, Clay, and Draymond Green. The showdown was imminent. Chapter 4. Attack for retreat is not an option. A minute and a half left and a 14-point deficit. It seemed insurmountable. Yet, the NBA has never been devoid of miracles. Remember McGrady's moment. 35 seconds, 13 points. And now, we faced a lengthy minute and a half. However, as the Warriors initiated their offense, Curry landed another three-pointer. The Lakers' prospects appeared to darken once more. This shot seemed to restore the Warriors' lost confidence, solidifying their grip on the game. This is the essence of a key player's intrinsic value. The ball changed hands, and it was the Lakers' turn. James intended to set up the scorching hot Liu Ming, but just as Liu Ming took possession, Klay Thompson strode confidently in front of him. "You're strong, but don't think you can score on me." Liu Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he suddenly stepped to the right with his right foot. Klay Thompson hurriedly followed his movement, only to find that Liu Ming had already retracted his foot. Realizing he had fallen for a trick, Thompson cursed under his breath and quickly moved to block Liu Ming. In that fleeting moment, however, Liu Ming had already released a three-point shot. On the sidelines, all the Lakers players rose to their feet, while the spectators fixated intently on the basketball. Swish. The ball rippled through the net. Simultaneously, Thompson, having lunged too aggressively, collided with Liu Ming, sending him sprawling to the floor. The whistle blew, The basket counted, and Thompson was called for a defensive foul. The crowd erupted once more with this sensational play. 8 three-pointers, my goodness. In less than 4 minutes, 24 points. A truly explosive performance. This number 11 is extraordinary. How could someone so talented be signed to a mere 10-day contract? The Lakers must offer him a guaranteed contract, lest they regret losing him to another team. The two commentators were also in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Wow. This is undoubtedly one of the most outrageous performances I have ever witnessed. Simply miraculous." In contrast, the audience across the ocean in Huaxia had succinct yet profoundly expressive words. On the court, Liu Ming looked at Thompson, relishing the moment as he shot over him effortlessly, leaving Thompson with no means to respond. The exhilaration was beyond measure. Thompson's face darkened as he began to comprehend the helplessness that Cook had just experienced. With Liu Ming in a frenzy and shooting with uncanny precision, it was indeed an insurmountable challenge. Especially with that last shot, where Thompson had defended admirably, yet Liu Ming made a deep three-pointer over him despite the awkwardness of the play. The blow was both substantial and humiliating, as Liu Ming sank his free throw, a product of relentless practice from his past life. The scoreboard reflected that the Lakers trailed by only 13 points, from a deficit of over 30 points to merely 13. It seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. With just 1 minute remaining and a 13-point gap, the chances of a comeback appeared slim. Yet, under Liu Ming's dazzling display, who could dare to be so certain? The Warriors coach quickly called for a timeout. "Double team him. I want a double team." The Warriors players paused, momentarily stunned by the directive. Could they have misheard? To double team someone with a mere 10-day contract, a player whose name they barely knew? It seemed overly generous. However, no one dared to question the coach's authority. Upon returning to the court, the Warriors executed the double team on Liu Ming. The commentators chuckled. "Oh, did you see that? Did you see what just happened?" Another commentator burst into laughter, for the Warriors had employed a double team strategy against him, which he considered a great honor. The audience joined in the merriment. However, Liu Ming found no joy in the situation. Stephen Curry was nothing short of a merciless three-point sharpshooter, hitting 1 out of every 2 attempts with unwavering precision. Liu Ming possesses remarkable defensive prowess. Yet Klay Thompson deliberately refrains from engaging him in one-on-one confrontations. Whenever Liu holds the ball, he is met with a double team, effectively eliminating any chance for a shot. Consequently, he must swiftly pass the ball. Fortunately, the opposing team boasts Stephen Curry, while the Lakers have LeBron James. Although the veteran may no longer be at his peak, his formidable presence commands respect. Furthermore, with Liu Ming drawing the defender's attention, the Lakers are playing with fervor. LeBron and Anthony Davis swiftly unleash their prowess, leaving the Warriors' defense in disarray. Even DeAndre Jordan managed to sink a three-pointer. As time ticks away, the point differential continues to shrink, with just 30 seconds remaining. The Lakers trail by 6 points. The Lakers initiate their offense. Jordan, with his considerable stature, provides high-quality screens. Liu Ming maneuvered around his cover, momentarily evading the dual encirclement of his opponents. James possessed exceptional court vision. Upon noticing Liu Ming break free into an open space, he swiftly delivered the pass. Liu Ming, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left side, seized the ball without making any adjustments. He simply rose to shoot. With a resounding thud, the ball hit the backboard and swished through the net for a three-pointer. As Liu Ming made his 9th three-point shot, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. The deficit was narrowed to 3 points. With only 24 seconds remaining, the Warriors called a timeout. Their head coach, filled with frustration, found himself at a loss. Just 5 minutes prior, they had enjoyed a 30-point lead, seemingly on the verge of a resounding victory. Yet, since the Lakers' number 11 player entered the game, the situation had deteriorated drastically. Should the Lakers manage to reverse the score, the coach feared he would be forever marked in the annals of disgrace. How could they turn the tide? Coach Kerr pondered deeply. If they attempted to stall for time, the Lakers would surely apply pressure in the front court, forcing fouls. 2 free throws would result in a change of possession. Under normal circumstances, Kerr would have no hesitation. Everyone knew that the Lakers lacked a reliable perimeter shooter. However, if they drew a foul without effectively closing the gap, it would be in vain. Yet, the circumstances were different now. The opposing number 11 had emerged. His three-point shooting almost divine. Delaying seemed less than prudent, potentially dampening the team's morale. What to do? Kerr instinctively cast his gaze towards the team's leader, Curry. After receiving a nod from him, Kerr solidified his resolve. "Let us go on the offense, teammates. There is no retreat." Chapter 5. Turning the Tide. A legendary battle in stark contrast to the Warriors' despondency, the Lakers were filled with exhilaration. From a 30-point deficit, they had ignited hope for a comeback. The players' spirits were fully awakened. Although they faced 82 games each season, experiencing numerous comebacks and defeats, witnessing Liu Ming's explosive performance and enduring such a heart-pounding few minutes left them trembling with excitement. At this moment, Coach Vogel set aside the tactical board. There was nothing more to say. If the opponents attempted to stall, they would apply pressure in the front court to force fouls. If the Warriors attacked, it would undoubtedly be Curry taking the crucial shot. Even if they double-teamed him, they had to ensure he was contained. Do you understand? The players nodded in agreement. Naturally, LeBron concurred as well, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. It was akin to the Warriors just having double-teamed Liu Ming. If the Lakers mirrored this strategy, once Curry passed the ball, the Lakers would find themselves in a disadvantageous position, facing a numbers mismatch. Moreover, the opposing team still had Klay Thompson. It would be greatly beneficial if someone could step forward to defend Curry individually. Although head coach Vogel has given the directive, he is acutely aware of its shortcomings. Double teaming is a last resort, inflicting damage on oneself while attempting to neutralize the enemy. Ultimately, it is essential to designate a single player to handle Curry. Anthony Davis was initially the most suitable candidate, but unfortunately, he is still nursing an injury that has not yet healed properly. High-intensity defense poses a significant risk of exacerbating his condition. LeBron possesses formidable one-on-one defensive skills, yet his age presents a limitation. Additionally, he must facilitate the team's fast breaks, rendering him an unsuitable choice. Drummond? Not viable. KCP? Also not an option. At that moment, Vogel suddenly recalled Liu Ming's astonishing lateral quickness. He remembered Liu Ming's relentless pursuit that had effectively stifled Cook's attempts to break free. Perhaps, at this juncture, Liu Ming's gaze met that of the head coach. Brimming with enthusiasm and eagerness, a spark ignited within Coach Vogel's heart. Liu Ming is filled with anticipation. He eagerly awaits the confrontation with Curry. Many players experience excitement when facing stronger opponents, yet Liu Ming's fervent enthusiasm and fervent desire for battle is truly unparalleled. The longing for combat radiates from his very eyes. Liu, it is now your turn to defend against Curry. Coach Vogel has finally issued the command. Liu Ming was instantly engulfed in the thrill of impending battle. Excellent. As the players from both teams took to the court, the Warriors swiftly initiated play from their backcourt, launching an aggressive advance. It appeared they were opting for an offensive strategy to counter defense. The Lakers stood resolutely prepared. Indeed, it was Curry who seized the ball, and Liu Ming promptly positioned himself to guard against him. The commentators on site were taken aback by this development. What? This Eastern player is tasked with defending Stephen Curry? Surely, I am not mistaken. To assign him to guard Curry is nothing short of a jest. One wonders what Vogel is contemplating. In the Eastern NBA live stream, the barrage of comments predictably erupted once more. Purely self-inflicted torment. Defense is a realm distinct from offense, demanding a high level of experience and physical prowess. After landing a few three-pointers, it seems he has begun to lose his sense of reality. The notion of successfully defending against Curry? Is he still dreaming? Given Liu Ming's amateur basketball skills, Curry could easily disregard him, either opting for a pull-up shot or leveraging his physicality to overpower him, effectively rendering Liu Ming helpless. Amidst the critics, there were also analysts and conspirators. Could it be that the Lakers, seeing no hope of a comeback, are preparing to scapegoat Liu Ming? On the court, Liu Ming staunchly adhered to his defense against Curry, employing his signature relentless technique. Curry remained thwarted beyond the three-point arc, unable to advance an inch. In exasperation, Curry sidestepped and dribbled, attempting to create space for a forceful jump shot. However, Liu Ming, endowed with skill enhancements, reacted with remarkable speed. After being momentarily displaced, he quickly closed the gap once more. At that moment, Curry had merely lifted the ball, preparing to leap. Liu Ming swung his left hand in a grand arc, delivering a resounding block that sent Curry reeling. Ding! The court task was accomplished, bestowing the skill. King of Jumps. King of Jumps. The maximum vertical leap height is elevated to 163 centimeters. Court task 5. Lead the team to a remarkable comeback. To the left, James, with keen reflexes, swiftly seized the ball and propelled it forward into the offensive zone. Liu Ming, unable to glance at the system prompt, swiftly followed suit, dashing towards the corner of the three-point line at the front court. The Warriors' defense had already positioned itself. James found himself unable to drive for a layup. In a fleeting moment, he spotted Liu Ming, who had already sprinted to the left corner. Just in time. Without hesitation, James tossed the ball over. When Liu Ming received the ball, he intended to leap. At that moment, Klay Thompson had also returned to the scene. He continued with his shooting feint. Thompson was immediately drawn in, soaring past him. However, simultaneously, Curry had already positioned himself to provide assistance on defense. Liu Ming executed a feint once more, leaving Curry momentarily bewildered. At that moment, had Liu Ming chosen to shoot, the alert Klay Thompson would undoubtedly have retaliated with a block. Thus, he dribbled to the right, taking a significant step to evade Thompson's outstretched fingers. He leaped, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark, leveling the score for the Lakers. Only 6 seconds remained. Following this, the Warriors inbound the ball, and the Lakers intentionally committed a foul to force free throws. Curry made both of his attempts, granting the Warriors a 2-point lead. Nevertheless, the Lakers had secured a precious possession. At that moment, whether in the arena, in front of televisions, or behind computers and smartphones, the audience's hearts raced, palms clammy with sweat. Almost all spectators stood, captivated by the unfolding drama. Many female viewers clasped their hands over their hearts, bowing their heads in silent prayer. The large screen in the venue frequently captured James and Liu Ming. The upcoming possession for the Lakers was nothing short of critical. A successful three-pointer would seal the game against the Warriors. A miss would render all efforts futile. Chapter 6. The clutch player and the game-winning shot thus. The question arises, who would take the final shot? James, as the team's leader and strategic mind, was the obvious choice to spearhead the attack. However, Liu Ming's three-point shooting had been nothing short of miraculous. 10 attempts, 10 successes, a flawless 100 shooting rate. Entrusting him with the final shot seemed equally reasonable. How should one decide? Concurrently, the NBA live broadcast was ablaze with excitement. The commentators were in a state of ecstatic frenzy. A miracle, indeed. To witness a game like this in one's lifetime is a fitting way to depart from this world. The significance of the upcoming Lakers' possession was beyond question. Who would take the final shot? The visual narrative from the arena had already hinted at the answer. James was undoubtedly the primary option. Yet if Liu Ming were given the opportunity, he too would be an excellent choice. However, despite Liu Ming's extraordinary talent displayed on the court, he was not a professional player. Entrusting him with such a crucial game-winning shot might prove overwhelming, given the psychological pressure to make the basket. Meanwhile, the online comments section ignited with skepticism. Seriously? Relying on him for the game winner? James is about to pass the buck again. Everyone, brace yourselves. Could Liu Ming shoulder this burden? With his slight frame? The atmosphere in the arena was palpable with tension. The audience, and even some of the Lakers players, began to feel a sense of anxiety, particularly those seated on the bench, who clutched their hands tightly, silently offering prayers. The formidable center gulped down water, while the star forward wiped the sweat from his brow. In contrast, LeBron James maintained a demeanor of relative calm. Having weathered countless storms, he exuded a steadfast composure. Among those unperturbed was Liu Ming. Rather than feeling anxious, his eyes sparkled with fervor and his blood surged with excitement. Despite the significant depletion of his energy, the exhilaration and enthusiasm coursing through him rendered any sense of fatigue utterly non-existent. The sole sensation he experienced was one of exhilaration. Head coach Vogel also noted Liu Ming's state with a sense of astonishment. It was a rare occurrence to witness a player thriving amidst such high-stakes intensity. Typically, players who flourish in critical moments are few and far between. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, "Liu, how would you feel about taking this shot?" Many players around him were momentarily taken aback by the question. Liu Ming's performance in this match was nothing short of exceptional, as he turned the tide when it seemed hopeless. However, entrusting such a pivotal moment to a player on a mere 10-day contract raises questions about his capacity to withstand the pressure. One must recognize that the more critical the moment, the greater the psychological burden on the player. Under such immense pressure, can his three-point shot remain steady? It is not merely the short contract players who falter. Even many key players on established teams often hesitate to take decisive shots in crucial moments. Thus, such opportunities should be reserved for the franchise stars. It was, therefore, quite unexpected when the coach posed such a question to Liu Ming. Yet, upon hearing it, Liu Ming did not waver for even a second. Without hesitation, he responded, "Give it to me." The others were taken aback. Where did this confidence stem from in a player on a 10-day contract? Did he feel no pressure at all? At that moment, however, LeBron stepped forward and instructed Liu. "For now, do not move. Just position yourself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. I will drive into the paint. And the Warriors will assume I 1T pass you the ball in such a crucial moment. Thus, they will converge on me. At that juncture, I will deliver the ball to you. Many have criticized LeBron for shirking responsibility in critical moments, conveniently overlooking his record for the most game-winning shots in playoff history. He simply embodies a different style compared to players like Jordan and Kobe, who are more focused on their own scoring. While Jordan and Kobe would invariably take the final shot themselves, LeBron exhibits a more holistic approach. He will pass the ball to the teammate who presents the best opportunity at that moment. Naturally, if that opportunity lies with him, he will not hesitate. Given Liu Ming's current hot hand, LeBron decided to entrust this crucial shot to him. Liu Ming stood upright, his gaze fervent, embodying the essence of a commendable leader. He uttered but these 4 words. Yet, anyone could sense the profound yearning for battle within him. Returning to the arena, only a fleeting 6 seconds remained. The Lakers were poised for a half-court inbound. LeBron James held the ball. At this moment, the Lakers trailed by a mere 2 points, affording them the option to pursue either a 2-point or a 3-point shot. Liu Ming, adhering to James's instructions, remained stationed in the corner, refraining from making any movements. Observing this, the Warriors' head coach felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Vogel would not entrust such a pivotal shot to a player on a 10-day contract. Perhaps this player was simply unable to bear the immense psychological pressure, rendering him hesitant to take the shot. Thus, there was no movement at all. Contemplating this, he called out to Klay Thompson, who was guarding Liu Ming, to be vigilant about providing support in the paint. Watch for help defense. Pay attention to the interior. James was struggling with his 3-point shooting tonight. Given Kerr's understanding of him, it was certain that James would attempt to penetrate the paint aggressively. At that moment, Curry was tasked with defending James. In last year's finals, Curry faced off against James a total of 54 times. Yet he only allowed James to score a mere 12 points against him. This statistic vividly illustrates how Curry's defensive prowess has been consistently underestimated. He possesses significant insight into defending against James. After a swift change of direction, James created half a step of separation from Curry, using his body to push past him and aggressively drive toward the basket. Despite the fact that 2 defenders were already waiting for James in the paint, Thompson, feeling uneasy, rushed in to provide assistance. Just as Thompson lunged toward James, the latter delivered a precise pass that soared over Thompson's shoulder, heading directly towards Liu Ming. Thompson realized the danger too late and quickly turned to pursue Liu Ming, but it was already too late. When Liu Ming received the pass, Klay Thompson was already 4 meters away from him. Liu Ming received the pass and shot without a hint of hesitation. In the fleeting moment before the final buzzer sounded, the basketball was already in flight. All eyes were fixed upon the sphere soaring through the air. As both the Warriors players and fans felt a pang of anxiety in their hearts, Liu Ming's 3-pointer in this match was undeniably formidable. At such a crucial moment, their hearts were inevitably in their throats. Under the watchful gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, the basketball finally descended towards the rim. Clang! To everyone's astonishment, the ball ricocheted off the rim. The commentators frantically exclaimed, "No, no, no." Yet, the basketball did not stray far from the hoop. There was a second descent. Within the Staples Center, silence enveloped the arena. Every breath was held as all eyes fixated on the ball's trajectory for its second fall. Whoosh! The delightful sound of the ball grazing the net resonated through the air. From the center of the hoop, a cascade of white netting emerged. The 3-pointer had ultimately found its mark. In that fleeting moment, eternity was captured. Ding! The mission on the court was accomplished. Reward: 1 free skill point. Free skill points, applicable for unlocking skills related to competitive sports. Team mission: enter the Lakers starting lineup. Chapter 7. Post-match interview. Unexpected revelations. The Staples Center erupted in thunderous applause. The commentators' incessant no in an instant transformed into jubilant yes. Number 11? Number 11. A buzzer beater. The Lakers triumphed over the Warriors. The audience, unfamiliar with Liu Ming's name, chanted his jersey number. 11, 11, 11. Lakers players, whether starters or on the bench, wildly surged towards Liu Ming's location. Brother, thank you. That was a magnificent performance. The team's leader, LeBron James, was the first to rush over, embracing Liu Ming tightly. Well done, brother. Anthony Davis also approached, celebrating with a hug and a high five. The Warriors' captain, Stephen Curry, first exchanged embraces with James and Davis, sharing a few words. Subsequently, he made his way towards Liu Ming, a glint of competitive spirit in his eyes. "You are formidable. I look forward to our next duel." In Liu Ming's eyes, a fierce battle spirit surged within him. who, if given the opportunity, would not wish to challenge the strongest in their respective fields. After bidding farewell to the Warriors, Liu Ming made his way toward the players' tunnel. At that moment, however, LeBron James patted Liu Ming on the shoulder and said, "Liu, come with me to the press conference. I believe the reporters will be quite curious about you." Me? Liu Ming, who was engrossed in studying the system, was taken aback. Typically, the post-game press conference is reserved for interviewing the standout players of the victorious team. LeBron chuckled heartily, revealing a bright smile. There is no need for surprise. This MVP belongs to you. Liu Ming shook his head. Boss, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be able to make it to the press conference. James paused momentarily, then gestured towards the beautiful reporter from ESPN approaching them. Very well, I shall leave this esteemed ESPN journalist in your capable hands. Many have accused James of being insincere, claiming he revels in theatrics no matter the situation. Nevertheless, as the leader of the team, he undeniably excels. At this moment, upon witnessing Liu Ming's refusal, he initially attributed it to the characteristic modesty of Eastern individuals. However, he quickly realized that excessive exposure might hinder Liu Ming's future career prospects. Thus, with thoughtful consideration, he arranged for the ESPN reporter to conduct a one-on-one interview with Liu Ming. Liu Ming finally nodded, saying, "All right, leave it to me." As he spoke, a blonde reporter from ESPN approached him. The cameraman followed closely behind, directing the lens towards Liu Ming. The beautiful reporter greeted him with a radiant smile, saying, "Hello, Liu. I hope I haven't mispronounced your name." Liu Ming responded generously, "You haven't called me wrong, but I would prefer you to address me by my full name, Liu Ming." The beautiful journalist appeared slightly taken aback. She had previously interviewed several Eastern players, such as Yao and Yi, who shared a common trait of being reserved and restrained. In contrast, Liu Ming exuded a remarkable openness. Interviewing someone like him made the task much more rewarding. She continued, with an astonishing record of 11 shots and 11 hits. Scoring 34 points in just 5 minutes is nothing short of miraculous. I am certain that Pelinka must be considering your guaranteed contract. Liu Ming, could you share what enabled you to make that decisive winning shot under immense pressure? Liu Ming pondered briefly, his relentless training and unwavering dedication during competitions affirming that he had certainly not resorted to performance-enhancing drugs. The beautiful reporter, with a charming smile, then inquired, "As we all know, the Tokyo Olympics are imminent, and your suspension in athletics will be lifted in 2 days. Can you share your plans regarding your return to the track or your continued career in the NBA?" Liu Ming offered a mysterious smile and remarked, "As you know, my short 10-day contract is about to expire. Moreover, if I were to remain in the NBA as a professional, would these two paths truly conflict?" Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, the beautiful journalist's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, and her expression shifted dramatically. For a journalist who thrives on sensationalism, this was undoubtedly a story worthy of extensive coverage. "Thank you, Liu Ming. I look forward to your remarkable performances on the track as well." Meanwhile, in the domestic commentary arena, two commentators were still reflecting on Liu Ming's recent performance. Liu Ming delivered a stunning blow to the Warriors, achieving legendary status in a single battle. With 11 three-pointers in just 5 minutes, he single-handedly led the Lakers to a thrilling comeback, truly astonishing. Such an impressive display would surely compel the Lakers to offer him a guaranteed contract. If Liu Ming were to pursue a professional career in the NBA, it seemed unlikely he would return to the track. While his 100-meter prowess was commendable, his basketball talent appeared to be even more formidable. What choice would he make? Surely, unless he were to act irrationally, he would opt to remain in the NBA. Simultaneously, the comments section was flooded with enthusiastic praises, with many exclaiming 666 in admiration, while others questioned, what happened to the detractors? Wasn't there a claim about live streaming while upside down? Liu Ming was poised for a remarkable turnaround. Regrettably, the Asian 100-meter sprint would have to rely solely on my skills. Upon returning to the locker room, Liu Ming discovered that a staff member was indeed waiting for him. "Liu, General Manager Pelinka is looking for you." Liu Ming felt a subtle stir within his heart. At this juncture, it was only the Lakers who intended to renew their contract with him, which could potentially prompt the general manager to reach out. Upon hearing this, James also expressed his joy for Liu, saying, "Liu, allow me to extend my early congratulations to you." Liu Ming nodded, expressing his gratitude to his superior. "Thank you, boss. I will head over first." Subsequently, Liu Ming arrived at the office of General Manager Pelinka. Pelinka was a quiet middle-aged man, often found standing at the far end of the audience, silently observing the team's matches. No one could decipher the thoughts swirling within his mind. At this moment, he sat behind his desk, gazing at Liu Ming's entrance, still silent. It was not until Liu Ming spoke, "General Manager, you summoned me?" that Palinka finally responded, "Liu, your performance tonight has pleasantly surprised everyone. As you are aware, Schroeder is still recovering from his injury, and our backcourt is in need of a scoring player. Would you be willing to sign a guaranteed contract worth $5 million with us?" Palinka's manner of speaking was quite adept. He did not simply state that the team was willing to sign a contract with Liu, but rather inquired if Liu would be willing to sign with them. Although the meanings are similar, the former elevates the team's status, while the latter conveys a greater respect for the player. Although Liu Ming anticipated that his recent performance would undoubtedly impress the Lakers management and secure a guaranteed contract, he initially believed that the $2 million offer from the Lakers was already substantial. To his surprise, Palinka directly elevated the amount to an impressive $5 million. Nevertheless, Liu Ming remained steadfast in his intentions. "Thank you, General Manager. As you know, while I fervently adore the sport of basketball, I am ultimately an athlete in track and field, carrying the hopes of my country and nation. Therefore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall soon return to the track. However, should the Lakers require my services in the future, I will gladly respond, provided it does not conflict with my track competitions." Palinka was taken aback by Liu Ming's resolute refusal of the guaranteed contract. Yet, after their conversation, Palinka felt no trace of anger. Instead, Liu Ming's stature in his eyes grew ever more impressive. Furthermore, with just about a week remaining until the return of the Lakers' starting point guard, Schroeder, the backcourt would soon become crowded, making Liu Ming's position less critical. Thus, Palinka continued, "Liu, your patriotic spirit profoundly moves me. Should you reconsider in the future, please prioritize the Lakers." Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, he nodded and replied, "Thank you. I shall certainly do so." Chapter 8. Rising again from where one has fallen. Exiting the manager's office, his agent, Susie, was already waiting for him in the car. Having recently turned 30, Susie embodied the most enchanting phase of a woman's life, her every gesture exuding an irresistible charm. She was among the first to recognize Liu Ming's commercial potential, subsequently establishing a dedicated agency to cater exclusively to his career. Liu Ming found himself embroiled in a doping scandal, facing a suspension from athletics for 2 years. Undeterred, she devoted her resources to remain by Liu Ming's side. It was through her relentless efforts that the brief 10-day contract with the Lakers came to fruition. For this beautiful woman, unwavering in her loyalty and affection, her devotion knows no bounds. Although Liu Ming had only a brief acquaintance, he felt an innate closeness. "Young man, you are quite the enigma. How did I not realize your exceptional skills on the court before?" Susie inquired with a radiant smile as Liu Ming hopped into the pickup truck. Liu Ming shook his finger, indicating a lackluster performance, merely third in the world. "You owe me." Susie playfully tossed a chestnut at Liu Ming, yet her smile grew increasingly enchanting. "So, is it a guaranteed contract?" Liu Ming nodded in agreement. As Susie started the engine, she excitedly exclaimed, "I knew it. Quickly tell me, how much did Palinka offer? Was it $1 million or $2 million? Liu Ming extended his right hand, revealing $5 million. Susie could not help but exclaim, "How much?" $5 million. This truly was a fantastical beginning. Before the other party could regain their composure, Liu Ming dropped another bombshell. "However, I must decline." "What?" Susie slammed on the brakes, the pickup truck coming to a sudden halt at the intersection. $5 million was already a substantial sum, so why the refusal? "Are you truly considering returning to athletics?" "Liu Ming, please, do not jest." Liu Ming declared resolutely, "There is no dispute. This is my decision." Susie looked on in confusion. "During your 2-year suspension, Sue Farron and CF Farron have both entered the sub-10-second club. Moreover, Director Lee has been thriving and is now the head of the track and field management center. Even if you are still capable of running, it will be challenging to make a mark with him around." Upon mentioning Director Lee, a flicker of fire flashed in Liu Ming's eyes. In the recollections of his former self, this man was undoubtedly the prime suspect in the doping scandal. The head of the track and field management center? He cannot suppress me. Noticing Liu Ming's reluctance to elaborate, Susie had no choice but to start the pickup truck again. "Very well, it seems I have conceded to you in this life. You know, regardless of your decisions, I will support you unconditionally. Furthermore, temporarily declining the Lakers might indeed be a blessing in disguise. Your performance has already exceeded expectations. Perhaps misfortune will turn into fortune. I believe other teams with available salary cap space will undoubtedly present even higher offers." Liu Ming gazed at Susie's delicate profile, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Su Si, caught under his gaze, felt a sudden flush spread across her face. Hey, why are you staring at my face? If you keep looking, it will cost you. I'm out of money right now. Once I reclaim everything that belongs to me, I promise to reward you for 1,000 years. Liu Ming shifted his gaze and, through the car window, caught sight of the 10 statues majestically standing at the entrance of the arena. Among them, 6 were associated with the Lakers: Jerry West, Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Elgin Baylor, and Kobe Bryant. Each name resonates profoundly in the annals of NBA history. Today, fortified by the presence of the system of the king of competition, he is undoubtedly destined to etch his name into the NBA's legacy, much like his illustrious predecessors. Regrettably, however, the opportunity that belongs to him is not at hand. While an outstanding performance on the court today could secure a guaranteed contract worth $5 million, it is certain that he will remain distanced from the starting lineup for the foreseeable future. Clearly, without fulfilling the system's tasks, he cannot continue to harness accelerated skill growth from it. Fortunately, prior to his interview with ESPN, he took the time to thoroughly study the free skill points available to him. Liu Ming was delighted to discover that the king of competition system was not solely focused on basketball. He glanced over the skills that could be freely unlocked and found that they encompassed nearly all sports disciplines: running, soccer, basketball, swimming, gymnastics, boxing, shooting. Everything one could possibly imagine was included. Liu Ming even witnessed the high-speed driving techniques of motorsports in the enhanced APM skills in esports. Consequently, his confidence in returning to the athletic arena is at an unprecedented peak. That night, due to the time difference, while Western media such as ESPN were still tirelessly compiling reports, the domestic media across the ocean had already ignited a fervor. In a breathtaking 5-minute display of prowess, Liu Ming has captured the attention of the entire internet with his last-second, game-winning shot for the Lakers. Across various sports sections of major online portals, Liu Ming's name has become ubiquitous, accompanied by sensational headlines that reflect the excitement of his performance. The Chinese track and field athlete made a stunning debut in the NBA, amassing an impressive 34 points in just 5 minutes, leading the beleaguered Lakers to a remarkable comeback against the Warriors with a buzzer-beating three-pointer. Liu Ming, overshadowing stars like LeBron James and Anthony Davis, has sounded the clarion call for the Lakers' resurgence. It is undeniable that the media has often exaggerated Liu Ming's achievements. However, the tendency to sensationalize for attention is prevalent among both domestic and international outlets. Moreover, Liu Ming's journey is filled with intriguing narratives. Once an Asian sprinting sensation, now embroiled in a doping scandal, he has transitioned into the NBA as a short-term contract player, showcasing extraordinary talent on the court. Every aspect of his story has the potential to create headlines. For fans in China, the search for a standout player in the NBA has persisted since Liu Ming's retirement. While Jeremy Lin's fleeting success was cherished, he remains a naturalized American, leaving a gap that Liu Ming's emergence has elegantly filled. Once, Yao Ming faced a challenging question from a Western journalist regarding why, despite a population of 1.4 billion, there seemed to be a scarcity of basketball players. Yao eloquently countered, citing China's dominance in table tennis. Yet, the sentiment among fans remained one of frustration. Today, Liu Ming has risen to the occasion, scoring 34 points in 5 minutes and executing a miraculous game-winning shot, restoring pride to Chinese basketball fans. The years of pent-up frustration have been released, and fans have eagerly shared highlights of his performance across various social media platforms, garnering explosive numbers of likes and comments. However, the excitement took an unexpected turn when it was revealed through ESPN's coverage and post-game interviews that Liu Ming had declined the Lakers' guaranteed contract to return to the track and compete in the 100 meters. Rise where you have fallen. I, Ming, embody the essence of a true man, a paragon of strength and resilience. To suggest that athletes who do not excel in the NBA are not commendable track and field competitors is absurd. My prowess, indeed, shines. My primary discipline is athletics, while my engagement with the NBA merely serves as a cherished pastime. However, skepticism and criticism swiftly reemerge. It is a classic case of those who indulge in their own success while coveting that of others. Liu Ming's ambition is akin to a serpent attempting to swallow an elephant. In this era, individuals will say anything to gain attention. It appears that Liu Ming, aware of his limitations, has chosen to retreat before revealing his true capabilities. As for the 100 meters in athletics, should Liu Ming manage to complete it in under 10 seconds, I shall broadcast myself consuming a keyboard, with this declaration standing as testament. With the rapid escalation of public sentiment both domestically and internationally, a highly anticipated Asian athletics qualifier, organized by the National Sports Administration, is set to capture the attention of the masses in 3 days. It is well known that Liu Ming was previously embroiled in a doping scandal, resulting not only in a 2-year ban but also in the annulment of all his prior achievements. He is determined to secure a ticket to the Tokyo Olympics, and it is imperative that he rises to the occasion in this selection competition. Chapter 9, the 100-meter debut, under scrutiny 3 days later. In Yangcheng at the Olympic Sports Center, the venue was teeming with spectators. Not only were the stands packed, but the media center was also overflowing with journalists. Such a spectacle left the organizers bewildered. Athletics is not a strong suit for the Eastern nation, and as such, the Asian Championships have traditionally been overlooked domestically, let alone this merely formal preliminary round. Consequently, the entry restrictions for the preliminary rounds were relatively lenient. Provincial teams often sent 4 young athletes to participate in the selection competition, primarily to nurture new talent, while established figures like Su Xin and Xie Bitian were not required to compete. In fact, previous preliminary rounds had instances where the number of participants exceeded that of the audience. Thus, the scene this time, akin to that of the 2008 Olympics, was indeed astonishing. In other words, when circumstances deviate from the norm, something unusual is afoot. Soon, in the conference room of the organizing committee, the dignitaries perused the list of male 100-meter competitors while casting furtive glances at Director Li, whose expression was anything but straightforward. Liu Ming? Who permitted this troublemaker to register? Director Li pointed at the list with an inscrutable expression, yet his disdain for Liu Ming was palpable in his words. A young staff member quickly stood up, lowering his head to respond. Director Li, I have thoroughly checked. Liu Ming's ban has indeed expired. Through his thick glasses, Director Li scrutinized the young staff member, who felt an overwhelming sense of pressure despite the director's silence. In truth, the young man's heart brimmed with indignation. The entire world was aware of Liu Ming's return to the athletics arena, including the preparatory group for the preliminary rounds. For the past 3 days, they had been awaiting the leader's stance, yet Director Li seemed preoccupied with something else, leaving them without guidance. Now, the burden of the entire team's dilemma rested solely upon him, and it was utterly frustrating. Noticing the young man's distress, a senior figure interjected, Director Li, there are a total of 35 representative teams participating nationwide, with as many as 140 athletes registered for the men's 100 meters. We will need to hold 18 heats just for the preliminaries. The young man just graduated and is still unfamiliar with our athletics management center's policies. Perhaps we should issue a temporary notice to disqualify athletes with a history of misconduct? The senior figure, being seasoned and adept in the art of conversation, succinctly highlighted the current situation. After all, the management and requirements regarding athletes with a history of misconduct were merely internal regulations. Liu Ming's suspension period has elapsed, and he has been officially submitted through the provincial team, thereby theoretically possessing full eligibility to compete. With numerous media outlets present, Liu Ming has been meticulously orchestrating a preemptive hype. Should the organizing committee resort to unspoken rules, it would undoubtedly incite considerable uproar. At this juncture, Director Li has also come to a realization. It appears that Liu Ming's participation is a matter of which only he was previously unaware among those present. Now that the die is cast, if this situation escalates, it is likely to provoke widespread discussion and scrutiny. After a moment of contemplation, he finally stated, then let Liu Ming be placed in the first group. In the competition arrangements, Liu Ming is assigned to the second lane of the first group. In many competitions, the first group can be viewed as a sacrificial group, as the timing and monitoring equipment are just activated, making it prone to malfunctions or unforeseen circumstances. Should any unexpected issues arise during the event, the athletes naturally bear the consequences. Additionally, since the competition has just commenced, the atmosphere has not yet developed, making it difficult for the participants in the first round to enter their competitive state. Consequently, achieving satisfactory results becomes a formidable challenge. However, Liu Ming, warming up at the starting line, appears somewhat indifferent. The sacrificial group has its own advantages, while competitors may be of a lower caliber. This inadvertently lowers the overall level of performance. The top 2 athletes in the group can still advance. Moreover, with a background in professional sprinting, he once performed at a peak level capable of breaking the 10-second barrier. His physical attributes are undoubtedly among the world's elite. His primary challenge has been to assimilate the wealth of competitive experience and athletic skills from his past, which has hindered him from fully unleashing his body's maximum speed. Thus, prior to the race, he deliberately activated the sprinting skill King of Sprinting. King of Sprinting, beginner enhances maximum straight-line running speed within 10 seconds. Clearly, this is also a skill with potential for growth. With this remarkable skill at his disposal, Liu Ming feels that his advancement is virtually assured. Simultaneously, in the online livestream, the commentary is provided by the former less-renowned CCTV host Han Dazue, alongside the rising star Mina from NBA events. An unexpected special guest is none other than the venerable Mr. Chen, aged 80. During his athletic career, he once equaled the Asian men's 100-meter record of 10 seconds. After retiring, he served as a coach for the national athletics team and as an official Olympic commentator, making him a foundational figure and witness in the realm of Eastern athletics. Thus, upon the appearance of this esteemed elder, the chat room was inundated with nostalgic tributes. Han Dazue and Mr. Chen are old acquaintances, and the opening segment is filled with reminiscing and lighthearted banter. Initially reluctant to commentate on this seemingly unremarkable preliminary round, I found the competitors to be far less promising than I had hoped, reminiscent of my disappointment with Eastern football. Upon witnessing the esteemed Mr. Chen's presence in the live broadcast room, my heart experienced a sudden sense of equilibrium. The whimsical, aphoristic commentary quickly transformed the barrage of comments into a veritable ocean of amusement. Yet, Mr. Chen's focus remained steadfastly on the competition. And upon observing Liu Ming's assignment to the cannon fodder group, a frown creased his brow. Thus, when he heard the jest from Han Dazue, he merely responded with a non-committal grunt. Mina, seizing the opportunity, interjected to alleviate Han Dazue's awkwardness, explaining that the reason for the heightened attention on this match was due to our compatriot, Liu Ming. Yes, the very individual in Lane 2, renowned for his extraordinary performance on the NBA stage. Han Dazue quickly chimed in. Oh, if memory serves, wasn't Liu Ming a former 100-meter sprint champion? Though that title was taken from him 2 months ago. How has he ventured into basketball? Mina replied with a smile, Mr. Han, allow me to enlighten you. In the previous Lakers vs. Warriors game, Liu Ming made his debut in the final 5 minutes, sinking 11 three-pointers and scoring 34 points, leading the Lakers to an astonishing comeback, thus solidifying his legendary status. However, he declined a $5 million guaranteed contract from the Lakers, opting instead to return to the track, which has left everyone eagerly anticipating his next explosive performance. The comments section was already abuzz with enthusiastic fans. I too am looking forward to it. I hope Liu Ming can break through and return to the NBA. Since Yao's retirement, I haven't followed the NBA, but witnessing Liu Ming score 34 points in just 5 minutes was utterly shocking. Liu Ming is phenomenal. He just has a stubborn streak. A classic case of not giving up until the bitter end. Of course, the number of detractors far outweighed the supporters. It was just one game. Who knows if the Lakers and Warriors colluded for a fixed match? That last game was merely a stroke of luck. No one was defending during garbage time. If he faces any defense in the next match, it would be a miracle if he doesn't get overwhelmed. Alas, the opportunity to disprove their skepticism was swiftly snatched away. As he returned to the 100 meters, truly a master of self-preservation, observing the chorus of fans in the comments, Han Dazue feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Who would have thought our classmate Liu Ming is a basketball prodigy hindered by his 100-meter pursuits?" However, the 100-meter event is quite distinct from basketball. Every 0.01 seconds of improvement tests the limits of personal endurance. Now, seeing Liu Ming placed in the first group, allegedly deemed cannon fodder, one can surmise that the organizers believe his current form is no longer at its zenith. Mina could not help but defend Liu Ming, exclaiming, "Exactly. Why should he be running in the 100 meters? Surely, becoming a star in the NBA would be far more gratifying." At that moment, Mr. Chen interjected with wisdom. The so-called cannon fodder group does not necessarily imply true inferiority. Liu Ming's potential is beyond question, and his only true competitor is himself. The competition is about to commence. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 10. The Rapid Sprint, Olympic A Standard Ding. The athletics 100-meter track has been detected. Task 1. Run as fast as you can and achieve the Olympic A standard. On the track, Liu Ming positioned his feet on the starting blocks. Upon hearing the system prompt, a wave of nervousness washed over him. Initially, he had intended to conserve some energy for the preliminary rounds, but suddenly he became fully committed. In the current men's 100 meters, the Olympic standard is an astonishing 10.5 seconds. In the memories of his previous self, despite 2 years of relentless training, his peak performance had only reached 10.7 seconds. If he failed to meet the task, the generous rewards would vanish into thin air. He had no choice but to focus, as the referee had already raised the starting pistol. On your marks, get set. Along with Liu Ming. The athletes assumed their starting positions. It must be said that the rigorous starting training of his previous self greatly benefited Liu Ming at this moment. At least in terms of starting posture and the direction of force, Liu Ming had already caught up with other professional athletes through muscle memory. Finally, the gun fired. However, at the moment of the start, Liu Ming found himself in last place. The reaction times of professional athletes are generally under 0.2 seconds, while Liu Ming's reaction time lagged approximately 0.2 seconds behind the others. For Liu Ming, this discrepancy was currently insurmountable. After all, he was still in the phase of acclimatization to the experience of his previous self, at least in terms of reaction time. He had yet to reach the level of a professional athlete. In the live broadcast room, Elder Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. As a former top sprinter, he understood that an athlete's reaction time and their state at the start are closely linked. In professional men's 100-meter races, a reaction time slower than 0.2 seconds is only explicable by a lack of focus. In any sport, being inattentive during a competition is a cardinal sin, and in the 100 meters, it is an unforgivable mistake. The race had begun. Wait, Liu Ming and Lane 2 seemed to be in a daze. What on earth? Liu Ming had surged forward with astonishing speed, now neck and neck with the leader. How did he catch up? His pace was extraordinary. Han Dazue's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Elder Chen's eyes sparkled with pride. Everyone, take note. This is the power of a top domestic athlete. Liu Ming is about to cross the finish line first in his heat. He was once the most accomplished coach in the country, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the athlete's speed. Thus, in a mere instant, he rendered a precise judgment. On the track, Liu Ming felt an unparalleled lightness coursing through his body, invigorated by his skills. With each stride, he sensed an inexhaustible force emanating from his legs. This sensation was foreign to him. It felt as if every bone, every drop of blood, and even each cell within him was joyfully pulsating. The live stream chat erupted in excitement. Wow, what does 0.2 seconds matter? Ming is awesome. It's only natural. My Ming has broken the 10-second barrier before. He easily outpaces this bunch of amateurs. What is going on? Without Su's explosive start, they still want to emulate his early pace? Starting off so fast, what will happen in the latter half? Wait, this speed seems utterly outrageous. Amidst the brief discussions, Liu Ming had already crossed the finish line. Ding. Task completed. Reward skill, King of Reaction. King of Reaction, beginner enhances the body's rapid response rate to all stimuli. Task 2. Rejoin the ranks of the 10-second club. Subsequently, Liu Ming glanced at the display screen at the finish line, which revealed his final time. 10.3 seconds. Liu Ming is acutely aware that his failure to break the 10-second barrier can be attributed not only to a sluggish reaction time of 0.2 seconds, but also to the fact that he had already exhausted his 10-second potential before crossing the finish line. The once effortless sensation of running vanished in an instant, leaving him momentarily disoriented, which caused a sudden deceleration in his speed. Fortunately, the finish line was within close proximity, and the inertia from his initial velocity propelled him to be the first to cross. Armed with the lessons from his initial setback, he is confident that his performance in the semifinals will show marked improvement. Breaking the 10-second mark should pose no significant challenge. Liu Ming let out a slight sigh of relief, and the tension of the competition vanished in an instant. Outside, in the online live stream, Mina announced promptly, "Dear friends, Ming has not disappointed us. He secured first place in his group, successfully advancing to the semifinals with an impressive time of 10.3 seconds. How remarkable! 10.3 seconds. Liu Ming has astonishingly achieved the Olympic standard of 10.5 seconds. This is truly incredible." Han, with his characteristic exuberance, exclaimed repeatedly, then expressed his frustration in a fit of regret. Such a pity. If Liu Ming could replicate this performance in the Asian Championships, it would mean securing a highly coveted entry ticket to the Tokyo Olympics for our nation. Observing Han's signature rambling, Mina interjected playfully, "Teachers, I wonder where Liu Ming's 10.3 seconds places him domestically?" Han chuckled, responding, "Mina, I fear your hopes may be dashed in the near future. In our country's 100-meter events, only Su and Xia have met the Olympic standard. This clearly demonstrates that Liu Ming's prowess remains unyielded, firmly within the top 3 nationally. The NBA may need Liu Ming, but our athletics also cannot do without him." At this moment, Elder Chen glanced at Han and smiled. "Let us not forget. This is merely a preliminary round. The semifinals will soon follow, So Liu Ming's strategy to conserve energy is entirely justifiable. What? Are you suggesting that Liu Ming is intentionally preserving his strength? This revelation left not only Mina, but also Han utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Treat the semifinals as a final. In the live stream, Elderchin initially intended to analyze the technical aspects of Liu Ming's unusual start. Such a misstep should never occur. It is a fundamental quality expected of every professional athlete. He inferred that this was due to the swift transition from the preliminary rounds to the semifinals, leading Liu Ming to deliberately conserve his energy. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the majority of the audience in the athletics livestream consisted of football fans. Engaging this crowd in discussions about athletics might yield little understanding, especially when the freshly released grouping list came to hand. Chen Lao found himself increasingly reluctant to elaborate. The 100-meter events progressed swiftly, with 18 heats completed in the blink of an eye. The semifinals would soon follow. Running 2 heats in one morning placed a considerable burden on the athletes, prompting everyone to seize the moment to adjust their states. A total of 5 semifinal heats would take place, with the top 3 from each group, along with the 4th best performer across the 5 groups, advancing to the finals, 16 competitors in total, ensuring fierce competition. Similar to the live stream, coaches and athletes from various teams quickly received the advancement list and subsequent groupings. Concurrently, Liu Ming's name erupted within the community. Without surpassing the wind speed limit, he achieved an astonishing time of 10.3 seconds, truly remarkable. The emergence of a newcomer in the preliminaries naturally piqued everyone's curiosity. Within the domestic athlete training system, athletes undergo training from a young age, typically starting with school selections, followed by evaluations at various sports schools. They are then filtered through county, city, and provincial levels, ultimately being summoned to the national team based on their performance. Under such a rigorous selection system, exceptional athletes rarely fade into obscurity, especially at the provincial level. While not necessarily well-known, they are at least familiar to most. The notion of an underdog is virtually non-existent. Liu Ming's preliminary time of 10.3 seconds, regardless of whether it was wind-assisted, left everyone in a state of astonishment and confusion. Yet, when it became known that this Liu Ming was indeed the renowned sprinter, reactions shifted to one of inevitability. It was no surprise that the top figure in the domestic athletics scene had returned, performing at such an outstanding level. Yang Yingpu, a rising star from Guangdong province specializing in the 120 and 200 meters, had only recently distinguished himself with a training time of 10.14 seconds. Emerging as the undisputed leader of the provincial team in the talent-rich regions of Guangdong and Guangxi. At this moment, Yang Yingpu received the advancement and grouping lists from his coach, and the smile that had adorned his face vanished in an instant. The fastest preliminary time was 10.3 seconds? How could that be? Was there a malfunction with the timer? Liu Ming? The name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Yang Yingpu furrowed his brow and thought. A time of 10.3 seconds would firmly secure a top 3 position even within the national team. He could not possibly be an unknown contender. After a thorough introspection, Yang Yingpu's eyes suddenly lit up. Coach Wu, is that you? Has the suspension period ended, allowing him to return to the track? Coach Wu, hailing from Guangdong province, was once a renowned sprinter in the country, having shattered national records 5 times, including a remarkable 10.20 seconds in 1996, which broke the men's 100-meter sprint record at that time. He later remained with the provincial team, transitioning into a coaching role. His greatest pride lies in having personally discovered Yang Yingpu, a rising star in athletics. It is noteworthy that in the authoritative rankings released by the World Athletics, his protege Yang Yingpu ranks 5th in the East Asian point standings. However, a slight disappointment lingers. While Yang's training performances are exceptional, his best official competition time stands at only 10.34 seconds. Such is the harsh reality of competitive sports, the arena differs vastly from training. True prowess must coincide with performance under pressure. Some athletes, despite their evident talent, falter at crucial moments, while others may seize a fleeting opportunity to achieve fame. First, take a look at the grouping list from the organizing committee, Yang Yingpu suggested, quickly flipping through the semi-final grouping after noticing Coach Wu's stern expression. To his astonishment, he discovered that fate had favored him by placing him in the same group as Liu Ming. But that was not all. As he continued to examine the list, he recognized 2 additional names, Su Qingxing from Shanghai and Zhuo Jiqiang from Inner Mongolia. Su's capabilities are indisputable, having clocked 10.12 seconds in major competitions, ranking 4th nationally. As for Zhuo Jiqiang, He is the unrivaled champion of Inner Mongolia with a time of 10:18 seconds and a crucial member of the national 4x100 relay team, boasting a ranking that even surpasses the seldom competing Su Farron, placing him second. As Coach Wu analyzed the situation, he noted Liu Ming's anticipated performances beside the athletes' names. According to the grouping, the qualifying spots in this heat should logically belong to Su Qixing, Zhuo Jiqiang, and himself. Yet, with the unpredictable variable of Liu Ming, the outcome remained uncertain. Don't focus too much on Liu Ming. Though his time of 10:3 seconds may have been a fluke, it does not negate his strength. Conversely, you must pay close attention to Su Qixing and Zhuo Jiqiang. Run without reserve. Give your all to advance to the finals. Upon hearing this analysis, Liu Ming felt somewhat dazed. He harbored 1,000 grievances against the organizing committee, unsure of whether to voice them. Meanwhile, coaches from Shanghai and Inner Mongolia were offering similar exhortations to Su Qixing and Zhuo Jiqiang. While these coaches may not have excelled in their past performances, their intellect was undeniably sharp. As the saying goes, major competitions hinge on current form. Despite Liu Ming's remarkable time of 10:3 seconds, it was merely a preliminary round and holds little significance. Conversely, the intensity of the preliminaries may adversely affect his performance in the semifinals. Nevertheless, one must dismiss the situation strategically while treating it with utmost seriousness tactically. With 8 contenders vying for 3 spots, the emergence of Liu Ming as an unpredictable variable complicates the strategy. More seasoned coaches tend to favor a more conservative approach in such circumstances. Indeed, let us channel the spirit of the finals and exert every effort to secure a place in the semifinals. Chapter 12. The terrifying supremacy of high dimensions over low dimensions in the live stream. Han Dazue was taken aback upon seeing the grouping list. After a moment of bewilderment, he unleashed a torrent of criticism towards the organizing committee. Had their heads been kicked by a donkey? It is merely a semifinal. So why arrange it with the intensity of a final? In this group, apart from Liu Ming, there are also 3 of the top 5 ranked athletes in the country. This is undoubtedly a death group for Liu Ming. Given his previous misstep at the start and the excessive effort exerted, his stamina must have been severely depleted. If his start is still not in optimal condition, he may find himself in perilous waters. Old Shin, what is your opinion? Do you still believe Liu Ming's starting error was a deliberate display of hidden strength? In response to Han Dazue's teasing, Old Shin smiled confidently. Experienced athletes understand the importance of maintaining their state and excitement during competitions, allowing them to sustain their performance even after running 2 races in one morning. Moreover, after a period of rest, while Liu Ming's physical enthusiasm may not match its previous peak, his absolute speed advantage remains evident. As long as he can deliver a normal starting performance in this race, advancing to the semifinals should pose no problem. Upon hearing this, Han Dazue's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. If Liu Ming's starting error was not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of his competitive state, it is likely that his reaction time in the last race exceeded 0 seconds. Coupled with the inevitable decline in physical condition for this race and the presence of 3 formidable champions in his group, it is understandable that anyone might perceive his chances of advancing as bleak. Old Shin appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he clenched his fist in tension. In high-stakes 100-meter sprints, a mere 0.01 seconds can signify a significant differentiator, rendering reaction time all the more crucial. Liu Ming's reaction time at the starting line hovers around 0 seconds, whereas others clock in at under 0.2 seconds, resulting in a significant disparity of 0.2 seconds. In the men's 100-meter event, a delay of 0.2 seconds at the start can nearly condemn an athlete to failure. Yet, he harbors an inexplicable trust in Liu Ming's speed, leaving us to await the outcome with bated breath. Typically, the organizing committee takes into account the athlete's abilities when grouping competitors, ensuring that the more formidable athletes have the opportunity to advance based on their respective levels. This approach not only maintains the excitement of the competition, but also upholds a semblance of fairness and justice. However, it is perplexing what whims the committee succumbed to. The first 4 groups adhered to the norm, yet Liu Ming's group, the 5th, became an anomaly, a veritable group of death teeming with formidable contenders, where a momentary lapse could result in a strong athlete being barred from the semifinals. The moment Liu Ming stepped onto his designated track, he instantaneously captivated the attention of the majority of spectators both within and outside the arena. On the field, athletes and coaches alike focused their gaze upon him, and even the referees could not resist casting a few extra glances in his direction. Yet, for the most part, many, akin to Han Dazue, viewed Liu Ming with expressions brimming with skepticism. Liu Ming has faced a 2-year suspension, undoubtedly diminishing his competitive state compared to the 3 other sprinters in his group. After all, Zhuo Jiqiang, Su Qixing, and Liang Yingpu are among the finest athletes in the country. Furthermore, during the preliminary rounds, Liu Ming severely depleted his energy in pursuit of a commendable performance. Given his poor physical condition, should he encounter a similar starting error as in the first heat, this semifinal may very well mark the conclusion of his journey in this competition. Nonetheless, the opinions of the spectators hold no sway over Liu Ming. Upon stepping onto the track, he gazed ahead toward the finish line with an expression brimming with anticipation. This directorly has certainly gone to great lengths for my sake. However, do you believe that placing me in the group of death will lead to my downfall? The terrifying pressure of high dimensions over the lowly appears to be beyond your comprehension. Nevertheless, for the sake of my duty on the track, I must give my utmost in this semi-final. The skill of the king of reactions can significantly enhance my start. Yet, whether I can breach the 10-second barrier remains an enigma. At that moment, the starting gun fired. Liu Ming, endowed with the skill known as the king of reaction, indeed dashed out at the first opportunity. Merely the act of starting placed him in the lead. Such a swift commencement. The referee did not call him back. This was not a false start. It was a calculated gamble. In the live broadcast room, Han Dazue and Mina gasped in unison. And even Chen Lao furrowed his brow in contemplation. Immediately, Han Dazue spoke at a rapid pace, enlightening the audience on relevant knowledge. In athletics, a standard start is referred to as a gun start, wherein the athlete initiates movement upon hearing the starting gun fired by the referee. Conversely, a reaction start involves the athlete timing their movement to the rhythm of the referee's commands, striving to commence just as the starting gun fires. If executed successfully, this technique can gain an advantage of at least 0.2 seconds. Historically, only seasoned athletes employ the reaction start. Many genuinely capable competitors, seeking stability in the race, seldom resort to this risky tactic. Mina timely inquired, "Why is that?" "This is the 100-meter dash, where every hundredth of a second is worth wagering." The reason lies in the fact that a failed reaction start results in a false start. It is essential to note that since 2010, the regulations in athletics have mandated a zero-tolerance policy for false starts. Once an athlete is deemed to have false started, they are immediately disqualified. Han Dazier chuckled, explaining that the electronic starting blocks used in major competitions are exceptionally sensitive. Even the slightest lift of an athlete's foot from the block can be detected. Thus, the reaction start becomes a gamble with one's fate. After listening to Han Dazue and Mina's commentary, Chen Lao silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, athletes only resort to the reaction start when facing equally matched opponents or when aware of their subpar condition, knowing that a standard start would likely lead to defeat, thus daring to take the risk. This led him to ponder whether he had misjudged the situation. Liu Ming's initial charge in the first round was exceedingly fierce. Yet by the time of the semifinals, he was evidently feeling the strain. In Chapter 13 of the World 10-Second Club, Elder Chen was unaware that he could not assess Liu Ming through conventional reasoning. In the first round, Liu Ming's reaction time at the start was indeed 0.4 seconds. However, unlike the first round, Liu Ming now possessed the enhancement of the skill known as the king of initial reactions. The instant the gun fired, his body instinctively responded. Consequently, his reaction time had effectively diminished to under 0.2 seconds. While there remains significant room for improvement to reach the pinnacle of global athletes, this progress from 0.4 seconds in the first round was monumental. A start time controlled within 2 seconds now equated to the caliber of professional athletes. Yet, it was precisely due to the immediate response upon the gun's discharge that viewers in the live stream were led to perceive Liu Ming as having an exaggerated advantage. Directly from the Athletic Management Center closely monitored Liu Ming's performance on the large screen in the conference room. When he saw Liu Ming resort to a pressure start technique, he couldn't help but chuckle, muttering to himself, still as stubborn as ever, never giving up until the last moment? Then, let us proceed slowly. Oh, wait, how can his speed still be so swift? This is impossible. Director Li quickly discerned that Liu Ming's speed showed no discernible decline. This struck him as perplexing. Given that Liu Ming had employed a pressure start strategy, it was evident that his physical state in the second round was inferior to that of the first, and his excitement level was also not as heightened. Therefore, it would be reasonable to expect that his speed post-start would be less than in the first round. However, Liu Ming exhibited no signs of reduced speed following his start, which, in Director Li's eyes, was entirely contrary to logic. It was illogical to take risks with a pressure start strategy when in good condition. Who would believe such a thing? Had this young man truly not given his all in the first round? As this thought crossed his mind, Director Li's expression darkened swiftly. In the live stream, Han Dazue furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. This was a miss. He could clearly overwhelm with sheer skill, yet chose to gamble with a pressure start. It made no sense. Could it be, as Elder Chen suggested, that Liu Ming was indeed holding back? What could his intentions be? Was he perhaps aiming to break into the World 10-second Club? Oh heavens! Viewers, join me in witnessing a miracle. Elder Chen, however, felt a surge of joy within. Today, Liu Ming's performance has surpassed all expectations. As a seasoned athlete, he has devoted his life to the advancement of national sports. Now, at this stage of life, witnessing fellow countrymen achieve success on the field has become his sole aspiration. On the track, Liu Ming, currently in third place, expends every ounce of energy to surge forward. After 50 meters, he finds himself neck and neck with Zhuo Jiqiang, who occupies the second position. It is not Su Qingxing, but rather Liu Ming. Realizing that Liang has caught up, Zhuo Jiqiang glances at the frontrunner, Liu Ming, and feels an overwhelming sense of futility. Despite his best efforts, he cannot hope to overtake him. In that fleeting moment, Zhuo Jiqiang resolves to secure his second place standing. He promptly adjusts his pace, adopting a more aggressive running style. Liang Yingpu only began formal training for the men's 100 meters 2 years ago. His experience and ability to adapt during competition do not match those of Zhuo Jiqiang. However, in terms of innate talent, Liang possesses a distinct edge. At this juncture, Liang has found his rhythm and has increased his speed, allowing him to surpass Zhuo Jiqiang. He has done it. A wave of joy surges through Liang as he prepares to launch an all-out sprint towards the leading Liu Ming. However, they are not in direct competition, and he is unaware of how formidable Liu Ming truly is. The staggering preliminary time of 10.3 seconds was no mere coincidence. In that fleeting moment of realization, a figure darts past Liang Yingpu. Alarmed, he discovers that he has been overtaken by Zhuo Jiqiang. Liang is momentarily stunned, but quickly notices that the figure that surpassed him is taller than Zhuo Jiqiang, and the color of the athletic attire is different. It is not Zhuo Jiqiang, but Su Qingsheng. Liang Yingpu reacts swiftly, only to find that Su Qingsheng is now pursuing the leading Liu Ming. As he fixates on Liu Ming's form ahead, Su Qingsheng feels a twinge of despair. Upon measuring his speed against Liu Ming's, he realizes a crucial truth. He cannot match Liu Ming's pace. The fleeting moment of maintaining his cadence becomes increasingly strenuous. Soon, Su Qingsheng comprehends the reality. He cannot catch up to Liu Ming. The latter's speed is so overwhelming that it engenders a sense of hopelessness within him. Liu Ming, after 2 years away from formal competition, he is still capable of such remarkable speed. His competitive form has not only been preserved, but has seemingly strengthened. Who can explain this phenomenon? As Su Qingsheng's thoughts race, he notices that Liu Ming has already created a significant gap between them. To his astonishment, Liu Ming is still sprinting with all his might. At this moment, Liu Ming stands less than 15 meters from the finish line. And given the current circumstances, Liu Ming advanced to the semifinals with a resounding first-place finish in the heats, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, why does he still strive with such vigor? Could it be that he aims to join the illustrious sub-10-second club? As he sprinted at high speed, the thought startled Yu Qingxing, who was momentarily taken aback. In contrast, Liu Ming had maintained a leading position since the start, continuing to dominate throughout the race. After 50 meters, he could already sense the taste of victory. However, his true ambition at this moment was not merely to secure first place. Rather, it was to break into the world's 10-second club during this competition. Even while the race was ongoing, Liu Ming had a clear sense of his prospective time. His start was commendable, having regained at least 0.2 seconds compared to the previous round. Although his physical condition was not as optimal as before, he believed that with the right rhythm, achieving a sub-10-second time was within reach. Chapter 14. The King of Sprinting, Intermediate. In all racing events, surpassing one's competitors is undeniably the most exhilarating and spectacular moment. However, due to his reaction time at the start, Liu Ming found himself in the lead from the outset. He maintained this advantage throughout, leaving other competitors trailing in his wake. Such a display of dominance, akin to an adult outclassing a child, typically fails to captivate audiences. Yet, it soon became apparent that Liu Ming had chosen this moment to challenge the world's 10-second club. This element of suspense ignited fervor among the spectators and the online audience alike. On the 100-meter track, humanity expends every ounce of effort, yet often moves as slowly as a snail. Over the past century, fewer than 100 athletes worldwide have managed to run under 10 seconds. The sprinters on the track embody humanity's relentless pursuit of speed's limits, standing firm in the face of adversity, as speed remains one of the core essences of sports. The men's 100-meter sub-10-second club is arguably the most elite of all, with a singular criterion: the ability to complete the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Thus, as Liu Ming crossed the finish line in those final 10 meters, the crowd erupted with exhilarated cheers and gasps of astonishment. The online broadcast exploded with activity. While the three commentators were engrossed in the excitement, Han Dazue unleashed a torrent of commentary, reminiscent of a live rap performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes wide. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Liu Ming. Liu Ming. He has crossed the finish line. What is the time? 9:99 seconds. He has succeeded. Liu Ming has triumphed. 9:99 seconds. The formidable Liu Ming. After 2 long years, he has finally rejoined the elite sub-10-second club. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Liu Ming. On the track, as Liu Ming completed the race, a delightful system notification chimed in unison. Ding. Race task completed. Reward skill. King of sprinting intermediate. King of sprint intermediate within a mere 20 seconds, the maximum speed in a straight run has seen a significant enhancement. Arena mission. Compete for glory and challenge various records. Achieving 9:99 seconds is a remarkable improvement of 0.31 seconds compared to the preliminary time of 10.3 seconds. Liu Ming was acutely aware that this was the effect of the king of reaction. This skill not only enhanced his initial response time, but also accelerated the speed of his reactions during the run. He secured first place in both the preliminary and semifinal rounds. Ultimately, with a remarkable time of 9:99 seconds, he forcefully advanced to the finals. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the championship was already within reach. However, what did the latter part of the task entail? Challenging the record. This task seemed utterly impossible. What was the record for the 100 meters? Usain Bolt's astonishing 9:58 seconds set in Berlin. The gap was far too vast. How could the world record be so easily shattered? But what about the national record? Right? What is the current national record? With this thought in mind, Liu Ming hurriedly descended from the competition arena, making his way towards the athletes' tunnel. To his surprise, he encountered several unfamiliar coaches and athletes along the way, who greeted him warmly and even engaged him in conversation. This was the essence of competitive sports, truly ruthless. Liu Ming silently sighed within. On the competition stage, strength is the sole criterion for gaining the acknowledgement of peers. Regardless of whether one's appearance is unremarkable, one's stature diminutive, or one's eloquence lacking. Even if one has been unjustly maligned, as long as one achieves results, recognition will inevitably follow. When one attains remarkable accomplishments, one will command the admiration of all. Although the preliminary rounds do not constitute an official competition and may not earn global recognition, Liu Ming felt no sense of despondency whatsoever. For when one's prowess is sufficiently formidable, the scale of the stage becomes irrelevant. He is now eager to discover the current national record. Upon seeing Liu Ming leave the arena, Susi hurriedly approached with the coach from Y province, feigning anger as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, not being honest. Have you been hiding your strength from me? When you get home, I shall punish you by making you kneel on the washboard." Her every smile and frown possessed an enchanting allure. Coach Wang chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, you've concealed your abilities far too well. During training, you kept everything under wraps, leaving me in a constant state of anxiety. Truly, I feel betrayed by my trust in you." Liu Ming offered a somewhat awkward smile, not as a means of concealing his capabilities. In truth, this was merely a result of having recently received the accolade of King of Reactions following the conclusion of the previous match. "Honestly, just how fast can you run?" Susi inquired further. Liu Ming hesitated momentarily, for he had just acquired the title of Intermediate Sprint King. Not only had the duration of his skill increased, but it also appeared that his maximum speed had improved. "I have yet to test it. If I am in optimal condition, with some effort, I might just break the national record." "So soon?" "The national record stands at 9:91 seconds, set by Su Fei in Madrid." "Are you confident?" Coach Wang inquired. "If my stamina is abundant and I am at my peak, it should not pose a problem." Liu Ming nodded earnestly. The difference between 9:99 and 9:91 seconds is merely 0.8 seconds. Although surpassing the 10-second barrier renders each 0.1 second a monumental chasm, with the enhancement of the Intermediate Sprint King. Once his condition peaks, perhaps he could indeed give it a try. Coach Wang was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Liu Ming would dare to make such a claim. The semifinals were scheduled for the afternoon, and the intensity of competing 3 times in one day was substantial, with severe exhaustion heightening the risk of injury. Fortunately, only the top 8 based on cumulative scores would advance to the finals, thus significantly reducing competition among athletes in the same group. Even in the finals, there is no need for excessive exertion. Securing first place would suffice to demonstrate one's prowess. It would be wiser to aim for record-breaking performances on the grand stage of the official competition. Su Si also remarked, "It is too perilous to false start in the semifinals. Should one violate this rule, the consequences would outweigh the benefits." False start? Liu Ming was momentarily taken aback before coming to a realization. It turned out that after utilizing the skill of the king of reactions, his startle response speed had significantly improved, leading everyone to mistakenly believe he was employing a tactical approach to shooting on the run. "Rest assured, Sister Su, I am well aware of my capabilities." However, Coach Wang's words weighed heavily on Liu Ming's mind. In his previous life, injuries had ravaged his lifelong dreams. And in this lifetime, he was determined not to tread the same path. Competing 3 times a day, even with ample time for rest before the afternoon semifinals. There was truly no need for recklessness. Furthermore, Liu Ming was eager to use the competition as a means to test his abilities. Just how formidable was this intermediate sprinting prowess? Could it sustain him in his quest to challenge the national record of 9:91 seconds? Chapter 15. The Reality of Society. Liu Ming achieved remarkable results in the semifinals, yet Director Li, who was observing in the conference room, unexpectedly shattered his cup in frustration. The staff responsible for the 100-meter event had already delivered the results of the post-race equipment inspection. The data was unequivocal. His reaction time at the start was 0.13 seconds, indicating no false start violations. In other words, Liu Ming's time of 9:99 seconds for the 100 meters was authentic and valid. This reality was far from what Director Li wished to see, especially given that the origins of this situation were inextricably linked to him. Initially, upon assuming his position at the Athletics Management Center, Director Li mandated that major event venues across provinces aligned with international standards. Consequently, the Olympic Center in Yancheng was among the first to procure the latest timing equipment. This system was exceedingly complex and remarkably precise. The starting gun held by the referee was connected to a sensor that recorded the start time, while the starting blocks utilized by the athletes were also equipped with sensing devices. The interval from the gun's sound to the athlete's foot leaving the starting block was calculated instantaneously by the system's backend to determine if a false start had occurred. At the finish line, another sensor measured the athlete's completion time, accompanied by high-speed imaging and slow-motion replay systems to provide evidence when the referee's eyes could not discern the details. According to international standards, the timing precision demanded of this equipment was to the thousandth of a second. Given the instrument's precision and the accuracy of the data, it was unreasonable to direct his ire towards others. It was akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot. This left Director Li seething with frustration, unable to vent his anger, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. However, a living person cannot be suffocated by their own indignation. Though he was angry, he quickly devised another scheme. As the prominent leader of the Athletics Management Center, it would not be overly difficult for him to deal with the athletes under his charge. Witnessing Liu Ming rejoin the ranks of the world's sub-10-second club was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet, the fervor in the live stream soon dissipated. With the conclusion of the men's 100 meters and Liu Ming's departure, Han Dazue was astonished to find the number of viewers plummeting to an all-time low. The online community remained as candid as ever. Following Liu Ming's event, not only the spectators, but even I found myself nodding off from boredom during the subsequent competitions. Mina managed a faint smile, recognizing that without Liu Ming's track events, the atmosphere was indeed as desolate as snow. Old Chen lamented, "Athletics has always been our Achilles heel. When athletes fail to deliver remarkable performances, how can we expect to draw substantial attention amidst mediocrity?" As he gazed at the dwindling audience, Han Dazue exchanged a resigned glance with the live broadcast director. 5 minutes later, the stream was terminated. The 3 commentary judges received their boxed lunches. Realizing that with only a handful of viewers remaining, it was impossible to sustain a respectable broadcast. Fortunately, the men's 100-meter semifinals were scheduled for later that afternoon. All that remained was to await Liu Ming's appearance and hope for a resurgence in viewer engagement. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, just as Han Dazue had anticipated. With Liu Ming's dazzling entrance onto the track, The popularity of the live stream experienced a revival, rapidly reaching new heights. This semifinal, featuring the sprinters, consisted of only 2 heats, with the top 8 competitors advancing to the finals the following morning based on their overall times. At this stage of the competition, there were no weak contenders. Those who had made it this far were all formidable athletes. If one were to consider dark horses, Liu Ming could only be regarded as a partial one, as his rise to prominence preceded all other participants. However, following his suspension and subsequent return to athletics, he had garnered little faith from anyone aside from Su Si. Among the other 15 athletes, only Su Qingxing, Zhuo Jiqiang, and Liang Yingpu possessed the undeniable capability to secure a spot in the finals, each having the potential to clock times under 10-20 seconds. It is noteworthy that the pride of Inner Mongolia, Zhuo Jiqiang, despite finishing 4th in the heats, astonishingly managed to achieve a personal best time of 10:17 seconds while racing against Liu Ming, thereby advancing to the semifinals with a commanding lead as the 16th qualifier. The performance of the remaining athletes would ultimately hinge on their respective on-the-day displays. This time, the event organizers had finally ensured that the 4 strongest competitors were placed in different heats. In Liu Ming's group, there are formidable competitors such as the reigning champion of the national 60-meter sprint, Yang Hanqin, the 100-meter champion of the 2015 national championship, Zhang Chang, the local strongman Yao Yi, the promising young athlete He Jinyu from Sichuan and Chongqing, the Tsinghua special recruit Jiang Nan, and Liang Yingpu, who had previously competed in the semifinals. Excluding Liu Ming, it is indisputable that Liang Yingpu, having proven himself with a remarkable time of 10:13 seconds in the last semifinal, is poised to advance to the finals. The prospects of the other competitors reaching the finals depend largely on their respective states of readiness. As the finals are determined by the top 8 total times from the semifinals, the 8 athletes on the starting line exhibited a surprising lack of competitive tension, instead displaying a harmonious atmosphere. As the athletes positioned themselves in the starting blocks, the referee, having raised the starting pistol, paid particular attention to Liu Ming's actions. However, just before the lunch break, this referee was discreetly summoned to the office by his superiors. Upon emerging from the office, the middle-aged, balding official found himself devoid of the appetite he once had. Faced with the almost absurd demands of his superiors, he was tempted to voice his dissent on the spot, even to expose the injustice. Yet, the burdens of an aging mother without health insurance and the exorbitant tuition fees for his child in elementary school left him with no choice but to compromise his integrity and acquiesce to the prevailing corruption. He understood that the judgments he would render henceforth would mar his career irreparably, and that his decisions would leave an indelible mark on the athletes involved. However, under the weight of his life's responsibilities, he felt utterly trapped. Ultimately, the referee raised the starting pistol, albeit 2 seconds late in firing the shot. He deliberately attempted to disrupt the rhythm of the start. Had anyone employed the tactic of a false start, they would have acted before the sound of the gun. Yet, including Liu Ming, none of the athletes made any premature movements. They all remained quietly poised, awaiting the signal. In that moment, beads of sweat began to form on the referee's bald head. Finally, with a heart heavy with regret and guilt, he cast a last glance at Liu Ming before firing the pistol. Chapter 16. An exhilarating chase. The moment the gun fired, all the athletes surged forward. Yet, to the astonishment of the middle-aged referee, Liu Ming faltered at the start, lagging behind by half a beat and falling to the last position. The directive from above suggested that regardless of whether Liu Ming had indeed jumped the gun, he was to be deemed as having false started. However, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to these expectations. Liu Ming's performance at the start of the semifinals was even less impressive than in the preliminary rounds. Although his reaction time was slightly better than in the first heat, it still lingered around 0 for seconds. What could be done? Should they forcibly recall and penalize him? The slowest reaction time, marred by an alleged false start, led to disqualification. Are you certain that such actions would save me from the management of athletics? Goodness. Has the referee been struck senseless? In the fleeting moment of the referee's distraction, the semifinals were nearly complete. In the live broadcast, since the starting gun fired, Han Dazue began his incessant commentary. Look, Liu Ming did not employ the strategy of a compressed start, resulting in yet another dismal launch. His reaction time approached 0 for seconds. It appeared that his starts were indeed unstable, not a mere facade. It seemed Liu Ming was destined to be eliminated in the semifinals. Alas, the unexpected nature of this situation was striking. Observe, Liu Ming was now accelerating at an astonishing pace. On the track, Liu Ming felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although his afternoon form remained, it was still inferior to his morning performance, lacking both stamina and spirit. Under the conscious decision not to utilize the king of reaction, his reaction time astonishingly exceeded 0 for seconds. In normal circumstances, this would have spelled immediate defeat. Fortunately, the intermediate boost from the king of sprinting provided some respite. He then fell into the rhythm of the usual sprinting tempo. The effects of the king of sprinting began to manifest. His explosive power surged Liu Ming's speed to its zenith, allowing him to overtake his competitors. At the start, the promising young athletes He Jianyu and Jiang Nan from Tsinghua were neck and neck. Both were rising stars in athletics, having gained recognition around the same time. On the field, neither was willing to concede, pushing themselves to the limit in their contest. However, He Jianyu's speed clearly had the upper hand. After a brief stalemate, he had already pulled ahead of Jiang Nan by half a body length. At that moment, a figure swiftly zipped past He Jianyu. Overtaken. The speed was remarkable. It was Liu Ming. For the seasoned but youthful He Jianyu, being surpassed in competition had become routine. Yet, under the circumstances of his opponent's significant misstep, being overtaken by sheer speed was disheartening. He Jianyu felt a wave of frustration, but found himself powerless, unable to match Liu Ming's pace. Soon after, Liu Ming caught up with the local strongman Yao Yi from Yangcheng, not even granting him a moment to contest, before surging past him. He then set his sights on Zhang Chang, the top athlete from Fujian province. Liu Ming was indeed remarkably fast. Zhang Chang silently contemplated, recalling that during lunch, a teammate had mentioned Liu Ming's remarkable speed. At that time, he had dismissed his teammates' words as mere excuses for not qualifying in the resumption of the competition. However, now, competing side by side, he was overtaken by Liu Ming in an instant, leading Zhang Chang to realize that his teammates' claims were indeed truthful. The two competitors' speeds were on entirely different planes. In second place, Liang Yingpu noticed that the gap between himself and the leading Yang Hanqin was widening. Yet, Liang Yingpu remained unfazed, for he understood that as the race progressed into its latter half, Yang Hanqin would inevitably slow down. Yang Hanqin's forte lay in the indoor 60 meters, where he had recently clinched the championship at the Birmingham Indoor World Championships in March. In the 60-meter sprint, there was simply no comparison to the explosiveness and quick reaction time of Yang Hanqin. However, in the 100-meter race, he could not maintain that same level of explosive power, which was precisely why he had consistently failed to break the 10-20-second barrier. As Liang Yingpu had anticipated, after the 50-meter mark, when many athletes would be reaching their peak speed, Yang Hanqin began to decelerate. The opportunity had arrived. Wait, someone was closing in from behind. Yang Yingpu had now noticed the approaching Liu Ming. After the 60-meter mark, the leading Yang Hanqin also became aware that two competitors were gaining on him. By the 70-meter mark, Liu Ming had surpassed Yang Hanqin. Shortly thereafter, Yang Hanqin turned his head slightly, only to see Liang Yingpu had also overtaken him. Liang Yingpu has surpassed me, that's one thing. But Liu Ming, how did he catch up after such a disastrous start? Yang Hanqin gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Alas, his explosiveness had severely waned. It was a classic case of having the will, but lacking the power. This was indeed a sorrowful tide flowing against him. In stark contrast, outside the arena, the online livestream was a jubilant sea of excitement. In every racing event, achieving an overtaking maneuver is always the most exhilarating and spectacular moment. Due to Liu Ming's reaction time at the start, he found himself in last place. However, he remarkably overcame his opponents with sheer speed, surpassing 7 competitors within mere seconds to seize the lead. This dramatic turnaround in the race stirred the audience's enthusiasm to its peak. Coupled with the witty commentary of Han Dazue, who provided an engaging backdrop, the atmosphere was both exhilarating and lively, filled with delightful humor. Ms. Xie, who had invested heavily to secure the rights for live streaming the competition, was already in fits of laughter as she witnessed the viewer count soar to new heights. She was contemplating whether to purchase some trending topics for Liu Ming, envisioning a high-stakes gamble with the advertisers in the streaming room. It is worth noting that the 100-meter final is scheduled for tomorrow. With Liu Ming's current level of popularity and fanbase, should he break the record, a little strategic maneuvering could open up a whole new realm of opportunities. Chapter 17. Versailles mixed doubles on the field. After 80 meters, Liu Ming effortlessly began to take the lead. Given the current circumstances, he felt confident that advancing to the finals was no longer in doubt. Thus, he experimentally decided to halt his sprinting prowess. Indeed, the skill had a cool-down period, allowing it to be activated only once in the same event, in the final 10 meters. With unwavering determination, Liu Ming propelled himself forward. Yet the absence of the system's skill enhancements rendered each meter traversed an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, benefiting from an early lead, he triumphantly claimed victory as the first-place finisher. Liang Yingpu closely pursued him, crossing the finish line in second place. Subsequently, Liang cast his gaze upon the scoreboard, discovering his own time, an impressive 10:11 seconds, which once again eclipsed his previous best of 10:13 seconds in the semifinals. The Olympic A standard seemed tantalizingly within reach. To anyone's eyes, this was a commendable achievement. Last year, such a time would have secured him the second position for the year. He then glanced at the first-place result, Liu Ming's time, 9:97 seconds. Liang Yingpu gasped in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that despite Liu Ming's significant misstep at the start, he still managed to break the 10-second barrier. What did this signify? It implied that Liu Ming's prowess had been grossly underestimated. It became clear that he had not been fully committed to the competition. Or perhaps, contests of this nature were simply not worthy of Liu Ming's utmost effort. Just how fast could Liu Ming truly run? 9:97 seconds. In the semifinals, Liu Ming's remarkable performance equaled the best record of the leaderboard's frontrunner, CF Farron. This achievement marks the finest result in the domestic 100-meter event this year, falling short of Su Farron's national record of 9:91 seconds by a mere 0.6 seconds. Should Liu Ming maintain a flawless start, he possesses the potential to challenge this record. Optimistically, there exists considerable room for improvement. In this moment, nearly everyone recognized this significant fact. It is well known that men's sprinting events have historically been a weak point for both the Eastern nation and individuals of Asian descent. To illustrate, let us consider the Olympics, the pinnacle of global sporting competitions, to prevent lower-caliber athletes from participating and thus compromising the event's overall standard. The Olympic Committee has established qualifying benchmarks. According to their regulations, each country may send a maximum of 3 athletes who meet the Olympic standard in individual track events. However, 2 decades ago, there were hardly any athletes in the nation capable of meeting these standards, forcing them to resort to underhanded means for participation. It is only in recent years that the Eastern nation's 100-meter performance has seen remarkable advancements, with a few exceptional athletes barely scraping by to qualify, yet even then, they could not muster 3 participants. Moreover, even when qualifying, they typically faced early exits, never reaching the finals. This has been a long-standing source of national embarrassment. The inadequacy in the 100-meter event has also hindered their performance in the indoor 60 meters, the 4x100 meters, and the 200 meters, all lagging behind at a different level. This is a matter that brings great shame to the nation and its people, yet seems inescapable. However, with the emergence of Liu Ming, the situation appears to have transformed dramatically. In the live broadcast, the excited Chun Lao clenched his fists, exclaiming, "At last! I have waited a lifetime for this moment." He then addressed the domestic 100-meter twin stars, urging Su and Xie to step up their game, lest they be overtaken mercilessly by Liu Ming and left far behind. Meanwhile, as Liu Ming exited the track, Coach Wang, Sister Su, and other teammates from the Hunan province rushed to congratulate him. Even coaches from other provincial teams came forth to offer their congratulations, their expressions brimming with joy. What is going on? Why is everyone here? Such a grand display for just 9:97 seconds, which is merely 0.2 seconds faster than the semifinals, he remarked. Liu Ming was taken aback by the commotion, yet he could not refrain from exchanging a few pleasantries. After the coaches lauded Liu Ming, Coach Wang from Hunan province also received his share of praise. They all remarked that Coach Wang's decision to reinstate Liu Ming was a testament to his discerning eye for talent. Such flattery even left Coach Wang, who had previously been accused of selling spots for money, in high spirits. Well done, Liu Ming. Tomorrow, during the finals, don't hold back at the start. Aim for the national record. Of course, there was no need to overexert oneself. A time of 9:90 seconds would suffice. The envy and jealousy among the coaches from various provinces towards Coach Wang's accolades were palpable. Coach Wu, who was well acquainted with Coach Wang, could not help but quip, "You sly old fox, making it seem as though Liu Ming is your protege. Don't be so self-important." However, Liu Ming's prowess was evident to all. After all, he was breaking records. Who wouldn't covet such talent? Meanwhile, Su Si grasped Liu Ming's arm and began to express her grievances. "Why aren't you listening? Didn't Coach Wang say you shouldn't challenge the record during the semifinals? Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we shouldn't compete in the finals tomorrow. Liu Ming chuckled and said, Sister, I'm perfectly fine. Competing 3 times a day is indeed quite taxing on the body. Just a moment ago, when I reached the 80-meter mark, I intentionally eased up. The coaches from various provinces nearby were left dumbfounded, exclaiming, What? No way. Liu Ming not only eased up at the start, but seemingly continued to do so during the latter half of the race. Yet, he astonishingly clocked a time of 9:97 seconds, surpassing his own best of 9:99 seconds. He equaled the previous national record set by CF Farron. Is this truly the formidable power of the mixed doubles in the realm of Versailles? Please spare us. While we are aware that this is a display of overwhelming prowess, such blatant bullying is uncalled for. Can we even continue to partake in enjoyable activities together in the future? Chapter 18. The key to the door of success. The following morning commenced with the finals for the sprint and long-distance events. While the men's 100-meter final was scheduled for the afternoon, Liu Ming was hardly inclined to attend the competition. Instead, he and Susie nestled in their hotel, taking a moment to rest. Do not misunderstand, this was a prudent choice to conserve expenses. To the casual observer, Liu Ming appeared to be ensconced beneath the covers, indulging in a languorous slumber. In truth, he was clandestinely delving into the intricacies of the king of competition's system. The relentless series of 3 high-intensity matches had imposed a significant toll on his physical state. As Coach Wang had previously articulated, prolonged exertion escalates the risk of injuries among athletes. For Liu Ming, who had suffered greatly in his past life, injuries loomed like the sword of Damocles, necessitating a perpetual state of reverence and caution. How he wished for the discovery of a skill that could fundamentally enhance his physical prowess. Alas, this was not the realm of immortals. Fundamentally, an athlete remains an individual. The king of competitions was indeed formidable. Yet every human being possesses inherent limitations to their stamina and vitality. The aspiration to master every discipline, while alluring, is inevitably constrained by the thresholds of personal endurance and energy, unless one were to engage in the fanciful pursuit of immortality. However, if one were to attain such a state, the title of athlete would become moot. As Liu Ming anticipated, the skill menu revealed no miraculous techniques to enhance his physical attributes. But there was a curious entry, the description of the King of Stamina, which piqued his interest. King of Stamina, Level 1 enhances the efficiency of stamina recovery to a certain degree. Description: recovery effects fluctuate with time, intensity of exertion, age, and other factors. While it may not augment the upper limit of stamina, and the recovery effects are subject to external variables, Liu Ming regarded it as a skill worthy of note. However, unlocking this skill required a staggering 2 free skill points. Goodness, why not simply seize it? While amusement is part of the experience, one must not jest with the future. After continuing his research for another hour, Liu Ming was pleasantly surprised to discover that he might have found a minor glitch in the system. If he succeeded in the afternoon finals, he could potentially uncover a rapid method to acquire free skill points. This revelation filled him with uncontainable excitement. Mingos, your Weibo followers have surpassed 700,000. Susie exclaimed joyfully as she rushed out of her bedroom, phone in hand. Upon emerging, she spotted Liu Ming shaking uncontrollably beneath the covers. The sight was almost too much for her to bear. What are you doing hidden under the blankets? You have a competition this afternoon. Be careful or you might end up in dire straits. Upon hearing her words, Liu Ming, who had been scowling, abruptly threw off the covers and retorted, You're overthinking it. Leaning closer to examine the position of Susie's finger, he marveled, Your Weibo, which was just verified yesterday, has gained over 700,000 followers today? Not quite. This was not just to align with others who bought you trending searches, Susie replied sheepishly. I also casually purchased 500,000 fake followers for you. Liu Ming, what is there to boast about? Mentioning that trending topic makes Liu Ming seethe with frustration. When did I ever claim that I would break the record in today's final? Do you think the national record of 9:91 seconds is as easy as eating or drinking? While it may not pose a challenge for me, what else with the insinuation that everyone else here is inferior? Are you attempting to incite animosity for the sake of popularity and discussion? Oh, don't look at me with that expression. Susie waved her hand dismissively, saying, At least over 200,000 of those followers are genuine gains. It's only been less than 8 hours, quite remarkable indeed. I estimate that within 24 hours, the numbers could reach at least 500,000. This growth in followers would likely place you among the top 3 for this month. surpassing even those young stars in the entertainment industry. However, no matter how she explained it, Liu Ming had lost interest in Weibo after being deceived earlier. Regardless, the trending effect has proven to be quite impressive. Noticing his silence, Su Si continued, "At the very least, your recognition has significantly increased, and your commercial value will naturally rise as well. I just spoke with Sister Xia. She mentioned that she plans to wager with advertisers on the number of online viewers in the live stream. Therefore, during the finals this afternoon, strive to achieve your best performance. Ideally, you could break the national record. If that happens, many of these followers could very well transform into your audience, even your fans. This is your first step towards becoming a giant in the sports realm." Liu Ming, without raising his head, calmly stated while watching the Lakers versus Clippers game on his tablet, "I understand this. First and foremost, we must secure a victory, and naturally, records are meant to be broken. However, it is not necessary to exhaust all our efforts in this particular match." Su Si, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" Liu Ming pondered for a moment and remarked, "Given my current condition, I can exert myself fully to achieve a time of under 9.8 seconds. The national record coincides with the Asian record, both set by Su Fei in Madrid at 9.91 seconds, so a time of 9.9 seconds would suffice to break the record. I intend to gradually chip away at the record. This strategy serves a dual purpose. It will not only mislead my competitors, but also maintain a facade of continual breakthroughs to sustain public interest. Of course, the most crucial aspect remains the accumulation of skill points. Liu Ming receives a system reward each time he breaks a record. This includes records he has established himself. The national record and the Asian record are distinct matters. Thus, transitioning from 9.90 seconds to 9.80 seconds, provided the scoring is precise and the execution is flawless, is certainly feasible. Liu Ming can at least accumulate 20 skill points. Just imagining it is truly astonishing. Su Si, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, but then she let out a deep sigh. "Alas, Ming-er, I am so disheartened. You can sprint into the 9.8 second range, treating the national record as if it were child's play, while I, your devoted manager, remain utterly oblivious to it all. Tell me, is it that I am particularly neglectful and incompetent in my role? Or perhaps you find me too aged and faded and have grown indifferent to me, preferring instead to hide under the covers and indulge in solitude rather than coming through the door?" Liu Ming inhaled sharply, setting aside his tablet. "I truly haven't done anything." He turned to Su Si, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Is it not evident enough that we now only book one room together? If you aren't concerned about missing the match this afternoon, shall we engage in an honest exchange right now, followed by a more intimate conversation?" Su Si replied, "I apologize for the interruption. I'll take my leave." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as the live stream commenced, the number of online viewers surged dramatically, akin to a geyser erupting. Indeed, Liu Ming's audacious record-breaking claim from the previous night had ascended to trending status. Everyone had come to witness the spectacle firsthand. Yet, upon entering the live stream, the audience was astonished to discover that, aside from the commentators Han Dazue and Mina, the remaining guest was not the expected Chen Lao, but rather an unfamiliar balding man. This gentleman appeared to be around 60, with a prominent nose and mouth, and a slightly portly physique, reminiscent of a temple guardian. After Han Dazue's extensive introduction, the audience learned that Chen Lao, unwilling to miss the opportunity to witness a miracle, had resolutely attended the event in person. However, he would occasionally connect with the live stream as a remote guest. The balding man was the deputy head coach of the national athletics team and also the head coach for the sprinting events. It was no wonder that the formidable Miss Xia, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of the live stream, had orchestrated such an event. The organizing body for this preliminary round was the National Athletics Association. And given that the deputy head coach also held a position within the association, it was only logical for him to be present on site. Yet, she had managed to invite him to serve as a commentator for the online broadcast. Such influence was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that Liu Ming would indeed shatter records? At this moment, the viewers found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Han Dazier, seasoned and shrewd, refrained from mentioning any fabricated controversies regarding the show's production. Instead, he immediately began to jest with Mina. In the morning's Los Angeles Derby, with AD sidelined due to injury and Leonard's relentless defense against LeBron, the Lakers were utterly trounced by the Clippers. "I hear Mina shed a few tears during the live stream?" Mina chuckled. "I wasn't crying. It was merely sand in my eyes." "Where would sand come from in the live stream?" Han Dazier quipped. Though these were all in jest, it was evident that As a devoted supporter of LeBron and a staunch Lakers fan, Mina was significantly affected by the team's devastating loss to the Clippers that morning. Hondazue glanced at Mina before turning to Coach Yu, remarking, "What a pity. Basketball is ultimately a team sport. The outcome of a game cannot be solely altered by an individual's outstanding performance. Furthermore, Liu Ming's basketball pursuits are merely a hobby. He remains fundamentally a part of the athletics arena." Coach Yu nodded thoughtfully and articulated, "The first 3 matches have already revealed Liu Ming's extraordinary potential. If all goes as expected, the national team will inevitably summon him in due course. Of course, this is contingent upon his ability to maintain his current form and deliver consistent performances. Indeed, he is a figure entrenched within the system, speaking with utmost precision." After much discourse, one might conclude that nothing substantial was conveyed. However, upon hearing this, Mina's eyes sparkled with delight. "So, is it still uncertain whether Liu Ming will be selected for the national team?" The conversation shifted dramatically. "This is truly splendid. I always thought his efforts in the 100 meters were futile, breaking records without recognition, when he would be better off returning to basketball. Now, not only do the Lakers need Liu Ming, but fans are also eagerly anticipating his return to the court." Chapter 19. How to achieve precision in scoring. As the athletes entered the arena for the 100-meter final, only the most elite competitors in the domestic men's sprinting scene remained. Each participant was virtually the strongest contender from their respective provinces. Yet, the moment Liu Ming made his entrance, the focus of attention both inside and outside the arena swiftly shifted. Despite having previously faced a doping scandal, he has now redeemed himself through sheer prowess. He achieved the Olympicus standard in the preliminaries, rejoined the sub-10-second club in the semifinals, and recorded an impressive 9.97 seconds in the semifinals despite a false start. With 3 victories in 3 rounds, no one dares to underestimate or question him any longer. Although competitive sports are fraught with unpredictable variables, and no athlete can claim to be invincible, it is undeniable that Liu Ming has firmly established himself at the pinnacle of his sport. He can comfortably accept the admiration of the masses, given that the level of domestic sprinting is not sufficiently high to compete internationally. It is paradoxically this very reality that intensifies the obsession of local sprinters with their results and the value they place on accolades. On the track, the athletes were preparing. While the live broadcast camera shifted to the side of Elderchin, viewers were astonished to discover that seated beside him were the 2 men known as the twin stars of East Country athletics, Su Farren and Sia Farren. Sia Farren has long dominated the domestic athletics ranking, embodying a true king's presence, while Su Farren holds both the national and even Asian records. They were not required to participate in the preliminaries, yet they chose to grace the event with their presence today. Could it be that the sensationalized trending topic was not fabricated? Liu Ming is truly poised to challenge the national record in the finals. The online community erupted in excitement. If he indeed breaks the record, it would be a momentous occasion in history. Of course, there are plenty of detractors who believe Liu Ming is merely seeking attention. The comment section became a cacophony of opinions. The Gemini stars present at the scene were blissfully unaware of the online squabbles. Even if they were informed, they would simply chuckle at the remarks. The sprinter is least fazed by criticism, for there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a swift run, regardless of the uproar. In just 10 seconds, they could silence the naysayers with their performance. Their focus remained steadfastly on the track. Sia, the flying man, approached Su, another flying man, and remarked, "Since his return, Ming's speed has noticeably improved. I believe if he competes in a few more major events and regains his competitive edge, he will surely surpass you." Su smiled in response. "I have heard Coach Zhang speak of him, and I watched the footage of yesterday's race. That young man is indeed quite fast. If he doesn't falter at the start, the record of 9.91 seconds will undoubtedly be at risk. However, our team has conducted a thorough analysis, and his starting technique is genuinely unstable. Su is currently the foremost sprinter in the nation. Although he is aging, his performance has reached new heights due to more scientific training. His limited participation in competitions over the past 2 years has been strategic, preparing for the upcoming Tokyo Olympics. In training, achieving times under 9.7 seconds is commonplace for him. Considering his current level and condition, his actual competitive times, when electronically timed, should fall between 9.8 and 9.9 seconds. Thus, faced with Liu Ming, who has previously clocked 9.97 seconds in the semifinals, Su maintains a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, on the track, Liu Ming's mind is consumed with strategies to exploit system glitches. According to the tasks set by the system, they have now reached the finals. Therefore, Not only must he strive for first place, but he must also break the record. If he fails to surpass the national record in this event, the distribution of rewards remains uncertain. Naturally, breaking the record requires careful planning. Seizing the opportunity to exploit glitches cannot be overlooked. The challenge lies in precise control of the scoring. To play it safe, it is best to avoid the king of reactions if possible, as it may lead to potential false starts. Unlike international events with advanced equipment, in the domestic arena, one could risk total failure if exploited by a nefarious individual. Furthermore, if he goes all out, maintaining control of his performance becomes more challenging. Should he falter, he will enter a cooldown phase, and timing is crucial. A delayed start results in significant losses, while an early one leads to immediate failure. Thus, the key lies in the start. Only by maximizing time at the beginning can he create ample room for precise scoring control. Liu Ming calculated meticulously while continually urging himself to concentrate. The 8 athletes in the final stood poised, their feet firmly planted on the starting blocks, fully prepared for the imminent race. The starter called out the command to prepare for the start, raising the starting pistol. Crack! The sharp report of the pistol echoed, and the athletes surged forth from the starting line. Liu Ming was uncertain whether it was the effect of the skill known as the king of reactions, but he felt that his body had undergone a transformation. Although he did not employ any skills during this final match, he could distinctly sense that his reaction time at the start was approximately 0.3 seconds. The enhancement brought about by the king of reactions might have commenced after the semifinals. Perhaps the start fatigue from yesterday's triple competition masked its full potential. Regrettably, his start remained the slowest among his peers. It was likely that the other athletes could manage their reaction times within a remarkable 0.15 seconds. Liu Ming has evidently fallen behind by a significant margin, exceeding 0.1 seconds. Even the naked eye can discern this difference. His reaction time at the start was slightly quicker than yesterday. It appears that breaking the record is within reach. In the stands, Chun Lao's furrowed brow has relaxed, and even the Gemini duo has instantly perked up. Liu Ming exhibited a notably poor reaction time at the start, yet this was anticipated by all. It is now common knowledge that a 2-year suspension has hindered Liu Ming's ability to regain his optimal competitive form. However, his speed remains the most captivating aspect of this event. The thrilling spectacle of him surging from last place to first will undoubtedly exhilarate all spectators. Chapter 20, Breaking Records. Achieving a triple kill, just as everyone expected. After Liu Ming took off, a remarkable spectacle of surpassing unfolded once again. The few competitors who had fallen to the rear stood before him, utterly powerless to retaliate. The velocities of those overtaking and those being overtaken existed on entirely different planes. They could do nothing but watch helplessly as Liu Ming surpassed them. Ahead of him, in a leading position, were Yang Hongqin and Su Qingsheng, who were almost neck and neck. At least from a visual perspective, it was challenging to discern who was ahead and who was behind. However, at that moment, Yang Hongqin felt an overwhelming admiration for Su Qingsheng. Yang Hongqin specialized in the indoor 60-meter event, excelling in the first 50 meters at a world-class level. He considered himself unrivaled in the initial half of the 100-meter race, based on past experiences racing against Su Qingsheng and Zhu Jiqiang. Yang Hongqin typically led in the early stages, only to be overtaken in the latter half. Yet this time, Su Qingsheng's speed in the first half was surprisingly comparable to his own. This indicated that Su Qingsheng's reaction time at the start was exceptionally refined. What a remarkable Su Qingsheng. It turns out you have been concealing your true capabilities quite profoundly. I had thought my defeat to you in the last 60-meter event was merely a fluke. No, I must intensify my training upon returning, Yang Hongqin mused. Just past the halfway mark of the race, a noticeable distance had already formed between Yang Hongqin and Su Qingsheng. It was precisely at this moment that Liu Ming approached Yang Hongqin. Goodness, who is that? Liu Ming, he's extraordinary. Just yesterday he only caught up in the latter half, and today he is so swift. As Yang Hongqin watched Liu Ming overtake him, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within him. This is disastrous. Does this mean I cannot even secure second place in the 60 meters? Today, Liu Ming's reaction time at the start was 0.1 seconds faster than yesterday. In the context of the 100-meter race, a difference of 0.1 seconds is undeniably significant, especially as the race progresses. The impact of that 0.1 seconds becomes increasingly pronounced. If it occurs during the start phase, 0.1 seconds may not even suffice for an athlete's reaction time. However, at the finish line, a 0.1 second gap can be distinctly perceived even with the naked eye, as it signifies at least several body lengths. At this moment, it was precisely this zero. A fleeting second brought immense pressure upon Su Qingxing. Just yesterday, he had competed in a semi-final alongside Liu Ming. However, that contest lacked significance, as Su perceived that Liu had employed a tactical advantage by utilizing a pressure gun. In the aftermath of the race, Su meticulously analyzed the video recordings of Liu's preliminary and semi-final performances. He had developed a comprehensive understanding of Liu's swift speed and sluggish starts. Consequently, Su devised a strategic plan for the final. In his original scheme, he anticipated that Liu's speed would enable him to close the gap around the 80-meter mark. At that moment, the finish line would be tantalizingly close, and Su believed he still had a chance to contend. Alas, the best-laid plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. As Liu Ming surged from the starting line, he was a mere 0.1 seconds faster than yesterday, allowing him to catch up to his competitor with remarkable swiftness. Such a rapid convergence. This deviation from the plan startled Su Qingxing, who found himself matched stride for stride with Liu Ming. Glancing ahead, he noted that nearly 30 meters still lay between him and the finish line. He realized that he must give his all. Su Qingxing had once been the fourth fastest sprinter in the nation, having clocked an impressive 10.6 seconds in 2019. This year, his competitive form was even more exceptional, culminating in a championship victory in the 60-meter event at the National Indoor Athletics Championships with a time of 6.49 seconds. During training, he had even breached the elusive 10-second barrier. At the age of 25, he was in the prime of his sprinting career. This was indeed his moment of greatest strength. Consequently, he was unwilling to concede defeat prematurely. Though overtaking Liu Ming seemed a daunting task, he was determined not to let victory come easily. Su Qingxing then summoned every ounce of strength to launch into a final sprint. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Liu Ming had already drawn near to the finish line. The judges at the finish could barely register the blur of movement as Liu Ming surged past the finish line first, swiftly followed by Su Qingxing. What were the results? Spectators gathered at the sidelines turned their attention to the scoreboard. At last, the 100-meter showdown concluded. The electronic scoreboard revealed the athletes' times. Su Qingxing clocked in at 10.01 seconds. Another Olympic standard. An exclamation of surprise erupted from the crowd. It turned out that Su Qingxing had matched Liu Ming's final sprint, shattering his personal best and edging ever closer to the 10-second mark. Almost simultaneously, another shout rang out. Look, 9.89 seconds. A new national record. A new Asian record. The previous records for both were 9.91 seconds, set by the Su Farren in Madrid in 2018. Had it not been for Liu Ming's emergence, this record might have remained unbroken until the Tokyo Olympics, likely by Su Farren himself. Yet now, Liu Ming had eclipsed this record with his time of 9.89 seconds. In that moment, fellow competitors approached Liu Ming to offer their heartfelt congratulations. It was a sincere tribute to a formidable athlete, a recognition of Liu Ming's achievement in breaking the national record. Here was an athlete who had faced a 2-year suspension, still not fully restored to his competitive form. Yet he had astonishingly shattered the national record with remarkable speed. It was a tale that seemed almost like a fairy tale, unfolding before the eyes of all present. At that instant, everyone in attendance understood that this man before them was destined to become the future of the men's 100-meter event in the nation. A star that had appeared on the verge of descent had now risen anew. In the stands, Su Farren clenched his fist in excitement and exclaimed to his companion, "Xie Farren, Liu Ming has truly broken the record. 9.89 seconds. How wonderful." The speed exhibited was formidable and remarkably enduring. The impressive time of 9.91 seconds was originally set by Su Farren. Those present possessed a profound understanding of speed, perhaps unmatched by any other. Xie Farren was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, "Liu Ming, what a remarkable performance. It has been ages since I witnessed such an exhilarating competition." Old Chin cast a satisfied glance at the twin stars, then shifted his gaze towards the athletes at the finish line. Calm and composed, they radiated the demeanor of true champions. Someone had indeed broken their record, achieving an even better result. Yet, the two flying men maintained their poise, embracing the outcome with equanimity. Such magnanimity undeniably justified their esteemed title as the twin stars of the nation. Old Chun discerned that Liu Ming had ignited the competitive spirit within the two flying men. Should the three ever compete together, they would undoubtedly continue to surpass previous records in quick succession. This kind of uplifting rivalry was precisely what he cherished the most. Moreover, what brought Old Chun even greater joy was Liu Ming. Despite a noticeably weaker start compared to his competitors in the same group, he still managed to shatter the national record, showcasing Liu Ming's boundless potential. At this moment, Old Shin was certain that Liu Ming would become the beacon of hope for East Country athletics, heralding a new era in the domestic men's 100-meter event. Chapter 21. The uninvited favor of the national team with a triumphant finish of 9:89 seconds in the finals, Liu Ming was immensely satisfied. His elation stemmed not solely from breaking the national record, but also from the familiar system notification that echoed in his mind upon crossing the finish line. Ding! Task completed. 1 free skill point. Immediately following, another notification chimed. Ding! Asian record broken. 3 free skill points. Although Liu Ming did not unleash his full potential to achieve an extraordinary result, he ultimately earned a commendable total of 4 skill points as a reward. This validated that exploiting the system's bugs was indeed a feasible strategy. He anticipated that the rewards for record-breaking would be based solely on the highest standard achieved, a notion that aligned perfectly with his expectations. After all, breaking the world record inherently encompassed breaking both the continental and national records. Presently, both the national and Asian records stood at 9:91 seconds. The system awarded him 3 free skill points based solely on the Asian record, without granting separate rewards for the continental or national records. Nonetheless, this outcome exceeded Liu Ming's expectations. He had previously speculated that breaking the national record would yield 1, and breaking the Asian record would yield another 1, resulting in a mere 2 free skill points. To his astonishment, the system generously elevated the continental record reward to a remarkable 3 points, a delightful surprise indeed. However, the forthcoming task brought Liu Ming a sense of dread. Event task: participate in an international competition and face off against foreign athletes. Gazing at this new task, Liu Ming felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Although there are numerous international events in athletics, the domestic sprinting standards are insufficient, rendering them ineligible for many international competitions. It is uncertain how long this task will take to complete. However, upon reflection, he recalled that he was participating in the selection for the Asian Athletics Championships. If all goes well, securing first place in the competition should grant him the opportunity to compete. The Asian Athletics Championships are indeed an international event. With this thought, Liu Ming's spirits were lifted once more. The subsequent award ceremony was rather hasty. No medals were prepared. Participants were merely handed certificates and dismissed. This was understandable, as it was merely a preliminary competition of little significance. In the online live broadcast, following Liu Ming's record-breaking performance, viewers briefly reveled in celebration. Yet, soon after, Mina's mood plummeted. Fans expressed their disappointment, lamenting the situation. Liu Ming has achieved remarkable success in athletics, and it seems unlikely that he will return to the NBA. This poses a loss for the Lakers, who are in dire need of an outside shooter, and it is a significant disappointment for domestic fans. However, one must acknowledge that a person's energy is inherently limited. To compete and secure awards, the national team will undoubtedly summon him for training. No NBA team would permit a player to be unfocused on the court. Mina, though feeling disheartened, did not neglect her commentary duties and promptly raised a pressing question that captured the attention of netizens. Director Yu, given that Liu Ming has broken the national record, I assume the prize money is substantial? The question, perhaps a tad too pointed, elicited only an awkward smile from Director Yu. It was Han Dazue, known for his forthrightness, who took up the conversation. Our country's athletics have long been in a state of decline, and consequently, athletes in this field are among the least valued. A few years ago, breaking a record could yield a bonus of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, but that was not the norm. It was a special provision, and the funds would be dispersed over several months as training subsidies. For track and field athletes, breaking records is more about honor than tangible benefits. Such special subsidies might not even cover the cost of a decent pair of shoes. Mina was taken aback. What? A record-breaking prize of 20,000 yuan requires special approval? This is truly disheartening for our nation's track and field athletes. Director Yu, accustomed to a more reserved discourse within the system, was caught off guard by this candid and unrestrained commentary, his face reddening almost instantly. What Old Han mentioned pertains to events from 7 or 8 years ago. Things have improved considerably since then. At least, there are now corresponding prizes for the top 3 placements in ranking competitions, championship events, and Grand Prix tournaments. The financial rewards for Olympic medalists are quite significant. Mina quipped, The crux of the matter is that we lack the strength to contend for medals at the Olympics. So those substantial prizes are but a mirage for sprinters. Do you know the amount of the guaranteed contract Liu Ming turned down from the Lakers? $5 million. In dollars. Why on earth would he return to athletics? Director Yu shook his head in exasperation, adopting a paternal tone to impart wisdom. You young people. If everyone were solely fixated on monetary gain, our athletics would forever languish in mediocrity. Mina, not one to back down, retorted, I cannot agree with that perspective. Athletes are human too. They need to eat, drink, live, and provide for their families. We cannot expect them to work for love alone. In the end, Han Dazue managed to ease the tension on Director Yu's face with a conciliatory summary, stating, thus, Liu Ming, as an athlete who does not focus on personal gains, is truly a treasure in the world of sports. Moreover, Director Yu, there is something you may not be aware of. Mina is undoubtedly the most devoted fan of the Lakers. Upon witnessing Liu Ming's remarkable achievements in athletics, she realized that he would no longer return to play for the Lakers, leaving her with a sense of imbalance. In response to Han's malicious jibes, Mina could only remark, there is still time before the Asian Championships, and Liu Ming's short 10-day contract with the Lakers has yet to conclude. Therefore, in the upcoming match against the Suns, Liu Ming might just surprise the fans. Such words were merely a source of psychological comfort, and even Mina herself recognized the slimness of that hope. Liu Ming triumphantly claimed victory in the preliminary competition, shattering existing records. With the Asian Athletics Championships on the horizon, how could he possibly find time to attend the game between the Lakers and the Suns? To his dismay, Coach Yu sighed, acknowledging that despite Liu Ming's status as the champion of this selection event, the likelihood of being called up to represent the national team in the Asian Athletics Championships was slim. Mina looked at Coach Yu with a puzzled expression, clearly struggling to comprehend his implication. Why? The nation's top athlete lacks the qualification to compete on the international stage. Such a notion was beyond comprehension. Due to the nature of the live broadcast, Coach Yu spoke in vague terms. The situation was intricate, not easily distilled into a few sentences. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, Mina did not press the matter further. Instead, her spirits soared. In that case, as fans, we ought to express our gratitude to the nation for not summoning Liu Ming. With Mina's remark, which could be deemed a golden statement, the previously tranquil live stream was once again ignited. The barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Mina's words resonate deeply with me. We thank the national team for their graciousness in not calling him up. Chapter 22. The contest for qualification. Mina, a basketball enthusiast, was utterly oblivious to the current state of domestic athletics. Meanwhile, Han Dazue, a veteran sports commentator, quickly discerned the underlying complexities upon reflection. The domestic athlete selection system inevitably entangles various interests. When the national team calls upon athletes to participate in international competitions, they must navigate not only internal factions but also regional interests. From a certain perspective, local teams have a more pronounced demand for benefits. Naturally, after investing considerable effort in nurturing an athlete, they expect returns. To safeguard their interests, they may obstruct outstanding athletes from ascending to higher-level competitions. The methods employed are diverse, finding excuses to suspend athletes or even coercing them into premature retirement. For them, this is hardly a challenge. Such is the reality of the national context, shaped by historical precedents, and one cannot solely blame individuals. Local teams have devoted years to excavating and cultivating talented athletes, subsequently funneling them to the national team. Thus, the national team is also expected to reciprocate. This is not merely a transaction of benefits. It resembles a mutual reliance essential for the advancement of sports. This reciprocity encompasses not only financial compensation, but also the pursuit of honor. For certain impoverished and underdeveloped sports, the opportunity to be summoned by the national team to participate in international competitions is indeed a matter of prestige. It is an honor that can be allocated through certain means. Han Dazue, as a seasoned commentator in sports events, has long been accustomed to such occurrences. Without delving into distant examples, let us take the London Olympics as a case in point. In the women's weightlifting category for the 54 kilograms class, the national weightlifting team did not send forth the top-ranked athlete with an A standard for competition, but instead opted for a B standard contender. This decision ultimately resulted in the absence of any medals in that event. Unlike table tennis, where any athlete has the potential to seize gold, it is undeniable that weightlifting is a stronghold for the national team. The A-standard athlete in the women's 54 kilograms category had previously secured an Olympic gold medal and shattered world records. Even if her current form had diminished, she still possessed the capability to contend for a medal. However, during the selection process for competing athletes, the national weightlifting team steadfastly succumbed to the pressures of factional interests and local benefits, ultimately selecting a candidate of inferior skill but strong connections to participate in the Olympics. Even in the face of post-competition scrutiny from the media, they remained unperturbed. In contrast to weightlifting, the men's 100 meters sprint in athletics has, without question, been a perennial underperformer, with its qualifications for international events often serving merely as a form of honor. Of course, Liu Ming's situation is somewhat unique and warrants specific analysis. Setting aside his former title as the #1 sprinter, a particular match between the Lakers and the Warriors in the NBA catapulted him to prominence, garnering unprecedented media attention and discussion. Following this, he returned to the athletics arena, achieving victory in 4 consecutive events, each time finishing first. Ultimately, he reclaimed the domestic title in the 100 meters in a record-breaking fashion. If the athletics administration were to consider all these factors, they would surely not hesitate to grant him a qualification for an international competition. In summary, regardless of the final decision, this matter certainly causes considerable distress for the athletics administration. A day later, in the conference room of the athletics administration, a screen displayed the moment Liu Ming surpassed Su Qinxing with an undeniable burst of speed during the finals. The camera finally fixed on the scoreboard, where the remarkable time of 9:89 seconds stood out prominently. Director Yu pressed the pause button on the remote control and spoke. As everyone can see, although Liu Ming's start was rather unstable, his explosive speed is impressive and rare among athletes of African descent. He is indeed a promising talent. Provided he maintains a regular training regimen, he is bound to achieve great success in the future. After Director Yu spoke, his gaze shifted towards Director Li, who sat in the center. Director Li extinguished his cigarette and turned to the middle-aged man with slick-back hair on his left. Old Ma, what are your thoughts? Should we adhere to the pre-established list of participants or replace it with Liu Ming? Director Ma, the head coach of the national athletics team and also the assistant director of the athletics administration, was acutely aware of the tensions between Director Li and Liu Ming. What more is there to discuss regarding an athlete with a controversial past like Liu Ming? I oppose his participation in this year's Asian Athletics Championships. Director Li nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze towards an elder colleague across the table, directly addressing him. Old Jiang, what are your thoughts? Old Jiang nodded thoughtfully, stating, I observe that Liu Ming is quite young, only 21 years old this year. From the perspective of talent development, it stands to reason that we should afford more opportunities to these promising young individuals. He then shifted his tone, adding, however, a 2-year suspension has significantly impacted his competitive state. As far as I know, Su Farren has been in excellent form recently and is likely to make considerable breakthroughs at the Asian Championships, which means Liu Ming would merely be a participant at best. To gamble on a silver medal with such substantial risks, disregarding the overall context, seems somewhat counterproductive, does it not? Before Director Li could call on another speaker, further dissent was voiced. Director Li, while Liu Ming's explosiveness and speed are indeed impressive, I believe he possesses a significant weakness that renders him unsuitable for this Asian Athletics Championship. Director Li nodded, intrigued. Oh, Xiao Zhao, please elaborate on your assessment. Xiao Zhao, the office secretary responsible for recording the minutes of the meeting at the Athletics Management Center, was not typically expected to speak at such a high-level meeting. Yet, since Director Li had invited him to share, others simply pretended not to notice. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Xiao Zhao stood, evidently well prepared, and continued, for this Asian Championships, our sprinters not only need to compete in individual events, but will also participate in the 4x100-meter relay. However, upon reviewing Liu Ming's records, I found that he has never participated in a relay in any official competition. His breaking of the 100-meter record in the preliminaries remains an unexpected event for us. No one can guarantee that he will maintain that performance in international events. In the 4x100-meter relay, if we proceed with the current lineup, we stand a solid chance of securing at least a silver medal, with a considerable opportunity for gold. Yet, if we suddenly replace a team member with Liu Ming, who has no prior experience in the 4x100-meter relay, I fear we may not even secure a bronze medal. His arguments were compelling and fortified by a perspective that sought to avoid mistakes rather than achieve accolades. The collective nodding from the attendees, aside from the coach, indicated their newfound respect for Xiao Zhao. Ultimately, Director Li raised his teacup for a sip before decisively concluding. Let us proceed as the comrades have advised. Chapter 23. A curved path to salvation. Who can suppress me given Liu Ming's understanding of Director Li from the Athletics Management Center? This outcome was not particularly surprising. Noticing Su Si's distressed demeanor, he hastily attempted to lighten her mood with a mix of jest and reassurance. The official stance does possess some merit. Not sending me to compete ensures we secure a medal in the 4x100-meter relay. If I were to compete and fail to perform well, who would bear the responsibility? Su Si maintained a stern expression, replying, I am not concerned about your loss of opportunity at the Asian Championships. Given the current circumstances, your prospects of participating in next year's Tokyo Olympics appear rather bleak. Su Si paused momentarily and spoke with great seriousness. I have contemplated this, and we cannot simply swallow our pride. Otherwise, who can say what sort of mischief they may concoct during the Olympic selection process? Liu Ming pondered for a moment, recognizing that, at its core, competitive sports ultimately revolve around the supremacy of results. If you wish to prevent such scenarios from recurring, the simplest course of action would be to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Only then would he perhaps possess a voice of significance. The dilemma lies in the fact that recognition of achievement necessitates a grand stage, yet opportunities to substantiate his worth are sorely lacking. Su thought for a while. You have already performed admirably. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. This time, I shall not accompany you to Los Angeles. After 2 years away from home, if I do not return to pay a visit, the old man will undoubtedly lose his temper. Liu Ming nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Upon returning, please convey my regards to the elder. Should you require my cooperation in your endeavors, do not hesitate to reach out. He had indeed conducted some research on Su Si's background. Although the old master of the Su family had taken a step back, his influence remained significant. In a contest of wills, the stature of the Agricultural Management Center was hardly formidable in comparison. While it could not be assured that Su Si would emerge victorious, it was certain she could maintain her ground without faltering. Assessing the situation, choosing to endure in silence at this juncture was decidedly unwise. As the adage goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden. While enduring for a moment may not pose an issue, the concern lies in the potential for the adversary to escalate their actions. No need for that. Simply revel in the competition. Naturally, the better your performance on the field, the greater your prominence domestically. Thus, my position would be strengthened. In that moment, Su Si shed her previously feeble guise, fully embodying her inherent strength with remarkable fervor. Liu Ming smiled, acknowledging that with Anthony Davis sidelined due to injury, his chances of taking the court had significantly increased. In the previous matchup between the Lakers and the Clippers, Davis suffered an abdominal strain that forced him to exit the game. Recent reports indicate that he may be unavailable for 1 to 2 weeks. While no one wishes to see Davis injured, it inadvertently presents an opportunity for Liu Ming. As the team's primary scorer, Davis's prolonged absence would undoubtedly impact the Lakers adversely. Currently positioned 7th in the Western Conference, the Lakers are closely pursued by the Memphis Grizzlies, with a considerable gap of 35 wins separating them from the 6th-place Trailblazers. Should the Lakers' performance decline during Davis's absence, they may find themselves contending for a play-in spot, a scenario far from ideal for the franchise. Consequently, head coach Vogel has reached out to Pelinka, urgently requesting Liu Ming's immediate return to the team under the pretext of an unfulfilled 10-day contract. In the East, numerous Lakers fans have also received the news of Davis's impending absence, which naturally leads to thoughts of Liu Ming's stellar performance in the last game. Rumors from the airport have confirmed that Liu Ming boarded a flight to Los Angeles the day prior. Many basketball commentators eagerly seized this opportunity to analyze and predict Liu Ming's potential impact. One notable figure is Su Dongbei, a Bilibili content creator known for his unassuming appearance and down-to-earth Northeast dialect. His videos typically feature him seated at a small table with a cup that rarely sees any use, yet this simplicity lends a comedic charm to his vlogs. Upon the release of his latest video, it quickly garnered significant attention and praise from basketball enthusiasts. One viewer inquired about Liu Ming, prompting me to clarify that those familiar with my work know I am data-driven and excel at a scientific approach to the game. However, since Liu Ming has only participated in a single game, the sample size is insufficient for meaningful data analysis, rendering any scientific assessment impractical. Nonetheless, this does not impede my judgment and predictions regarding him. I find it challenging to believe that Liu Ming can maintain his extraordinary performance, primarily because he entered the last game during garbage time as a rookie. What does this imply? It suggests that not only do we, as fans, lack familiarity with his playstyle, but his opponents are also unacquainted with his game. As the fourth quarter progresses and the pace quickens, it is not unusual for Liu Ming to exploit openings and shine. However, once he becomes more prominent, opponents will undoubtedly begin to study and strategize against him. Unlike track and field sprints, basketball is a contact sport that requires tactical awareness. Therefore, whether Liu Ming can continue to excel will largely depend on his opponent's recognition of his abilities. However, it remains uncertain whether everyone has noticed that Liu Ming does not place significant emphasis on dribbling breakthroughs during the competition. Rather, he often positions himself and then takes a shot. His accuracy from beyond the arc, particularly with three-pointers, is remarkable, which is precisely the scoring element the Lakers have been lacking since Anthony Davis's injury. Therefore, with Liu Ming returning, it would be reasonable to see him brought into the game when the Lakers find themselves in a passive situation, in hopes of igniting a spark of momentum. However, to suggest that he will continue on a path of extraordinary performance may be somewhat unrealistic. Not to mention, his stamina may not be up to par. Liu Ming has just participated in several high-intensity 100-meter races and has now crossed oceans to reach Los Angeles. His physical condition may struggle to support his exceptional explosiveness. In other words, while opportunities for Liu Ming to play will certainly arise, whether he can perform at his peak remains an open question. Su Dongbei's video was just released 2 hours ago and has already garnered over 10,000 comments, the majority of which laud his predictive prowess. For whenever predictions emerge from his lips, they often face the harsh reality of being contradicted by the most scientifically detailed post-match statistics. Of course, there are also mindless admirers of Liu Ming. This group consists largely of multifaceted sports enthusiasts who not only cherish basketball, but also hold a keen interest in athletics. They are acutely aware of the formidable challenges associated with national and even Asian records in the 100 meters. Liu Ming has undeniably restored his honor with his unparalleled speed in a remarkable time of 9:89 seconds. Critics, of course, still exist, however. Due to Liu Ming's impressive performance on the track, the detractors seem to have been significantly diminished. There simply isn't a compelling reason to criticize him at present. Liu Ming, after all, has transitioned from another field and is not a professional athlete. For track and field athletes, excelling in basketball is of little significance. Moreover, Su Dongbei's analysis holds merit. Liu Ming is a human, not a deity. Ultimately, the issue of physical endurance cannot be circumvented. An athlete, regardless of extraordinary talent and exceptional skills, finds their potential wasted without the support of stamina. In other words, if Liu Ming's performance falls short of expectations, he can easily attribute it to the relentless competition that has adversely affected his condition, leaving critics with no grounds for disparagement. Chapter 24. The King of Stamina is terrifyingly impressive. Unbeknownst to Liu Ming, he returned to Los Angeles to first meet with General Manager Pelinka, only to be welcomed home by the illustrious LeBron James to help him adjust to the time difference. LeBron's residence boasts an astounding 7 bedrooms, a testament to his opulence. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, Liu Ming awakened, his entire body aching. The relentless high-intensity 100-meter races, coupled with the effects of jet lag, had left his physical condition quite poor at this moment. However, he found solace in the fact that he had secured gold in the finals, breaking the national record. The system rewarded him with 4 precious skill points. Without further ado, he decided to invest 1 point in the King of Stamina to test the waters. Liu Ming has long coveted this skill. However, witnessing his wealth diminish by half has left him in profound anguish. Since it is a passive skill, Liu Ming patiently waited for a while. Yet, the anticipated state of vigor and vitality never manifested. Could it be that he has fallen prey to the system's cunning? Is it necessary for this skill to be upgraded to a higher level in order to experience significant improvement? Liu Ming felt deeply frustrated by the system. However, sleep eluded him, so he decided to head to the training facility to regain his touch. At the training center, although the security guard was awakened by his presence, he voiced no complaints. On the contrary, he greeted Liu with great enthusiasm. "Liu, I heard you rejoined the team yesterday, and I couldn't be happier. That game-winning shot against the Warriors was absolutely spectacular. When will you sign an autograph for me?" This security guard was also a devoted Lakers fan, having spent the better part of his life working at the Lakers arena and training facilities. Liu Ming donned a cheerful smile and remarked, "Any time is fine." The security guard nodded, exclaiming, "Wonderful. I will come to find you shortly. Speaking of which, arriving so early to practice is truly commendable. I have only encountered one other individual as diligent as you. Do you know who that is?" Liu Ming replied without a moment's hesitation, "Kobe Bryant." In the NBA, the Black Mamba is renowned for his unwavering diligence. The security guard nodded and chuckled. "Keep it up, brother. I hope to witness a second Black Mamba in the near future." Liu Ming merely smiled, offering no words. The second Black Mamba, undoubtedly a symbol of glory. Yet, Liu Ming's future shall not be confined to such limits. He aspires to become a singular version of himself. Upon entering the training facility, he removed his jacket and commenced his warm-up. Liu Ming exerted himself to shoot the ball. Clang. A three-pointer missed. It seems that due to overexertion, the probability of the king of long shots hitting one of his 20 bad shots was triggered. Liu Ming exhibited no signs of discouragement, gritting his teeth and resolutely commencing his practice. After 2 hours, through sheer tenacity, he ultimately achieved his modest target of 1,000 shots. He then sank into a nearby chair, gasping for breath. His chest heaved violently, reminiscent of a bellows, and his entire body was already soaked in perspiration. Remarkably, however, when Liu Ming detached himself from the exertion, his recovery efficiency was astonishingly high, though a sense of mental fatigue lingered. The physical stamina depleted by the intense training was gradually replenishing at an unbelievable pace. Could it be that the recovery prowess of the Stamina King was exclusively effective for exhausted energy? If that were the case, it would imply that as long as one's willpower remained resolute, one could continuously push beyond limits and revel in it. In light of this, the 2 free skill points seemed exceedingly valuable. At that moment, the doors of the gym swung open with a clatter, and 2 figures emerged briskly, James and the burly security guard. Observing Liu Ming in such a fatigued state, James remarked, "Liu, while it is commendable for the youth to strive diligently, one must also exercise caution. Have you managed to get a full 8 hours of sleep?" Liu Ming promptly replied, "Boss, I can hold on." The security guard, holding 2 bottles of water and a hamburger, extended them towards Liu, saying, "Liu, you haven't had breakfast yet. This is for you." Liu Ming, not one to be impolite, nodded in gratitude. He devoured the hamburger in hearty bites and subsequently drank half a bottle of water. The security guard then presented him with a Lakers jersey and a marker. Liu Ming smiled as he signed his name for him. The security guard appeared quite pleased, saying, "Liu, when you become a superstar, I will surely sell this jersey online. It will fetch a handsome price." Liu Ming was momentarily speechless. The security guard erupted into laughter. "Jesting, how could I possibly sell the Lakers jersey?" After a few minutes of respite, they continued. Liu Ming was astonished to discover that his recently depleted stamina had astonishingly replenished itself. How little time had passed. The king of stamina was indeed extraordinary. As for mental fatigue, it was hardly worth considering. In the face of adversity, one must remember the hardships endured by the Red Army's 25,000. The people of the East are never short of indomitable willpower. With this thought in mind, Liu Ming rose, poised himself, and resumed his rigorous practice of sliding steps and lateral movements. What the Lakers truly lacked was a genuine 3D player, as defensive prowess was of paramount importance. LeBron observed Liu Ming's diligence, but said nothing, focusing instead on his own free throw practice. Only when he noticed Liu Ming's technical shortcomings did he offer guidance. Liu Ming naturally accepted the guidance. Unbeknownst to both of them, General Manager Pelinka had arrived at some point. He remained silent, arms crossed, quietly observing the duo's training from a corner. His gaze was profound and unwavering, leaving one to ponder the depths of his thoughts. At 9 o'clock, the remaining players gradually arrived, all awaiting Vogel to outline the day's training agenda. However, Liu Ming, transformed by the king of reactions, acutely sensed an unsettling presence. Instinctively glancing back, he indeed found the starting point guard, SCHR, fixated on him with evident hostility. Liu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, yet he soon clarified his thoughts. As Pelinka had previously remarked, the Lakers are currently rich in backcourt players. His sudden emergence might indeed place a certain amount of pressure on Schroeder, who has just returned from injury. In the realm of competition, when one excels remarkably, it naturally compresses the playing time of others. However, Liu Ming merely smiled serenely. The rise of one often comes at the expense of many. Such minor obstacles are merely stepping stones. Head coach Vogel arrived late, his expression far from cheerful. Everyone was already aware of AD's situation. The room fell silent, as the absence of Davis increased the pressure on the rotation players. Beyond merely earning playing time, their shooting and scoring responsibilities would also need to be shared. In other words, with Davis currently averaging 26.6 points per game, the combined scoring of the rotation players must also reach this figure. Otherwise, the team's performance is bound to decline. Coach Vogel glanced at Liu Ming and Schroeder as he outlined today's training regimen, a scrimmage. The teams were divided. LeBron, Liu Ming, Harrell, Caruso, and Pope on one side, and Drummond, Schroeder, Tucker, Gasol, and Morris on the other. The players perked up instantly. Scrimmages are far more engaging than routine drills. Moreover, they discerned the coach's strategic intentions behind the team selections. Indeed, Vogel's arrangement was purposeful. With Davis sidelined, he had deliberately brought back the extraordinary Liu Ming, aiming to leverage his exceptional perimeter shooting to devise alternative strategies. This situation would undoubtedly place psychological pressure on the recently recovered Schroeder. If such pressure cannot be transformed into competitive vigor, it could pose a significant risk during the game. The upcoming match against the Suns is critical. There can be no room for error. Vogel is determined to eliminate this hidden danger through a competitive match. As professional athletes, any grievances or disagreements ought to be resolved on the court. While this idea may not be the most optimal, it is presently the most economical and expedient solution. Within the meticulously crafted lineup that Vogel has devised, Caruso and Pope exhibit commendable defensive prowess. Although Harrell may lack in height, his ability to capitalize on scoring opportunities is formidable, providing space for James to operate in the paint. The addition of Liu Ming's sharpshooting from beyond the arc theoretically constitutes the most effective roster for the Lakers at this juncture. Nevertheless, the outcome hinges on Liu Ming's capacity to withstand pressure and seize his opportunity over SC Charter. Chapter 25. Internal challenge for the starting position. Upon hearing Vogel's team composition, SC Charter cast a glance at Liu Ming, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. In that moment, Liu Ming found himself enveloped by an overwhelming sense of joy. He never anticipated that his performance in a single game would earn him such esteem from Vogel. The intent behind this internal scrimmage suggests that if he can withstand the pressure from SC Charter, he might secure a starting position in the next game. What a delightful surprise this is. Initially, he thought that being called back urgently would merely afford him a few minutes to showcase his skills, and now, unexpected fortune has arrived so abruptly. Meanwhile, SC Charter, glancing at James, strode towards Liu Ming. You, Eastern compatriot, if you have the guts, let us match up. Let us wager a father-son duel. I'll show you who is the real daddy. In the face of such blatant provocation and insult, Liu Ming certainly could not indulge him. The fact that he could not even utter his father's name indicated a profound lack of discipline. Very well. I accept your challenge and shall teach you the essence of filial piety inherent in Chinese culture. Upon hearing this, Schroeder's pent-up frustration intensified. To his knowledge, players from the East typically exhibited a more docile demeanor, adhering to the principles of gentleness, propriety, frugality, and yielding. He had anticipated that a mere provocation would deter this individual, yet not only did he rise to the challenge, he insisted on a public wager within the team. It is worth noting that Schroeder aspired to a top-tier salary, when had a player on a mere short-term contract dared to act so brazenly before him. Thus, he resolved to show no mercy. Very well. It is settled then. The loser shall publicly call the winner father before the entire team. With that, he delivered his ultimatum and turned away. Liu Ming smiled faintly. He did not favor verbal sparring. However, when faced with provocation, one cannot simply endure. The match commenced swiftly after 20 minutes, with both teams participating in the jump ball. Following the jump, Schroeder seized the ball and advanced past the half-court line, directly seeking out Liu Ming. Gasol had initially intended to set a screen for him, yet Liu Ming waved his left hand, signaling for the younger Gasol to step aside. Subsequently, he beckoned to Liu Ming with a playful gesture, saying, "Son, come here. Father has arrived." Liu Ming approached without a hint of hesitation, firmly planting his feet in a defensive stance. Since there were those eager to provoke a challenge, he deemed it only fitting to oblige. At that moment, SC Charter charged forward with the ball, prompting the other players to wisely retreat, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. A confident smirk adorned SC Charter's face, tinged with a hint of arrogance. He had always possessed unwavering faith in his ability to maneuver through defenses. Within the league, aside from the elite defenders, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of thwarting his advances. His ability to break through defenses was, after all, a cornerstone of his prowess. Suddenly, he accelerated to the right, intent on breaking past Liu Ming. Dismissing Liu Ming with disdain, he felt no need for intricate footwork or evasive maneuvers. In his mind, a mere surge of speed would leave this Eastern compatriot utterly bewildered. However, just as he took a step to the right, Liu Ming, with an almost prophetic instinct, sidestepped a step, perfectly positioning himself in the path of his opponent's advance. Schroeder, unable to halt his momentum, collided directly with Liu Ming. This impact caused the ball to slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, Caruso, quick-witted and agile, seized the opportunity, darting towards the front court before executing a flawless slam dunk. On the sidelines, Vogel's eyes lit up at this spectacle. As a coach, he astutely recognized the brilliance of Liu Ming's defense. It was not merely a matter of competitive experience or anticipatory awareness. It resembled an instinctual response of the body. The sheer swiftness of his physical reaction created an illusion of foresight. For a defensive player, such an innate talent is undoubtedly a rare gem. In the subsequent play, Schroeder once again took control of the ball. Liu Ming continued to defend steadfastly. Having faced defeat previously, Schroeder was now hesitant to utter any trash talk. In his repertoire of dribbling techniques, he had incorporated directional changes. However, at its core, his maneuvering relied predominantly on his speed to penetrate defenses. Little did Schroeder anticipate that his prideful agility would pose no threat whatsoever in the presence of Liu Ming. After being enhanced by the king of reaction skill, Liu Ming's response time at the 100-meter dash was astonishingly reduced by 0.1 seconds. This is no trivial matter. The spectators watched as Liu Ming once again took a lateral step, swiftly positioning himself directly in front of Schroeder. In that moment, Schroeder pivoted on his left foot, intending to turn with his back facing Liu Ming. However, just as he pulled the ball to his side, Liu Ming suddenly sidestepped forcefully to the rear, once again positioning himself in the path of Schroeder's advance. With no other option, Schroeder reluctantly retreated to the midfield. After creating some distance, he accelerated towards Liu Ming. As he approached Liu Ming's left side, he unexpectedly executed a low-level change of direction, astonishingly continuing his breakthrough from the right. Being of shorter stature, Schroeder's speed was his forte, which made his sudden shift in direction appear even more rapid. In typical circumstances, few in the league could effectively counter such a maneuver. However, Liu Ming seemed to have anticipated this move, establishing a defensive stance well in advance. It was as if he held the upper hand, rendering Schroeder's efforts futile. With a resounding thud, Schroeder collided once more with Liu Ming. Liu Ming fell backward. Beside him, Vogel's eyes gleamed with an imperceptible light. The whistle blew, signaling an offensive foul. The possession changed hands. It was now Liu Ming's team's turn to attack. James advanced with the ball. Liu Ming continually maneuvered through the front court, weaving around screens with finesse. Schroeder, having been thwarted twice in succession by Liu Ming, felt his frustration intensify. As he chased Liu Ming, he shouted defiantly, "You shall not score over me." Liu Ming skillfully maneuvered around 3 screens, successfully creating a 2-step separation from Schroeder. He positioned himself at the bottom corner of the right 3-point line. Liu Ming received a pass from James and rose to take the shot. Swish. The 3-pointer was successful. SC Charger muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Absolutely no second chances." He sought the ball once more to attack. The others continued to cooperate, providing the duo with an opportunity for a one-on-one. This time, SC Charger had learned his lesson and approached the game with heightened seriousness. In his drive, he incorporated a myriad of technical maneuvers, executing a series of low dribbles complemented by shoulder fakes. Yet, Liu Ming remained unfazed, rendering SC Charger akin to a comical jester. In desperation, SC Charger prepared for a sudden jump shot, appearing intent on relying solely on his instinct to outmaneuver Liu Ming. Liu Ming promptly stepped forward to disrupt, ever ready to leap for a block. Schroeder, realizing he had finally outsmarted Liu Ming, felt a surge of joy within. With a swift motion, he executed a Buddha's palm move, gliding past Liu Ming with remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, even the league's finest defenders found themselves momentarily bewildered. However, Liu Ming's exceptional physical reflexes once again proved advantageous. As Schroeder initiated his dribble drive following the Buddha's palm maneuver, Liu Ming retracted his jump and, with remarkable agility, swiftly sidestepped and laterally moved 2 significant steps to closely shadow Schroeder. Unable to completely evade Liu Ming, Schroeder was forced to make a challenging shot while off balance, attempting a one-handed layup. Yet, Liu Ming's extraordinary reflexes were not to be underestimated. He leapt, arm extended, executing a classic volleyball spike. In that instant, silence enveloped the arena, leaving only the sound of the basketball bouncing outside the court. Chapter 26. The terrifying reflexes. Good heavens. How is he capable of this? A monster indeed. To keep up like this is utterly unfathomable. Both the offensive and defensive teams stood in disbelief, gazing at Liu Ming. The impact of that monumental block left them utterly astounded. Liu Ming's extraordinary reflexes left them in utter disbelief. His lateral movements allowed him to keep pace with Schroeder's direct drives. Even when Schroeder leaned in for a layup, Liu Ming astonishingly managed to match him. This was beyond human capability. It was divine. Vogel, too, was taken aback. Having coached in both the Eastern and Western conferences for many years, he had encountered numerous talented players. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone with a reaction speed as remarkable as Liu Ming's. LeBron, meanwhile, appeared contemplative. Earlier that morning, he had observed Liu Ming diligently practicing his lateral defensive skills and had even offered some advice. To his surprise, what seemed like rudimentary technique transformed into an impressive defensive prowess when amplified by Liu Ming's exceptional talent. LeBron couldn't help but reflect on his own chances of successfully evading Liu Ming if he were to handle the ball. Schroeder, having been thwarted by a resounding block from Liu Ming, sat bewildered on the floor, watching the basketball bounce outside the court, lost in confusion. Liu Ming gazed down at the disheartened Schroeder, shaking his head. Is this all? The essence of yin-yang language lies in expressing profound disdain and insult with the simplest of words. My apologies. In his previous life, Liu Ming achieved early success, later mastering this skill through self-study, ultimately reaching its pinnacle. Had it not been for this, he would not have suffered malicious fouls from opponents, which led to his premature retirement due to injuries. Indeed, the moment before, when Schroeder was lost in thought, he was suddenly incensed by Liu Ming's provocation. Fuck. Just you wait. Following this, Schroeder once again seized the ball, challenging Liu Ming to a one-on-one duel. Liu Ming, with his formidable physical reflexes, showcased an array of lateral movements. Despite Schroeder's swift pace, he found it nearly impossible to penetrate Liu's steadfast defense, risking being overwhelmed. Frustration gnawed at him, leading to clenched teeth. Vogel, observing Liu Ming's impenetrable guarding, could not help but feel a surge of excitement, considering Liu's exceptional defensive prowess. If a few counterattack strategies were devised, it would undoubtedly leave the Suns in dire straits in the forthcoming match. On the court, the tides of offense and defense shifted. It was Liu Ming's team's turn to attack. Schroeder roared like an enraged lion, a display of his unwavering determination. Realizing he could not breach the defense, he resolved to stymie this young player from the East. However, such aspirations proved too optimistic, as reality often diverges from expectation. Schroeder endeavored to trail Liu Ming. Yet Liu was akin to a professional sprinter, his explosive speed overwhelming. Furthermore, Schroeder was not particularly renowned for his defensive skills. Consequently, whether in positioning or navigating screens, Schroeder struggled to keep pace, panting heavily while failing to even catch a glimpse of the action. Any lapse in defense risked creating a significant opening. Liu Ming's precision from beyond the arc surpasses even that of several points. Schroeder finds himself in a state of utter helplessness. Yet what can he do? He is unable to penetrate the defense, nor can he effectively guard against it. This situation is simply insurmountable. However, Schroeder refuses to concede defeat to this Eastern adversary. He is determined to make one final stand. Thus, as LeBron James initiates an offensive play, Schroeder boldly challenges Liu Ming, daring him to forego the screen and engage in a straightforward one-on-one duel. Liu Ming listened, shaking his head in resignation. He truly had the audacity. Schroeder felt as though he might spew blood from his heart. However, Liu Ming did not attempt to reposition himself around the screens. Instead, he stood firmly beyond the three-point line, extending his hand to request the ball. Schroeder remained steadfastly pressed against Liu Ming's back. Having observed Liu Ming's previous game, he was aware that Liu Ming possessed little to no ability to drive with the ball. Thus, he believed that by effectively blocking Liu Ming's position, he would render Liu Ming quite uncomfortable. Upon seeing Liu Ming actively calling for the ball, James flashed a grin and passed it over. Liu Ming turned slightly, gradually pivoting to face Schroeder, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Just as Schroeder was about to unleash a stream of trash talk, Liu Ming leaped effortlessly into the air. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with unerring precision. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Schroeder felt a weight settle in his heart. Meanwhile, several teammates nearby erupted in cheers for Liu Ming, exclaiming, "Nice! Incredible!" to Schroeder. These accolades were akin to a public rebuke. The next round was about to unfold. Liu Ming once again received the ball near the three-point line at a 45-degree angle, facing off against Schroeder. This time, Schroeder was wholly focused, vigorously attempting to disrupt Liu Ming's shot. However, Liu Ming had no intention of engaging in any tricks. Rising effortlessly above Schroeder's outstretched hands, he executed a clean jump shot. Swish. Once again, he struck true from beyond the arc. Liu Ming, taking advantage of a height difference of at least 5 centimeters and bolstered by his extraordinary jumping skills, brazenly bullies others. Schroeder, on the other hand, finds himself in a state of utter helplessness, facing not only a disadvantage in height but also in leaping ability. Liu Ming's vertical leap, upon visual estimation, undoubtedly surpassed 120 centimeters. Is this truly human? Schroeder quickly realized that whenever he failed to effectively contest Liu Ming during his jump, he could only watch helplessly as Liu Ming executed his shots over him, one after another, adroitly, with an astonishing 3-point shooting rate of 4 out of 5 attempts. An 80 accuracy is indeed remarkable. His teammates gazed in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Coach Vogel, too, found himself brimming with suppressed excitement. This leap resembled that of a second Carter, while his 3-point accuracy paralleled that of a second Curry. For perimeter players, if Liu Ming could consistently maintain such form, the Lakers' upcoming match against the Suns would become significantly more manageable. In another possession, Schroeder remained unconvinced. He understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he could not contain Liu Ming. Thus, he altered his defensive strategy. Indeed, he employed off-ball defense, determined to prevent Liu Ming from receiving the ball. He adhered closely to Liu Ming, providing him with no opportunity to catch the ball easily. Faced with such an adversary, Liu Ming was left speechless. How ironic. It was you who proposed the one-on-one challenge when you couldn't keep up with my speed. Now, you won't even let me receive the ball. What kind of one-on-one is this? Nevertheless, in pursuit of a decisive resolution, Liu Ming resolved to unleash his ultimate move. As Schroeder observed Liu Ming cross midcourt, he sprinted forward with fervor, extending his hand to request the ball from his teammate. Caruso passed the ball to Liu Ming, who, at that moment, found Schroeder had caught up. With his legs spread wide, Schroeder firmly obstructed Liu Ming's path to the basket, his expression grave, his gaze intense. He vowed to deny Liu Ming any opportunity to approach the 3-point line. Unfortunately for Schroeder, Liu Ming had no intention of driving in. The same formula was at play once again. After receiving the ball, Liu Ming executed a feigned gesture reminiscent of a prayer, as if poised to unleash a long-range 3-pointer over Schroeder's head. Observing this, Schroeder, caught momentarily off guard, swiftly closed the distance to apply pressure. However, Liu Ming had no intention of taking a shot. After all, such a distant 3-pointer could only be savored when he stepped into the logo at center court, where the famed logo king bonus would enhance his accuracy. Therefore, Liu Ming dribbled backward with great force until both feet were firmly planted within the center circle. Seizing the moment before Schroeder could react, he released the ball in a swift motion. Lacking sufficient power in his arms, he pushed the ball forward. A wave of realization washed over Schroeder. How could he have forgotten this maneuver? The damage was substantial, and the humiliation of a logo 3-pointer was palpable. Liu Ming had employed this tactic in the previous game, but the ball was already airborne, leaving no time for a block. Moreover, one must be utterly reckless to defend against a logo 3-pointer with such intensity. Chapter 27. The logo 3-pointer that leaves you in despair. Schroeder quickly turned around, only to witness the basketball tracing a high arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net, creating a splash of white waves. An eruption of cheers resounded from his teammates. My goodness! A logo 3-pointer. Oh God, did it really go in? Liu, stop bullying us from Earth and return to your Mars. His teammates were elated, celebrating as if it were a festive occasion, their exuberance spilling over in a torrent of extravagant expressions. Meanwhile, Schroeder leaned on his knees, panting heavily. It wasn't fatigue that ailed him. He still had the energy to run and jump. He was simply overwhelmed by the setback. TMD, they had defended all the way to the center circle. Liu Ming, that brute, astonishingly managed to hit a 3-pointer from the logo. Schroeder could not help but ask himself, what more could he possibly do? At that moment, the team leader, LeBron James, finally approached. He gently patted Schroeder on the shoulder, offering silent reassurance with a nod. As the captain of the team, he must ensure that the morale among his players remains unshaken. It is essential to foster an environment where everyone feels included. Schroeder made no response. He wearily stood up and trudged toward the sidelines in despondence. Vogel, witnessing this scene, found himself deep in contemplation. Since Schroeder had failed to secure a victory, he had nothing to articulate. Thus, it was time to consider Liu Ming for a starting position in the upcoming games. Moreover, Tactical strategies tailored for Liu Ming should be devised. Fast breaks and three-point shots. The strategies centered around him need not be overly complicated. Ultimately, this internal scrimmage concluded with Liu Ming triumphantly defeating Schroeder, unexpectedly earning the starting position in the next match against the Suns. As for the father-son narrative of recognition, it was merely a jest. Although Liu Ming does not harbor racial discrimination, his aesthetic preferences lean towards the enchanting beauty of classical Eastern figures, such as Su Si. The following day marks the day of the competition. Liu Ming refrained from additional training, focusing primarily on rest. In the morning, he participated in light training alongside the team, which did not significantly tax his stamina. After all, he was slated to start in the match, a contest marked by fierce competition and hefty responsibilities. At this juncture, the priority was to recuperate as much energy as possible. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the match was on the verge of commencing. Their adversary was none other than the rival Suns, who had eliminated the Lakers the previous year, rendering them the first reigning champions to be ousted in the first round, a record steeped in humiliation. Hence, the entire Lakers squad was brimming with a desire for vengeance, particularly their star player, LeBron James. Since last year's early exit, he had endured considerable ridicule from both NBA legends and countless netizens alike. Though tonight's encounter was merely a regular season game, LeBron was resolute in his desire not to suffer another defeat. With half an hour remaining before the game, the starting lineup would only be revealed 10 minutes prior to the tip-off, leaving fans unaware that Liu Ming had secured a position on the Lakers' starting roster. Meanwhile, in the NBA live stream from the East, fans engaged in fervent discussions. Would Liu Ming receive playing time? The prospects appeared quite favorable, with Anthony Davis sidelined. The Lakers' Twin Tower strategy was rendered ineffective, necessitating unconventional tactics for a victory, and Liu Ming emerged as Vogel's secret weapon. It was inconceivable that the Lakers would summon Liu Ming merely to serve as a water boy. Alas, there was hope that when he took the court, he would perform splendidly and conjure a miracle. Indeed, it had been far too long since our nation had produced a player capable of brilliance and explosive talent. Naturally, detractors also resurfaced. I've had my fill of mindless praise. The brief 10-day contract had yet to be fulfilled. Bringing Liu Ming back was merely a routine maneuver. Do they think the capitalist's money is so easily earned? It's time to stop deluding oneself. With Davis absent, it was likely that Paul and Booker would dismantle the Lakers in the first 2 quarters, leaving only garbage time for Liu Ming to pad his stats. This was the script the capitalists had long ago penned. The individual above was spot on. I heard that Liu Ming's record-breaking 100 meters was disqualified from the Asian Games due to improper conduct. Why? Clearly, the authorities detected the influence of foreign capitalists behind him. Someone immediately countered, "Enough with the conspiracy theories. Must you always provoke World War III? It's tiresome." In this match, the host in the live stream was Kulan, accompanied by female anchor Mina, with the renowned commentator Yang Ji as a guest analyst. Kulan initiated the discourse, posing the question to Mina before the match starts. "Do you believe Liu Ming will shine if he gets playing time?" Mina jested, "I neither wish to see the Lakers lose, nor do I want to miss the opportunity for Liu Ming to showcase his prowess. My sentiments are quite conflicted." Her words elicited hearty laughter from Kulan, as it seemed clear that Mina understood Liu Ming would likely only see action during garbage time. Alas, though reluctant to acknowledge it, this was the harsh reality. Yang interjected, stating that with Davis sidelined for the match, the Lakers would have to rely heavily on the veteran James. Conversely, although Paul was playing through an injury, Booker was in exceptional form. If all went as anticipated, the Lakers would likely struggle in the first 2 quarters. Thus, ample time remained for Liu Ming, and it was contingent upon him to seize the opportunity and orchestrate another miraculous comeback through his individual brilliance. While the likelihood of such a turnaround was exceedingly slim, as compatriots, we were nonetheless eager to witness his performance on the grand NBA stage. Kulan nodded in agreement, remarking that the starting lineups for both teams had been revealed. It would be intriguing to see how Vogel would strategize in the absence of the Twin Towers. James, Drummond, Pope, Caruso, and Liu Ming. Wait a moment. Am I seeing things? It's not the diminutive Schroeder, but Liu Ming. Our very own Liu Ming is starting. Upon seeing the Lakers starting lineup, both Yang and Mina were filled with astonishment. Indeed, our Liu Ming is in the starting 5. This was utterly unexpected. It appeared that Liu Ming's remarkable performance in the previous game had completely won over Vogel and James, thereby captivating the entire Lakers team. After the initial shock, Viewers began to flood the comments section with excitement. Ming is incredible, starting after just one game. Our Ming is phenomenal, truly bringing pride to our nation. I thought he wouldn't even see the court until garbage time. Yet the Americans value him so highly that a 10-day contract player has pushed Schroeder aside. The NBA stage is indeed ruthless. Everything is dictated by merit, leaving no room for hierarchy based on tenure. Unbeknownst to when this sentiment began to take shape, the discussion in the live stream quickly turned to unspoken grievances. How tragic it is that a record-breaking sprinter is overlooked for national selection yet finds himself starting in the NBA. It's disheartening for our Ming. A gem will shine no matter where it is. I fear that if our national team fails to recognize his talent, we may lose this sprinting marvel entirely. One must wonder why Ming would even pursue athletics when he could thrive in the NBA. This thought brought to mind one of Mina's famous sayings: "Brothers, line up and join me in dominating the screen." Following that, a flurry of synchronized comments began to flood in. Thank you for the nation's oversight. Chapter 28. Our Liu Ming takes the court as a starter as Kulan keenly sensed the situation spiraling into chaos. She swiftly intervened. While the starting position was indeed commendable, a moment of reflection was necessary to consider whether Liu Ming could truly deliver. After posing the question, Kulan discreetly gestured to Yang for support. Without hesitation, Yang responded, in light of the Lakers' inability to utilize the Twin Tower strategy, it is imperative to enhance their perimeter scoring capabilities. The three-point shooting has been a significant issue for the Lakers since last season, a problem that has persisted into this one. Pop has been inconsistent, while Caruso and Kuzma occasionally manage a couple of decent shots. To regard their long-range shooting as a secret weapon is evidently a delusion. As for Schroeder, his three-point shooting is equally unreliable. It is clear that Vogel hopes Liu Ming will rise to the occasion in this match. However, Liu Ming faces considerable challenges, following his explosive performance in the previous game. The Suns will undoubtedly devise targeted defensive strategies against him. Kulan then remarked, moreover, whether Liu Ming's stamina can sustain such an explosive performance is a significant concern. Coach Young nodded, acknowledging that the competition in the NBA is indeed fiercely intense, resulting in substantial physical toll on the players. Even star players often struggle to complete the entire game, let alone Liu Ming, who recently expended considerable energy and stamina running 100 meters. Kulan countered, "This is something we can all anticipate. Does Vogel not take this into consideration?" Coach Young chuckled and shook his head, asserting that relying on sheer willpower for a short period is manageable, but stamina issues may not arise until the third or fourth quarter. Perhaps Vogel hopes that Liu Ming can shatter the Suns' morale in the early stages of the match. Conversely, if the Suns withstand the initial onslaught, the Lakers may find themselves at a loss, forced to concede the game. Of course, all of this hinges on whether Liu Ming can live up to the Lakers' trust and continue his three-point legend during the game. As the match is about to commence, it is a pivotal clash for the Lakers at home against the Suns, a battle for redemption. Fans eagerly filled the stands. However, when the starting lineups were displayed on the large screen, a wave of bewilderment swept through the crowd. Lakers supporters were left perplexed, unable to comprehend Vogel's decision to start the young player. Although Liu Ming had exhibited a miraculous performance against the Warriors, single-handedly turning the tide, entrusting him with a starting role after just one game seemed excessively ambitious. It was evident that Vogel's somewhat hasty decision would invite criticism from Lakers fans, including the renowned celebrity supporter, Jack Nicholson. As the most illustrious fan of the Lakers, he rarely misses their games. His esteemed status among fans and considerable influence are invaluable to the Lakers, as his presence in the front rows silently pressures the referees. Thus, the old gentleman is a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, he can be a formidable ally, yet if mishandled, he risks causing significant harm. At this moment, the elder's gaze swiftly shifted from the grand screen to Liu Ming, adorned in the number 11 jersey. Having followed the Lakers for many years, he has witnessed the team's rise and fall. This season, due to James's advancing age and Davis's frequent injuries, the Lakers' standing has not been commendable. However, following the game against the Warriors, a glimmer of hope seems to have emerged, all thanks to this young talent from the East. The Lakers' struggles this season can be attributed to injuries and LeBron's decline, which undoubtedly are two significant factors. Additionally, their dismal three-point shooting percentage plays a crucial role in their performance. If the Lakers can rectify their issues beyond the arc, their prospects may yet be promising. Currently, Liu Ming may very well become a pivotal figure in enhancing the Lakers' performance from long range. Of course, These considerations do not justify Vogel's hasty decision to rely on Liu Ming, unless this young man can exceed expectations and perform remarkably. Vogel may find himself in a precarious position. As the warm-up concluded, Vogel smiled at Liu Ming and said, "Liu, transform that pressure into a driving force for scoring. I believe in your capabilities." Liu Mingzhong nodded emphatically, fully aware that the coach's decision to utilize him came with a burden of considerable scrutiny. The team leader, James, also encouraged him, saying, "Brother, you must rise to the occasion." To which he replied, "Leader, you can place your trust in me." Liu Ming gazed upon the colossal arena, capable of accommodating over 20,000 spectators, and thought of Su Si, who was tirelessly advocating for him across the ocean, fueling a fierce determination within him. The match commenced. Ding! The task of the event was accomplished. Reward skill, King of Free Throws. King of Free Throws. Free throw accuracy elevated to 95. Court task 1. Execute 3 perfect blocks. The whistle blew, and the Lakers won the jump ball, gaining the first offensive possession. The Suns employed a zonal defense. As LeBron dribbled past the half-court line, he found no opportunity to drive into the paint. Meanwhile, Liu Ming navigated around a screen, emerging into an open space. Seizing the moment, he received the ball at the arc and took the shot. Clang! Regrettably, the three-pointer missed. Turning back, Booker capitalized on a brilliant assist from Paul, sinking a mid-range jumper. The second round ensued. Liu Ming once again capitalized on his initial speed advantage, seizing a fleeting opportunity. He took a three-point shot. Alas, the shot clanged off the rim. Liu Ming shook his head, possibly due to mental fatigue or the pressure of being a starter. His shooting touch at the beginning was frigid. However, this was to be expected. Although the king of long shots boasted an impressive overall shooting percentage of 80, a lack of competitive form could inevitably heighten the likelihood of missed shots. Yet, the more one struggles with their shooting, the more resolute they must remain in their attempts. Should a shooter waver, defeat becomes a foregone conclusion. Turning to offense, the Suns orchestrated a play, and Brother Powell landed a three-pointer. The score was 5-0, indicating a rather unfortunate start for the day. However, the situation on the court continued to deteriorate. The Suns' zone defense posed significant challenges for James as he attempted to penetrate the paint. The key to breaking through such a defense lies in either hitting outside three-pointers or seizing opportunities for quick counterattacks. Unfortunately, the Lakers failed to mount any semblance of a decent counterattack on 2 consecutive occasions, instead allowing the Suns to capitalize on defensive lapses. Booker subsequently sank 2 three-pointers, and Paul added a 2-pointer. Meanwhile, Liu Ming's shooting remained cold as ice, missing 3 consecutive shots. It seemed as though the rim itself would be bent out of shape. Fortunately, James rose to the occasion and nailed a three-pointer. In a mere 3 minutes, the Lakers found themselves in a dire situation. Trailing 3-13 with a 10-point deficit, Coach Vogel of the Lakers promptly called for a timeout. In the Eastern NBA Live broadcast room, the comments were rife with criticism. What a disgrace. 3 shots, all misses, and this guy is still a starter? Liu Ming, come back. Don't embarrass yourself abroad. The verdict was in. Liu Ming was neither here nor there, merely a mule in the game. Chapter 29. The explosive start from the iron shots. Mina was anxiously stamping her feet. The Lakers appeared disoriented at the start, and Liu Ming had transformed into a blacksmith. She was genuinely alarmed. When the camera panned to her, she was quietly muttering, "What kind of performance is this?" Kulon wore a serious expression, as the scene mirrored last year's events. Were the Lakers about to be overwhelmed by the Suns in the first quarter once again? Coach Young pulled out his clipboard. Recalling how last year, in the first quarter, Booker had made 6 out of 6 three-point attempts, racking up an astounding 22 points. Today, in just 3 minutes, Booker had already contributed 2 three-pointers and 1 two-pointer, single-handedly scoring 8 points. He was dominating the Lakers' entire lineup. Given this trajectory, it seemed the Lakers were on the verge of complete collapse. Kulon nodded, stating, "Now it's up to Vogel to make adjustments." Will he take Liu Ming out as a response? Coach Young pondered, "It's possible. A shooter must maintain focus and composure. They must never let frustration take over. Once they force a shot, their confidence will only continue to erode." Upon the Lakers' return from a timeout, Vogel showed no intention of substituting Liu Ming. Instead, he instructed other players to assist KCP in double-teaming Booker. This situation further exacerbated the already tense mood of the vigilant young player who had been keenly observing the coach's expressions. Containing Booker's performance was one challenge, but facing the Suns' zone defense presented a different dilemma altogether. Aside from their three-point shooting, the Lakers lacked a substantial strategy moving forward. Vogel was weighing his options, contemplating whether to encourage the seasoned LeBron James to adopt a more aggressive driving approach. However, with the opposition collapsing defensively around the rim, James's effectiveness in penetrating would undoubtedly diminish. A forceful drive not only risks a lower shooting percentage, but also increases the likelihood of injury. Thus, in the end, the team would inevitably have to rely on Liu Ming's three-point shooting prowess. Perceiving Vogel's shifting mindset, James turned to Liu Ming and inquired, "Liu, how do you feel? Are you still willing to take the shot?" Liu Ming nodded, affirming his intent to shoot. Upon witnessing Liu Ming's resolute response, both James and Vogel felt a sense of relief. Their greatest concern had been that Liu Ming might lose his confidence in shooting due to a few missed three-pointers. It now appeared that Liu Ming possessed a resilient spirit. Vogel nodded in acknowledgement, advising Liu, "When you take the court, maintain your style of play. Should an opportunity arise, do not hesitate. Additionally, fortify your defense." Liu Ming nodded, then remarked, "Coach, please allow me to match up against Devin Booker." Vogel cast a glance at Booker of the Suns, pondering for a moment. Currently, Booker was on fire. Even with KCP's tight defense and the additional pressure from his teammates, it seemed unlikely that they could stifle his performance, particularly his precise three-point shooting, which often caught opponents off guard. If left unchallenged, his rhythm would only intensify. Should he fully unleash his potential, the Suns might indeed replicate last year's formidable momentum. Moreover, Liu Ming was also an exceptional three-point shooter, with similar playing styles and thought processes as Booker. Additionally, Liu possessed remarkable quick reflexes. If he were to face Booker directly, it might yield surprising results. Most critically, Liu's unwavering determination suggested he might have a unique approach. Enlightened by this thought, Vogel nodded in agreement. "Then give it a try. Should it prove ineffective, we shall adjust." Merely 3 minutes into the game, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 10 points. The home crowd at Staples Center was reminded of last year's encounter when Booker had started the game with 6 consecutive three-pointers. Shortly thereafter, the Lakers had crumbled, suffering a disheartening defeat. The discerning fans were unwilling to witness a repeat of that dismal spectacle on their home turf. Their frustrations were directed squarely at Coach Vogel. The stands erupted with disdainful shouts. "Vogel, you will ultimately pay for your foolish decisions. What is that number 11 doing? It's utterly disgraceful. I spent so much money just to watch him miss shots. Damn it. Did Vogel accept a bribe from that player to secure his starting position?" Of course, there were also many rational fans who believed that only if Liu's three-pointers began to fall could the Lakers be salvaged. But the enigmatic Liu, what were you waiting for? On the court, the Lakers initiated their offense. Liu Ming finally matched up against Devin Booker. His heart began to simmer with fervor. Since his debut in the NBA, Devin Booker has established himself as a relentless scoring machine. He once scored over 56 points in consecutive games, effortlessly tying the record for the most points scored in consecutive games by a player under 20, previously set by Kevin Durant. Furthermore, he became the youngest player in NBA history to achieve 500 three-pointers. He has scored over 70 points in a single game and has recorded back-to-back games with over 50 points. It is only when facing such formidable opponents that Liu Ming's competitive spirit is ignited, causing his body to surge with exhilaration. At this moment, Liu Ming and Booker locked eyes, their battle intent ignited. Booker was well aware of Liu Ming's miraculous performance in the previous game against the Warriors. However, at the start, Liu Ming's shooting touch was cold, and his magic was absent, leading Booker to dismiss him as a threat. In this play, the Suns continued to employ a zone defense. Liu Ming deftly maneuvered around his defender, swiftly creating an opening beyond the three-point arc. He effortlessly received a pass from James, and without the slightest hesitation, he took the shot. Swish. The delightful sound resonated. The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. Liu Ming shook his hands, feeling a sense of relief as he exclaimed, "At last, it has begun." The audience erupted into cheers once again. Observing this, Devin Booker chose to take control of the ball, under the circumstances of Chris Paul's chronic back injury. As the star player of the Suns and the heir to the team's leadership, he felt compelled to respond. Moreover, he was currently on fire, and thus, a three-pointer was only fitting. At this moment, Liu Ming could easily surmise his intentions. Without hesitation, he took his position to confront him directly, facing Liu Ming. Booker did not attempt to evade. With a height of 198 centimeters, he towered over Liu Ming by several centimeters, believing himself to possess a significant advantage. He leapt effortlessly before Liu Ming and executed a pull-up three-pointer. As a three-point shooter, he regarded even Curry with disdain, let alone a mere yellow-skinned individual from the East. The commentary was provided by the Lakers' home team announcer, who naturally exhibited a bias in favor of the Lakers. Observing Booker preparing to shoot, he shook his head and exclaimed, "Oh no, Devin Booker is going for the pull-up." However, before he could finish his sentence, Liu Ming has already leapt into action. With a powerful push off the ground, he defies the force of gravity, soaring into the air. A fleeting glance reveals the surroundings. And with a sudden sweep of his left hand, the trajectory of the basketball is altered instantaneously. The commentator's words falter mid-sentence, transformed by the moment. A flawless block. Booker's three-pointer has been thwarted by Liu Ming. Liu Ming's rejection. Oh no, it is a brilliant assist. Meanwhile, Caruso stands at the side, ready as the ball descends from above. Receiving it with utmost ease, he swiftly initiates a counterattack. Kuzma has already sprinted to the front court and effortlessly completes a dunk, narrowing the gap to 5 points. The crowd erupts in jubilant celebration at this thrilling display. Chapter 30. The Wade-like block of the Flash in the next play. The Suns regroup. After Paul dribbles past half court, he can palpably sense the mounting frustration emanating from Booker, who has just been on the receiving end of an indisputable rejection from the Lakers' number 11. Naturally, Booker is eager to reclaim his honor. This desire has nothing to do with his mental state. As a star player, it is imperative to respond to the challenge posed by an unknown rival. Paul is acutely aware of the importance of allowing Booker to reclaim his footing and quickly passes him the ball, gesturing for others to clear the space. It becomes a one-on-one showdown between Booker and Liu Ming. This time, Booker has wised up. Rather than attempting a direct shot, he suddenly dribbles to the right, seemingly aiming to outpace Liu Ming with his speed. Liu Ming's body instinctively reacted, taking a small step back. Simultaneously, Booker executed an urgent retreat, leaping beyond the three-point arc. He then raised his hand to shoot a three-pointer. However, Liu Ming, displaying remarkable reflexes, lunged forward just as Booker lifted the ball, enveloping both the player and the ball in a decisive block. The commentators were left in stunned silence. It was a Flash Wade-style rejection. Dwayne Wade, known as Flash, is celebrated for his explosive and visually captivating blocks. How could Liu Ming be so swift? It was astonishing. Booker, too, was momentarily bewildered. Logically, his earlier feint and retreat should have effectively shaken off his defender. How could he still be blocked? In truth, when Chris Paul's pass prompted Liu Ming to engage in a one-on-one with Booker, he had already anticipated that Booker would attempt a three-pointer. If the roles had been reversed and Liu Ming had just been blocked, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, while it appeared that he had been faked out, he had actually prepared himself for the forward lunge. Coupled with his exceptional physical reflexes and the enhanced blocking prowess granted by his defensive skills, he successfully thwarted Booker's shot. Of course, Liu Ming's gamble carried inherent risks. Had Booker opted not to shoot from the three-point range, he would likely have successfully penetrated the defense. However, in the realm of basketball, there are no what-ifs. After executing the block, Liu Ming swiftly dribbled the ball down the court, with Paul trailing behind, head down, and gritting his teeth in pursuit. Yet, due to his slow start and inability to match Liu Ming's pace, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary speed of his opponent. Faced with an unguarded backcourt, Liu Ming's mind raced with possibilities. Should he leap from the free throw line for a thunderous dunk to energize the fans? Initially intending to execute an impressive dunk from the free throw line, he ultimately reconsidered. Although a dunk would be spectacular, it would expend far more energy than a simple shot. Moreover, after years of abstaining from dunking, the thought of missing would be utterly embarrassing. Thus, as he approached the three-point line while dribbling, he opted for a steady three-point shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the gap to a mere 2 points. The crowd erupted in cheers, the decibel level soaring dramatically. Simultaneously, the announcer elongated his call, 3 points, Liu Ming. This shot was indeed magnificent. Liu Ming not only executed a stunning block against Booker, but also surged forward, subsequently sinking a three-pointer. The execution was both clean and decisive, culminating in a remarkably perfect conclusion. Yet, the spectators were blissfully unaware of the complex emotions swirling within Liu Ming at that moment. To them, opting for a daring long-range shot over a more secure dunk or layup seemed like a blatant provocation towards Booker or the Suns. If I can be steady, I shall not. This is merely a game. Thus, the announcer's voice, proclaiming Liu Ming's name, resonated with an unmistakable fervor, the tone elongated in exultation. The atmosphere in the arena soared to a euphoric peak amidst the cheers, with spectators engaging in animated discussions. Truly, Liu is extraordinary. Vogel has indeed lived up to our expectations, effortlessly blocking Booker twice, each display more impressive than the last. Liu's audacious personality resonates profoundly with me. I must acquire his jersey. After the Lakers retaliated with an 8-0 run, the Suns head coach could no longer remain passive and promptly called for a timeout. During this pause, he scrutinized Booker carefully. Though outwardly composed, the sound of his water bottle crumpling under pressure revealed his inner turmoil. One could hardly blame him. Being repeatedly thwarted by an unknown player from the East, compounded by the provocation, must have been quite disheartening. Although Booker can no longer be considered a novice in the league or on the court, his youth remains undeniable. The impetuosity of youth is a common flaw, and the most dreaded trait on the court is losing one's composure. On the other hand, the coach understood that merely suppressing him would not suffice. Thus, it was essential for Booker to reclaim his momentum. However, reclaiming it required strategy, not recklessness. He gently patted Booker on the back and said, "Calm your mind. Only then can you teach that young man from the East a lesson." Booker tightened the cap of his bottle with determination. "I understand," the head coach affirmed. "That player possesses formidable blocking abilities and seems well-versed in defending against three-pointers, so you must alter your offensive strategy. Do you grasp this?" What a jest. Devin Booker, at a mere 24 years of age, is already a top-paid player for the Suns, destined to be a future king of the league. He nodded resolutely, replying, "Understood. I will drive right past him." Paul, who was nearby, felt a sense of comfort upon hearing those words. He understood well that, for the young individuals who had already ascended, compromise signified concession, and concession equated to defeat. Yet, Booker displayed the wisdom to adjust himself promptly. It seemed that during this recent period, the young man was rapidly maturing in pursuit of the position of primary commander. As the game resumed, Paul dribbled past the half-court, still entrusting the ball to Booker. Confronted by Liu Ming's defense, Booker deftly maneuvered with alternating hands, gradually dribbling. After several controlled dribbles, he suddenly executed a change in rhythm. Liu Ming's gaze sharpened, and his body instinctively reacted. However, this was merely a feint by Booker, not an actual attempt to pass the ball. In the next moment, Booker suddenly lowered his center of gravity and surged forward from the left flank. Yet, just as he was about to break through, Liu Ming glided swiftly, executing a lateral movement with remarkable speed. Subsequently, Booker collided forcefully with Liu Ming's chest. Being a prodigious talent, Booker, faced with resistance on the left, quickly transferred the ball to his left hand and propelled his body towards the right with great urgency, his knee nearly grazing the ground due to the exaggerated motion. However, as he took a decisive step forward, a resounding thud echoed as he once again crashed into Liu Ming's chest. Momentarily dazed, Booker was compelled to retreat a few steps. After creating some distance, he endeavored to accelerate and break through once more. Yet, inexplicably, Liu Ming managed to thwart Booker's every attempt, consistently obstructing his path. With time slipping away, Booker found himself in a bind, reluctantly retreating beyond the three-point line to attempt a desperate shot. Nevertheless, Liu Ming, exhibiting remarkable tenacity, lunged with all his might, perhaps driven by anxiety, or perhaps due to Booker's apprehension of Liu Ming's potential block. His shot went awry, missing the target entirely. The basketball fortuitously landed in the hands of James, who was positioned in the backcourt, ready to secure the rebound. The commentators were filled with astonishment. Liu's lateral speed was nothing short of elite. He had rendered Booker utterly ineffective, forcing him into a hasty, unproductive shot. Following this, James orchestrated the offense. Noticing Liu Ming extending his hand beyond the three-point line, and naturally, he had no reason to deny him the ball. This time, Booker seemed truly fixated, opting for a one-on-one defense against Liu Ming. Liu Ming faced the challenge with unwavering resolve. Upon receiving the pass, he hesitated not for a moment, ascending directly for a jump shot. Though he lacked height in his matchup against Booker, he compensated with the skill of a leaping king, achieving an almost insurmountable vertical leap. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark, allowing the Lakers to seize the lead. Booker's face turned a shade of green with frustration. Chapter 31. No matter who you are, prepare for a slam. In the subsequent offensive play by the Suns, Booker found himself unable to penetrate Liu Ming's steadfast defense. Once again, he was forced to take a desperate three-point shot that missed its target. As the Lakers transitioned to a fast break, Liu Ming soared once more, launching another three-pointer over Booker's head. The score gap widened to 4 points. However, with Liu Ming's stellar performance, the tide had quietly shifted. The Lakers now held the lead, leaving the Suns trailing behind. Turning back to the Suns' offense, Paul discerned Booker's growing agitation. He recognized that this could not continue and that it was essential to help Booker regain his composure. Furthermore, the team had not scored in quite some time, and it was imperative that he step up to contribute. This exemplifies Paul's court experience and the role of a leading player. When the team's offense flows smoothly, he orchestrates the attack, delivering opportunities to his teammates. Conversely, when the offense falters, he rises to the occasion to guide them through adversity. This time, he refrained from passing the ball to Booker. Instead, he signaled for Booker to calm down. Though Booker's fury simmered within, he dared not confront Paul. Thus, he abstained from demanding the ball and instead set a screen for Paul. At this juncture, the Lakers had substituted Drummond for Harrell, significantly enhancing the team's mobility. Consequently, the Lakers' current defensive strategy was to switch on every screen. After Liu Ming took over the defense, he began to guard Paul. Having observed Liu Ming's defense against Booker, Paul had already garnered an initial understanding of Liu Ming's defensive characteristics, quick reflexes, and impressive verticality. Faced with such an athletic defender, Paul possessed countless methods to outmaneuver him. Suddenly, he pivoted to Liu Ming's right side. Liu Ming naturally adjusted his position, shifting his body to block. However, Paul astonishingly completed only half of his turn. Immediately thereafter, he swiftly lowered his center of gravity and broke through along Liu Ming's left flank. Liu Ming swiftly adjusted his stance to the left, preparing to intercept. At that moment, Paul had already positioned himself, hands clasped around the ball, ready to leap. However, Liu Ming discerned from the subtle nuances of his crouching motion that Paul did not intend to execute a direct jump shot. His true aim was merely to feint and create space. Therefore, Liu Ming refrained from jumping this time. Paul, brimming with confidence, assumed he would easily deceive Liu Ming. After a brief pause, he released a mid-range shot. For a shooter of his caliber, such a task was as effortless as eating or drinking. Yet, Paul was utterly unprepared for what was to come. Liu Ming was not deceived by his opponent. Rather, he leapt only at the moment the shot was taken from mid-range. As Paul beheld a towering shadow ascending before him, a jolt of surprise coursed through him, prompting him to instinctively lean back. Yet, Liu Ming's left hand still managed to swat the basketball. Ding! The court task was completed. Reward skill, King of Fadeaway. King of Fadeaway maintains the acquired skill's accuracy while significantly reducing the likelihood of ankle sprains. Court task 2, Lockdown Devin Booker. Ensuring his total score remains below 30 points. With Liu Ming's third flawless block, the ball soared toward the right side of the hoop. As expected, LeBron was precisely where he always was, poised to collect the rebound. Following the block, Paul was struck by an inexplicable sensation. The plan had seemed foolproof. How could it possibly end in failure? Could it be that the opponent was relying on luck? Yet, to succeed consistently seemed far too extraordinary. Little did he know, Liu Ming had never placed his faith in fortune. After retiring due to injury in his previous life, he devoted nearly all his time to the theoretical study of basketball. Day and night, he tirelessly reviewed game footage, meticulously analyzing athletes' movements and habits. This diligence led him to firmly believe that no matter how realistic a feint, it remained just that, a feint. The nuances of deceptive movements could never perfectly mimic an actual jump. Once he successfully detected even the slightest detail, Liu Ming could harness the extraordinary reflexes bestowed by his system skill, ensuring his defensive prowess or block would prevail. To put it dramatically, as long as Liu Ming remained fully focused and exerted himself wholeheartedly, his success rate in defensive plays was capable of shaking the very foundations of the sport. Liu Ming executed a remarkable block against Paul as the basketball crashed into LeBron's awaiting hands. He effortlessly delivered a signature long pass to Kuzma, who had stealthily launched a fast break. Kuzma completed a one-handed dunk, scoring with flair. The arena erupted as if a volcano had erupted, a cacophony of cheers reverberating through the Staples Center. In the midst of this fervor, Liu Ming, exhilarated, let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, shaking it thrice toward the sky. The commentators went into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, regardless of who you are. That was an emphatic block from the backcourt. Liu Ming has truly astounded us. Not only did he execute the block, but he also consistently found his teammates with every possession. Such skill is nothing short of miraculous. We have every reason to believe he is not merely blocking shots, but orchestrating brilliant assists. In the East Country NBA live broadcast room, the comments flooded in, a chorus of admiration. Ming is on fire. The Suns tremble in fear. Congratulations to Ming on achieving extraordinary heights. Our Ming has dominated, turning Paul and Booker into mere shadows of their former selves. Even commentators Kulon and Coach Young expressed their astonishment. Liu Ming continues to be a source of endless surprises. It seems Vogel will wake from his dreams with a smile. Indeed, in the previous game, he showcased his three-point prowess, and now he has delivered a feast of blocks, delighting the fans beyond measure. Liu Ming's physical reflexes are astonishing, coupled with incredible vertical leap and precise judgment. His defensive prowess is truly among the elite in the league. What a find for the Lakers. Indeed, behind his blocking ability, who could imagine that Liu Ming stands at only 192 meters? While everyone marvels at his shot blocking skills, I am particularly impressed by his lateral quickness while defending Booker, making it virtually impossible for him to penetrate. Should Liu Ming's stamina allow him to remain on the court, it would be a foregone conclusion that Booker would be effectively neutralized. The two commentators in the live room were engaged in analysis when suddenly, Liu Ming was assessed a technical foul by the referee. Kulon exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, why did the referee give Liu Ming a technical foul?" Coach Young was equally astonished, questioning what had transpired. The replay soon revealed that after blocking Paul, Liu Ming gestured with 3 fingers towards the sky. Kulon suddenly understood. Liu Ming shouldn't have done that. Coach Young shook his head with a wry smile. Our track and field athletes are quite modest in means. Liu Ming is on a 10-day contract with the Lakers, and this technical foul could cost him $25,000. He may have to survive on instant noodles after the game. Mina, radiant with joy, jested, "Haha, I hear Liu Ming is staying at LeBron's house. I doubt LeBron would let him go hungry. There should be plenty of burgers and soda for him." Chapter 32, Liu Ming, the fans call upon you to save the day. The comments were filled with joyous exclamations. It was well-deserved. Ambition breeds arrogance, and hunger brings anxiety. It is said that my dear Ming has already distinguished himself so remarkably. Even if the Lakers do not offer him a maximum contract, they ought to at least extend a substantial deal to retain him. Alas, Master Ming is a quintessential example of being physically present, yet mentally elsewhere. Even when confronted with unspoken rules, his heart remains set on sprinting his 100 meters. Sigh. As for our athletic administration, I can only chuckle in response. The competition site. Liu Ming incurred a technical foul, yet he harbored no regrets. The basketball court is inherently a stage for self-expression. Moreover, Westerners appreciate such flamboyance. The more ostentatious you are, the more they perceive you as possessing character, and the more they admire you. Of course, the 2-year suspension has strained his finances a bit. Upon reflection, he will likely face a stern reprimand from Sister Sue. Following Liu Ming's foul, the Suns were awarded free throws. After Chris Paul converted a shot, the Suns continued their offensive pursuit. This time, however, Liu Ming executed a magnificent block, sending the ball flying into the stands, igniting the crowd once again. Subsequently, Liu Ming sank a three-pointer. Furthermore, due to Booker's eagerness and aggressive play, he committed a foul. Thus, it became a 3-1 situation. Liu Ming is already proficient in free throws, and with the added advantage of being the free throw king, he remained remarkably steady. Following his successful shot, the point differential widened once more. The first quarter concluded with a score of 24-14. Coach Young commented, "At the onset, the Lakers trailed by 10 points. But once Liu Ming began to exert his influence, he not only erased the deficit in half a quarter, but also established a 10-point lead." My evaluation of Liu Ming and the Lakers can be summed up in one word: extraordinary. Kulon nodded in agreement. Indeed. Leading by 10 points in a single quarter constitutes a dream start for the Lakers. All of this transpired after Liu Ming regained his shooting touch, effectively dismantling the entire Suns team single-handedly. Frankly speaking, if I had not witnessed such a match with my own eyes, I would find it utterly surreal. Coach Young continued, "Indeed, ever since Liu Ming burst onto the scene against the Warriors, relentlessly shooting three-pointers and ultimately turning the tide of the game single-handedly, it has felt somewhat dreamlike. In this match, he showcased his exceptional blocking skills. It was as if every swing of his shovel unearthed a gem. In stark contrast to the fans' exhilaration, the atmosphere among the Suns appeared rather grim. The coach, while motivating his players, was also making adjustments. We must regain control of the offensive tempo. We must minimize their opportunities for counterattacks. Yet, he understood that these words were almost futile. With the formidable defensive prowess of Liu Ming on the opposing team, whether playing fast or slow, they would inevitably succumb to the fate of being blocked. In truth, being blocked was one thing, but Liu Ming could also consistently deliver precise passes. This was nothing short of playing dirty. However, all he can do now is to endeavor to effectively organize through Paul and see if they can utilize the strength of the team to score. After laying out the strategy, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Liu Ming on the distant Lakers bench. The Suns had previously been in a promising position, but everything changed once this individual took the court. If they wished to emerge victorious, this issue must be addressed. With this thought, he turned to glance at Crowder. Should they employ a rough play tactic to incapacitate number 11? After a brief moment, he shook his head slightly. Let us allow Booker a chance first. If that fails, then they could unleash the relentless Crowder. As the second quarter commenced, Lakers head coach Vogel substituted an SCHR, allowing Liu Ming to recover his stamina. Their brief exchange had swiftly illuminated the crux of the problem for Vogel. Although Liu Ming exhibited an extraordinary performance in the first quarter, the rapid depletion of his stamina became increasingly apparent. While on the court, his exuberance allowed him to push through, yet upon relaxation, even the simplest act of standing proved burdensome. This situation could not persist. A mere 10-point lead was insufficient to ensure the Lakers' dominance. Thus, creating opportunities for Liu Ming's respite became Vogel's paramount concern. Originally, the second quarter was intended for the starters to rest, yet Vogel chose to maintain a lineup featuring James, Schroeder, Drummond, Pope, and Caruso. The sole objective was to safeguard this hard-earned advantage while Liu Ming recuperated. Unfortunately, reality proved harsh. Upon re-entering the game, buoyed by Liu Ming's recent brilliance, the team's morale soared. James entrusted the ball to Schroeder to initiate the offense, as the latter had been eagerly awaiting his moment. If Schroeder could find his rhythm, the defensive pressure on James would significantly lessen. True to expectations, Schroeder adeptly penetrated the defense, securing 2 points. Following this, James sank a three-pointer, propelling the team to a promising 5-0 lead at the start of the second quarter. However, just as Lakers fans believed the victory was assured, the tide of the game shifted dramatically. In response to the Lakers' offensive surge, the Suns remained unflustered, executing their strategy with precision, fortifying their interior defense. James, now in the twilight of his career, could no longer bulldoze through defenders as he once did, soaring effortlessly for dunks. Presently, his incursions into the paint often resulted in only tentative layups or difficult fadeaway jump shots. Although he managed to score on 2 attempts, the Suns' counterattacks, spearheaded by Paul, effortlessly dismantled the Lakers' backline. Moreover, with Liu Ming sidelined, Booker found his shooting touch once again. Even with Pope in pursuit and other players attempting to provide assistance, he relentlessly drained 4 contested three-pointers. Coupled with his 2 successful three-point shots from the first quarter, he had now achieved a flawless 6 for 6 from beyond the arc, along with several layups, amassing a total of 20 points. In contrast, the Lakers' three-point shooting faltered, with their perimeter players continuing to struggle in maintaining their usual accuracy. Apart from the three-pointer made by James at the very beginning of the second quarter, the rest of the attempts from beyond the arc were utterly fruitless. Consequently, as the second quarter drew to a close, the Suns not only managed to close the gap, but also took a 6-point lead over the Lakers, significantly boosting their morale. As the Lakers players retreated to the bench, each wore an expression of grave concern, particularly James. The veteran, with a heart full of resolve, felt utterly powerless, a sensation that nearly drove him to madness. He still vividly recalled the last time they, as defending champions, were ousted in the first round by the Suns. This game, which had initially presented a glimmer of revenge and victory, had suddenly spiraled into disarray after just a single quarter. The entire ordeal was agonizing for him. As the Lakers faced a relentless scoring onslaught in the second quarter, plunging them back into a vulnerable position, the atmosphere in the Staples Center shifted dramatically. The audience, once exuberant, now bore a palpable frustration. Fans transformed into irate spectators, directing their ire at Vogel. "Vogel, you are a disgrace. Why don't you devise a strategy?" They lamented. "With the team performing like this against the Suns, is it worth my expensive ticket?" They derided the players, likening their three-point shooting to that of Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother. At that moment, a Lakers fan in attendance recalled the enigmatic Liu Ming. Indeed, if we don't bring Liu Ming into the game now, then when? The call for the miraculous Liu to take the court ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd. "Let Liu Ming play. Let Liu Ming play." The chant surged, resonating with remarkable unity and fervor. In Chapter 33, the villain complains first. Vogel's gaze also turned towards Liu Ming. He had initially intended to deploy Liu Ming towards the end of the second quarter. However, one must wield fine steel judiciously. Although the Lakers trailed by 6 points, the situation was not entirely beyond control. Thus, he had been holding Liu Ming back, allowing him to rest as much as possible. Yet, with the fans in an uproar, he had no choice but to consult Liu Ming directly. "Liu, can you still play?" James also patted Liu Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you have done more than enough. If your body can't take it, don't push yourself. Otherwise, you risk injury." Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Liu Ming resolutely declared, "Boss, I yearn for victory." His fervent desire to win was undeniable, yet the impending failure of the competition task undeniably instilled a sense of urgency within him, especially since this particular competition task might well be the final one of the match. According to Liu Ming's understanding of the system, the allocation of a subsequent task only occurs upon the successful completion of the current one. This task was notably exceptional, likely persisting until the very end before any conclusion would be drawn. Thus, failure was simply not an option. Vogel nodded. "All right, you go in, replace Schroeder." Upon hearing this, Schroeder could only acquiesce, urging, "Liu, avenge me, take down Booker. Let our grievances be settled." Though he often exhibited a rebellious spirit and held a certain disdain for Liu Ming, he equally despised the thought of the team suffering defeat, especially at the hands of the Suns. Earlier on the court, his shorter stature rendered him powerless against Booker, who easily scored over him, igniting a flame of frustration within him. True, Liu Ming had previously bullied him during training matches, but that was a family matter best resolved privately. However, being humiliated by an outsider was intolerable. If Liu Ming were to enter the game, armed with his seemingly miraculous defensive prowess, he should be able to diminish Booker to a mere shadow of his former self. Liu Ming nodded vigorously, sealing the pact with Schroeder with a firm handshake. "Very well, it is settled." As the halftime break concluded and Liu Ming rose to take the court once more, the commentators were visibly exhilarated. The match initially appeared poised to replicate the dynamics of last year's playoffs. However, following Liu Ming's surge, the Lakers swiftly reversed their fortunes, establishing a 10-point lead by the end of the quarter. Yet, as the first half concluded, the Lakers found themselves ensnared in another awkward predicament. The pivotal question remained, could Liu Ming entirely alter the course of the game? Anticipation for the second half heightened, as spectators wondered if he could further elevate his performance. On the sidelines, in the front row, the venerable actor, witnessing Liu Ming's re-entry in the third quarter, felt a surge of excitement. Thus far, this young talent from the East had continually astonished the Lakers. Perhaps the hope for the Lakers' resurgence rested upon him. At that moment, the players of the Suns, upon seeing Liu Ming take the court, felt a sudden drop in morale. To them, this young man from the East was akin to a nightmare, his defensive prowess uncanny, his three-point shooting almost surreal. On the court, they acutely felt the despair of slowly sliding into an abyss, as the prospect of closing the score seemed utterly bleak. Offense faltered, defense crumbled. How could they proceed? Even Devin Booker, who had recently begun to regain his confidence, now found himself in a state of profound disarray. In his mind, this young man was undoubtedly sent by the heavens to thwart him. Whenever Liu Ming stood before him, Booker felt ensnared, unable to perform freely. The team leader, Paul, observed this and clapped his hands decisively. "What a bunch of softies. Are you all cowering? Get your spirits up. Do you remember how we eliminated them last year? We were the reigning champions then, and now we still lead. So why the long faces? Especially you, Booker. Get it together. What is the big deal about being haunted by a court nemesis? When I faced the peak Darren, who used to dominate me, I never backed down." Paul is undeniably one of the most competitive and tenacious players in the NBA. His words gradually rekindled the players' spirits. The last self-deprecating quip elicited a wave of mirth throughout the team. Booker understood that his veteran leader's encouragement was directed at him, and he promptly affirmed, "Boss, in this third quarter, I will lock down that young man from the East." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Crowder, who had just imparted some strategic advice in the locker room. Crowder quickly gave him an approving thumbs up, and thus, the third quarter commenced. Upon Liu Ming's entrance onto the court, he certainly lived up to expectations. After sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers to level the score, he directly compelled the Suns to alter their defensive strategy. They could no longer rely on his own defense and were forced to expand their coverage, thus granting the Lakers an opening for offensive breakthroughs. LeBron James seized the opportunity, driving to the basket 3 times in succession, while Caruso added another drive of his own, effectively diversifying their attack. In stark contrast, the Suns' Devin Booker found himself thwarted by Liu Ming's defensive prowess once again. As Booker grew increasingly tentative under pressure, his attempts to penetrate the defense were met with Liu Ming's steadfast blocks. The shooting touch of his teammates also waned compared to their earlier performance. Although Chris Paul managed to hit 2 mid-range shots, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the Lakers. As the score was equalized, the gap quickly widened towards a 20-point deficit. In that moment, Booker recalled the advice previously imparted by Crowder. Indeed, the strategy of employing underhanded tactics. By utilizing trash talk or minor fouls to disrupt opponents, one could provoke them into disarray. While such tactics may be deemed unsportsmanlike, they often yield success on the court. Crowder had epitomized this role for the Suns. During the finals between the Heat and the Lakers, Crowder had certainly made LeBron's life difficult. Such provocateurs are often despised by fans and loathed by players. Yet, for a team aspiring to achieve greatness, the presence of such a figure is indispensable. Consider Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, Draymond Green of the Warriors, and Crowder during the Heat's Big Three era. Each filled this pivotal role. Booker reflected, recognizing that his own struggles stemmed from the fierce competition he faced. With Liu Ming being younger and likely possessing even greater fervor, Crowder's suggestion certainly warranted consideration. At that moment, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Liu Ming, as per usual, maneuvered through the screens in pursuit of a pass beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, Booker, taking advantage of the referee's focus on the ball handler at the perimeter, subtly seized Liu Ming's arm and yanked it with force. Liu Ming felt a sudden shock. He instinctively fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. Fortunately, he had timed his fall perfectly. Otherwise, with the force exerted by Booker, his right arm would likely have dislocated. At that moment, Booker stumbled backward due to Liu Ming's maneuver and also fell to the ground. Incessantly complaining to the referee about the alleged foul, the opponent is committing a malicious infraction. Chapter 34. The task completed ahead of schedule. As Booker continued to protest, claiming victimhood, the attention of the spectators remained fixated on the unfolding drama, leaving the referee oblivious to the actions of both players. The baseline referee signaled for the match to proceed. Liu Ming rose to his feet, stretching his arms before resuming his run. Meanwhile, Booker, in his pursuit of Liu Ming, occasionally resorted to subtle tactics, such as grasping his waist or prodding at his spine with his knuckles. Liu Ming was instantly engulfed in dismay. What in the world is this behavior? It is true that Booker possesses a youthful exuberance, yet such a lack of decorum is more fitting for Crowder. However, one cannot be too certain. It is worth noting that his dear friend, the beloved veteran, often employs such subtle and provocative maneuvers during defensive plays. While these actions may not inflict significant harm, their provocative nature is undeniable. In the heat of intense competition, it is typically challenging to lodge a complaint. To my surprise, the young Booker has seemingly adopted this tactic as well. Upon witnessing this, Liu Ming could not help but smirk inwardly. Was it merely a game of foul play? During my time in the CBA, I had encountered an array of unsavory tactics. When it comes to playing dirty, we in the CBA are your forebears. Consequently, Booker soon found himself in excruciating pain, unable to endure the pressure. This was dire indeed. Initially intending to provoke his opponent, it was instead Liu Ming who had gotten under Booker's skin. At that moment, Liu Ming received a pass from LeBron beyond the three-point line, and once again, Booker closed in for defense. Liu Ming, employing his old trick once more, intended to launch a direct shot over Booker's head. It must be said that this maneuver inflicted significant damage and bore a high degree of insult to Booker. Just moments ago, Booker had utilized the height differential to dominate Schroeder, making him cry out in submission. Now, the tables had turned, as Liu Ming sought to return the favor. What made this even more infuriating for Booker was the fact that Liu Ming was shorter than he. This provoked an almost uncontrollable fury within Booker. After Liu Ming took off, he realized he could not reach the ball, yet he lunged forward with the fervor of a mad dog. Booker raised his right hand, seemingly attempting to block the shot. However, it was evident that his vertical leap was inferior to Liu Ming's. His fingertips were merely a few centimeters away from the basketball. Nevertheless, his left hand forcefully shoved Liu Ming at the waist. Due to the intensity of Booker's push, Liu Ming's entire body was propelled through the air towards the boundary, crashing violently to the ground. The spectators at the sidelines fell into an immediate hush, soon replaced by a tempest of outrage. How dare he? He is a brutal assailant. Can a ruffian even participate in a game? He ought to be imprisoned. This was clearly a deliberate attack, warranting expulsion. Regardless of the audience's fervent outcry upon witnessing Liu Ming writhing in agony on the ground, the pent-up frustration within Booker had finally found an outlet. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he was swiftly encircled by the furious teammates of the Lakers. On the sidelines, the player known as Xiao He was the first to charge onto the court to seek justice for Liu Ming, yet he was firmly restrained by an assistant coach. At that moment, any external personnel entering the court would result in a technical foul. Before the two teams could clash, LeBron James and Chris Paul simultaneously intervened, pulling their respective players apart. Shortly thereafter, the large screen at the venue displayed a replay of the previous incident. Every spectator witnessed Booker's blatant disregard for sportsmanship and competitive spirit as he committed the foul, igniting a wave of collective indignation. The referees, too, reviewed the video replay. Liu Ming leapt from the ground, only to be forcefully thrown out of bounds. There was little to discuss. The malice in the push was all too evident. After a brief deliberation, a flagrant foul of the second degree was called against Devin Booker. As the ruling was announced, a notification echoed in Liu Ming's mind. Ding. The court task has been completed ahead of schedule. Reward skill, King of Mid-Range. King of Mid-Range. Within the three-point line, shooting accuracy is elevated to 80. Court task 3, lead the team to victory. In stark contrast, Booker felt as though the world around him had vanished. In his reality, all other matters ceased to exist, leaving behind only an overwhelming sense of disbelief. A flagrant foul, ejected from the game. What was most unbearable for Booker was witnessing Liu Ming, who moments ago had been writhing in pain on the floor, suddenly flash a grin at the team doctor. Unfazed, he dusted himself off, rose to his feet, and strolled toward the bench. What on earth? Such an impressive performance. Booker's vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. Assisted by the Suns' assistant coach, he exited the court in dejection. Liu Ming had anticipated that when Booker found himself unable to defend against him, he would inevitably resort to intensified actions, perhaps even a flagrant foul. Thus, he had been prepared for this very maneuver. Though it appeared that Liu Ming had fallen heavily in reality, he instinctively executed a protective motion upon landing, mitigating the severity of the fall far beyond what others imagined. Liu Ming did not rise immediately, naturally intending to elicit sympathy from the referee. At this moment, having achieved his objective, with Booker ejected from the game, there was no longer a need for theatrics. Liu was fouled while attempting a three-pointer, resulting in 3 free throws. Additionally, there were free throws awarded for a flagrant foul, culminating in a total of 5 free throws. The possession was awarded to the Lakers. 5 attempts, 1 shot. Upon hearing such a ruling, the players of the Suns appeared as defeated roosters. It was over. The tide had turned. The game was destined to enter garbage time prematurely. Especially Paul, who gazed at Booker's departing figure, filled with disappointment. Losing a game is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is losing one's spirit after a defeat. This young man had once been the recipient of his high hopes, groomed as a successor. Little did he expect. Liu Ming sat on the bench for a brief moment. Xiao He dashed back and forth, occasionally bringing towels and water. The team doctor advised him to return to the locker room for a brief examination. However, Liu Ming merely shrugged and replied, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I feel fantastic." Schroeder interjected, "Liu Ming, how is it that you felt such pain moments ago, yet now you claim to feel splendid?" Liu Ming swiftly winked at Xiao He, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, Liu Ming had merely been acting. Goodness, it was fortunate that the assistant coach intervened in time. Otherwise, I would have been burdened with a technical foul for the sake of this thespian performance. Where could I possibly defend myself? Nevertheless, his acting was remarkably convincing. The surrounding teammates were all acutely aware of the situation, especially James, who had once feigned a fall himself and understood the intricacies involved. A knowing smile crept across his face as he patted Liu Ming on the shoulder, commending him. "Well done, brother." In competitive sports, results reign supreme. Moreover, considering that Booker had committed an intentional foul first, his ejection was entirely deserved. A little theatrics here, and there does no harm. The other teammates breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful that no one had been injured. After regaining his composure, Liu Ming approached the free throw line, confidently taking 5 shots. As anticipated, he sank each one with unwavering precision. Subsequently, the Lakers resumed play. Liu Ming once again maneuvered around the screen to receive the ball. It appears that the Suns have entirely conceded. The defenders did not even attempt to jump, merely waving their arms in a token gesture. This posed no pressure whatsoever for Liu Ming. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air, gracefully arcing before swishing through the net. Liu Ming's 5 free throws, coupled with this solitary three-pointer, rendered these 8 points remarkably effortless and delightful. The scoring margin swiftly widened to 30 points, compelling the Suns to call yet another timeout. With merely 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the atmosphere was palpable. Despite the coach's fervent clapping and encouragement during the timeout, the Suns' morale had been thoroughly deflated. Particularly for Paul, his return to the court bore an unmistakable air of a once great hero in decline. The Suns, ultimately, had succumbed to the tides of fate. Chapter 35. I am an athlete in this match. The Lakers triumphed with ease. As the final buzzer echoed through the arena, the Lakers players encircled Liu Ming in exuberant celebration, reveling in both redemption and vengeance, their joy akin to that of a festive New Year's celebration. Meanwhile, in Liu Ming's mind, the enchanting sound of the system notification resonated. Ding! The task on the court has been completed, granting him 1 free skill point. Team mission: participate in an away game with the team. James's performance this match: 31 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds. Once again, he narrowly missed a triple-double, a testament to his status as the cornerstone of the team. Regardless of the outcome, the Lakers rely on his statistics for a solid foundation. However, the true hero of this game is undoubtedly Liu Ming. In just 26 minutes on the court, he amassed 36 points. With an astonishing 10 out of 13 from beyond the arc and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, his efficiency is nothing short of terrifying. Particularly his shooting accuracy from three-point range. He continues to prove himself as a reliable sharpshooter. After the game, Paul did not approach the Lakers players to exchange pleasantries. Instead, he turned abruptly and headed towards the players' tunnel, even neglecting to bid farewell to his close friend James. This behavior is understandable. He is a fiercely competitive player. After suffering a significant defeat, he naturally lacked the inclination to engage in cordial gestures. I lost to you by 30 points. And you expect me to feign goodwill and congratulate you? I'm afraid that's beyond me. At the post-game press conference, Liu Ming, this time, did not refuse to participate. After getting himself organized, he followed the esteemed James to the venue. As Liu Ming entered alongside James, the cameras of the reporters clicked incessantly. The Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse located in a bustling metropolis like Los Angeles, naturally attract considerable attention. Here, if one can deliver a remarkable performance, exposure is guaranteed. Once they settled into their seats, the journalists began their inquiries. As the team's leader and a perennial topic of conversation in the NBA, James was the first to be questioned. However, after the 5th question concerning Liu Ming, James could not help but jest. If you wish to ask about Liu, why not just direct your questions to him? He is right beside me. In truth, these reporters are all driven by ulterior motives. To capture attention and ignite interest, they would resort to any means necessary. Interviewing James first is merely a tactic to draw in readers with sensational headlines. Finally, after exhausting their questions for James, a female reporter began to direct inquiries towards Liu Ming. However, her questions were rather pointed, almost inciting discord. Liu Ming, are you disappointed with LeBron James's performance on the court? James furrowed his brow and turned to look at Liu Ming. Liu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then he turned the microphone towards the next speaker. Are you in a daze? We are the victors of this match. I believe this question is better suited for Paul and Booker of the Suns. The reporters were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. Liu Ming confronted the beautiful reporter, playfully mocking his rival, the Sun, which instantly elicited a round of applause from the audience. However, several reporters remained unconvinced, particularly a sharply dressed male journalist seated next to the enchanting reporter. Observing her bowing her head in response to Liu's remarks, he seemed eager to defend her. He raised his hand and inquired, Liu, it is said that you Eastern compatriots believe everything about your country is admirable. Liu Ming discerned that the suited journalist bore ill intentions. However, he remained undaunted and retorted, do you Americans believe that there is nothing commendable about your own country? When has it become a fault to love one's homeland? Upon hearing Liu Ming's response, a cunning smile crept across the journalist's face, as if he had successfully orchestrated a trap. Since you are so patriotic and find everything about your country admirable, why then do you not play in the CBA, but instead choose to compete in the NBA? This question was undoubtedly aimed at belittling Liu Ming. The other journalists present fell into a hushed silence once more. This inquiry was clearly hostile. Had it been another player, they might have stormed out in indignation. Meanwhile, the previously bowed head of the female journalist lifted again. Indeed, how had she not considered this question earlier? Had she thought of it in the moment, she would not have been left feeling utterly humiliated. LeBron James cast a worried glance at Liu Ming, only to find that Liu Ming displayed no trace of anger. Instead, there was a hint of amusement as he remarked, "As an athlete, does it truly matter where I play?" At this, the venue fell into a profound silence. Indeed, Liu Ming is a professional athlete, and his foray into basketball is merely a leisurely pursuit, while the NBA is regarded as a sacred realm by ordinary players. For him, it is nothing less than a grand amusement park. The crux of the matter is that he is here for enjoyment, and he plays remarkably well, showcasing extraordinary performances in 2 games. This topic, which brings humiliation, cannot be pursued any further. Continuing down this path would only lead to widespread embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, another journalist posed a question. "Liu Ming, after your short 10-day contract expires, will you remain with the Lakers?" Liu Ming pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility, though uncertain. The journalist's eyes sparkled, realizing that the Lakers' offer was inadequate. "Do you intend to hold out for a better deal, seeking a maximum salary from another team?" Liu Ming smiled, for he awaited the call of his homeland. The reporter pressed on relentlessly, "The national team of the Dong women's basketball? But this does not conflict with your playing for the Lakers, does it?" Liu Ming shook his head, indicating a misunderstanding. "I am a professional track and field athlete specializing in the 100 meters. Basketball is merely a hobby of mine. How could I neglect my primary vocation?" The reporter pressed on, stating, however, that "I have heard that Dongguo Athletics has abandoned its call for your selection." Liu Ming cast a glance at the journalist, and then spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "If my country does not summon me, does that mean I cannot remain perpetually prepared?" In a different context, such a statement might sound like an empty slogan or a jest, yet not a single person in the audience dared to laugh, nor did anyone utter a sound. This was due to the unwavering determination in Liu Ming's gaze, the resolute expression upon his face, and the unyielding nature of his words. It was evident that he was not jesting. He rejected the sugary allure of fame and fortune, ever poised for his nation's call. Such is the profound sentiment of a true patriot, a heart fervently devoted to the service of one's country. Loyalty, without a doubt, stands as the most esteemed virtue of the Eastern people, unparalleled in its significance. After Liu Ming concluded his statement, his gaze swept once more across the assembly of journalists. Under the intensity of his scrutiny, not a single reporter dared to meet his eyes, instinctively bowing their heads in submission. Liu Ming then remarked, "Since there are no further inquiries, this press conference shall conclude." With that, he rose and confidently exited the venue. James, regaining his composure, glanced at the reporters. It appeared he wished to articulate something, yet ultimately, his lips merely moved without uttering a word. He too stood up and departed. Upon entering the corridor, James called out to Liu Ming, "Liu." Liu Ming turned around and inquired, "What is it, boss?" James asked, "Do you truly have no intention of remaining with the Lakers to fight alongside me?" Liu Ming shook his head. "Boss, I have already expressed my stance to General Manager Pelinka. As long as it does not interfere with my track and field commitments, I am ready to return to the team at any moment should the Lakers summon me." James moved his lips slightly, but ultimately, he merely patted Liu Ming on the back. For a person loyal to his homeland, does loyalty to the team and teammates require validation? Chapter 36, A Twist of Fate. The next morning, the entire NBA community was abuzz with excitement. Hakeem Olajuwon, affectionately nicknamed the Dream, tweeted, "Sports knows no borders. Athletes have a homeland. This patriotic young man from the East has successfully captured my attention." Jerry West, the godfather of the Lakers, tweeted, "Compared to talent, Liu Ming's character is his most invaluable asset." Pelinka, what are you still hesitating about? Of course, with praise comes criticism. NBA legend Charles Barkley tweeted, "Is the NBA merely a playground? This Eastern individual is utterly arrogant. If he can continue to score over 30 points in a single game, I will dare to kiss a donkey's rear end." Notable North American journalist Stephen A. Smith, often referred to as the young guidance abroad, remarked on his program, "This kid clearly has not grasped what the NBA is about. After playing 2 good games, he acts as though he is above everyone else. I can hardly wait to see him in tears in the next game." Whether there will be a next game for him in the NBA remains uncertain. Meanwhile, Liu Ming's words reached across the ocean, instantly garnering a multitude of admirers. Concurrently, several renowned NBA commentators publicly expressed their thoughts. It has been proven that Liu Ming possesses not only exceptional skills on the court but also remarkable character, though residing abroad. His unwavering loyalty to his homeland is truly moving. Having witnessed the beauty of Wu Go, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. lamenting the absence of worthy successors to ascend the heights. Let us not allow our heroes to remain without a means to serve their country. Liu Ming's devoted followers believe he should not endure such unjust treatment. Posts regarding this issue are ubiquitous online, having broken records yet not being utilized. He has even lost his eligibility to compete. I cannot help but wonder, have certain individuals been struck senseless? They incessantly proclaim a strategy for cultivating talent in our nation. Yet with taxpayers' money, is this truly how you select individuals for the country? Mocking the nation and its people, these individuals will ultimately find themselves on the pedestal of disgrace. The national athletics team turns a blind eye to the loss of talent. Does the national basketball team also remain oblivious? Naturally, detractors have begun to seize upon Liu Ming's verbal missteps at the press conference. Observing his earlier eloquence, one would indeed feel compelled to commend him. However, his subsequent remarks, equating the NBA to a mere amusement park, were rather audacious. Was that truly wise? Liu Ming's statements to foreign media clearly carry ulterior motives. Is it so catastrophic to endure some grievances? Breaking an Asian record is treated as if it were a world record, and those lacking a broader perspective deserve to be sidelined. With differing ideologies, how often have the West targeted us? Competing abroad signifies representing the dignity of one's country. Every utterance may be exaggerated beyond measure. Thus, one should act more and speak less, even if it means biting the bullet, rather than tarnishing the nation's reputation. Such arrogance is boundless. With Liu Ming's amusement park comments, every subsequent match is sure to face scrutiny. I shall watch as he utters these words. Can he still thrive in the NBA? At this juncture, the entire Eastern sports community seems embroiled in debate, while Liu Ming reclines in the comfort of LeBron James' home, perusing a mix of supportive and disparaging comments, merely chuckling to himself. Given the magnitude of the uproar, I imagine operations on Sister Sue's Inn will become relatively easier. There is nothing particularly valuable to consider. Now that he has a system backing him, any opportunity to showcase his abilities will lead to boundless horizons, where the sky is high for birds to soar and the sea is vast for fish to leap. With concerted efforts, directives from the National Sports General Administration have finally reached the Athletics Management Center. Despite his reluctance, Director Lee must convene a meeting. As attendees gather, he slams the document onto the table, a document that everyone has likely perused by now. The requirements from the General Administration are quite clear. We must ensure Liu Ming participates in an international event before the Olympics, striving to accumulate experience in international competitions, so he is not anxious or intimidated during the Olympics and can achieve remarkable results to bring glory to the nation. Our center must strictly adhere to these directives and implement them diligently. Today's meeting is convened to discuss this matter. He then looks towards Coach Yu and states, Old Yu, we need not concern ourselves with Liu Ming's call-up to the men's basketball team. As he himself has mentioned, playing basketball is merely a hobby. His primary commitment lies in athletics. As the short-distance events are primarily under your purview, I invite you to share your thoughts first. Coach Yu cleared his throat and began. Liu Ming has achieved the Olympic standard, thus he may opt out of domestic competitions. If he wishes to prepare for the Tokyo Olympics and maintain his competitive edge, participating in one or two events, whether the National Indoor Athletics Championships or the National Athletics Grand Prix circuit, would suffice. Director Lee furrowed his brow and inquired, Old Yu, what the General Administration requires of us is to ensure he participates in an international competition prior to the Olympics, not a domestic one. Coach Yu sighed in resignation, Director. I can only speak to the domestic events. As for international competitions, the levels of the World Athletics Grand Prix and the Golden League are exceedingly high. It remains uncertain whether Liu Ming's performance in Yangqing will be acknowledged by the event organizers. Following that, it will be directly to the Olympics. Director Lee paused, realizing, does this mean that aside from this month's Asian Athletics Championships, we have no alternatives? Coach Yu sighed again. Not only do we lack options, but time is also against us. The Olympics commence in late July, and athletes must undergo training prior to competing, particularly for first-time participants, who will have more extensive training programs. The attendees quickly grasped the situation. The registration materials for Olympic participants must be submitted to the National Sports General Administration for approval. Should Liu Ming miss this Asian Championships, his registration would lack any international competition experience, clearly indicating that the Athletics Management Center is not adhering to the directives of the General Administration. Such occurrences could lead to accountability issues. After contemplating for a moment, Director Lee finally conceded, then let us send him a letter, allowing Liu Ming to replace the original participant in the Asian Athletics Championships. Otherwise, introducing an additional athlete at this stage would complicate matters with the audit. After all, financial allocations have already been dispersed, and managing the athlete's logistics will be troublesome. Coach Yu then asked, "Director, if Liu Ming is to participate in his place, what shall we do about our 4x100-meter relay team?" Although this was a matter of practicality, it sounded to Director Li like an overt affront. Nevertheless, since Coach Yu had recently endured a stern reprimand from his mentor, he was beyond caring for appearances. Indeed, Director Li did not engage further, leaving the meeting with a stern countenance. Chapter 37 Relay Training. The convergence of efforts. An hour later, Liu Ming received notification of his participation in the Asian Athletics Championships. He was uncertain about the circumstances that led to this unexpected turn of events. During the call, Su Si was preoccupied with negotiations regarding the contract and did not elaborate. However, Liu Ming speculated that perhaps the national basketball team's request for enlistment, along with 2 phone calls from high-ranking officials at the National Development and Reform Commission, played a pivotal role. Otherwise, no matter how heated the discussions online became, the leaders of the National Sports General Administration would have little interest in his identity. The following day, after returning from Los Angeles to the capital, Liu Ming reported to the National Athletics Training Center. Soon after, Coach Yu personally oversaw Liu Ming's training. Simultaneously, the national team assigned a training partner for the 4x100-meter relay, underscoring the nation's fervent desire for a medal in this event. "Have you ever run the 4x100-meter relay before?" Coach Yu inquired. Liu Ming shook his head and candidly confessed that he had never participated in such events, stating he was utterly inexperienced. "Your speed in the 100 meters is impressive. It cannot be deemed as having no foundation," Coach Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. "There is no rush. Let us first discuss the rules." Little did Coach Yu anticipate that, as the deputy head coach of the national team, he would one day find himself elucidating the most fundamental regulations of the 4x100 relay to an athlete. Although he professed calmness, internally he was already fraught with anxiety. Despite his previous attempts to deflect responsibility in public, he was acutely aware of his position as the deputy coach of the national athletics team and the head of the short-distance running segment. Should the national team fail to deliver a satisfactory performance at the Asian Athletics Championships, he, as the primary accountable figure, would undoubtedly face scrutiny. Coach Yu pointed to the prepared whiteboard and explained, "This is the pre-run zone. No baton exchanges can occur here. You must wait until you reach the designated exchange zone. The exchange zone spans 20 meters, ample space for the baton handover. You will run the 4th leg, commencing from the pre-run zone, taking the baton in the exchange zone, and then sprinting at your utmost speed to the finish line. Do you comprehend?" Liu Ming nodded in understanding. Yu continued, "In a 4x100-meter relay, the baton exchange technique is of utmost importance. The rhythm of the exchange is primarily dictated by the outgoing runner, so you need only heed the instructions of the 3rd runner. Su Farron will run the 3rd leg when the time comes. If he signals for you to extend your hand, you shall do so. If he instructs you to receive the baton, grasp it firmly and surge forward. Do you understand?" Liu Ming nodded once more, understanding the situation. At this moment, Yu guided the athlete who would serve as his practice partner over, introducing him to Liu Ming. "This is Xiao Zhang from the Capital Athletics team, who will be specifically assisting you with baton training over the next few days. In a couple of days, Su Farron will join us for collaborative training. Our practice time is limited to just 6 days, so be prepared for an intense training regimen during this period." Liu Ming assured, "Rest easy, Coach Yu. I will practice diligently. On your marks. Reach." Immediately, Coach Yu frowned and shouted, "Stop." On the track, Liu Ming had already surpassed the baton exchange zone, yet the relay baton remained in the hands of the practice athlete. Coach Yu observed the two with a sense of helplessness. It had always been the case that the runner handing off the baton was too slow, disrupting the exchange. This was the first time he witnessed an instance where the runner initiating the baton pass was so swift that the one following could not keep pace. The practice athlete, flushed with embarrassment, admitted, "Coach Yu, this isn't Liu Ming's fault. I couldn't match his speed." Xiao Zhang had been summoned by Coach Yu, yet for the 21-year-old Liu Ming, he could only refer to him as Old Zhang. Old Zhang hailed from the Capital Athletics team and had once been a professional sprinter in the 100 meters. However, even at his peak, he had not met the national team standards. Today, facing the prodigious Liu Ming, the practice athlete found himself utterly challenged. There was a distinct disparity in both their starting and sprinting speeds, resulting in frequent handover failures within the 20-meter baton exchange zone. Coach Yu recognized the limitations of the practice athlete, unless he could recruit elite athletes from the national team to assist Liu Ming. It would be difficult to find someone who could match his speed. However, those elite athletes were currently competing in the National Athletics Grand Prix. It was a challenging situation indeed. Xiaolu, Coach Yu continued. The primary focus of your training over the next few days is to help you acclimate to the 4x100 meters and familiarize yourself with the baton exchange. There is no need to push your speed so aggressively just yet. Once you become more adept at the baton exchange, Su Farron will also return to the team. At that point, we can begin formal training. What do you think? Liu Ming felt deeply wronged. He had not utilized the skills known as the King of Reaction and the King of Sprinting. However, the transformation of his body due to the King of Reaction had rendered ultra-fast reflexes an innate ability. Moreover, the original physical prowess of his predecessor was formidable. And through a period of adaptation, he was gradually becoming accustomed to this new physique. Thus, even without activating his skills to run at full speed, the aging Zhang, who had long passed his prime, could not keep up. Nevertheless, since the coach had made such a statement, Liu Ming had no choice but to deliberately restrain his speed and commence baton training. Although he felt exceedingly awkward, the training could proceed normally. At the National Athletics Training Center, the commands rang out. On your marks. Get set. Pass the baton. Good. Well done. Again, the coach signaled Liu Ming to return to the starting area for yet another round of practice. According to the coach, there are primarily 3 methods for baton passing in a relay race: the push method, the upward method, and the downward method. Since Liu Ming had never participated in an official relay race, he had to forego the technically demanding downward method and opt for the upward method instead. The fundamental distinction between the downward and upward methods lies in whether the baton is received with the palm facing downward or upward. For an ordinary person, dragging an object with the hand is undoubtedly more stable than grasping it. However, for athletes receiving the baton, the hand is extended backward. During high-speed running, having the palm facing upward can be quite uncomfortable. Therefore, although the upward baton pass is easier to master, it does impose a certain impact on the athlete's speed. However, there was no alternative as time was exceedingly limited. By the time Liu Ming fully mastered the baton passing technique, the 4 relay athletes would still need 1 to 2 days of joint practice, not to mention the time required for their flight to Qatar and pre-competition reporting. The coach felt that it would be quite commendable for Liu Ming to master the upward baton passing technique within this tight 3-day time frame. In addition to engaging in fundamental physical training, Liu Ming primarily focuses on mastering the art of baton passing. As the competition approaches, the emphasis is placed on conserving the athlete's stamina to prevent injuries. Thus, despite the coach's prior instructions, the intensity of the training has not been excessively rigorous. Liu Ming's daily training regimen spans around 4 hours, though the actual physical exertion seldom exceeds 2 hours. The stamina depleted from consecutive competitions has gradually been replenished. Having once been a professional basketball player in a previous life, Liu Ming possesses a commendable level of insight. After a few days of training, he has become fairly acquainted with the technical nuances of baton passing. Although he still lags considerably behind the elite relay athletes, at the very least, he has eliminated errors in the baton exchange. Chapter 38. The prodigy challenges from afar. 2 days later, Su Farron arrived at the athletic center, specifically to train with Liu Ming on the 3rd and 4th baton exchanges. Soon after, Xie Farron and Su Qingsheng also joined them. The 4 engaged in a brief day of combined practice before hastily boarding a flight to Doha with the national team. The 23rd Asian Athletics Championships is set to commence at the Khalifa International Stadium in Doha, the capital of Qatar. This prestigious event spans 4 days and features 43 events, comprising 22 men's and 21 women's competitions. Over 700 athletes from 44 nations will participate, with 89 competitors hailing from Dongwood alone. The contingent from the island nation is almost entirely deployed, with veteran athlete Yamashita Ryota making a comeback, and even the recently crowned record breaker, mixed-race sprinter Sonny Brown, who shattered the island's record with a time of 9:93 seconds, is set to compete. It seems they are determined to dominate the men's 100-meter event. At the Dongwood delegation's headquarters, 2 astute journalists specifically requested an interview with Liu Ming, armed with an introduction letter issued from the capital's athletics administration. Liu Ming was utterly bewildered by this unexpected summons. When the interview commenced, the first question was notably incisive. Liu Ming, how do you feel about not being able to attend the opening ceremony due to the past transgressions of certain athletes? Perplexed by the abrupt nature of the interview, Liu Ming furrowed his brow even deeper upon hearing the question. What was he supposed to feel? Not attending was no loss. It conveniently allowed him to conserve his energy for the upcoming competition. The male journalist with brown-tinted glasses pressed further. What are your thoughts on the challenge issued from afar by the prodigious athlete, KSHSH of the Neon Nation? Liu Ming wore a bewildered expression and inquired, Excuse me, who is this Kiryu Yoshihide? The freckled female reporter promptly responded. Kiryu Yoshihide is a prodigious athlete from the realm of athletics in Japan, renowned as the first Asian to complete the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. At the age of 19, he achieved an Asian record with a remarkable time of 9.87 seconds. Please hold on for a moment. Liu Ming interjected with a frown, stating, I am the first individual of Asian descent to complete the race in under 10 seconds. If there is any contention surrounding this, we need not dwell on it for now. According to your assertion, he once achieved a time of 9.87 seconds, however. Why is it that the Asian record remains at 9.91 seconds, established by our own Su Farron? Liu Ming indeed had no recollection of this so-called Kinoshita Yoshihide, speculating that he might be a new athletic star emerging from the island nation during the suspension period. Just moments after he had shattered the national record and set a new Asian record with a time of 9.89 seconds, how could another time of 9.87 seconds suddenly surface? It was truly baffling. The system was undoubtedly accurate. It must be that the freckled female reporter had omitted certain details. Observing Liu Ming's scornful expression, the freckled reporter blushed, explaining that the wind speed at the time exceeded the permissible limit of 2 meters per second, thus preventing the 9.87 seconds from being recognized as a record. However, this does not detract from Kinoshida's talent and abilities. Liu Ming keenly sensed the growing discomfort in his expression as the female reporter referred to the so-called genius athlete of Neon Country, Takomi Kiryu. His countenance darkened further. Now, tell me, what challenge has he proposed? The bespectacled male reporter replied, Takomi Yoshihide issued a challenge during an interview the day before yesterday, extending a formal invitation for a fair match against you without the use of performance-enhancing substances. He asserted that he would gain an absolute advantage and effortlessly secure victory over you. Is that all? Liu Ming retorted. Then please convey this message to him. Let him reach the finals first, and then we shall see. Liu Ming wore a look of exasperation. What use is being a master of verbal sparring? I still aspire to challenge Bolt's 9.58 seconds. Do you think that is feasible? The bespectacled man chuckled softly and chose to remain silent. However, the freckled girl instantly erupted with indignation, exclaiming, Arrogance. Liu Ming, whom do you look down upon? Do you believe that Kiyoshi, hailed as one of the most gifted talents in the history of Asian sprinting and often likened to Powell, is unworthy of competing against you? Liu Ming was nearly amused to the point of laughter. While it is true that athletes are judged by their achievements, I do not hold contempt for the esteemed Yoshihide Kairi. Rather, it is you that I disdain. He pointed at the freckled female reporter, an East Country journalist, devoid of even the most basic stance, dares to interview me? A journalist, often dubbed the crownless king, may falter in elevating an individual, yet can swiftly ruin one's reputation with ease. The following morning, Liu Ming faced the consequences of his actions. The Asia's fastest man failed to carry the flag for his team, which kindled resentment towards the system. Liu Ming responded to the challenge, asserting that the Japanese prodigy Kairi is utterly unworthy of facing him. Liu Ming unleashed astonishing declarations. He would challenge Usain Bolt in the 100 meters, setting an audacious target of 9.58 seconds. Had there been others present at yesterday's interview, it would have been evident that these two journalists were egregiously taking his words out of context. Liu Ming's original remarks had conveyed an entirely different meaning. However, there are no what-ifs. These three sensationalized articles, initially appearing rather mundane, revealed their intricate conspiracy when Su Si called from Los Angeles. The first article aimed to tarnish Liu Ming's impeccable image. After all, Liu Ming had previously cultivated a patriotic persona. And once the public realized he publicly criticized the domestic system shortly after achieving some success, this likable image would swiftly crumble. Most crucially, this would obliterate any remaining goodwill from the system, potentially branding him as a detrimental element to societal stability. The second and third articles, while inciting conflict, inadvertently validated the authenticity of the first, with astonishing remarks likening the NBA to a playground. Liu Ming's subsequent bold statements naturally solidified his arrogant image in the eyes of the uninformed masses. Thus, the narrative of his hubris took root in public perception. In this way, he faced a concerted onslaught of criticism across major domestic forums regarding the matter. I have had enough. The Gemini duo has been locked in a tug-of-war for years, with results both victorious and defeatist. While holding disdain for the Japanese prodigy is one matter. What of the Su and Xie flying men? Should he happen to falter against the Japanese nation in this competition, how might they reconcile their pride? Today, it is this person you scorn. Tomorrow, another. I truly wish to inquire, whom can Liu Ming still respect? Why not ascend to the heavens? There is a strong recommendation to expel the likes of Liu Ming, a detrimental element, from the team. He is unworthy to represent the nation. Liu Ming's aspirations to approach Usain Bolt's world record are nothing short of fanciful. While having goals is commendable, such unrealistic ambitions are merely arrogance. Henceforth, Liu Ming's staunch supporters have turned into lifelong detractors, and let it be noted, his frequent proclamations of hubris not only reveal his arrogance but also attest to his character's depravity. It seems the athletics administration's prior decision to revoke his competition eligibility was indeed justified. At this point, even Yu Zhidao could no longer remain composed, and he launched into a scathing tirade against Liu Ming. After delivering his scolding in full, he finally managed to regain his composure. Liu Ming then retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket, urging, "Please calm down and listen to this recording before you continue your tirade." Chapter 39, The Astonishing 9. 71 seconds. It turned out that ever since Su Si had been embroiled in a doping scandal 2 years prior, he had mandated that Liu Ming only partake in public interviews, ensuring that even those that were unavoidable were meticulously recorded for backup. Thus, despite being at the epicenter of public scrutiny and facing relentless online harassment, Liu Ming remained remarkably composed. The recording was brief, merely a few minutes in length, and it concluded swiftly. Yet, Director Yu was so enraged that his face turned an ashen hue, his lips quivering in indignation. This is utter nonsense. Who granted them the audacity to disrupt the national team? As he spoke, it suddenly dawned on him that the 2 journalists' letters of introduction had indeed been issued by the Sports Administration Center, and that Liu Ming's interview had been sanctioned by his special approval. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the convoluted machinations at play. Clearly, there were individuals within the center who did not wish to see Liu Ming make a return to the international stage. Liu Ming, focus on the upcoming preliminary round. The most expedient way to counter the critics is to let your performance speak for itself. Rest assured, regardless of who is behind this matter, I will certainly bring it to the attention of the higher-ups and ensure you receive the justice you deserve. Do you have a backup of that recording? Liu Ming nodded nonchalantly and said, "Take it. I have several more in hand." The coach instructed, track and field, men's 100 meters preliminary. Liu Ming, adhering to the designated groupings, found himself in the penultimate race. Meanwhile, his teammates, the Gemini duo, including Su Qixing, had already advanced to the semifinals, all securing their spots as group champions without any surprises. Although the sprinting prowess of the Asian athletes may not rank prominently on the global stage in recent years, Eastern nations have undeniably established themselves as the preeminent leaders in the Asian athletics arena. On the track, Liu Ming made a slight adjustment to his starting blocks, then gazed with keen interest at the athletes competing in his group. To his left stood a Filipino contestant, whose height could easily rival Liu Ming's. In the Philippines, he would undoubtedly stand out, likely a product of mixed heritage. To his right was a Cambodian athlete, lean and dark-skinned, possessing an unremarkable appearance yet showcasing well-defined calf muscles, exuding an aura of quiet determination. Further to the right was a competitor hailing from the United Arab Emirates. Liu Ming contemplated that this individual was likely dabbling in the sport, with his primary occupation probably being that of a millionaire. Next to him was a local athlete from Qatar. The host's advantage evidently lay not in his personal prowess, but rather in the fervent support from the stands. At this moment, he was enthusiastically waving to the audience, eliciting a chorus of cheers from a group of young ladies above. One might mistakenly think he was the renowned Qatari champion, Oga Nort. On the far side stood a competitor from Singapore. This fellow spoke Mandarin more fluently than Liu Ming himself. Ah, how solitary life can be, akin to snow. Liu Ming let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat disheartened. Competing alongside this group of lackluster opponents presented no challenge whatsoever. It appeared that he could only strive against himself. After all, ensnared in the whirlwind of public opinion, Su Si required a remarkable achievement to mount a counterattack. Moreover, surpassing his own records would grant him additional free skill points. Thus, as the referee signaled for the athletes to prepare, Liu Ming steeled himself. On the starting blocks, athletes from various nations took their positions. At the moment the gun fired, the system's voice echoed simultaneously. Ding. Event task completed. Free skill point 1. Competition task. Complete the race in under 80 seconds. Liu Ming, I have just discovered the key to success, and you have swiftly replaced the lock? What a jest. Previously, the competition tasks were numbered 1, 2, and 3. However, Liu Ming astutely noticed that this time, the competition task bore no number. This suggests that the system has issued only this single task for the current event. Considering the prior match between the Lakers and the Suns, the frequency of task issuance has indeed been on the decline. The last match was merely a fluke. Otherwise, the objective of restricting Devin Booker's scoring would have undoubtedly persisted until the final whistle. This was still within the relatively infrequent NBA arena. In contrast, for the athletics field, the tasks issued by the system carry a more pronounced educational significance. Once the teaching phase is complete, it seems that only winning the event or breaking records would yield rewards. Presently, the national and Asian records stand at 89 seconds, established by Liu Ming himself. Should he manage to clock in at 88 seconds during the race, it would constitute a new Asian record, thus earning him 3 skill points as a reward. Of course, maintaining precision and pacing is no trivial task. Ample leeway must therefore be afforded. Yet, Liu Ming could scarcely anticipate that the current task would demand a time of under 8 seconds, achieving a time of 8 seconds. While relatively straightforward for him at peak performance, presents a dilemma. How then can he joyfully accumulate skill points? However, should he fail the task? Drawing from the narrative conventions of the web novels he once read, he harbored a grave suspicion that the system might obliterate him. Even if the likelihood of such an outcome is minimal, could it lead to a deduction of skill points or an escalation in the difficulty of subsequent tasks? Before long, Liu Ming's contemplation was interrupted by the deafening cheers resonating from the venue. Presumably, these cheers were fervently supporting the local athletes of Qatar. Yet, mere moments later, the cacophony began to dwindle. The Qatari athlete, unsurprisingly, found himself in last place. Naturally, Liu Ming surged ahead, leading the pack. Although he had not activated the skill of the Reaction King, his response speed during the full-force sprint was already formidable, further enhanced by the speed boost from the Sprint King ability. Among his fellow competitors, only the Filipino athlete, benefiting from a height advantage, was able to keep pace with him for a brief moment. In the realm of the 100 meters, height and stride frequency are two critical metrics. Being too short results in relatively smaller strides, while excessive height can impede stride frequency. Thus, after a few seconds of racing, Liu Ming soon realized that the Filipino athlete had also vanished. It is not surprising, considering the favorable grouping. There were no formidable competitors in the same category. As the latter half of the race approached, it would indeed be eerie if Liu Ming were not leading by a significant margin. After all, how often does one encounter a dark horse in the 100 meters within the Asian region? Yet, one cannot help but wonder if this is merely an illusion. During the course of the race, Liu Ming exhibited an exceptionally remarkable state. He even reached a point in the final few meters where he had to ease up, consciously relinquishing the Sprint King skill to deliberately slow his pace for the sake of point control. Upon crossing the finish line first, Liu Ming immediately lifted his gaze to the scoreboard. Indeed, the large screen displayed his time as 9:71 seconds. Ding. Task completion in the arena, 1 free skill point. As the final results were freshly announced, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. However, Liu Ming was nearly brought to tears. This was utterly disheartening. The arena task had abruptly come to an end. Moreover, it had catapulted his record from 9:89 seconds to 9:71 seconds. For someone intent on exploiting a system bug, this was a significant loss. In Chapter 40, facing off against Yamato Ryota, how could one run so swiftly? This defied logic. If he utilized the King of Reaction skill, Liu Ming could have potentially saved approximately 0.15 seconds at the start. Coupled with the full duration of the Sprint King skill, Liu Ming's true performance should have hovered around 9:68 seconds. According to his original plan, he had deliberately chosen to control his score, hence he did not employ the King of Reaction skill at all. In fact, during the final stretch of the race, he even canceled the effects of the Sprint King skill. Logically, the final time should have been controllable around 9:78 seconds, allowing him to complete the arena task while leaving ample room for exploiting the bug. Yet, how could such a significant increase occur? Furthermore, under the circumstances of setting a new Asian record, why had the system not yet awarded him the skill points? Soon, the answer became clear: super wind speed. Due to favorable wind conditions aiding athletes in enhancing their performance, the International Association of Athletics Federations has stipulated a limit for tailwind speed, set at 2 meters per second. Wind exceeding this speed is classified as superwind speed, and while achievements made under superwind conditions are valid, they are not recognized as records. In the recent preliminary race that Liu Ming participated in, the wind speed reached an impressive 3.0 meters per second. Clearly, the system aligned with the regulations of the IAAF, acknowledging Liu Ming's 9.71 seconds as his preliminary time but not recognizing it as a record. Just as everyone lamented Liu Ming's fate, Liu Ming, however, was exhilarated like a child. He continually waved his hands in greeting, an uncontainable smile adorning his face, playfully sticking out his tongue, and nearly colliding with female competitors from other events in his excitement. Liu Ming hastily offered his apologies, receiving a courteous response in return. Inspired by his demeanor, the atmosphere was soon filled with thunderous applause and cheers. After all, it was an epoch-making 9.71 seconds. Liu Ming's remarkable sprint has emerged as the most astonishing surprise in the 100-meter preliminaries. His time marks the finest performance by an Asian sprinter under any conditions, including those with a favorable wind speed, since the advent of electronic timing. Thus, even though the wind speed exceeded the permissible limit, it does not diminish the exhilaration that this achievement brings. Consider how Yoshihide Kairi gained acclaim for his time of 9.87 seconds with a wind speed of 3.3 ms. Liu Ming's 9.71 seconds, 3.0 ms, is equally capable of sending shockwaves through the international athletics community. However, what they fail to comprehend is that Liu Ming's true source of excitement lies not in the record itself, but rather in the validity of the performance. While the record remains invalid, Liu Ming was so ecstatic that he could hardly contain his joy, as if awakening from a delightful dream. It was simply perfect. Once again, he could joyfully exploit the system's bugs. During lunch, as Liu Ming entered the dining hall, he was greeted by a resounding applause from the East Asian delegation. The twin stars of the 100-meter event, Su and Xie, set aside their plates to extend their congratulations. Ming, you sly one, you certainly kept your prowess well hidden. Your preliminary score took me by surprise. Indeed, to have achieved a time of 9.71 seconds is truly remarkable. Liu Ming perceived the heartfelt congratulations from the two individuals. He first expressed his gratitude solemnly before inquiring with a smile, Su Gu, Xie Gu, do you bear any resentment towards me? Xie Farron waved his hand dismissively. What is there to blame you for? Blame me for putting pressure on us? Since the inception of the twin stars, although we haven't voiced it. Just ask Lao Su, haven't we relentlessly targeted the Neon Nation with fervor? This is what it means to never forget national humiliation. Do you understand? The 8 characters. If you're not convinced, just fight back, treating life and death with indifference. And what about the premise of fair competition without the use of performance enhancers? Come on, we've been bullied to this extent. If it were me, I would retaliate directly. Though Su Farron is an elder brother from the post-80s generation, his words exude a commanding presence. The Neon Nation, which once kept us from holding our heads high in the 1990s, has seen its prowess dwindle in recent years. If Takashi Kiryu dares to challenge me, he better have some credibility. At this stage, no matter how talented or skilled the competitors from the Neon Nation may be, they lack the qualifications for a duel. Xie Farron chuckled. Takashi Kiryu's best performance in competitions is merely 9.98 seconds, and he often falters in critical events. Whether he can even reach the finals this time is uncertain. His most commendable record stands at 9.87 seconds, achieved under a wind speed of 3 meters per second. Compared to Ming Er's 9.71 seconds, it's simply insignificant. Liu Ming was on the verge of laughter, hastily waving his hand. Xie Gu. Coach Yu has arrived. Xie Farron squinted, reverting to his aloof demeanor as the leader of the rankings. Coach Yu held the grouping sheet for the upcoming rounds. First nodding at Liu Ming, you performed quite well. His expression then turned somewhat grave as he addressed the others. The groupings for the next rounds have been announced. Xie Farron and Sonny Brown from Neon are in the same group. Sonny Brown achieved a remarkable time of 9.97 seconds at last month's NCAA championships, securing a bronze medal, so his competitive form should be optimal. Therefore, you must aim for second place at the very least to ensure qualification. Although Su Farron's group does not feature particularly strong competitors, you must remain cautious of your shoulder injury. Do not overexert yourself in the preliminaries simply because of Liu Ming's record, as that could lead to detrimental consequences. As for Su Qixing, your group is rather formidable. Aptly dubbed the group of death in the preliminaries, With Oguno and Yoshihide Kei, along with Yuki Koike, the level of competition in this group is akin to that of the semifinals. A single misstep could lead to elimination. At this juncture, Kochu turned to Liu Ming. His face reflecting a peculiar expression. Liu Ming's group has encountered the recently recovered Ryota Yamane. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you seize it. Liu Ming replied confidently, rest assured, instructor Yu. No matter whom I encounter from the Neon Country, I shall not allow them to survive. Observing Liu Ming's carefree demeanor, Xiaofaran leaned in closer and inquired, Minger, do you know who Yamaguchi Ryota, as mentioned by instructor Yu, is? Liu Ming shook his head and remarked, I care not who he is. Capturing and delivering a sound thrashing to the Neon Nation is undoubtedly the correct course of action. Is it not what you just taught me? Xiaofaran responded, Yamaguchi Ryota has just sprinted 9.95 seconds in the track and field competition, breaking the national record of the Neon Nation, earning him the title of the fastest sprinter in their 100 meters, the one who has declared a challenge across the void. Togashi Yoshihide is also regarded domestically as the heir apparent to Yamaguchi Ryota. Do you comprehend now? Liu Ming nodded, realizing that the guidance held this deeper significance. If he were to triumph over Yamaguchi Ryota in the semifinals, it would undoubtedly serve as a powerful retort to Tongu Yoshihide. The implication was clear. I declare you unworthy. And you dare to contest that? The best of your nation is nothing but trash. What does that make you? A mere successor who falters at the slightest challenge. With this understanding, Liu Ming felt an invigorated sense of purpose. At that moment, Su Farron approached, patting Su Qingxing on the shoulder, encouraging him, forget about the so-called death group. Come this afternoon, unleash the speed you showcased against Liu Ming, and advancing will be a certainty. Su Qingxing, wearing a resigned expression, retorted, brother, last time I raced alongside Ming out of frustration, and I count myself fortunate to have escaped without a tendon injury. Su Farron replied, indeed, little Su, take care not to overexert yourself. We must avoid injuries. With Ming in the mix, I believe we can reclaim the Asian record for the 4x100 meters from the Neon Nation. Chapter 41. The best sprinter from the Neon Nation, is this it? In the afternoon semifinals, Su Farron unreservedly advanced as the first in his heat. Following closely, Xiaofaran secured a second-place finish in his group as well. When it was Su Qingxing's turn, he, like Koike Yuki, fell short against Oguno and Tonga Yoshihide, thus ending his journey in the semifinals. Koike-kun, maintain your fighting spirit. You still have the 200 meters preliminaries tomorrow morning. Encouraged the coach of the Neon team, Suji Kazuhiro. Suji, a former athlete who represented the Neon Nation in his youth, is a well-known sprinter across Asia. Yes, I will continue to strive. Koike Yuki exhibited the characteristic humility and respect for his predecessors inherent to the Neon Nation while addressing Suji. This was a reflection of their rigid hierarchical traditions and sincere reverence for athletic luminaries. At that moment, the mixed race Sanaburan jogged over from a distance. Coach Ms. Kawasa Saiko from NHK is waiting for you in the athletes' lounge. Very well, I shall head over immediately. Suji then turned to Yamaguchi Ryota and said, the next match will be your face-off with Liu Ming from the Eastern Nation. I hope you can embody the spirit of our Yamato people. Occasional extraordinary performances do not signify much. Overall, the gap between you and Liu Ming is not vast. After all, his start is his weakness. I hope you can match his speed and set a new personal record. Yes, rest assured, coach, I will give my all. Yamaguchi Ryota nodded earnestly. Observing from the sidelines, Tonga Yoshihide added, I believe Yamaguchi-kun will surely uphold our honor and defeat Liu Ming. Baka, while we Yamato people are confident, we are by no means arrogant. Ryota Yamashita could easily discern the insincere flattery directed at him by his junior. However, this was not the appropriate moment for imparting life lessons to the younger generation. With the impending battle looming, he could not afford to bolster another's confidence at the expense of his own morale. Thus, after chastising Yoshihide Tokiwa, Yamashita chose to refrain from further words and proceeded to the starting line. Meanwhile, Liu Ming approached Su Qingxing, who was preparing to take the stage. What's the matter? Are you not feeling well? Su nodded with a hint of resignation. I didn't perform well. I lost to Yoshihide Tokiwa. Liu reassured him. Don't worry. Watch as I avenge you by defeating their top contender. After Liu Ming spoke, he took large strides towards the competition arena. As the track was being prepared, he noticed the fierce determination in Yamaguchi Ryota's eyes, yet he merely scoffed, pretending not to see it. In a contrarian manner, employing the words of Xiaofaran, This can be described as strategically acknowledging him while tactically disregarding him. The primary objective was to provoke the opponent. Akin to the art of trash talk employed in the NBA, Yamaguchi Ryota, with his immense pride, was indeed incited by Liu Ming's demeanor. In that moment, he seemed to have cast aside the calmness he exhibited when reprimanding Tongxing Xiangxiu before the race, succumbing to his emotions. Soon after, the starter raised the gun, ready. Once all athletes had come to a standstill, he abruptly pulled the trigger. At the sound of the gun, Liu Ming surged forward, but astonishingly, a few competitors, namely Yamaguchi Ryota from Japan, veteran Francis from Qatar, and Kim Kuk-young from South Korea, were quicker than him. The screen soon displayed each athlete's reaction time. Unsurprisingly, Yamaguchi Ryota had the fastest time, an astonishing 0.132 seconds. Truly, he was Yamaguchi, with a reaction time that ranked among the world's elite. From a distance, Tongxing Xiangxiu marveled at this, then glanced at Liu Ming's reaction time as 0.281. Surely, he couldn't be that slow. Tongxing Xiangxiu looked again at the data screen, confirming he had not misread it. As he fixated on the display for a few more seconds, the athletes on the track had already covered 50 meters. At this juncture, Liu Ming and Yamaguchi Ryota were leading, nearly neck and neck, while Francis and Kim Kuk-young had fallen into the second tier, significantly lagging behind. In the first half of the race, the two had already been left behind by Liu Ming and Yamaguchi Ryota. However, Kim Kuk-young, despite his age, possessed an advantage and bore the hopes of the South Korean people. He was evidently more driven than the veteran Francis. Even with no hope of advancing, he refused to give up, running with all his might. Meanwhile, in the lead pack, Yamaguchi Ryota was far from calm. Having excelled at the start, he had expected to establish a lead early in the race and maintain it until crossing the finish line. Yet, Liu Ming, who had started behind him, had already caught up by the halfway mark. To make matters worse, Yamaguchi Ryota soon realized that no matter how hard he pushed himself, he could not gain any advantage in speed. Under Liu Ming's pacing, he found himself struggling to keep up. This was impossible. How could Liu Ming be so fast? I am giving it my all, and not only can I not shake him off, but why does it feel so exhausting just to stay behind him? Could it be that his strength far surpasses mine? It is unwise to continue following his pace, otherwise one is bound to suffer injury. Yamashita Ryota caught a glimpse of Liu Ming from the corner of his eye, intending to slow down, only to find Liu Ming gritting his teeth and watching him intently. At this moment, the muscles on Liu Ming's face seemed to tremble, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute. It appeared that he too was enduring an immense struggle. Yamashita Ryota felt his blood boiling, an overwhelming pride constricted within his chest. I cannot yield. We are all Asian with yellow skin. If he can persevere, why can't I? The Japanese people are the noblest race in the world. I must not be outdone by the so-called sick men of East Asia. In terms of resilience and tenacity, my nation stands supreme. As the competition intensified, Yamashita Ryota surprisingly maintained his speed, gritting his teeth to sprint alongside Liu Ming. However, it was not long before his body began to signal distress. The extreme exertion resulted in increasingly noticeable symptoms of breathlessness. Yet, when Yamashita Ryota glanced at Liu Ming, he noticed that his opponent's face was also flushed, clearly indicating that he too was nearing his physical limits. He started much slower than I did, so his stamina must have been more severely depleted. At this breakneck pace, he surely cannot endure for much longer. If I can hold on for just 10 more meters, perhaps I can defeat him. Just 5 short meters later, Yamashita Ryota suddenly felt as though his right foot had plunged into cotton. What? Instantly, a chill enveloped him as he realized he had injured his ankle. Meanwhile, Liu Ming, who had been observing his opponent, finally revealed a smile that was exceedingly smug. It seemed to say, is this the so-called best of Japan? Could it be a conspiracy? Baka. Yamashita Ryota suddenly came to a realization, his eyes widening in fury. 4. In the very next moment, Liu Ming's speed unexpectedly increased as he surged towards the finish line. What? Exclaimed Sakaguchi Yoshihide, who was watching from the sidelines. The sight of Liu Ming racing alongside Yamaguchi Ryota had already astonished him. Just as he believed that the two would inevitably slow down due to fatigue, he was taken aback to witness Liu Ming suddenly accelerate while Yamaguchi's speed plummeted. Baka. Yamaguchi-kun has fallen into a trap. Chapter 42, The King of the Sprint. Who will prevail? On the 100-meter track, with only 30 meters remaining to the finish line, Liu Ming exerted himself with fervor, swiftly widening the gap between himself and Yamaguchi Ryota. At that moment, Sakaguchi felt a chilling sensation envelop him. In the blink of an eye, Yamaguchi Ryota was overtaken by the South Korean competitor Jean Guorong, followed closely by Francis, and ultimately surpassed by everyone. Yamaguchi staggered a few steps, coming to an abrupt halt on the track, seemingly on tiptoe. Sakaguchi, in a fit of frustration, thought, "Baka. This is the scheme of those from the east." Liu Ming, clearly faster than Yamaguchi-kun, chose to run alongside him deliberately. He forced Yamaguchi-kun into a race, disrupting his rhythm and causing him to twist his ankle. As these thoughts consumed him, a wave of humiliation surged within Sakaguchi. This was quickly followed by a chilling realization, for he understood all too well that, given Liu Ming's exhibited peak running speed, it would not only be Yamaguchi-kun who would falter, everyone would fall victim to Liu Ming's prowess. Such speed might very well shatter records. Sakaguchi gazed at Liu Ming with a mixture of despair and anger, yet he was acutely aware that, with his own abilities, facing Liu Ming could only lead to one outcome: defeat. Meanwhile, Liu Ming, just before the finish line, slowed his pace slightly, having achieved his goal and beginning to control his finish time. As the protagonist of this fierce competition, he remained focused. Liu Ming could most acutely sense the formidable power of the sprinting king as he unleashed his full strength. The rushing air generated by his swift movements whirled past his ears, creating an intoxicating sensation, even though the sounds remained indistinct. Liu Ming yearned to give his all in the competition. Yet, reason urged him to refrain from sprinting too swiftly. He understood that maintaining control was paramount. Merely breaking the record would suffice. As for Ryota Yamashita, he deserved every bit of it. What prowess did he truly possess? Surely he must have some self-awareness. The king of sprints, who would prevail in this battle of wills. Ding! He shattered the Asian 100-meter record, earning himself an additional 3 skill points. Alas, such is the audacity of my life. Xie Farron watched in exhilaration as Liu Ming crossed the finish line first, vigorously waving his towel in celebration. Well done, Liu Ming. 9:87 seconds. Su Farron and Su Qingxing joined in the jubilant cheers. Another national record broken, another Asian record shattered. My dear Minger, you are remarkable. Particularly for the younger Su Qingxing, witnessing the Neon Empire's premier sprinter, Ryota Yamashita, hobble off the track was immensely gratifying. Keeping pace with Minger was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. The so-called top sprinter of Neon? He was woefully overestimating his own abilities. Injury was merely a consequence of his hubris. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the other national teams as well. Undoubtedly, Liu Ming's performance is truly remarkable. Even when compared to the athletic powerhouses of the United States and Jamaica at the Olympics, he stands a formidable chance of securing a medal. It is noteworthy that, up until now, no Asian athlete has ever reached the finals of the Olympic 100-meter event. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Japanese team members are filled with dismay as they assist the agonized Ryota Yamaguchi off the track. Each of them glares at Liu Ming, as if ready to unleash their fury. Only Yoshihide Kairi gazes at the scoreboard, silently contemplating the displayed time, 9:87 seconds. This figure is hauntingly familiar to him, laden with irony. Once, he too returned home celebrated for achieving a time of 9:87 seconds, heralded as a prodigious talent in Japan's 100-meter sprint. Yet, despite the identical time, the disparity in achievement is strikingly vast. Liu Ming's accomplishments are worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. Yet he is destined to fade into obscurity. This is solely due to the fact that he achieved his remarkable speed in an era of extraordinary velocity. While the wind speed during this competition barely reached 0 for ms, such a performance would have sufficed to secure a place in the finals at the Olympics. Reflecting on the taunting remarks he made before the race, Takayuki Keisaka was instantly enveloped by a sense of despair. In that moment, he felt as though he were merely a jester in a grand spectacle. Meanwhile, Hiroshi Tsuchiya, having just completed an interview with the press, emerged from the athlete's passage, radiating optimism as he gazed towards the large screen displaying the record times. What? Liu Ming astonishingly clocked in at 9:87 seconds. A surge of joy erupted within Tsuchiya's heart, for this implied that Ryota Yamagata, who aimed to match Liu Ming's speed, had a genuine chance to surpass his personal best. The allure of competitive sports lies precisely in this dynamic. When athletes of comparable prowess compete, an extraordinary performance by one can inspire others to elevate their game, ultimately leading to personal record-breaking achievements. To Tsuchiya's astonishment, however, he soon discovered that Yamagata's name did not appear in second place. Not even in third. Fourth place it was. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and his expression darkened. He grasped the arm of the despondent Keisaka, urgently inquiring, "Keisaka, what on earth happened? What transpired on the field just now?" Keisaka promptly straightened his posture and replied, "Coach, Yamagata injured his ankle and had to withdraw halfway through the race." At that moment, a special assistant from the athletics team approached, stating, "Coach Tsuchiya." Yamagata's attempt to match Liu Ming's pace resulted in his ankle injury shortly after the halfway mark. He will undoubtedly miss the 400-meter event. So please report to Coach Yamazaki immediately for adjustments to the team roster. The assistant then recounted the events of the race to Tsuchiya, who was fuming with anger. "Baka, why did Yamagata disregard the bigger picture? If the 400 event falters, will the responsibility fall upon me or him?" Keisaka interjected, "Coach, I suspect this is a scheme by the Eastern nation. Liu Ming deliberately lured Yamagata into following him, resulting in his injury." "Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? Yamagata's legs are his own. How could Liu Ming possibly entice him to follow? Even if it were a conspiracy from the East, what evidence could you possibly present?" The special assistant beside him was infuriated by these words, nearly succumbing to the impulse of slapping the other person. He thought to himself that Kirita Yoshihide, with his brawn and lack of intellect, truly spoke without any forethought. However, Tsuchida Kanayoshi quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, indicating that they should no longer discuss the matter. Yamaguchi-kun's withdrawal from the race does not diminish our absolute advantage in the 4x100 meters. Besides, the people from the East Country have a long-standing tradition of internal strife. We merely need to observe the spectacle from the sidelines. The two bickering individuals promptly turned their gazes in the direction indicated by Tsuchida, coincidentally spotting two journalists approaching the East Country team, equipped with cameras and microphones. Kiryu furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "Official journalist from the Asian Athletics Association?" The special assistant also found the situation somewhat perplexing. Liu Ming had shattered the Asian record with a time of 9:87 seconds, undoubtedly a matter of significant interest for the Asian Athletics Association, making it routine for official journalists to conduct interviews. What could possibly be amiss? Could it be that the authorities suspect Liu Ming of doping? Kiryu suddenly arrived at a possible conclusion. Tsuchida nodded, acknowledging that Liu Ming's past as a disgraced athlete warranted scrutiny regarding performance-enhancing drugs. He then shook his head, pointing at the two journalists. "I just learned from Ms. Kawasai of NHK that Liu Ming is currently facing severe criticism from netizens in his country due to some inappropriate remarks made before the competition. And that report was penned by those two official journalists from his nation." The special assistant's eyes lit up. Tsuchida's words rang true. The infighting among the East Country's people was notorious worldwide, and all they needed to do was wait for the show to unfold. Chapter 43. One wave subsides. Another rises. CF Aaron excitedly dashed to Coach Yu's side, exclaiming joyfully, "Coach Yu, did you see that? Liu Ming ran 9:87 seconds. Once again breaking his own Asian record. Yamaguchi Ryota is surely going to withdraw, greatly increasing our chances of winning gold in the 4x100 meters." Coach Yu nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, I saw it. Liu Ming performed splendidly." Yet, no one noticed the trembling excitement in his hands, tucked away in his pockets. When the reaction time at the start was displayed, Coach Yu had already surmised that Liu Ming could achieve an even better result than before. Last time in Yangqing, Liu Ming shattered the national and Asian records with an astounding time of 9:89 seconds. At that moment, his reaction time at the start was still over 0.3 seconds. Nowadays, however, he has improved slightly, managing to keep his reaction time consistently below 0.3 seconds. Based on this, Coach Yu deduced that Liu Ming's true potential lies around 9:85 seconds. As for the extraordinary time of 9:71 seconds achieved under wind-assisted conditions, it falls outside of Coach Yu's realm of consideration. Athletes experience fluctuations in form, and the surrounding environment significantly influences the final results. If Su Farron were to exert himself fully under optimal conditions, he could also achieve remarkable breakthroughs in wind-assisted circumstances. Nonetheless, such performances lack substantial reference value. Nevertheless, Liu Ming's recent performance has far surpassed Coach Yu's expectations. Although there is no absolute evidence, it is evident to the discerning observer. Liu Ming is indeed leading Shanstian Liantai in the run, which signifies his absolute mastery over his own speed. A time of 9:87 seconds is effortlessly within his grasp. Conversely, this suggests that Liu Ming's current capabilities surely exceed 9:85 seconds. Moreover, there remains considerable room for improvement in his reaction time. Perhaps Liu Ming could indeed become the first sprinter in all of Asia to break into the Olympic finals. Coach Yu couldn't help but envision the future. At that moment, staff from the national team approached, accompanied by 2 journalists. Coach Yu, the reporter from the Asian Athletics Federation, wishes to interview Liu Ming. I already consulted Director Li via telephone, and he requested that we cooperate as much as possible without disturbing the athlete's rest. Coach Yu frowned slightly. After the previous interview debacle, he harbored a deep disdain for journalists. However, Liu Ming's recent breaking of the Asian record makes the interview seem entirely warranted. Refusing would appear arrogant and unapproachable, ultimately not beneficial for the national image. Furthermore, Liu Ming is quite astute and unlikely to be taken advantage of. Liu Ming, are you tired? Would you like to accept their interview? Liu Ming accurately captured the well-intentioned reminder from Coach Yu, nodding in acknowledgement. I'm not tired. It's no problem. All right. You should first head to the rest area to wipe off some sweat, then come over for the interview, Coach Yu instructed, gesturing towards the distant rest area, indicating for Liu Ming to fetch the recording pen. This is a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. Nevertheless, Liu Ming thought that being prepared in advance was not a bad thing. After all, we East Asians prefer to avoid trouble, but are not afraid of it either. The interview was conducted by a Filipino-Chinese female journalist, dressed in a professional outfit that accentuated her long legs, exuding an air of elegance. Mr. Liu, hello. May we begin the interview now? No worries. Just relax, she added. I am an internationally certified journalist and won't write haphazardly like some domestic reporters. Although Liu Ming had no difficulty communicating in English, the fact that the journalist was of Chinese descent made things simpler. However, he was not inclined to indulge her tendency to mock his homeland. Our struggles are our own family matters. If you, an outsider, dare to meddle, do not blame me for being ruthless. Is that so? Yet my sister advised me to be cautious of women like you. Liu Ming scrutinized the female reporter's voluptuous figure with an aggressive gaze, displaying a rather disrespectful demeanor. Just as the reporter was on the verge of indignation, Liu continued, asserting that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to deceive. The reporter was taken aback, but quickly composed herself, smiling politely and responding, You certainly have a way with words. Shall we begin? Oh, I thought we had already started, Liu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. The reporter inquired, in the competition. You initially achieved an impressive time of 9:71 seconds, followed by a remarkable 9:87 seconds in the semifinals, which also set an Asian record. As I understand it, the previous Asian record of 9:89 seconds was also set by you not long ago. What are your thoughts on this? Liu Ming quipped. It seems that even certified journalists lack originality. It's always about asking for feelings after achieving results. He chuckled before continuing, but if every time I break a record, you ask about my feelings, I will soon run out of things to say. The female reporter found Liu Ming's wit enchanting. Mr. Liu, you are truly amusing. In her experience interviewing other athletes, they either stumbled over their words due to lack of preparation or delivered lengthy, rehearsed responses. Encountering someone like Liu Ming was a first in her journalistic career. Nevertheless, his words conveyed a strong sense of confidence. The reporter contemplated this before asking, It seems the rumors about you challenging Usain Bolt's record of 9:58 seconds are not unfounded? Although I did not phrase it that way, Liu Ming replied without hesitation. But as a 100-meter sprinter, who wouldn't he aspire to challenge Bolt and push the boundaries of human capability? However, your personal best stands at 9:87 seconds, which falls significantly short of the world record, the reporter confirmed, seemingly questioning her own ears. Liu Ming nodded and remarked, If I make progress in every match, wouldn't I gradually narrow the gap? The female journalist could hardly believe her ears. Liu Ming's remarks are indeed astonishing. He claims that he improves with every competition? Does that imply that in the future, Liu Ming will shatter the Asian record with each match? Such an audacious youth, utterly oblivious to the realities of the world. In the realm of the 100 meters, advancements of merely 0.01 seconds are often the culmination of years of rigorous training. History serves as a testament. Since the inception of the modern Olympic Games in 1896, it took humanity 16 years to breach the 11-second barrier. A further 56 years were required to dip below the 10-second mark. Yet, to Liu Ming, it appears as effortless as eating and drinking. How remarkably arrogant. Does this mean that in the upcoming semifinals, he will run a time of 9:86 seconds to once again break the Asian record? At this point, the female journalist's eyes glinted with a hint of disdain. Chapter 44. Internal Strife and External Pressures. An individual seasoned in handling the media would surely detect that the journalist had deliberately set a trap within her inquiry, which was indeed the case. This Chinese-Filipino reporter, due to her unusual background as the daughter of a domestic worker, harbors a deep-seated resentment towards her Eastern paternal figure. Thus, she seizes upon Liu Ming's verbal misstep, aiming to humiliate him and reduce him to a state of disgrace. Liu Ming has just stated that he makes progress in every competition. If he were to claim that he could not run under 9.86 seconds, it would reflect a contradictory stance. The female reporter gazed at Liu Ming with a sense of satisfaction, eager to witness his moment of embarrassment. However, she was met with a resolute expression from him. To be candid, 9.86 seconds remains quite challenging for me. The reporter felt she had received a most gratifying response. Just as she was about to revel in her triumph, Liu Ming continued, stating that 9.85 seconds is more attainable, as it represents the utmost limit of my capabilities. Achieving precise control of time on the track is no simple feat. The utmost limit that Liu Ming can achieve is merely a 0.2-second improvement in each competition to set new records. Ah well, thank you for agreeing to our interview. The female journalist was nearly choked by this absurd statement, her irritation unknowingly intensifying. She was fully prepared to exploit this exclusive interview. She intended to make this oblivious individual from the East pay a hefty price. Each evening, the event organizing committee disseminates information to the media and the public. This includes the results of the day's competitions, details about the next day's events, and interviews with various athletes. The primary medium for this release is the official bulletin, which is distributed to all participating nations, allowing them to receive a copy. Furthermore, journalists from different countries who registered with the organizing committee prior to the event can also obtain a copy. Of course, if ordinary citizens wish to acquire this bulletin, they may do so for a fee. However, Liu Ming's exclusive interview, due to an extraordinary maneuver by a certain journalist, stands out as an exception. It not only appeared in the official bulletin, but also graced the front page of the renowned Philippine media outlet, the Manila Times. At this moment, Raymond, the editor-in-chief of the Manila Times, gazed at the headline, secretly reveling in delight. The audacity of the East Asian to challenge Bolt was already remarkable. But to claim he would run a 9.85 in the semifinals to break the record was utterly laughable. Records are not so easily shattered. When he fails to break 10 seconds in the semifinals, I shall relish the aftermath. In this news headline, the Filipinos, in an effort to capture attention, boldly pinned the following title. The East Asian flying man proclaims, in the 100-meter semifinals, I will once again break the Asian record, thus challenging Bolt. The content not only distorts Liu Ming's remarks regarding breaking records and challenging Bolt, but is also rife with sarcasm, belittlement, and vilification directed towards Liu Ming and the entire national team. The ultimate conclusion merely informs the readers that the Eastern nation is proud and arrogant, with athletes becoming conceited upon achieving modest success, losing sight of their true selves. Media, both domestic and foreign, has always been devoid of ethics when faced with the prospect of higher sales. Seizing upon a few words, they can fabricate stories and create confusion. Coupled with the mainstream anti-China sentiment in the Philippines, which has a penchant for reporting negative news about the Eastern nation, it is no surprise that they seize every opportunity to malign it. However, it is precisely this type of reporting that captivates readers' attention. Thus, major foreign media outlets also began to indiscriminately reprint and report on the issue. With the emergence of this interview, it was as if a thunderclap had struck, thrusting this otherwise unremarkable Asian Games into the spotlight of public discourse. In the Eastern nation, Director Li arrived punctually at the Athletics Management Center for breakfast. In the luxurious private room, the restaurant staff had thoughtfully prepared today's newspapers. Moments later, Director Li slammed his crab roe soup dumplings onto the table and tossed the newspaper in front of Deputy Director Ma, who was sipping congee. Old Ma, take a look at this. Deputy Director Ma, with his slick back hair, quickly picked up the newspaper. Is it arrogance or strength? The Eastern nation's sprinter asserts sovereignty on the 100-meter track. As he skimmed through the text, the main subject was naturally Liu Ming's interview. The final conclusion was, of course, that Liu Ming's challenge to Bolt was a joke. At first glance, Deputy Director Ma did not take it seriously. During his time as a coach, he often led the national team to compete in various countries. The tactics of foreign media have always been to fabricate stories and employ underhanded methods. So he dismissed this report, considering it merely a championship declaration that had been twisted into something negative. The lack of ethics among foreign media has become increasingly apparent. Director Li lit a cigarette and tapped the article with his finger. Look closely. Liu Ming's statements are far from just a championship declaration. Deputy Director Ma was taken aback and quickly picked up the newspaper to examine it more closely. Soon, he found Liu Ming's bold claim of running a 9.85-second semifinal to break the Asian record. Perhaps he had been ensnared by the foreign journalist's trap? The youth of today can indulge in food, but they must be cautious with their words, especially abroad. If he wants to engage in self-indulgence behind closed doors, that's fine. But why must he speak recklessly in front of the media? If he manages to run a 9.85 seconds, that's one thing, but if something goes awry, it tarnishes our national image. No, the center must tighten the reins on him. He needs to be cautioned. Upon returning home, arrangements should be made for several training sessions to educate him on how to communicate with the media appropriately. Director Li, upon hearing these words, extinguished his cigarette but in the half-consumed bowl of congee before him. Typically, athletes with dubious reputations tend to revel in their newfound success. However, through criticism and education, redemption is still possible. Yet, considering the rumors circulating in the NBA regarding him, I surmise that the reports from those two domestic journalists are at least 80 to 90% credible. This arrogant and reckless behavior appears to be an inherent character flaw of his. Nevertheless, given his exceptional prowess in the 100 meters, one might find it somewhat understandable that he would make such statements. A single defeat does not preclude a promising future. My concern lies in the possibility of him making similarly reckless comments in other events, which could potentially have the nation bearing the brunt of his folly. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Ma's expression hardened. Thus, it seems that this Liu Ming is indeed a character of questionable integrity and a liability not worth salvaging. Meanwhile, far away in the neon capital, NHK's deputy editor Yamamoto leaned back in his chair, meticulously perusing various reports from foreign media about the East Country's sprinter. Liu Ming. Is he audacious or merely talented? The East Country's 100-meter powerhouse has declared a certain victory. The aspirations of East Country athletes to challenge both and shatter the world record in the 100 meters. An East Country competitor boldly asserts, in the semifinals of the Asian Games, he will once again break the Asian record. Deputy Editor Yamamoto aligned several reports side by side, pondering deeply for a moment. Subsequently, he picked up the telephone on his desk. Please summon Miss Chuan Saiko to my office immediately. I have come across some intriguing reports that I believe we can appropriately reprint and embellish. Before long, a news article titled Ryota Yamane withdraws from competition due to injury. East Country athletes claim no rivals left in the Asian 4x100 event rapidly appeared on the homepage of the 5 major media outlets in the Neon Nation. It is evident that the media in the Neon Country is fabricating stories out of thin air. However, for readers and netizens who remain unaware of the truth, coupled with the overwhelming foreign media coverage, the perception may be quite different. Liu Ming's ability to articulate such sentiments seems entirely harmonious. Chapter 45, The Relay Race. The curtain finally rises. For the majority of domestic athletics enthusiasts, today is undoubtedly a day worthy of jubilant celebrations. The news of our national team's athletes competing in Doha has reached us. Liu Ming, under extreme wind conditions, astonishingly clocked a remarkable 9.71 seconds in the 100 meters. In the semifinals, he further broke his own Asian record with a time of 9.87 seconds. His prominence overshadowed even the gold medals won by the women's javelin and shot put on the first day of competition. The netizens of East Country have always been a magnanimous collective. Given such dazzling achievements, their tolerance for Liu Ming's pre-race bravado has notably increased. Moreover, the excitement for track and field enthusiasts is heightened by the unfortunate ankle injury sustained by Ryota Yamane, Japan's leading sprinter, which will prevent him from participating in the 4x100-meter relay. Consequently, the prospects for the East Country men's team to redeem their honor in the upcoming events have significantly improved. As is well known, due to historical factors, the national sentiments between the two countries have seldom been harmonious. Across Asia, East Country and Japan are undoubtedly fierce rivals in the 100 meters and the 4x100-meter relay events. The former has seen a resurgence in recent years, with the emergence of the exceptional sprinter Su, prompting Japan to acknowledge East Country's prowess in the 100 meters, particularly Su's performance, which has reached a world-class standard. However, the landscape of the 4x100 relay differs fundamentally. The gap between the two teams is markedly evident. In terms of best performances, Japan ranks among the top relay powerhouses, while East Country often finds itself languishing in 9th or 10th place. This trend has only worsened in recent years, with the East Country team experiencing a decline in strength following a brief period of glory. They now struggle to qualify for finals in world competitions. While Japan has established itself as a top-tier team, on par with Jamaica, the United States, and Great Britain, the disparity in strength pales in comparison to the memories of the Rio Olympics, where the East Country men's team was at its peak, showcasing exceptional performance in the preliminaries. They not only advanced to the finals as the second in their group, but also shattered the previous Asian record with a time of 37.82 seconds, previously set at 37.92 seconds. Following the preliminaries, the East Country team members were elated during interviews, expressing satisfaction with their performance and a determination to strive harder in the finals. However, a dramatic turn of events unfolded swiftly, just as the East Country team's interview concluded. Japan's group commenced their preliminaries. Subsequently, Japan set a new Asian record with a time of 37.68 seconds, meaning that the record established by the East Country team lasted a mere minute before being eclipsed by Japan. The absolute advantage of 24 seconds was shattered. In the subsequent finals, the Dongwa team faltered and failed to achieve glory once more, while the Neon team clinched the silver medal with a time of 37.60 seconds, thereby breaking the Asian record for the third time. This left the members of the Dongwa men's team in a state of profound despondency, and for years, they could not lift their heads in the face of mockery from Neon netizens. Thus, a long-standing rivalry in the realm of athletics relay races was established. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Ryota Yamanaka, the leading athlete from Neon, is absent due to injury, while Dongwa welcomes the continually surprising Liu Ming. On the surface, their prospects for competition appear promising. Although relay races are not merely a simple summation of four individual strengths, factors such as baton exchange techniques, team cohesion, and strategic gameplay are also crucial indicators of victory or defeat. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that the men's 4x100-meter relay is destined to be a captivating spectacle. According to the schedule, this morning, Liu Ming is set to compete in the preliminary round of the 4x100-meter relay, followed by the semifinals of the men's 100-meter sprint in the afternoon. A total of 16 countries' regions have registered for the 4x100-meter relay, with the top 8 advancing to the finals. In this event, the Neon team enjoys an undeniable advantage across Asia, while the East Country, Indonesia, and Qatar form the second tier. Thailand, Kazakhstan, and Bahrain are emerging as new contenders in this discipline. Conversely, nations such as India and the Philippines are merely participating for the sake of participation, given that only the top 8 overall times qualify. The grouping in the preliminary rounds seems rather insignificant. However, it is quite fortuitous that the East Country team and the Neon team, traditional rivals, have been placed in the same group for the preliminaries. Moreover, the inherent excitement surrounding the men's 4x100-meter event is palpable. If the men's 100 meters is likened to a fierce battle of sprinters, then the 4x100-meter relay can be regarded as a grand army of sprinters in action. If the men's 100 meters is the jewel upon the crown, the men's 4x100-meter relay can indeed be considered a necklace strung with pearls. Consequently, the stands are now filled with spectators eager to witness the live competition. This is, of course, Liu Ming's debut in the 4x100-meter event, which has drawn considerable media attention. On the track, Liu Ming stands resolute, unfazed by the commotion. He is inherently a performer suited for grand events, thriving amidst the excitement. Moreover, with a reliable system in place, Liu Ming possesses an unmatched confidence when he steps onto the track. In the Neon team's quartet, Ryota Yamashita is absent due to injury, and a black athlete has taken his place to run the first leg, to Liu Ming's astonishment. The runner who will take the fourth leg alongside him is also black. This left Liu Ming bewildered. He leaned closer to Su Farron and whispered, "Brother Su, isn't this the Asian Athletics Championships? Why are there 2 black athletes among the Neon team?" Su Farron glanced up and replied, "They are of mixed heritage." The runner for the first leg, known as Cambridge Hayabusa, has a Jamaican father. The fourth leg runner, dubbed the Neon Bolt, is Sinibulin, whose father hails from Ghana. Do not underestimate them. Black athletes possess a distinct advantage in sprinting events, particularly with their rapid leg movement and powerful push-off, which is something our Asian athletes cannot match. That said, Sinibulin is a rising star who has emerged in the past 2 years. However, for someone determined to return to athletics, not recognizing Cambridge Hayabusa might suggest a degree of arrogance. Liu Ming cleared his throat twice and swiftly diverted the conversation, exclaiming, "The little neon lights are truly despicable." In their quest to enhance academic performance, they have concocted such a scheme for exemplary students. It is a pity for those gentle and considerate neon women who have unwittingly benefited a group of black men. Su Farren was so amused by Liu Ming's remarks that he broke into a wide grin, laughing, "Huh? Your wit is quite sharp." However, on a different note, when you combine your speed, the rhythm you generate bears a striking resemblance to that of the black athletes. Perhaps you have also made it onto the list of exemplary offspring in neon country. I must warn you, though, do not betray your own kind. While one should seize opportunities, one must never allow them to propagate. Liu Ming found himself at a loss for words. Su Gu, I never imagined that as a distinguished associate professor, you possess such extensive experience. Have you perhaps already endured the trials of the neon country? Chapter 46, The Capsized Boat in the Gutter. Team Second, the 4x100-meter relay is a collective endeavor, where the ultimate victors are not merely the 4 fastest runners, but rather the team that exhibits the most harmonious energy. Several years ago, the East Asian athletics community harbored a belief that if individuals faltered, the collective would falter even more. However, this perspective evolved when they observed their neighboring neon team fielding 4 sprinters, each capable of completing the 100 meters in under 10 seconds, and yet excelling in the relay against formidable opponents from Europe and America. This realization rekindled their confidence, leading to commendable achievements in the subsequent years. It can be posited that the 4x100 meters is fundamentally akin to the barrel effect and the strategy of racing horses. The former emphasizes strengths while avoiding weaknesses, while the latter allows for the leveraging of individual talents to ensure the maximization of team performance. It is imperative to position the most advantageous runners in the most suitable slots. In relative terms, the outcome of the race is often determined by baton passing techniques and tactical coordination, with individual performances taking a backseat. Of course, teams like Jamaica, led by the illustrious Bolt, stand as an exception. They have reached a level of prowess where their only competition is themselves, striving for personal bests. Any strategy against them proves futile. Nevertheless, while tactics hold significance in the 4x100-meter relay, each of the 4 competitors generally has distinct responsibilities. Given that the relay typically unfolds within a mere 40 seconds, the intensity following the starting gun is palpable. The margin between victory and defeat is exceedingly narrow, and during this brief yet fervent period, emotional fluctuations often wield greater influence than sheer physical prowess. Thus, the first leg typically features a sprinter renowned for their quick reaction time and proficiency in corner acceleration, establishing an initial advantage. The second leg is generally entrusted to the fastest member of the team, who strives to maintain and extend this lead, thereby placing pressure on the opposition. The third leg should ideally be assigned to a runner with exceptional baton passing skills, preferably one who excels in both the 100 and 200 meters or primarily focuses on the 200 meters. Such athletes possess a greater assurance in their cornering abilities. The fourth leg, conversely, should be entrusted to a competitor with a resilient spirit, capable of withstanding the influence of the preceding performances and exerting their utmost effort for the final result. It is evident that Liu Ming's slow reaction time renders him more suited for the second leg. However, as a novice in this event, he has only recently grasped the technique of baton passing, and time constraints preclude further instruction. Additionally, Su Farren, renowned for his exceptional cornering prowess, has been strategically placed to compete against Sonny Brown of the Neon team in the fourth leg. As the athletes prepare, the competition is poised to commence. At the sound of the gun, the first leg runner leaps from the starting line, originally slated to run the fourth leg. Su Farren now finds himself in the first leg, akin to a top-tier horse competing against a mediocre one in a race. Consequently, he possesses a distinct advantage over his competitors. As the first 100 meters draws to a close, he has already left the others trailing, with only the Neon team's Cambridge Falcon keeping pace. The second leg, however, sees Su Qingxing, who is comparatively less formidable. The lead that Su Farren had established is swiftly neutralized by the Neon team's Yuki Koike, who has even gained an advantage during the baton exchange. In the third leg, Su Farren's adversary is the Neon prodigy, Yoshihide Keisei, who is currently in peak condition and poses a significant challenge. As the fourth leg approaches, he remains closely behind Su Farren. Liu Ming, run. With Su Farren's commanding shout, Liu Ming launches into his sprint. He reaches out, and upon seeing Liu Ming extend his hand, Su Farren passes the baton into Liu Ming's grasp. Baton exchange. Liu Ming grasped the relay baton with fervor. Simultaneously, the king of sprinting skill was unleashed. The archaic method of baton passing? From a distance, Tujakanyu gasped softly. The outdated technique of baton exchange, which hampers an athlete's acceleration, had long since faded into obscurity. How could the Dongwu team resort to such an antiquated method for the final leg? Was this bound to widen the gap? However, Tujakanyu had no time for further contemplation. At that moment, Sinibulin from the Neon team had already surged ahead onto the final straightaway. In a 4x100-meter race, athletes on the inner lanes start from a disadvantage, while those on the outer lanes enjoy a forward position. Thus, from the spectator's perspective, it was impossible to discern who held the advantage during the first 3 legs. Yet, upon reaching the 4th leg, once all athletes had exchanged the baton and navigated the curve, the final sprint on the straightaway rendered the standings starkly apparent. As they entered the straight sprint, the audience could see clearly. Sinibulin was in a commanding lead, while Liu Ming lagged several strides behind. The explosive power of the sprinter was magnificently displayed at that moment. Although Sinibulin was not tall, his strides, rhythm, and arm swing were evidently faster than those of his competitors of various hues. Victory seemed assured. With such a substantial lead during the baton exchange, the Dongwu team was undeniably unable to catch up with Sinibulin. The Neon athletes from the first 3 legs were ecstatic, and even Tujakanyu, watching from the sidelines, shared in their elation. Yet, in the next instant, the seasoned Tujakanyu made a startling observation. Liu Ming's speed upon entering the straightaway was not only precise but even slightly faster than that of Sonny Brown. How could this be? Sonny Brown, a man of African descent, was outpaced by Liu Ming, an Asian athlete. Tojiro Keiwa was utterly astonished. Little did he know that Liu Ming's heart was far from tranquil. The starting and baton exchange zones for lane 4 were positioned on the curve, necessitating Liu Ming to run a short stretch of the bend before receiving the baton. Having never competed in the 200-meter event, he naturally lacked the technical prowess required for cornering. He had anticipated the enhancement from his king of sprinting skill, yet unexpectedly, the system did not provide him with the corresponding boost for sprinting on bends. Consequently, it was precisely this brief segment, in which Liu Ming was less adept, that not only squandered the slight advantage Su Farron had painstakingly gained, but also allowed the Neon team to take the lead. Furthermore, the technical discrepancies during the baton exchange impacted his running rhythm, causing him to lag slightly at the curve's onset, disrupt his timing during the exchange, and waste precious moments on adjustments. In a 4x100-meter relay, the standard track features only 80 meters of pure straightaway. Thus, when Liu Ming finally entered the straight, his sprinting skill could be fully realized. Although his speed was formidable, he still found himself straining to catch up to Sonny Brown. Yet, in Tojiro Keiwa's eyes, this was already astonishing. How could it be? His speed has remained unwavering. I refuse to believe he can maintain such velocity throughout. An Asian cannot possess that kind of explosive power. Due to the initial disadvantage, Liu Ming exerted himself to close the gap, keeping the king of sprinting skill effect activated throughout the race. This left Tojiro Keiwa in utter shock. He had hoped Liu Ming would slow down in the latter half. However, to the finish line, Liu Ming astonishingly did not decrease his pace. Although the Neon team clinched first in their heat with a time of 37.72 seconds, the Dongwu team also advanced with a time of 37.80 seconds without any doubt. Wait, 37.80 seconds? Despite Liu Ming's baton exchange error, the Dongwu team still managed to break their national record. As this realization dawned on Tojiro Keiwa, he was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 47. Consumption brings me joy. Ding. National record shattered. 1 free skill point. In the midst of jubilant teammates and an excited coaching staff, Liu Ming felt utterly dejected. He had lost. This was the first time he had tasted defeat since activating the system in this timeline. Moreover, it was a loss to the very team he had most desired to triumph over, the Neon team. Although relay races do not hinge on individual prowess, but rather on collective cooperation and tactical execution, it was evident that Liu Ming's performance in the final leg had hindered the team's overall result. It is worth noting that Su Farron had held a leading advantage over the Neon team before the baton exchange. Were it not for Liu Ming's proficiency in cornering and baton passing techniques, the Dongwu team would undoubtedly have outpaced the Neon team in the final moments. How then? Can this predicament be resolved? The baton passing technique cannot be significantly improved in a short period. After only a few days of practice, the upward baton pass was barely mastered. To hastily adopt the unfamiliar downward pass could lead to a disastrous drop of the baton during the competition, resulting in an instant and total defeat. As for the ability to navigate corners, after an extensive search within the system, Liu Ming surprisingly found no suitable skill options. However, There was a skill labeled King of the Curves. Judging by its description, it was evidently a driving ability. Gazing at the provocative glances cast by Tru Takeda and Sonny Brown following the Neon team's victory, Liu Ming felt the weight of their challenges. Liu Ming, completely engrossed, felt a surge of determination within his heart. If technical prowess was lacking, then he would compensate with sheer ability. He first expended 4 skill points to elevate his King of Stamina skill to level 3. King of Stamina, level 3 efficiency of stamina utilization 1, recovery efficiency 2. Note: the effects of the skill fluctuate according to factors such as time, exercise intensity, and age. Liu Ming soon realized that the vague phrases from the previous skill descriptions had vanished, replaced by more intuitive data. Indeed, it is true that where money is spent, comfort follows. After upgrading to the King of Stamina, Liu Ming did not rest on his laurels. He expended another skill point to elevate the Sprint King skill to an advanced level. Sprint King, advanced within 40 seconds, the maximum running speed is significantly enhanced. At first glance, the advanced skill seems merely to have doubled the duration compared to the intermediate version. However, Liu Ming immediately discerned a crucial detail. In the description of the intermediate skill, the limiting phrase was straight line running. Upon advancing to the higher level, the word straight had vanished. What does this imply? It strongly suggests that there is a great possibility of enjoying the skill's benefits while navigating curves. A single expenditure had drastically diminished the 9 hard-earned skill points he had previously amassed. Yet, Liu Ming could only exclaim, "Neon team, we shall meet in the finals." Due to time zone differences, Neon is 6 hours ahead of Qatar. Thus, while Liu Ming was having lunch in Doha, it was peak rush hour in Tokyo. Naoto Nakagawa, a graduate of an Ivy League institution, is now in his 30s and has risen to a mid-level managerial position in a publicly listed company. However, due to his wife's full-time commitment to home duties and the responsibility of raising their school-aged son, he typically opts for the more economical subway for his daily commute rather than driving. At that moment, luck was on Nakagawa's side as he managed to secure a coveted seat midway through his journey. Seated comfortably, he instinctively pulled out his phone to browse the news. Just as he opened the web page, he heard someone nearby exclaim, "How ridiculous! Our Neon is the Asian powerhouse in relay events. This Eastern nation dares to boast before the competition, only to be soundly slapped in the face. What a delight!" During his school days, Nakagawa had also been an avid athletics enthusiast, even participating in the school's track and field club. However, as an Asian with yellow skin, he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of physicality and talent compared to his Western peers, eventually stepping back to focus on his studies. Nevertheless, he had always kept a keen eye on the news surrounding athletics. In recent years, due to frequent overtime at work and mounting life pressures, he had lacked the energy to pursue current events. Little did he expect to overhear a discussion about sprinting on the subway. Driven by curiosity, Nakagawa leaned forward, noticing that the person beside him was also engrossed in news on their phone. Prompted by intrigue, he quickly clicked on the NHK homepage, where he discovered that the Neon team had triumphed with a remarkable time of 37.72 seconds, decisively defeating the Eastern nation and advancing smoothly to the finals. Upon reading the headline, Naoto Nakagawa furrowed his brow. Japan has long been a powerhouse in Asian athletics, particularly in relay events, where it has maintained its dominance for an extended period. Nearly a preliminary round of the Asian Athletics Championships, and a time of 37.72 seconds hardly shatters any national records. Is this truly worthy of the front page? Subsequently, Naoto Nakagawa patiently began to peruse the content. As he read on, enlightenment dawned upon him. The people of the East truly possess a vivid imagination. Although Ryota Yamane was absent due to injury, the strength of the Japanese team remained formidable. How could he dare claim that the East had no rivals? Such arrogance was astounding. Nonetheless, the East's performance was indeed impressive, with a time of 37.80 seconds seemingly breaking their national record, closing the gap with the Japanese team. Wait, is that Liu Ming? The former Asian sprinting champion has returned to the track? What? Liu Ming astonishingly clocked a mind-boggling 9.71 seconds, shattering records consecutively. He has now elevated the Asian record to 9.87 seconds. Remarkable. Liu Ming is truly extraordinary. Moreover, he audaciously boasted of a 9.85 seconds finish in the semifinals. Is this the Asian Athletics Championships? If so, it seems I can forego dinner tonight. But this semifinal is absolutely unmissable. This historic competition surely must be broadcast live by some television network, Naoto Nakagawa mused. Unfortunately, despite his thorough search through the program listings, He found no indication that any channel would be airing this event live. In recent years, traditional media has suffered greatly under the rapid advancement of the internet. Television networks have faced increasingly tough times. Furthermore, the Asian Athletics Championships do not carry the same weight as the Olympics, resulting in insufficient attention and fervor. Thus, not only Japan, but even East countries' CCTV opted not to broadcast live. At the Asian Athletics Championships venue, the final event of the day was the men's 100 meters semifinal. The semifinals were divided into 3 heats. According to the competition format, the top 2 from each heat would advance, followed by the selection of the 2 fastest overall times to join them in the finals. Among the 3 competitors from the East country, Xie Farren was set to compete in the first heat, Su Farren in the second, while Liu Ming was assigned to the third heat. Once again, Liu Ming found himself facing Japan's Sanaburen. However, Sanaburen was not the strongest opponent in this heat, as Qatar's Ogunode was also placed in this group. Ogunode, born in Nigeria in 1991, is now a veteran. He accepted Qatar's invitation in 2009 and became a naturalized citizen, subsequently dominating Asian sprinting. He first set an Asian record with a time of 9:93 seconds, and then, in a remarkable feat, a time of 9:1 seconds shattered the 100-meter record, establishing a lifelong rivalry with the illustrious Su Farren. Subsequently, during the Princess Coronation Cup athletics meet held in Doha, Qatar, Ogunode reportedly achieved an astounding time of 9:82 seconds in the 100-meter dash. However, this record was not recognized by the International Association of Athletics Federations due to the competition's classification and the obscured video footage. Aside from Ogunode and Sanaburen, the remaining competitors in this group were relatively less formidable, as anticipated upon entering Liu Ming's group. The semifinals would likely mark the end of their journey in this Asian Athletics Championship. Chapter 48. Mina's Gamble on Samot. In the preceding 2 heats, the first group saw Xie Farren perform admirably, advancing as the second qualifier. The first place was claimed by Japan's Yoshihide Kairi. In the second group, the top position was naturally secured by Su Farren, while the battle for second place saw South Korea's Kim Kuk-young fall short against Cambridge's Flying Bird. Nevertheless, his time surpassed that of the third place in the first group, indicating that Kim Kuk-young was well on his way to the finals, a pleasant surprise for the South Korean public. Sanaburen was well aware that his personal best did not measure up to Liu Ming and Ogunode. Yet, fueled by youthful zeal, he faced the seasoned Ogunode with fervor. As for Liu Ming, Sanaburen was self-aware. Liu Ming's absolute prowess was sufficient to dominate Asia. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Within the Asian realm, Liu Ming's only rival was indeed himself. In the media zone, journalists from various nations focused their cameras on Liu Ming, whispering amongst themselves. "That person is Liu Ming," exclaimed Samant from the Manila Times, gesturing towards Liu Ming as he spoke to a female colleague from Thailand. He boasted yesterday about running 9:85 seconds to once again break the Asian record. The Thai journalist quickly zoomed in her camera, then, with a hint of infatuation, remarked, "You needn't tell me. I'm already a fan of his. I've watched him in 2 previous competitions, and he is exceptional at basketball. I never expected him to be so handsome in person. A confident man truly adds to his allure. If only I can spend a night with him. I would gladly pay any amount." Samant, observing the Thai journalist's striking features and impressive physique, couldn't help but take a sharp breath, thinking, just wait and see. When the final results are announced, he would be proven wrong. Samant's words were purposefully loud, ensuring his fellow journalists could hear. Immediately, all the male reporters nodded in agreement, expressing their shared sentiments. This was outrageous. The high-scoring female fan was willing to spend lavishly to gain his affection. The treatment Liu Ming received was undeniably enviable. They all eagerly anticipated witnessing Liu Ming's bravado met with an unforgiving reality check. In the press area, Mina stood there with a pale face, her mood soured by a recent breakup with her boyfriend. Seeking solace, she had decided to take a vacation in Dubai. After indulging in a shopping spree, she learned of Liu Ming's presence in Doha and promptly booked a flight, arriving at the venue in just 45 minutes. However, as she blended into the press area with her press pass, she overheard Samant disparaging Liu Ming. To make matters worse, the Thai female reporter was particularly irksome. How could someone of her appearance dare to attract Liu Ming's attention? Mina mused that she wouldn't even stand a chance in line, yet here this woman was, attempting to cut in. Yet, she refrained from voicing her disdain directly. Instead, Mina redirected her ire towards Samant. "Are you blind or just foolish? Liu Ming just clocked an astonishing 9:71 seconds. Is 9 85 seconds truly beyond his reach? Did a gym teacher teach you basic mathematics? Samant turned to her, his expression darkening. For regardless of looks or physique, Mina undeniably outshone the Thai reporter. It was evident from her words that she was a devoted fan of Liu Ming. Miss Donghua? Samant scrutinized Mina with a dismissive gaze, then attempted to respond in broken Chinese. With such confidence in Liu Ming, would you dare to wager with me? You are nothing but a miss. Your mother is a miss. Your entire family are misses. Mina seethed at this remark, then pulled out a stack of 500 Qatari rials from her bag. If we are to wager, let us do so grandly. I bet 10,000 rials that Liu Ming will break the record with a time of 9:85 seconds. Of course, if you aren't a man, then we can disregard this. As Mina boldly presented her wager, the impact of the stack of rials stirred the surrounding male reporters into a frenzy. Encouraged by the crowd, Samant quickly retorted, "What is there to fear? However, I don't have that many rials. Shall we wager with an equivalent amount in U.S. dollars?" Samant then retrieved $3,000 from his bag and placed it alongside Mina's stack of rials. Yet, as time passed, he began to regret his impulsive decision. While $3,000 was not a significant sum for him, it represented all the cash he had. Doha, situated along the Persian Gulf, boasted a high cost of living. A simple meal would easily cost around $50, and a night's stay in even the most modest hotel would set one back at least $400. Should he exhaust all his dollars, he would likely find himself sleeping on the streets that night. Liu Ming, you must not win, or I will surely curse you. Inside the venue, the announcer was introducing the participating athletes. The camera focused on Liu Ming as the announcement simultaneously revealed his name and nationality. Liu Ming made a symbolic gesture at the Donghua sign, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the sidelines. Liu Ming looked around in bewilderment, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had never experienced such treatment before. He had always believed that the people of Doha lived in affluence and possessed a certain level of refinement. What was happening here? He keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere within the stadium, one that seemed to harbor a subtle hostility towards him. Was it because I was pitted against the local contender, Ogunode, in the semifinals? Although Ogunode may lack in age, his true capabilities should rival those of Sonny Brown. Moreover, how could he boo Sonny Brown and direct his jeers towards me? What audacity! Liu Ming cast a glance at the adjacent track where Ogunode stood, and his expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Clearly, the moment had arrived to let prowess speak for itself. Only by dominating the 100-meter arena with undeniable strength would the petty individuals be silenced once and for all. Liu Ming stood at the starting block, earnestly gazing at the distant finish line, fully prepared for the race to commence. The referee, perhaps sensing Liu Ming's eagerness, approached the edge of the starting line with the starting gun in hand. At the moment the gun fired, Ogunode from Qatar surged forward first. A reaction start. The spectators observing from afar immediately turned their attention to the display screen, which revealed that Ogunode's reaction time was 126 seconds. This figure indicated that Ogunode had not committed a false start. An athlete's reaction time must fall below 1 seconds to be deemed as such. The seasoned veteran displayed commendable tenacity by employing a reaction start strategy. However, it was not entirely unexpected, as while Sanaburin's best time in this group was inferior to his, the advantage of youth was significant. Ogunode had no choice but to resort to a reaction start to compete fiercely. Meanwhile, Kochu, watching from the sidelines, reflected on Liu Ming's reaction time, 28 seconds. Still remarkably steady. In the 100-meter sprint, the first 30 meters typically do not exhibit significant disparities. The middle segment, from 30 to 70 meters, serves as a crucial area where athletes establish their lead. During this stretch, more capable athletes swiftly distance themselves from their competitors. The final 30 meters represent the ultimate contest of speed. Ogunode held a slight advantage during the start phase. However, being older, his physical condition was no longer as formidable as in his youth. By the time they reached 40 meters, the advantage gained from the reaction start had dissipated. What he did not anticipate was that the first athlete to surpass him would not be the Japanese runner Sanaburin, but rather Liu Ming, who had evidently started slower. In comparison to Liu Ming's height of 193 centimeters, Ogunode's stature of only 165 centimeters placed him at a disadvantage in stride length. Nonetheless, the remarkable explosiveness of the African athlete allowed for a quicker cadence and rhythm. Yet, the reality was harsh. Liu Ming is not only characterized by his lengthy strides, But also, once he accelerates, his running cadence surpasses even that of Ogyunode. Although Ogyunode exerts every ounce of his strength, he can only watch helplessly as Liu Ming overtakes him. Ogyunode is acutely aware that he has given his all, yet sadly, his age is indeed a significant hindrance. Simultaneously, he believes that Sonny Brown from Neon should have surpassed him by now. As he glances to his right, he is astounded to find Sonny Brown trailing him by nearly half a body length. This defies logic. Liu Ming has already surpassed me, yet Sonny Brown remains behind. In the next moment, Ogyunode suddenly realizes that it is not Sonny Brown who is sluggish, but rather Liu Ming's speed that is exceptionally superior. Meanwhile, Sonny Brown watches in astonishment as Liu Ming gains the lead. Earlier in the day, during the 4x100 relay, he had run the fourth leg alongside Liu Ming and had developed a profound understanding of Liu Ming's speed. In retrospect, it seems that the situation is entirely different now. Clearly, we have all significantly underestimated him. Liu Ming possesses remarkable strength and speed. The reason he did not exert himself fully during the preliminary round of the 4x100-meter relay was simply that it was merely a qualifying heat. His primary aim was to ensure the team advanced to the finals. In other words, Liu Ming consciously conserved his energy for the semifinals later that afternoon, Sinabulang pondered. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly anxious about whether the Neon team could ultimately secure victory in the 4x100-meter final. In the press area, Samanti's heart raced to his throat. As a sports journalist based in Manila, he had reported on numerous track and field events, yet he had never felt as tense as he did today. After all, this competition was tied to his 3.000, directly determining whether he would face a night on the streets. Watching Liu Ming start slowly, yet surge to first place around the 40-meter mark, Samanti could scarcely believe his eyes. In contrast, Mina, beside him, exhibited even greater excitement. However, her exhilaration stemmed not from the stakes of the bet but from sheer joy in Liu Ming's remarkable performance. As a top-tier NBA female broadcaster in the country, Mina's income sources were manifold. Her salary from the major network was just one aspect. She also engaged in advertising and various public appearances, never truly concerning herself with the hundreds of thousands she earned per engagement. After all, she had signed an agreement with her family years ago. If she could not excel in a particular field, she would dutifully return to inherit the family business valued at 80 billion. Liu Ming, you're so cool. Keep it up. If you win, I'll have your children. Mina's bold and carefree spirit shone through at that moment. Far from home, she had shed her idol persona in that instant. She was no longer the glamorous broadcaster, but simply Liu Ming's devoted fan. Perhaps Mina's enthusiastic encouragement made a difference. In the final 30 meters of the race, Liu Ming's sprinting speed noticeably diminished. This prompted Samanti to become excited. Haha, Liu Ming has slowed down. He charged ahead too fiercely and has no energy left. Samanti gazed at the stack of 500 real notes in front of him, clenching his fists tightly. By the time he looked up again, Liu Ming had crossed the finish line in first place. Liu Ming, 9.84 seconds. Yes, I've won. Bring on the 3.000. Mina's cheers resonated in Samanti's ears. However, the stack of money quickly vanished from his sight. What are you doing? Samanti shouted angrily. Mina triumphantly waved the bundle of cash and replied, What's the matter? Trying to back out? Are you not a man anymore? Do I really need to teach you that a wager must be honored? As she spoke, Mina pointed towards the electronic timer at the finish line. Gazing at the series of numbers that represented Liu Ming's final score, Samant nearly fainted. This defies logic. At that moment, a reporter began to exclaim in astonishment. Goodness, Liu Ming not only succeeded in breaking the Asian record, but did so with a time that was 0.01 seconds faster than his anticipated 9.85 seconds. This is astonishing. Meanwhile, Samant stood beside him, staring blankly at the figures. Impossible. The timer must be malfunctioning. He clearly slowed down in the latter part of the race. How could he still have shattered the Asian record? This is illogical. Surely, the timer must have miscounted the time. Samant muttered to himself. What a fool. That's simply because Liu Ming's initial sprint was so extraordinary that when he resumed a normal pace, the fluctuations in speed appeared more pronounced to the naked eye. It seems your knowledge of mathematics isn't the only subject taught by your physical education teacher. Physics must be included as well. Mina mocked Samant with delight. However, Samant remained silent. The day before, a Filipino journalist from the Asian Athletics Association had set a trap for Liu Ming. Subsequently, the Manila Times began to ridicule Liu Ming, claiming that the Easterners were merely dreaming. Once the results of the competition were revealed, he would soon be left in disgrace. Instead, by afternoon, Liu Ming clocked an impressive 9:84 seconds. Moreover, he cleverly turned the tables, varying the Manila times in the process. Samant was at a loss for how to write his report that evening. This semifinal not only had no tailwind, but faced a headwind. 9:84 seconds. So, Liu Ming's assertion of 9:85 seconds was, in fact, somewhat conservative. Yet, it is truly difficult to say. If Liu Ming had maintained his sprinting speed until the finish, what astounding time might he have achieved? Could it be that Liu Ming was consciously pacing himself? Unlikely. What athlete wouldn't he wish to perform at their utmost? Conserving energy is utterly meaningless. Could it be merely to slap the faces of the various media outlets? Earlier that morning, numerous media outlets had been quick to disparage Liu Ming, especially after the Eastern team lost to the Neons in the 4x100-meter relay, which only bolstered their confidence to mock him. It is likely that some hasty journalists had already sent their articles back home. Yet, merely hours later, Liu Ming had run a time of 9:84 seconds. What to do? One can tolerate much, but one cannot speak recklessly. This is a daunting predicament. Just as reporters from various countries pondered how to retract their previous ridicule and mockery, Liu Ming, having just stepped off the track, received the Asahi Shimbun handed to him by his coach with a grim expression. Upon reading the article reprinted from the NHK website, the joy of having once again broken the record and earned 3 free skill points evaporated entirely. Chapter 50. A chorus of doubt and condemnation on the bus. What a remarkable fabrication. Liu Mingyue, increasingly agitated, decided to turn off his phone, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind. How true it is that one can know a person's face but not their heart. He never anticipated that the seemingly amiable Chinese-American journalist would boldly utter falsehoods. Even more shocking was the sordid nature of the media from anti-China nations, who disregarded the truth and resorted to mere copy-pasting. This might have been tolerable. As challenging Bolt or achieving a time of 9:85 seconds could still be seen as grasping at straws. However, the NHK from Japan truly crossed the line, fabricating stories out of thin air. Had he not clocked in at 9:85 seconds in the semifinals, the situation would have been exceedingly difficult to manage. Heaven help him. During the competition, he was unaware of this sordid affair, thus genuinely aiming for a time of 9:86 seconds. It was only after his ascension as the king of strength and sprinting that he found himself uncertain about when to forego his skills, which unexpectedly led him to a time of 9:84 seconds. Nonetheless, how foreign countries operate is beyond his concern. Even the release of audio recordings would seem superfluous. The global climate is such that even if one clarifies matters, it ultimately changes nothing. They will continue to malign you regardless. As for domestic public opinion, he wondered if Sister Sue could withstand the pressure. This situation had been brewing for 2 days, and the finals were set for tomorrow. Surely, Sister Sue would need to initiate a counterattack soon. Just then, Liu Ming set aside his phone, and his companion Su Farron seized the opportunity to say, "Minger, I have a request that you must promise me." Liu Ming, witnessing Su Farron's unwavering seriousness, promptly adjusted his demeanor and said, "Brother, please speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I would traverse fire and water for you without hesitation." Su Farron, caressing Liu Ming's thigh, declared, "Please be my subject." "What?" Liu Ming instantly bristled, cold sweat nearly cascading down his brow. "Brother, I apologize, but although I harbor no prejudice against same-sex relationships, I truly prefer women." "What nonsense!" Su Farron was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. "My apologies, it was my haste that caused such a slip of the tongue. What I meant was, please be my sampling subject. As you know, I serve as an associate professor at Jinan University. In recent years, I have only been able to study myself. Su Farron is quite a unique figure in the country, having completed his undergraduate and master's studies at Jinan University and obtained his doctorate at Beijing Sport University. It is said that his published papers revolve around the question of why he can run so swiftly. He later remained at the university to teach, continuing his research on why he possesses such remarkable speed. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Liu Ming let out a sigh of relief before resolutely declining. "Brother, you might as well continue your studies on yourself. I have only just run 9:84 seconds. With your true capabilities, achieving 9:83 seconds in a major competition should be well within your grasp." As he spoke these words, Liu Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Since arriving in this timeline, he had conducted some rudimentary comparisons, and it seemed that the disturbances were not solely attributed to the flap of a butterfly's wings. It appeared that even before Liu Ming's arrival, The trajectories of the two timelines had already begun to diverge. The historical events along this temporal line were becoming increasingly erratic and bizarre. For instance, although the Fort Detrick base had been urgently closed down at the beginning of last year, there was no trace of COVID-19 in this timeline. Instead, a novel RNA virus emerged in Colorado, subsequently wreaking havoc across the globe. However, after a year and a half of effective containment efforts by various nations, this virus had been brought under control. As for the prolonged suspension of sporting events, it had lasted even longer than in the previous timeline. The 23rd Asian Games and even the Tokyo Olympics had been delayed. Thus, whether Su Farren could achieve legendary status with a 9.83-second performance at this Olympic Games suddenly became a matter of uncertainty. Su Farren was momentarily stunned again, but he brushed it off, saying, "Do not flatter me excessively. My start and early performance are just passable, but I can feel my fatigue in the latter half. Unlike you, whose progress is astounding. Advancing by leaps and bounds each day. 9.84 seconds. Good heavens, I can hardly fathom it. How could an Asian physique sustain such a prolonged sprint? I believe studying you would be immensely meaningful. If we uncover any breakthroughs, perhaps our nation's overall prowess in the 100 meters could be significantly enhanced." Liu Ming remarked. "What a futile endeavor this research is. If I were to unravel the system, the nation might very well send me into a laboratory for dissection. My friend, just look at how busy I have become. Here I am, sprinting on behalf of the nation, while on the NBA front, contract negotiations are still underway. Perhaps my future will involve constant flights between these two realms. I am not refusing your request, but I worry about your funding. After all, airfare has skyrocketed." Meanwhile, aboard a bus in Neon, Sinibulang bowed his head apologetically to Coach Tujin Kanyu, saying, "Coach, I am sorry for losing to Liu Ming and also to Ogyunode." In the semifinals, Sinibulang placed third in his group, yet his performance was marginally faster than that of South Korea's Jin Guorong, thus securing him a ticket to the finals. Tujin Kanyu shook his head, indicating that no apology was necessary. No one anticipated Ogyonode's audacious strategy of employing a compressed gun start tactic. As for Liu Ming, based on today's performance, it was evident that he had reserved a substantial amount of strength during the 4x100 preliminary heats. Nevertheless, although Liu Ming's raw capabilities had far surpassed ours, I estimate his limit to be around 9.84 seconds. In the upcoming final, if he intends to break the record, he will undoubtedly need to seek an advantage in his reaction time at the start. Upon hearing this, the nearby Takashi Keisei frowned slightly, disturbed. Prior to the competition, he had boasted about engaging Liu Ming in a fair battle, envisioning it as a pinnacle clash between two nations. Yet now, despite not having faced Liu Ming head-on, the harsh reality had already struck him squarely in the face. He was still striving to break into the world's top 10 seconds club, while his rival had already leveraged the Asian record as a stepping stone, ascending rapidly. Being faced with such a reality was not uncommon for professional athletes. Who hasn't he been humbled at some point? However, it was one thing to lack the prowess in the 100 meters. It was another matter entirely if the throne of the 4x100 were to be seized by the opponent through sheer strength. At that moment, Sinibulang continued, "Coach, your insight is indeed remarkable. Through observation, I have discerned that Liu Ming exhibited significant fluctuations in speed during the latter half of the semifinals. This indicates that his running style, akin to that of African athletes, places a considerable burden on his physique. However, for an individual of Asian descent to possess explosive muscle power that surpasses that of a black athlete is already an extraordinary feat worthy of pride." Tujin Kanyu seemed to have a revelation, his eyes glinting with determination as he quietly remarked, "It is indeed an unusual circumstance for Liu Ming, an Asian athlete, to possess explosive power that exceeds that of his black counterparts. I believe the event organizers will subject him to rigorous drug testing." Takashi Keisei paused momentarily, then spoke. "Liu Ming has previously faced scrutiny in drug testing. One does not leap into the same river twice. If he passes the drug test, we shall have to employ another strategy." Tujin Kanyu glanced at Sinibulang and the Cambridge Falcon, stating, "During tomorrow's competition, let us implement a team false start strategy." In a concerted effort, the team aimed to disrupt the rhythm of the Eastern nation as competitors. As a result, the hopes of Tokawaki Kuan to surpass Liu Ming and Su Farren for the gold medal became significantly brighter. As for Su Farren, he is well known to us from the Neon team. His hallmark lies in his exceptional start, making him a world-class sprinter in the early segments of the race. Disrupting his starting rhythm would effectively incapacitate him. However, What you may not have noticed is that the once celebrated starting technique of East Asian athletes is conspicuously absent in Liu Ming. His start is subpar, with a reaction time inferior to that of an average secondary athlete from the East, indicating that a 2-year suspension has left his competitive form far from optimal. This aspect renders him particularly vulnerable to our sprinting tactics. Meanwhile, back home, due to the time zone difference, it was evening, between 8 and 9 p.m., when the Doha 100-meter semifinals concluded. After a long day of work, people yearned to unwind once they returned home. This time frame often coincided with peak online activity. However, at Dayu Media, where Qianmu worked, the lights blazed brightly. The company's project team, manned by a mere 8 individuals, wielded control over at least 300 groups dedicated to boosting online presence, alongside over 20,000 active accounts across mainstream media forums. With just a command from Qianmu, this team could unleash a formidable surge of online energy in no time. Typically, these 8 individuals would have clocked out by now. Yet they remained poised beside their computers, clearly indicating that Dayu Media had secured a substantial contract. Qianmu lounged in his chair, perusing the results of the Asian Games, while his mind churned with questions. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom why General Manager Li from Jinsheng was so intent on discrediting Liu Ming. Jinsheng, a construction firm, had thrived under the protection of Director Li from the Athletic Administration Center in recent years. Liu Ming, at best, was merely an athlete with a modest fan base. On the surface, there seemed to be no vested interest connecting the two, rendering the situation perplexing. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. The marketing fee of 3 million had already been received, leaving Dayu Media with no grounds for refusal. With this thought, Qianmu picked up the phone and dialed the internal line. Let us begin. Soon, a post titled "Can Performance Alone Justify a Nation's Image?" A disgraced athlete breaks Asian records on behalf of his country erupted into a viral sensation, successfully capturing the attention of the public. The author of this piece exhibited remarkable skill, disregarding Liu Ming's 3 consecutive Asian records and fixating instead on the relay race's preliminary defeat to the Neon team. Through extensive technical analysis, the Post argued that the team's failure was solely due to Liu Ming's inadequate skills in the 4th leg, which hindered the overall performance of the national team. The technical analysis was well-founded and evidently crafted by a professional. Subsequently, the article prominently featured a headline report from NHK, which criticized Liu Ming for making grandiose claims prior to the competition, only to be met with disappointment afterward, thus tarnishing the nation's dignity. It raised questions regarding Liu Ming's eligibility to represent the country, stating that he had never participated in a relay race and lacked the requisite skills. The article also provided a retrospective on Liu Ming's athletic career, cleverly shifting focus to a doping scandal from 2 years prior. This transition led to further inquiries about how Liu Ming, previously deemed unfit to compete by the Athletics Administration due to his checkered past, managed to regain his eligibility to represent the nation in international events in such a short span of time. The conclusion drawn was inevitably that there were underhanded practices in the national team's selection process. Furthermore, the article proceeded to reprint segments of foreign media coverage, deliberately prompting readers to engage in critical reflection. As a typical human being, can Liu Ming challenge himself in every competition and break records? Should he lose a match or face inevitable defeat in the relay finals? Would this incite foreign media to tarnish his nation's reputation with negative reports? To conclude, as a leading nation in athletics and a powerhouse in Asian track and field, should the national team prioritize performance alone? Or should they also assess the character of the athletes? Soon after, an army of malicious internet commentators emerged. With their deliberate provocation, domestic public opinion swiftly turned to skepticism, resulting in a cacophony of criticism. Chapter 51, The Brink of Chaos, The Truth Revealed. Reports concerning the murky underbelly of the system evidently cater to the uninitiated public's appetite, easily inciting rampant attacks from online vigilantes. It must be noted that these days, keyboard warriors abound. Within mere hours, dozens of online media outlets, eager to capitalize on the hype, indiscriminately reproduced this article. Certain influential figures on Weibo began to express related opinions on their blogs. Liu Ming's positive urine test 2 years ago indicated that even with the use of performance-enhancing drugs, he could only achieve a time of 9.98 seconds. After a 2-year suspension, he was expected to return in a diminished competitive state, with a decline in performance. Yet, upon re-entering the arena, he astonishingly clocked a remarkable 9.84 seconds. What, then, could account for such a significant improvement? We are all aware that for elite athletes, improving by even 0.01 seconds is an immensely arduous task. Thus, achieving a time that elevates the Asian record is nothing short of fantastical. Furthermore, certain influencers began to guide the narrative from a marketing perspective. What transpired during those 2 years of suspension remains a mystery. However, one thing is certain: if the title of Asia's fastest runner is marketed effectively, Liu Ming could transform from a pariah, scorned by all, to an athletic star on par with the top figures in the entertainment industry. What constitutes a top-tier celebrity? You may wonder. For instance, one endorsement could yield 160 million, with a single day's engagement amounting to 2.08 million. In a certain sense, even this does not qualify as true stardom. The rest is left to your imagination. In contrast to this well-known blogger, the comments from the general public are far more intense. 2 years of suspension, yet a performance that not only remains steady but improves. Who would believe that? Do they think we are fools? I now dread the release of the drug test results, fearing the uproar that may ensue. Once was already humiliating. Must we all accompany him in disgrace on the global stage? I strongly urge the Sports Authority to thoroughly investigate the Athletics Management Center. Athletes with tarnished records should be expelled from the sports realm. Those who become arrogant with a smattering of success should face complete eradication. Through the insidious instigation of unscrupulous media, even the most ordinary of events can be elevated to a moral standard. Occasionally, a singular negative incident, when sensationalized by the press and subjected to public suspicion, can wreak catastrophic consequences upon an entire industry. In no time, public opinion began to ferment, edging ever closer to a state of chaos. This culminated in the following morning when the offices of the National Sports Administration were besieged by a throng of media representatives. The journalists, likely aware of the gravity of the situation prior to their arrival, understood that regardless of any underlying truths, the authorities would invariably opt for silence. Yet, this was of little consequence, for it has been evidenced time and again that official clarifications are rarely effective. The general populace tends to be skeptical, often reacting in counterproductive ways. A notable characteristic of the domestic citizenry is their initial divided belief in certain rumors. However, once the government issues a denial, even those who were previously unconvinced often become believers. As anticipated by the reporters, the National Sports Administration hastily convened an impromptu press conference. Deputy Director Zhang of the news center personally addressed the inquiries of the journalists. One reporter raised doubts regarding the athlete selection process of the Sports Management Center. Zhang was forthright and decisive, offering responses with clarity and precision. Fresh reports from Doha were distributed to each attendee, followed by a pointed question directed at the journalists. If a prodigious athlete, who had consistently shattered the Asian 100-meter record, was deemed unworthy to represent the nation, then who indeed would qualify? Regarding the 4x100 relay event, he posed another rhetorical inquiry. Having successfully broken the national record in the preliminaries, should the team be held accountable for such achievements? Concerning the integrity of Liu Ming, a matter of great interest to the media, Zhang effortlessly produced an original audio recording of Liu's interview, asserting that the matter had been officially reported and a complaint lodged with the Asian Athletics Association. An investigative group had already been established within the association to conduct inquiries, gather evidence, and hold accountable those responsible. Subsequently, Director Yang from the legal department took over the proceedings with a cheerful demeanor, declaring that the National Sports Administration had escalated the issue to the National Security Department, with the suspect legally summoned, thereby setting a clear tone for the situation. For Qian Mu of Dayu Media, this turn of events was utterly unexpected. Just as he had tarnished the reputation of a minor athlete, he found himself ensnared in a larger conspiracy. It was as if calamity had descended upon him without warning. For the assembled media, this development signified that the defamation of Liu Ming had been categorized as a deliberate act by foreign organizations. Should subsequent media coverage lack a resolute stance, those responsible might also find themselves summoned for a discussion by national security. Thus, the journalists fervently pledged to distance themselves from unethical media practices, vowing to protect the nation's athletes from suffering, both physically and emotionally, on the competitive stage. This is not all. On the third day of the Doha Asian Championships, coinciding with a rest day on Saturday, the Central Authority finally intervened. Channel 5 Sports will broadcast the live coverage of the men's 100-meter final. Simultaneously, a post titled "Shameful Foreign Media. You owe us an apology" rapidly ascended to the top of various forums and major portals. This post was particularly striking. It contained no textual description, merely an audio segment. Upon playback, one could hear Liu Ming's original interview conducted by a Filipino-Chinese journalist from the Asian Athletics Federation. However, following the audio, the post featured logos of several foreign media outlets, seemingly pointing fingers in criticism, such as the Manila Times and Japan's NHK. As for the French news agency, renowned for its audacity, it remarked on Twitter after sharing the post that Donghua does not deserve Liu Ming. The Korean news agency shamelessly proclaimed that Liu Ming is one of our South Koreans. Unlike the French agency, the Korean news agency narrowly escaped a barrage of criticism from Donghua netizens. Subsequently, various mainstream media outlets and Donghua reposted and commented on this article. Notably, a commentary from the official state-run newspaper delivered a resounding verdict. 88 years ago, our nation's foremost athlete Liu Changchun returned in regret at the 23rd Asian Championships. Our athlete Liu Ming has made history. After 88 years, we strive relentlessly and advance ceaselessly. Salute to the generations of our compatriots who bravely forge ahead. Finally, at this moment, the truth became evident. The rampant online insults and defamation were instantly obliterated. In their place, a comment from a netizen beneath the state-run newspaper unexpectedly soared to the top of trending searches, stating merely, "I owe Liu Ming an apology." Following this, the replies from netizens lined up in perfect order. Although they were copy-pasted, the number of responses reached an astonishing tens of thousands. This directly resulted in Mina's personal live debut on the platform being overwhelmed, nearly causing the server of a certain fish to crash. Chapter 52. No need. You have grown up. Mina's live streaming room was purely a serendipitous event. It all began when she won a bet against the Manila Times Samani during the semifinals. At that moment, she was overwhelmed with excitement and impulsively posted a tweet, even snapping a photo of the $3,000, claiming that a picture speaks 1,000 words. Although she quickly regained her composure and deleted the tweet, a portion of her devoted fans accurately tracked Mina's whereabouts. To everyone's astonishment, she was present at the competition venue in Doha. Consequently, some individuals began to encourage her to stream live on a certain platform, hoping she could relay the event footage back to her homeland. After all, the domestic audience did not place much significance on this competition, and at that time, netizens had no means to access live footage from the event. Initially, Mina did not take this live streaming opportunity seriously, thinking it would merely serve as a treat for her loyal followers. However, she never anticipated that the public outrage against Liu Ming would escalate dramatically. Particularly after the trending topic of "I owe Liu Ming an apology" reached the top of the charts, the level of attention surrounding this issue soared to a national scale. This directly facilitated her debut in personal live streaming, which surprisingly gained traction even before it commenced. After thorough verification, the platform hastily granted her a green channel for her live stream. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Mina quickly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She promptly decided to do something for the netizens, while also attempting to see if she could catch a ride on Liu Ming's fast-moving luxury train. Thus, Mina urgently contacted her father, seeking connections to secure an interview opportunity before the competition. Typically, pre-competition interviews are not permitted within the national team, as they could interfere with the athlete's competitive state. However, this did not pose a challenge for Mina. Perhaps it was her father who was more resourceful. Given that Liu Ming himself did not oppose the idea, the coach naturally would not stand in the way. Consequently, Mina's personal live streaming room soared to new heights. Liu Ming's lack of refusal towards Mina stemmed from the fact that this exceptionally talented NBA starlet had managed to establish a connection with Su Sipin. Remarkably, their fathers were comrades. Since they were acquaintances, Liu Ming felt obliged to accommodate her request. In person, Mina was far more beautiful than on screen, and her vibrant personality reflected her northeastern background. "Liu Ming, I am Mina, your fan," she exclaimed during the live interview, which was streamed in real time with both video and audio transmitted via her phone. Upon seeing Liu Ming appear on screen, the barrage of comments in the live room abruptly ceased. In the frame, Mina, standing at 167 centimeters, appeared before the towering Liu Ming, who stood at 193 centimeters, creating an adorably striking height difference. Regardless of whether in his past life or this one, Liu Ming has always held a fondness for the beautiful broadcaster. Particularly during Mina's display of rhythmic gymnastics, her grace left a profound impression on him. Thus, he broke into a smile and greeted her as if they were old acquaintances, saying, "Hello, little chubby." Mina could hardly believe her ears. Little chubby? The once quiet live stream room suddenly regained its vibrancy with those two words. The audience, initially filled with a sense of guilt, found their spirits lifted as Liu Ming cleverly diffused the tension by playfully teasing the beautiful broadcaster. Laughter erupted in the comments section, creating a moment of sheer joy. Yet, the two individuals present felt a hint of awkwardness, especially Mina, who felt a pang of grievance. Over the past few days, she had indulged in excessive eating due to emotional distress, leading to a slight increase in her fullness, but surely not enough to warrant being called little chubby. Goodness, how could the man of her dreams say such a thing about her? Liu Ming is truly wicked. How dreadful. Liu Ming suddenly recalled that during this period, Mina had yet to be affectionately dubbed Little Fat by netizens. The predicament was that such a sentiment could not be articulated openly, as it might only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he rubbed his nose and deftly diverted the conversation, saying, "The competition is about to commence." Mina, being an experienced host, took a deep breath, cast a few exasperated glances at Liu Ming, and subdued her urge to kick him. "What are your thoughts on the overwhelming sentiment online? I owe Liu Ming an apology." The once vibrant live stream had turned as frigid as if a bucket of liquid nitrogen had been poured into it, leaving countless netizens eagerly awaiting Liu Ming's response. To their surprise, Liu Ming first shrugged his shoulders, then earnestly stated, "There is no need. I have grown up, and so has everyone else." This remark was remarkably appropriate. It did not shy away from the topic, but rather lightly brushed over it. It demonstrated Liu Ming's high intellect and emotional intelligence. Mina silently gave Liu Ming a thumbs up and inquired, "Since the preliminaries, you have consistently surpassed your competitors and transcended your own limits, continually breaking the Asian 100-meter record. Could you share with us your secret?" "I am not entirely sure why. Perhaps it is because my opponent is a little day." Liu Ming did not ponder much, speaking instinctively and inadvertently letting slip his words. Suddenly, he realized that Mina's interview was being broadcast live over the internet. The audience likely comprised countless netizens from the Eastern nation. If his hasty words were seized upon by foreign media and further rumors circulated, the repercussions could be quite detrimental. Thus, his mind raced, perhaps influenced by the fact that his opponents were relatively well-off Japanese players. The chat room erupted in laughter, filled with comments praising Liu Ming's cleverness. Bravo. In this final match, there were also 3 Japanese players leading comfortable lives, and it was hoped that he would continue to strive for excellence. Mina, nearly doubled over with laughter, gave a thumbs up to the astute Liu Ming just outside the camera's view. Liu Ming nodded earnestly and declared, "Indeed, I shall exert every effort." After uttering these words, he acknowledged Mina with a nod and proceeded to the field for warm-up. On the side of the Neon team, Yuki Koike approached Coach K. White Tsuchikawa and presented a paper filled with English text, simultaneously stating, "Coach, the test results indicate that everything is normal. Liu Ming has not utilized any prohibited substances. Here is the report." Tsuchikawa nodded in response and remarked, "It is best if we can ascertain the absence of banned substances. However, it is equally normal not to find any. Ultimately, when athletes take to the field, it is their true strength that counts. Let us hope that our strategy of a quick start proves effective in this match." Yuki Koike discerned a subtle hint of sorrow in Tsuchikawa's tone, as if he were resigned to a bleak future. In that moment, Yuki Koike realized that the seemingly confident coach Tsuchikawa, when in public, harbored doubts about the Neon team's prospects. Liu Ming is merely 21 years old this year. Although he possesses certain deficiencies in his starting reaction technique, it is certain that with the passage of time and the enhancement of his skills, a brighter future awaits him. Liu Ming will undoubtedly address his shortcomings and accelerate his pace. Moreover, the Donghua team boasts the remarkable talent of Su Farron, whose performance only seems to improve with age. It is foreseeable that the future of Donghua athletics will surely be more promising than that of the Neon team. However, overthinking is futile. Yuki Koike has redirected his attention to Liu Ming, who is currently warming up. In this final, the Neon team's strategy of false starts will undoubtedly pose an obstacle to Liu Ming's progress, since the implementation of the International Athletics Federation's strict no-false start rule. Such tactics have transitioned from conventional strategies to lethal techniques. While they can effectively disrupt an opponent's rhythm, the offenders also risk disqualification for violations, embodying the adage of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 in return. This tactic can only succeed when multiple team members are in the same heat, enabling a coordinated effort. Teammates in the same group are aware of a planned false start, allowing them to concentrate their efforts on the subsequent gun. Conversely, opponents, unaware of the strategy, will focus on the initial shot, making them susceptible to disruption, especially if they lack experience or are in poor form. Currently, The Neon team has 3 competitors in the final, and it is a well-known fact that Liu Ming's 2-year suspension has hindered his competitive state, resulting in slower reaction times at the start. Thus, the Neon team's decision to employ false starts in the final will undoubtedly maximize the effectiveness of this strategy. Coach Suji Kazuhiro's choice to have Cambridge Fania and Sonny Bland execute the false start tactic is primarily aimed at safeguarding the well-conditioned and experienced Yoshihide Kiryu. Since the release of that abhorrent interview recording by the Dongguo officials, the Neon media, led by NHK, has faced public outcry from Dongguo netizens, leaving them thoroughly embarrassed. Therefore, from any perspective, Coach Suji Kazuhiro undoubtedly hopes that Yoshihide Kiryu can triumph over Su Farren and Liu Ming in the final, securing a gold medal for the Neon team. Chapter 53, The Final, Susaheyo in the Press Area Neon, Tokyo. Nakagawa Naoto reclines on the tatami, savoring a rare moment of parent-child bonding. His son, Nakagawa Ichiro, emerges from the room and asks, "Dad, has the Asian Athletics Championship started yet?" "Not yet, but it should begin shortly." Naoto Nakagawa pointed to the television. Indeed. After a few commercials, the broadcast transitioned to the live coverage of the Asian Athletics Championships. At that moment, the men's 100-meter final was taking place. Although Liu Ming's arrogant boasts were later proven to be fabrications by the Neon media, the incident had stirred considerable excitement in Neon, igniting a fervor for athletics. The television station, sensing a lucrative opportunity for viewership, decisively opted to air the final live. It is worth noting that while Liu Ming never explicitly claimed to be unbeatable in the 4x100 meters during interviews, his disdain for Yoshihide Kiryu is unmistakable in his words. This provoked considerable dissatisfaction among the Neon populace, who held a strong sense of national pride and clung to fantasies of dominance in athletics. Consequently, the live broadcast of the final garnered immense attention. At this juncture, the television was introducing the athletes. In lane 1 was CF Farren. As his figure appeared on the screen, his season best, SB, and personal best, PB, times were displayed below. The announcer from the Neon television station highlighted CF Farren's formidable prowess in the 200 meters, noting that he had clocked an impressive 9.97 seconds in his primary event. "This athlete from the East is indeed formidable," Naoto Nakagawa remarked. In lane 2 was the athlete known as the Neon Bolt, Sanaburin, whose best time was also 9.97 seconds. However, due to his mixed heritage and darker skin, his standing among the people of Neon was not particularly high. Yoshihide Kiryu, hailed as the light of Neon, occupied lane 3. Yet, his frequent underperformance in major competitions meant that both his SB and PB were inferior to those of his 2 predecessors, with a PB of 9.98 seconds and an SB of only 10.8 seconds. Next, in lane 4, was the mixed-race athlete from Neon, Cambridge Osaka. Thus, 3 Neon athletes were lined up together. Observant sports professionals quickly recognized that this arrangement was a special favor for the Neon team, particularly protecting Kiryu by placing him between 2 teammates, alleviating concerns about disruptions to his racing rhythm. In lane 5 was South Korea's Kim Guk-ryong, whose best historical and seasonal times both stood at 10.7 seconds. Lane 6 featured the veteran Qatari athlete, Nigerian naturalized runner Ogunode, whose historical best was an impressive 9.91 seconds. Ogunode had shared the Asian sprinting stage with CF Farren for many years, marking him as a senior figure in the Asian sprinting community. As Naoto Nakagawa imparted knowledge about athletics to his son, he felt a deep sense of pride under his son's admiring gaze. Soon, the 7th lane revealed the East's own Su Farren. This is the East's Su Farren. Before Liu Ming's triumphant return, he reigned as the strongest among the yellow-skinned athletes. Naoto Nakagawa remarked to Ichiro Nakagawa, as the jubilant cheers resonated from the television. Su Farren, amidst the surrounding applause, maintained a composed demeanor, his face betraying no impatience. He then cast a glance at Liu Ming, who occupied the 8th lane on his right, and his eyes sparkled with an intense fighting spirit. "Mingo, do not forget our wager before the race." Prior to the competition, an agreement had been struck between them. Should Liu Ming falter in the finals, he would bear the expenses of participating in Su Farren's research project. Thus, Su Farren was determined to give his utmost in this contest. At last, the camera panned to Liu Ming in the final lane. At the bottom of the screen, the personal best and season best of 9.84 seconds caught Naoto Nakagawa's attention. Indeed, Liu Ming was formidable. Both Naoto and Ichiro Nakagawa gasped in astonishment. "Father, this Dongguo athlete is truly impressive." Indeed, 9.84 seconds. It seems that individuals of Asian descent can indeed break the 9.9 second barrier. "Father, May I possess an autographed photograph of Liu Ming? I wish to take him as my role model, to inspire my own endeavors. Well, perhaps you could ask your uncle Hakamura. I just discovered that Liu Ming also plays in the NBA. Perhaps their paths will cross soon. Just then, the voice of the Neon sports commentator filled the air. In a pre-race interview, Liu Ming boldly stated that he would make progress in every subsequent competition. If he fails to clock under 9.82 seconds in the finals, the commentator continued with fervor, insinuating that failing to break the Asian record would be a disgrace for Liu Ming. Ichiro Nakagawa immediately furrowed his brow. Father, should one not reflect upon oneself when falling short of others? Naoto Nakagawa sighed. Alas, even elementary school children understand this principle. Such unscrupulous media truly brings shame upon our Yamato nation. As the father and son engaged in their discourse, the contest for the title of Asia's fastest individual was finally about to commence. Today, the press area was not as boisterous as usual. Foreign journalists were fixated on the track, eagerly anticipating the impending race. Particularly, journalists from the Philippines and Neon were harboring a pent-up frustration. Previously, the media from both nations had indulged in various rumors, mockeries, and slanders against Liu Ming. Yet, he had swiftly countered with a remarkable time of 9.84 seconds. Subsequently, the unedited audio from his pre-race interview was released online, nailing the two nations' media to the wall of shame. This act left the media from other Asian countries, who had blindly followed suit in their reporting, feeling a burning embarrassment. Today, foreign journalists were nearly gritting their teeth, awaiting and hoping for Liu Ming's defeat in the finals. Only then could they regain a semblance of pride. At that moment, after concluding her interview with Liu Ming, Mina returned to the press area with her phone streaming live. She quickly sensed the collective hostility directed toward her from her fellow journalists, especially after losing $3,000 and nearly facing a night on the streets. Samani now cast a fierce glare at her, the Eastern woman. Do you dare to continue betting with me? I wager $5,000 that Liu Ming cannot break the Asian record in the finals. Beside them, two lewd individuals from the Neon Lights joined in the fray, proposing a wager of $10,000. Do you dare to accept? It seemed as though the foreign journalists had conspired, as they all began to pull out cash from their pockets. The number of participants quickly surged to 20 or 30. Each produced a stack of green Franklin bills. Mina, a wealthy girl from the Northeast, would not indulge these people. She immediately reached for her card in her purse. However, when she caught a glimpse of the live broadcast on her phone, she froze. Oh no, she had forgotten that she was live streaming. In the East, gambling was enshrined in the Constitution, and particularly for public figures, this could tarnish one's reputation. In the live stream, the super admin was frantically issuing warnings, while various red flags appeared. Yet, the online audience witnessed Samani's arrogance, fueling their outrage. Mina was besieged by foreign journalists, delaying her response. This led them to believe she was hesitant, further solidifying their disdain for Liu Ming. Meanwhile, they ridiculed both Mina and the East. This infuriated Mina, turning her face pale with anger, nearly pushing her to the brink. However, her remaining rationality cautioned her against acting impulsively. Otherwise, she would truly have to return home to inherit $8 billion in family wealth. Just as Mina was about to shut down the live stream to confront them, a melodious female voice suddenly echoed in the broadcast. It spoke Mandarin with perfect clarity. No matter how large your stakes are, I will accept. Hearing this, Mina quickly turned around, and Su Shusi cleverly avoided the camera, gently shaking her head at Mina. Chapter 54. The Neon Group's tactical false start. The atmosphere in the arena was suffocating, and the athletes were on high alert. Everything was in readiness. The starter raised the gun. On your marks, set. Just before the gunshot rang out, the athlete from Cambridge, known as the Flying Bird, surged forward. Beside him, Kim Kuk-young from South Korea, thinking he had missed the signal due to nerves, nearly followed suit. Immediately, the referee's false start call resounded. Kim Kuk-young's face turned ashen, his mind in disarray. He confirmed that the others, though they had not launched, had made slight movements. Only the Neon Team S. Sanaburan and Yoshihide Tagakushi remained utterly still, as if they possessed foresight. Thus, he quickly realized that this was a premeditated tactical false start by the Neon Team. Immediately thereafter, the referee scrutinized the video replay, confirming that no external factors had interfered with the performance of the Cambridge Swallow. Consequently, a red card was issued, disqualifying the Cambridge Swallow from the race. The evidence was indisputable, with no room for contention. As of now, the starting gun had yet to fire, rendering the Cambridge Swallows' infraction a personal fault of false starting. Su Farron and Liu Ming exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in concern. Observing from a distance, coaches from various nations began to discern the underlying strategy at play. The Neon team had resorted to a tactical false start to disrupt their adversary's rhythm, seemingly aimed at the three athletes from the Eastern nation. One foreign coach remarked that Jin Guorong posed little threat, while Aguinad had aged considerably. Thus, this maneuver was undoubtedly directed towards the competitors from the East. Indeed, especially Liu Ming, whose 2-year suspension had evidently hindered his competitive form, creating a vulnerability at the start. If I were part of the Neon team, I too would opt for a tactical false start. Fortunately, the lanes of the three Eastern athletes were relatively distant, mitigating any substantial impact on their performance. Another foreign coach commented, casting a glance towards the coaches of both nations. There stood Tujin Quanrong, his expression impassive, while Coach Yu bore an expression of grave concern. With one of the 8 participants summarily disqualified, only 7 remained. The race would require some time to restart, as the athletes took deep breaths, once again awaiting the sound of the starting gun. Seizing the opportunity, Su Farren subtly signaled to Liu Ming. Apprehensive that Liu Ming's lack of experience in high-stakes competitions might lead to unforeseen misfortune, he urged Liu Ming to quickly regain his composure and adjust his state of mind. Liu Ming responded with a gentle nod. To speak candidly, he had narrowly escaped a predicament moments ago. The disadvantages of his inexperience in competitive play became glaringly apparent. Had he not been positioned on the sidelines, and had he instead taken Jin Guorong's place, the outcome might have been disastrous. Fortunately, his companion Su Farren, possessing considerable experience in high-stakes competitions, swiftly assessed the situation during the Cambridge Bird's false start and refrained from impulsively charging forward. This enabled Liu Ming to use Su Farren as a reference, precariously remaining within the safety zone. However, the Neon team's tactical false start still managed to unsettle Liu Ming's composure. Liu Ming was not particularly concerned about the possibility of being disqualified for a false start. The transformative prowess of his king of reaction skill had instilled within him a formidable advantage. If he focused intently on the sound of the gun, he would undoubtedly avoid a premature start. What truly unsettled him was the prospect of refraining from a false start while other competitors did not. Should he dash forth and activate his king of sprint skill, only for the referee to call everyone back for a redo, the consequences for Liu Ming would be unfathomable. Once activated, the skill would incur a cooldown period, rendering it unusable for the remainder of the race. The cunning nature of his Neon competitors left him seething with frustration. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Due to his experiences exploiting system bugs, he had cultivated a habit of managing his pace during competitions. Naturally, this could be executed in the latter stages of the race, but he could also apply it in the earlier segments with equal efficacy. Thus, even with the presence of Sonny Brown and Tokiyoshi from the Neon team on the track, Liu Ming felt undeterred, having anticipated their false start tactics. After a tense period of preparation, the second gunshot soon echoed. With everything in place, the starter raised the gun once more. On your marks, set. At the moment the gun fired, Sonny Brown from lane 2 surged forward, closely followed by Su Farren and Jin Guorong. Liu Ming, who had the slowest reaction time, was the sixth to burst forth. Strikingly, Tokiyoshi from the Neon team remained motionless. The referee's voice rang out again, indicating another false start. This time, however, it was different. Previously, the gun had not fired, leaving no doubt about Jian Xiaofei's infraction. Now, Sonny Brown was perilously close to jumping the gun, but the referee, alerted by the timing system, decisively halted the race and called all the athletes back. Soon, the large screen displayed each competitor's reaction times, inciting an uproar among the spectators. Sonny Brown's reaction time was recorded at a staggering -0.8 seconds. In other words, he had begun his race before the gun had even fired, an undeniable false start. Sonny Brown showed no resistance, casting a provocative glance at Su Farren and Liu Ming before departing the track. Astonishingly, both Su Farren from lane 1 and Jin Guorong from lane 4 were ensnared in the fallout of Sonny Brown's transgression, each penalized for having reaction times under 0.1 seconds, thus losing their eligibility for the finals. As the dejected Su Farren departed, foreign media reporters began to revel in the moment, while the netizens in Mina's live stream erupted in anger. The Kamikaze Squad. The Little Neon team resorts to underhanded tactics due to their lack of strength. How utterly shameless. Despite suffering significant losses themselves during 2 tactical false starts, the Neon team undeniably disrupted the rhythm of Ming Yi and Su Farren's competition. They aim to level the playing field with our flying team through their group tactics. Liu Ming must teach the Little Neon team a lesson in this match, making them aware that true strength can overcome all obstacles. Seizing the opportunity during the match pause, Liu Ming cast a sideways glance at the slyly smirking Tongxing Xiangxiu, silently clenching his fist. Su, give it your all for the next shot. Stay close to me. Confused, Su Farron furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Liu Ming's incredible gun control technique from the Yaishan selection competition. Ming, don't act impulsively. Liu Ming squinted towards the direction of Yoshihide Kei, his entire being radiating a chilling aura of intent. Trust me, just stay close. At that moment, only 4 competitors remained on the 100-meter track. They were Yoshihide Kei in lane 2, Ogyanode in lane 6, Su Farron in lane 7, and finally, Liu Ming in the last lane. After just 2 shots, more than half of the participants had been disqualified. It must be said, the tactics employed by the Japanese team had proven remarkably effective. The 100-meter arena resembled a battlefield, governed by the principle that initial momentum leads to victory, while subsequent efforts wane and ultimately falter. Consequently, aside from Yoshihide Kei, every other competitor was left utterly exhausted, their performance deteriorating. Liu Ming, incensed by Su Farron's disqualification, was determined to make things difficult for Takayoshi Kiryu in the 3rd round. Among our kind, vengeance knows no delay. One must retaliate where one has been wronged. This is the exquisite technique of the Murong family of Suzhou, to return the favor in kind. Thus, at the moment the starter raised the gun, Liu Ming cast a resolute glance at Su Farron beside him, unhesitatingly activating the King of Reaction skill. On your marks, set. Chapter 55, All's Fair in War, A Duel of Titans. In neon-lit Tokyo, Ichiro Nakagawa's eyes were glued to the television screen, where the commentary had fallen silent, awaiting the sound of the starter's 3rd gun. Bang! The crisp report of the starter's pistol echoed. But what transpired next was utterly astonishing. Liu Ming from lane 8 surged forward first, with Dongwu Su Farron hot on his heels. Perhaps influenced by the false starts in the previous rounds, or due to his competitive instincts. Takayoshi Kiryu in lane 3 and Oguno in lane 6 did not spring into action immediately. Particularly Kiryu, who lingered at the starting block even after Oguno took off, seemingly appealing to the judges at the sidelines. Liu Ming's rapid start surely indicated a false start. Why had the judges not called the athletes back for a ruling? This race undoubtedly held dark undertones, the commentator on the broadcast quickly remarked. Meanwhile, the athletes' reaction times were displayed on the screen, listed according to their lanes. First was Takayoshi Kiryu, with a reaction time of, as he had yet to start. Next was Oguno in lane 5, who was a beat slow off the mark at 0 for 182 seconds. Undoubtedly, this was not the reaction time expected of a professional athlete. He was clearly flummoxed by Liu Ming's explosive start. Following him was Su Farron in lane 7, achieving a perfect reaction time of 142 seconds. Finally, in lane 8, Liu Ming recorded an astonishing 124 seconds. This indicated that the pressure sensors on the starting blocks had functioned flawlessly. The judge's decision not to recall was not a misjudgment. In the back-end data analysis, Liu Ming had not committed a false start. This was an exceptionally successful and cunningly deceptive explosive start. Therefore, Takayoshi Kiryu, who misjudged Liu Ming's start, had only brought humiliation upon himself. Faced with such a conclusion, Kiryu felt utterly bewildered. Liu Ming, he did it on purpose. He is seeking revenge. Yet, the countless neon spectators outside the television were so enraged that they nearly rose to smash the screen. The neon team, in their tactical rush, sacrificed both Cambridge's Bird and Sonny Brown, 2 athletes who were originally hopeful contenders for medals. As a result, Takayuki Kei was forced to abandon the competition. How utterly exasperating. If this were wartime, Takayuki Kei ought to perform seppuku in atonement, due to the neon team's second tactical rush that disrupted the flying man. Liu Ming, in an unwavering determination, resorted to activating the skill of the King of Reactions. Naturally, the intent was to outmaneuver Takayuki Kei. It would have been relatively easy to triumph over Takayuki Kei in a straightforward contest. However, the frustration of not being able to do so could be detrimental to one's health. To preempt any unforeseen recalls by the judges, he refrained from activating the skill immediately after the start. Hence, merely a second into the race, the flying man had already surged ahead, overtaking Liu Ming. When comparing their reaction times at the start, there was only a mere 0.18 seconds of difference. Typically, in a 100-meter sprint, a 0.1 second gap translates to approximately half a head's distance at the finish line. Yet, in slow-motion replays at the start, the advantage appeared to be less than half a leg. The flying man's technical prowess lies in his swift start and extraordinary performance in the initial 30 meters, often leaving even Bolt in his wake. However, his lack of endurance is also glaringly evident, a common shortcoming among athletes of Asian descent. Thus, once Liu Ming activated his skill, he closed the gap to the flying man in a mere 3 seconds. After the start, Ming's speed noticeably diminished, but his acceleration over those initial meters was astonishing. How was he achieving this? As the pride of Asia, the flying man possessed ample competitive experience. The moment Liu Ming overtook him, he sensed the latter's acceleration was nothing short of miraculous. No, I cannot afford to lose. I must have Ming cooperate with my research project. If the study is thorough, our nation's overall prowess in the 100 meters will surely ascend to new heights. The flying man's inner voice roared. This obsession transformed into a driving force, compelling him to run with reckless abandon. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the distance not only remained unchanged but was further extended by Liu Ming. Perceiving the unusual shift from the leader's position, Liu Ming instinctively glanced back. In that moment, the flying man nearly lost his composure. How dare Liu Ming regard me so casually? Does he truly have the leisure to pay attention to my presence? The disparity in our capabilities is far greater than I had imagined. No, I cannot let him escape this time. As Su Farren contemplated, he exerted himself even more fervently. Unbeknownst to him, the frontrunner Liu Ming was indeed at ease. After several competitions, Liu Ming had developed a profound confidence in his sprinting prowess. Even without the enhancement from the King of Reaction, the effects of the King of Sprinting alone would suffice to secure a time under 9.8 seconds. Especially after the upgrade of the King of Sprinting, the resulting effect was nothing short of explosive. As they crossed the 70-meter mark, the championship that belonged to Liu Ming was tantalizingly close. Go, Liu Ming. Go, Su Farren. Gold and silver are ours. The athletes from the Eastern nation, observing from a distance, had begun to cheer wildly. Liu Ming, keep going. Break the record. In the press area, Mina had completely abandoned her composure. What a thrill. What a relief. Master Ming executed that move with such finesse. I absolutely adore it. I can hardly contain my laughter. Little Neon had painstakingly set the stage for Takeda Yoshihide, only to be effortlessly subdued by Master Ming. What should have been an exhilarating intercontinental final had devolved into an internal skirmish, leaving the audience devoid of any anticipation. Both sides harboring their own ambitions. The rivalry between Master Ming and God Su seemed unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to conserve their energy and vanquish Little Neon once more in the relay? In stark contrast to the atmosphere on site, the live stream was inundated with netizens reveling in schadenfreude, directed entirely at the Neon participants. The 100-meter clash, though it may seem lengthy, was merely a fleeting 10 seconds. On the track, Su Farren had yet to concede. He continued to strive, persevering with the tenacity of a stubborn wild stallion, refusing to relent until the final moment. As they approached the latter half of the race, with the finish line imminent, Liu Ming consciously decelerated. This created an illusion for the spectators present. Liu Ming seemed to be waiting for Su Farren. They were poised to cross the finish line together, to be crowned as champions side by side. At long last, in a thrilling finale, Su Farren and Liu Ming surged ahead simultaneously, racing towards the finish line. Who emerged victorious? Spectators around the track peered eagerly at the timing screen, positioned at various distances from the finish line, and on the same level as the athletes, making accurate observation inherently difficult. Moreover, with objects moving at such high speeds, human eyes could easily misjudge, leading to significant discrepancies in perception. Thus, it was nearly impossible to ascertain who had achieved a marginally faster time. Only Coach Yu, with a clenched fist, excitedly proclaimed, "Liu Ming has won." He then closed his eyes to meticulously recall the moment they crossed the line, reaching a conclusion. The two were likely separated by a mere 0.2 seconds. Finally, the big screen displayed the results of the final. Su Farren clocked in at 9.83 seconds. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Su Farren had already been in peak form, capable of running within the 9.83-second range. According to the historical timeline, he would soon achieve his personal best of 9.83 seconds in the semifinals of the Tokyo Olympics, thus solidifying his legendary status. Yet, the mere fact of recording 9.83 seconds was still overwhelmingly shocking. Almost simultaneously, another exclamation rang out. Look, 9.81 seconds. Liu Ming has set a new Asian record. Chapter 56, Liu Ming Ascends, the new king crowned Liu Ming, 9.81 seconds. An exuberant cheer erupted within the national team as athletes embraced one another in jubilant celebration. Even the usually stoic Coach Yu could not contain his excitement, shouting joyfully without a care for appearances. The gold medal in the men's 100-meter sprint was a goal the national athletics team, led by Su Farhan and competing in Doha, was determined to achieve. However, the monumental breakthrough Liu Ming had accomplished brought even greater joy to Coach Yu. Following the Americas, which boasted Usain Bolt, Asia's 100-meter record would now occupy the second position in the global rankings across all 5 continents. Even Su Farhan's 9:83 seconds surpassed Africa's Faisab's 9:85 seconds by a margin of 0.2 seconds. Undeniably, Asia had risen to prominence in the 100-meter event. In that moment, Coach Yu felt that even if they failed to secure a medal in the upcoming 4x100-meter relay, it would matter little. Liu Ming's remarkable achievement of 9:81 seconds in the Asian 100-meter record has rendered everything else inconsequential. Upon crossing the finish line, Liu gradually decelerated. Simultaneously, a delightful system notification chimed in. Ding. New Asian 100-meter record established. Free skill points 3.981 seconds is quite commendable. With all skills unlocked, managing points has become exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, winning the gold medal in the 100-meter event grants an additional free skill point reward following the judges' final endorsement of the results. A total of 4 skill points now allows for an upgrade in the Stamina King attribute. As Su Farhan sprinted past the finish line and glanced at the results, he immediately turned and leapt toward Liu Ming. Minger, splendid performance. Shortly thereafter, Su Farhan rushed over, and the three embraced in a jubilant display. Despite being thwarted by the Neon team's false start strategy, the joy within him was undeniably genuine as his teammates achieved significant breakthroughs. Ogano D, the third to cross the finish line, also approached to extend his congratulations. The stands erupted in applause, a gesture of respect for the victor and admiration for the formidable. However, Coach Suji Kazuhiro of the Neon team stood there with a grim expression. Behind him, his athletes, Cambridge Bird, Sonny Brown, and including Yoshihide Keisei, bowed their heads in shame, resembling defeated roosters. In the realm of athletics, everything is dictated by results, by the dichotomy of victory and defeat. Coach Suji had orchestrated various tactics prior to the race, including a deliberate false start strategy aimed at disrupting Liu Ming's rhythm, even resorting to the underhanded ploy of reporting prohibited substances. All this was merely to secure a medal for Yoshihide Keisei. Deep down, he was acutely aware that Keisei's chances of clinching gold were slim. Yet, the reality was brutally harsh. Not only had they failed to prevent Liu Ming from winning the gold, but the entire Neon team had also faced utter obliteration in the finals, an unspeakable disgrace. Coach Suji understood all too well that if the upcoming 4x100 relay resulted in another defeat against the Eastern Kingdom team, the consequences upon returning to Neon would extend far beyond merely losing his job, just like the countless viewers in front of their televisions. Naoto Nakagawa and his son remained silent after witnessing the final. The disparity in skill was glaring. This consensus had been established long before the race commenced. The personal bests and seasonal bests of the 8 athletes were evident, and everyone recognized who was in peak form, who possessed strength, and who could run swiftly. From this perspective, Yoshihide Keisei was undeniably of a different caliber compared to Liu Ming. However, when one's abilities fall short, tactics often serve as a compensatory measure. When individual prowess fails, one resorts to a pack strategy. The arena is akin to a battlefield. The notion of fairness must be anchored in formidable strength. Take, for instance, the strategic false start executed by the team during the Asian 100-meter finals. Across the vast expanse of Asia, apart from the East and the Neon, no other nation could have employed such a tactic. To illustrate, consider South Korea. Jin Guorong's entry into the finals was partly a stroke of luck. What resources does his nation possess to execute such a strategy? Moreover, the culture of Neon is steeped in the belief that success determines one's worth. Individual disgrace is trivial, but national honor is paramount. However, the results of the recent finals reveal that the Neon team has brought shame upon themselves. For long, Neon has proclaimed itself a powerhouse in sports, particularly in athletics and sprinting, a claim that has been widely accepted by its populace. In recent years, Neon has achieved remarkable milestones in sprinting, significantly bolstering national pride. As a small island nation frequently beset by earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, the Neon government has employed various means to uplift its citizens' confidence. Yet in the recent 100-meter final, the athletics team, which the nation had worked so hard to elevate, faced a total defeat. This outcome has directly undermined the confidence of the Neon populace and has rekindled feelings of inferiority among many, highlighting the reality of Neon as a small nation. Nakagawa Naoto sighed deeply, reaching for the remote to change the channel, only to catch sight of the athlete's results on the screen. What is this? Su Farren at 9:83 seconds. Liu Ming at 9:81 seconds. Nakagawa Naoto instantly regretted not changing the channel sooner. Why did he allow himself to see those two numbers? Wasn't this merely exacerbating his feelings of inferiority? Alas, in the face of absolute strength, it seems that all schemes and plots are but paper tigers. At this very moment, in Khalifa Stadium, all eyes were fixated on the timing board. A new Asian record, 9:81 seconds. The creator of this record was none other than Liu Ming, who crossed the finish line first. Before Liu Ming's return to the track, the Asian record stood at 9:91 seconds, set by Ogyanode in 2005. However, Ogyanode cannot be considered a true Asian in the strictest sense, as his musculature, characterized by a higher proportion of fast twitch fibers, grants him an advantage in both short and long races. Thus, Su Farren's later achievement of 9:91 seconds is regarded as the fastest time by an Asian in the history of the 100 meters. Today, Liu Ming has improved that record by a full 0.1 seconds. This holds particular significance for all Asians, and indeed the world's yellow race. In the press area, Samanti suddenly exclaimed, "Tailwind. It must be a tailwind. It is inconceivable for someone of the yellow race to run this fast." Even the reporters from Neon regarded him with contempt this time. It is worth noting that the Asian region is not solely comprised of the yellow race from the Eastern nation. The populations of Neon, South Korea, Southeast Asian countries, and Central Asian nations are all predominantly yellow. Countries in the Indochinese Peninsula and the Malay Archipelago also belong to this racial group. Central Asia, including Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan, is home to a significant number of individuals of the yellow race as well. While Saman harbored his own insecurities, this remark effectively offended everyone. The wind speed registered at 1.6 meters per second, and Liu Ming's achievement was indeed valid. It appears we have once again witnessed the birth of a new Asian record, a South Korean journalist remarked, casting a playful glance towards the Neon press area. Feeling a sense of vindictive satisfaction. "Madam, according to the pre-race wager, you are entitled to claim all the dollars." Chapter 57. The pinnacle of Asia, there is still room. Do not stand there in shock. Hurry to the media zone for photographs. The reporters are eagerly awaiting your presence. At that moment, CF Farren approached from behind and draped a national flag over Liu Ming's shoulders. A national flag? Liu Ming felt a tinge of surprise. The radiant 5-star red flag on the sports field symbolizes the aspiration of every athlete from the East. Particularly, it is during the moment of victory, following the conclusion of the competition, that the champions are afforded the unique privilege of draping themselves in the national flag and parading around the arena to bask in the adulation of the audience. For an athlete, this fleeting moment is the only instance that truly belongs to them. Opposite him, CF Farren offered an awkward smile. As it was originally intended for Su Gu, Liu Ming turned his head and instantly felt a sense of relief. Su Farren had been plagued by injuries over the past 2 years, often facing defeat in competitions, which resulted in a relentless wave of public skepticism directed at him. There were even detractors who maliciously criticized him for participating in a few variety shows. In the face of such doubt and myriad discussions, he never offered an explanation. Instead, he quietly focused on his recovery, persistently training day after day. This upcoming Asian Games would mark his first competition since his recovery. CF Farren had prepared a national flag in advance, confident that Su Farren would rise to the occasion in this final match. With this thought in mind, Liu Ming embraced CF Farren and said, "Brother Xie, prepare a few more national flags. After the 4x100 relay, let us celebrate together around the track." "Mingo?" CF Farren hesitated for a moment, but seeing Liu Ming's resolute expression, he nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I'll go get ready." Standing on the podium, the resounding anthem filled the air as he gazed at the flag unfurling majestically at the center. Liu Ming was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. It was a feeling of pride, a sense of honor, an emotional stir, a complexity that defied verbal expression. Though there were no resounding cheers echoing through the heavens, nor were there fervent anthems sung in unison, this sentiment surpassed the power of 1,000 words. In that fleeting moment, a profound national pride transformed into an inexhaustible drive, coursing through Liu Ming's entire being. This feeling was truly exquisite. Liu Ming discovered that merely standing here for the first time, he was enamored by this sensation. It was not solely due to the championship and glory, but rather because of the indomitable spirit deeply embedded within him. As the awards ceremony concluded, Liu Ming descended from the podium and glanced at the gold medal around his neck. Instinctively, he lifted it to his mouth and took a bite. "Don't bite it. The medal is made of copper, plated in gold," Su Farren remarked with an expression of disdain. "Copper?" Liu Ming felt a twinge of annoyance. "Qatar, backed by the affluent Gulf nations, and yet this gold medal is merely gilded copper. How shameless can one be?" Su Farren, rendered speechless for a moment, then remarked, "Olympic gold medals are also crafted from silver and then coated in gold. Occasionally, if the host city is reluctant to spend, the material may be of even lesser quality." Liu Ming felt a stir within, suddenly reminded of the Tokyo Olympics in his past life. That particular individual, it was said, had gold medals that were flaking, and the situation only worsened with time. During that period, the unfortunate Japanese officials even issued a tweet stating that there was no need to bite the medals, as they were composed of recycled materials from electronic devices donated by the citizens. In other words, the Olympic gold medals were essentially crafted from electronic waste. A mere bite could potentially be carcinogenic. In the media area, as Liu Ming gazed upon the two five-starred red flags rising proudly on the podium after the 100-meter race, not only were the Japanese and Filipino reporters rendered speechless, but even the other foreign media outlets known for their anti-China sentiments appeared to have received a stinging slap to the face. Losing a bet in the finals was one thing, while tens of thousands of dollars sounded substantial. It was not enough to cause significant distress when divided among a mere 20 or 30 individuals. However, they had previously reveled in their glee, blindly following the Filipino and Japanese media narratives, relentlessly mocking, ridiculing, and slandering Liu Ming, fabricating rumors to tarnish the reputation of the Eastern nation. Yet, merely 2 days later, their expressions were now marked with the pain of humiliation. Reflecting back, Liu Ming's journey from the preliminaries had been nothing short of extraordinary. Contrary to the slanders they had spread, he had consistently shattered the Asian record for the men's 100-meter sprint. Just the day before, he had astonishingly clocked in at 9:71 seconds. At that moment, foreign media could bury their heads in the sand like ostriches, finding solace in their own denial. However, today's undeniable achievement of 9:81 seconds in the finals left everyone utterly speechless. The 100-meter dash, after all, is the most resplendent event in the realm of athletics. Liu Ming has consecutively shattered Asian records, becoming the most dazzling highlight of this year's Asian Athletics Championships. Even though these anti-China media outlets are undoubtedly reluctant, they must return and extensively promote and report on this matter. However, the discomfort of boosting others' prestige while undermining their own morale is palpable. Consequently, the anti-China foreign media present quickly reached a consensus. A strategy must be devised to divert the public's attention. It must be said that the minds of journalists can often be rather unscrupulous. The anti-China media, almost in unison, swiftly redirected their criticism, mocking the incompetence displayed by the Japanese on the field, which allowed the East Asian athletes to secure an early victory. This scapegoat was indeed perfectly suited for the occasion. Had it not been for the tactical missteps of the Japanese, the finals would not have devolved into such a farce. Yet, the Japanese media were not inclined to remain passive. They promptly shifted the focus of their fire, accusing a Filipino female journalist of disregarding professional ethics and willfully misinterpreting the on-site interviews. Moreover, they alleged that the Philippines fabricated lies to insult China, hinting at attempts to subtly provoke international relations. The Filipino media initially felt unjustly accused, acknowledging the misinterpretation of interviews. However, the baseless rumor regarding the invincibility of the 4x100 relay was clearly the handiwork of Japan's NHK. Yet, as Japan is akin to a patron for the Philippines, they could only silently endure the situation with tears in their eyes. The Filipino media, feeling compelled to turn their ire inward, first chastised the Manila Times, then rebuked the other foreign media for their lack of integrity, criticizing them for failing to verify the authenticity of their reports and shifting blame when controversies arose. In conclusion, amidst this chaotic dog-eat-dog spectacle among foreign media, the absurdity is undeniable. Liu Ming has achieved the remarkable feat of ascending as a new champion on the Asian stage. At the press conference held by the East National Sports Committee, Deputy Director Zhang, beaming with joy, addressed inquiries from domestic media. When reporters queried about Liu Ming and Su Farren's performances in the finals, Deputy Director Zhang was well prepared, presenting a compelling graphic in response. Since Usain Bolt of Jamaica, only 13 sprinters in the annals of human history have clocked times under 9:83 seconds. Henceforth, Our athletes will proudly occupy the 11th and 13th positions in the dominantly African realm of the 100 meters. Not only should the entire nation take pride in these two athletes, but all people of Asian descent should also celebrate and cheer for them. Once upon a time, running the 100 meters in under 10 seconds was a distant dream for Asians, a myth that firmly shackled the perceptions of those of Asian descent. Yet, these two sprinters have unequivocally demonstrated to the world that what is achievable by black athletes is equally attainable by us. When asked about the significance of Liu Ming's enhancement of the Asian record from 9:91 seconds to 9:81 seconds, Deputy Director Zhang shook his head with a wry smile. To most, this 0.1 second difference appears negligible, but for an athlete, it represents a lifetime of effort condensed into a fleeting moment. For professional sprinters, entering the exclusive sub-10 second club makes every additional 0.1 second increasingly difficult to attain. The achievements they have garnered are undeniably the result of immense dedication and targeted technical training. It is irrefutable that both Liu Ming and Su Farren possess formidable resolve, and we are fully confident in their capacity to continue pushing their limits and challenging the boundaries for those of Asian descent. Particularly for Liu Ming, the so-called Asian limit still holds potential for further exploration. Chapter 58. The aspiration for Olympic gold medals the night in Doha has deepened. Coach Yu, however, lies awake in bed, restless and turning over. His roommate, Old Jiang, unable to bear the situation any longer, spoke up. Old Yu, enough is enough. There's a relay race tomorrow. As the head of this East national delegation, Old Jiang should theoretically benefit the most from the impressive accomplishments of his athletes. However, his age has reached a significant milestone, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he will soon honorably retire. Furthermore, during the initial meeting at the Athletics Management Center, he had subtly expressed sentiments that could stifle Liu Ming's potential. Thus, in contrast to Coach Yu's exuberance, he appeared remarkably composed. You don't understand, Old Jiang. I have waited far too many years for this moment. Coach Yu expressed with deep emotion. Do you know what 9:83 seconds signifies? In the past 5 years of world championships, this time would have secured a podium finish. In 2011 and 2017, it could have even clinched the gold. Moreover, during the last 5 Olympic Games, a time of 9:83 seconds would have guaranteed gold in Sydney and Athens, even during Bolt's reign in 2008 and 2016. Such a performance could have garnered a silver medal. Once upon a time of 9:85 seconds was considered the pinnacle for Asian sprinters in the 100 meters. To my astonishment, Liu Ming has astonishingly clocked in at 9:81 seconds. Perhaps, in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics, we not only have a chance to reach the finals, but can also anticipate the moment we stand upon the podium. Old Jiang, upon hearing Coach Yu's words, was moved to tears and fell silent for a while. Rest well, we have more competitions tomorrow. I recall you have the 4x100-meter relay final and the 200-meter final on your schedule. Do not worry. In the 200 meters, CFA possesses absolute dominance within Asia. Now that Yamaguchi Ryota is injured, we might even contend for the gold in the 4x100-meter relay, Coach Yu said confidently. Old Jiang frowned and inquired, do you truly believe we can snatch the relay gold from the Neon team? Coach Yu sat up, gesturing with his hands as he spoke. Liu Ming is a crafty one, especially adept at concealing his abilities. When he won the championship and set a record in Guangzhou with a time of 9:89 seconds, we all thought he had reached his limit. Can you imagine that upon arriving in Doha, he remarkably dashed to 9:81 seconds? Hence, the moniker Miraculous Liu is indeed well-deserved. Old Jiang lit a cigarette, pondering that the likelihood of Liu Ming hiding his potential was slim, as athletes have no reason to conserve energy in competitions. However, I believe this young man is a performer under pressure. The greater the external stimulus, the more he can unleash his physical potential. Nonetheless, the relay race is not simply a matter of addition. Tactical execution holds far greater significance than raw strength. I observed Liu Ming's performance in the preliminaries, and his cornering ability and baton passing technique still require refinement. My hopes for gold are dim, yet a silver medal seems within reach. Coach Yu winked. Old Jiang, you might not be aware, but today, CFA had logistics prepare 4 national flags, reportedly at Liu Ming's request for the 4x100-meter event. This has become an open secret within our team. What? What did you say? Old Jiang was taken aback, his entire being jolted. If it is indeed an open secret, does that mean those persistent foreign media are also aware? This could spell trouble. Coach Yu suddenly realized the implications, his expression turning ashen. Surely, Our own people wouldn't tea. He faltered mid-sentence, losing his conviction. Old Jiang glanced at Kochu, sighed. Alas, complications arise. 9:81 seconds, Asia's new king has ascended. With a mere tweet from Liu Ferrin, the 110-meter hurdles athlete, receiving a nod of approval from the legendary Bolt. The news of Liu Ming once again shattering the Asian 100-meter record swept through the world of athletics like a tempest. Liu Ming's astonishing semi-final time of 9:85 seconds had already left many in disbelief, but his final time of 9:81 seconds transcended the bounds of rational comprehension. This is unfathomable. Science suggests that the limit for Asians is 9:85 seconds. Is Liu Ming some kind of anomaly? Achieving even a 0.1 second improvement after breaking the 10-second barrier is notoriously difficult, yet he effortlessly leaped from 9:91 to 9:81 seconds, a chasm of 0.1 seconds. Countries around the world must take heed. Liu Ming is significantly younger than Liu Ferrin, perhaps heralding the emergence of another Eastern sprinting sensation. As the era of the Five Tigers draws to a close, the American Bromel is widely regarded as Bolt's potential successor. Yet it appears that this Eastern Liu Ming is poised to be his most formidable rival. In the domestic arena, although it is already the early hours, Editor Yang of the Sports Weekly remains diligently reviewing manuscripts in his office. Following Liu Ming's victory in the Doha 100 meters and his consecutive record-breaking feats, the Eastern sprinter has brought glory to Asia. The old monarch has abdicated, and a new king has been crowned. Liu Ming will continue to inscribe the history of the Asian 100 meters with undeniable prowess. Despite a 2-year hiatus, his form remains unblemished. And with a final time of 9:81 seconds in the 100-meter final, Liu Ming has elevated the Asian record by a remarkable 0.1 seconds across merely 6 competitions. The returning champion Liu Ming, amidst the Neon team's tactical onslaught in the final, bravely carved his path to victory, setting his sights on the Tokyo Olympics. As editor Yang crafted several compelling headlines, he reviewed them repeatedly, feeling immensely satisfied, particularly with the 4th piece, which he had personally refined. He began by candidly detailing Liu Ming's journey of growth, for the common populace hardly knew who he was. In the middle of the article, he elucidated the formidable challenges Liu Ming faced in breaking records. Athletics is traditionally a weak point for individuals of East Asian descent, and public interest remains low. The article must provide a comprehensive introduction, otherwise, even a supernatural 9:81 Asian 100-meter record would fail to resonate with the general public. Ultimately, he emphasized the unsportsmanlike tactics employed by the Neon team during the final and how Liu Ming's triumphant victory served as a resounding rebuttal, delivering a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. The public's mindset is straightforward. The specifics of the sport or the achievements themselves may not matter much. But framing the narrative with themes of resistance against oppression or the lone hero is exceedingly appealing. Thus, it is anticipated that this article, alongside Liu Ming's gold medal triumph, will become a sensational highlight of the following day. As many come to remember the name Liu Ming, they will simultaneously contribute a considerable influx of traffic to their publication. In a buoyant mood, editor Yang casually clicked on the home pages of several foreign media colleagues. Just yesterday, anti-China outlets led by the Manila Times and NHK had just finished criticizing Liu Ming, and today, news broke of Liu Ming's astonishing 9:81 record-breaking victory, marking the downfall of 3-seeded athletes from Neon. Editor Yang mused that they must be engaged in a fierce internecine conflict. Such moments of relaxation amidst a busy work schedule were simply exquisite. However, as he perused the latest headlines in the sports section of these foreign media, his expression swiftly darkened. Reports surfaced that the Eastern Nation relay team had secretly prepared a celebratory flag for the 4x100 meters event. And it was claimed that the sprinter Liu Ming had intentionally conserved his strength during the preliminaries, intending to overpower Neon in the finals and lead the Eastern Nation to victory. With 4 consecutive wins and broken records in the 100 meters, he was hailed as the strongest in Asia. Such remarkable performances were already on par with the legendary Usain Bolt, and the Eastern Nation relay team could indeed celebrate openly. Particularly notable was the headline from the renowned Neon sports media Nikkei Sports. The reigning champions from Neon openly acknowledged that Liu Ming's hard power had reached a world-class level, asserting that in tomorrow's men's 4x100 relay final, they must give their utmost to have even a sliver of a chance. The more editor Yang read, the darker his expression became, and the more alarmed he felt. This was sheer flattery leading to destruction. The higher they were lifted today, the more devastating their fall would be tomorrow. Chapter 59. Then let them not live. The final day of the Asian Track and Field Championships had finally arrived. The first event of the day was the Team 4 by 100 meters race. The competition began with the women's category, followed by the men's. Surprisingly, Ryota Yamaguchi, who had sustained an ankle injury during the semifinals, appeared in the preparation zone for the Neon team. This was not good news for the other competing teams. The Neon team was already the strongest in Asia for this event, and Yamaguchi, running the first leg, was their most formidable asset. Initially, they had hoped to seize an advantage in his absence due to injury, but it seemed his condition was not as dire as expected. Thus, it appeared that Neon would take first, Eastern Nations second, and Taipei third. Countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Kazakhstan seemed to have extinguished their hopes of reaching the podium. Yamaguchi, however, was painfully aware of his own predicament, having inadvertently fallen into the trap set by Liu Ming during the 100 meters semifinals. He could barely manage to stand on the track for this relay race, and his ankle injury had not fully healed. He could not afford to push too hard in the competition, otherwise he risked a season-ending injury or worse, a permanent disability. Yet, none of this mattered to Yamaguchi. The opportunity for revenge was tantalizingly close, and soon the Neon team would deliver a resounding slap to the face of the Eastern nation with a substantial lead. Preparing a flag privately and planning to circle the field? What a grand jest. The 4x100 was not an individual event, and Liu Ming was far from possessing the prowess of Bolt. With the exquisite technology of neon lights, one will soon experience the insignificance and despair of individual strength within a team project. At this thought, Ryota Yamaguchi could hardly contain his anticipation to witness Liu Ming's despondent expression after the competition. Meanwhile, in the preparation area of the Donghua team, Suferin wore a face full of regret as he confronted Liu Ming. "Minger, this is all my fault. I never anticipated that the matter regarding the national flag could escalate to such proportions, nor did I expect that our delegation would leak such issues to foreign media. The reality is painfully evident. The rise of Neon in the men's relay events can be traced back to the 2008 Olympics. At that time, amidst the capital, countless Donghua citizens watched helplessly as their fellow yellow-skinned compatriots from Neon claimed the Olympic bronze medal. In the 2012 London Olympics, the Donghua team did not even reach the finals, while Neon secured a commendable fourth place. The fleeting Asian record during the preliminary rounds of the 2016 Rio Olympics only served to amplify the humiliation felt by the Donghua populace. Even in the 2017 London World Championships, despite Neon losing their formidable first-leg runner, Ryota Yamaguchi, they still managed to ascend the podium, surpassing the Donghua team. The 2018 Asian Games finals witnessed the Donghua team suffer a severe setback from the very first leg, and although Suferin exerted every effort, victory remained elusive. All these events clearly indicate that Donghua is indeed not a rival to Neon in relay events, and in the foreseeable future, it cannot challenge the latter's dominance in Asia. This is an objective truth, independent of any notions of patriotism. Even a nation as powerful as the United States holds no advantage against Neon's baton exchange technique, which operates with the precision of a single entity. Not to mention, prior to this year, Liu Ming was merely a novice in the realm of relay events. Beside him, Su Qingxing's expression was equally grim. "Minger, this tactic of elevating one's status could be likened to a dagger aimed at the heart. Once this relay race concludes, those foreign media will undoubtedly inundate you with scornful derision." Liu Ming shook his head and turned to the side, where Suferin was meditating with his eyes closed. "Brother, what do you think?" At that moment, Suferin, firmly seated in his confidence, finally opened his eyes, an aura of battle radiating from him. "To annihilate? Then let us ensure they do not survive." With the leader's fierce declaration, there was little left to discuss among the remaining three. They were resolute in their determination to confront this pack of curs. The four members of the national team stacked their hands together, bolstering one another's spirits before proceeding to their respective positions. Liu Ming trailed behind Suferin, silently accessing the system panel. Team events often encompass a considerable degree of unpredictability, and the 4x100-meter relay is no exception. In this event, even the four fastest runners in the world may not secure victory. For instance, the American team frequently encounters baton mishaps. It can be asserted that the performance of each athlete in the team, the timing of the acceleration before the baton exchange, and the speed of the handover, among other factors, will profoundly influence the ultimate outcome of the competition. Thus, for the Eastern Nation team to triumph over the Neon team in the finals, a unified effort from all four members is imperative. The current Asian record stands at 37.60 seconds, established by the Neon team in Rio in 2016. If Liu Ming were to set a record-breaking objective, even if his teammates perfectly replicated their performance from the preliminary round, he would still need to improve his own time by at least 0.2 seconds in the fourth leg. However, Liu Ming is acutely aware that he had already unleashed his full potential in the previous preliminary heat. The synergistic effect of the King of Reaction and the King of Sprinting had persisted from the very start to the moment he crossed the finish line. Thus, relying solely on the enhanced cornering ability granted by the King of Sprinting may prove insufficient. This 0.2-second gap cannot be bridged through the baton exchange technique alone. He must find a way to enhance his starting reaction during the baton handoff phase. With this in mind, Liu Ming began to expend resources. Ding. You have consumed a skill point to elevate the King of Reaction skill to an intermediate level. King of Reaction, intermediate significantly enhances the body's rapid response rate to all stimuli. Ding. You have consumed another skill point to elevate the King of Reaction skill to an advanced level. King of Reaction, advanced provides a comprehensive enhancement to the body's rapid response rate to all stimuli. This was the only feasible method Liu Ming could conceive of to elevate the level of the King of Reaction before the race. The 4x100 relay differs from the individual 100-meter event. It is not simply a matter of accelerating as quickly as possible. The harmony and coordination with teammates are of paramount importance. The ideal start during the baton exchange occurs when both parties are moving at the same speed. If one is quick while the other is slow, the difficulty of the handoff will inevitably increase. Achieving this ideal state typically requires extensive practice, continuous measurement of stride lengths, and relentless refinement. Unfortunately, these conditions are entirely lacking at this stage. Liu Ming even required Su Faren's verbal cue to elicit a timely and effective response. In such a fiercely competitive environment, being distracted imposed a significant burden on Su Faren, inevitably leading to a reduction in speed. Consequently, upgrading to the King of Reaction became Liu Ming's ultimate choice. This approach could potentially allow him to keenly observe and accurately gauge the rhythm of Su Faren's strides while running, enabling him to swiftly adjust his own speed to draw ever closer to that ideal state. Quick of eye and swift of hand, steady, precise, and resolute. Striving to synchronize with teammates in the exchange zone, Liu Ming contemplated these thoughts, abruptly calling out to the figure ahead, Su Faren. Brother Su, when it comes time to pass the baton, there's no need for you to distract yourself by signaling me. I am confident I can handle it. Su Faren swiftly turned around, a flicker of surprise lingering on his face. However, upon accurately detecting the profound confidence in Liu Ming's eyes, he ultimately nodded and replied, "Good brother, I trust you." Chapter 60. The Relay Dream Team. Flawless coordination. The men's 4x100-meter relay final at the Asian Games was underway. Everyone recognized this as a fierce showdown between the two powerhouses, Donghua and Neon. Yet, even seasoned commentators such as Yang Jian from CCTV, who were present at the venue, did not hold high hopes for the Donghua team prior to the event. In the pre-race broadcast, he remarked, in track and field events, the 100 and 200 meters are contests of individual brilliance, while the 4x100-meter relay is a competition of national speed, utmost synergy, and impeccable technique. Thus, relay races often embody the most intense and exhilarating moments of the entire athletics meet. Without exception, it is a war between nations devoid of gunfire. At 26, Su Faren, 25, Su Faren, 31, Su Faren, and 21, Liu Faren, our relay dream team epitomizes Donghua's speed, which is undeniably on par with the prowess of our nation in other domains. However, it must be acknowledged that our relay team requires additional time and training to achieve seamless coordination. Presently, the Asian record stands at 37.60 seconds, held by the Neon team. This record is quite challenging for us to surpass. Our latest national record is 37.80 seconds, placing us approximately 2 meters behind. A significant gap indeed. This compels our relay team to make breakthroughs in baton passing techniques. I firmly believe that in the forthcoming Olympic arena, Neon's advanced technique of the upward baton pass, which allows the receiver to accelerate with one hand dangling and swing it forward, will replace the downward pass as the standard. The upward pass minimizes speed loss during the exchange and maximizes efficiency. The Neon team has successfully narrowed the gap with relay powerhouses such as Jamaica and the United States through this technique, compensating for their relative lack of individual strength with superior baton passing methods. However, in the preliminaries, our relay team shockingly abandoned the standing pass and resorted to the outdated upward pass, which has long been discarded by other nations, starkly contrasting with Neon's interlocking technique. Nevertheless, we have every reason to believe that once their baton passing skills improve, our team, featuring Liu Ming and Su Farren, will undoubtedly possess the potential to become a formidable force in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics. Now, dear viewers, the competition is ready to commence. During Yang Jin's commentary, athletes from various countries took their positions. Facing the formidable Yamashita Ryota from Japan, CF Farren exhibited no signs of pre-competition anxiety. Instead, he seemed eager to compete. Recently, at the athletics meet held in Japan, Yamashita had clinched the championship in the men's 100 meters with a remarkable time of 9:95 seconds, shattering the national record. However, it is well known within the circle that domestic competition results in Japan often lack credibility. Achieving 9:95 seconds with a tailwind of 2 meters per second is incomparable to his own 9:99 seconds run 2 years prior, which was aided by a mere 0.9 meters per second tailwind. Moreover, during the semifinals, he had been sabotaged by Liu Ming, resulting in an ankle injury. Reflecting on this, CF Farren glanced at Yamashita's right foot in the distance, pondering whether defeating Japan's best in this leg might restore some dignity, especially after falling into Japan's trap in the 100-meter final. Lost in thought, CF Farren did not notice the smile that inadvertently crossed his face, which caught Yamashita's attention. "Baka, do you think I can't outrun you just because I'm injured? How dare you underestimate me, Yamashita Ryota, on the 100-meter track? This is a disgrace I cannot tolerate. Soon, you will realize that even with an injury, I can still run faster than you." As the starting gun fired, the race commenced. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were on Yamashita Ryota. As Japan's foremost athlete, his flawless starting reaction had long been his signature skill. While everyone was aware of his injury from the semifinals, the extent of it remained a mystery. The starting reaction time would provide a clear insight into his condition. In no time, the screen displayed the starting reaction time, Yamashita Ryota, 0.136 seconds. Quite remarkable. However, the coach of the Japanese team, Tojo Kanyu, furrowed his brow instantly. Why was he pushing so hard at the start? Would his ankle withstand the strain during the upcoming curve in the baton exchange? In high-speed motion, even running in a straight line places immense pressure on the ankle, let alone in the curved baton exchange zone. Yamashita, due to his ankle injury, should have taken a more conservative approach at the start. Before the race, Tojo had advised him to refrain from exerting too much force. Yet, it was evident that CF Farren's inadvertent provocation had spurred Yamashita into action, disregarding his coach's guidance. CF Farren's subsequent full-throttle sprint only intensified the pressure on Yamashita. Yamashita Ryota will never become a burden to the Japanese team. As Yamamoto Ryota contemplated, he sprinted into the baton exchange zone, passing the relay baton to the second runner, Koike Yuki. Gradually, Yamamoto slowed his pace and came to a halt. However, the moment he stood still, an intense stabbing pain surged through his right foot. He swayed precariously, nearly losing his balance. He realized that his injury had worsened. The human body often masks pain when under extreme mental strain or heightened focus. Yet, once one ceases movement, the pain manifests immediately and feels all the more acute. Yamamoto had already been competing with an injury. Had he opted for a more cautious approach, he might have mitigated the damage. However, having exerted himself to the fullest, maintaining an extraordinary level of explosiveness, he had undoubtedly exacerbated the injury to his ankle. Witnessing Yamamoto in such a state, CF Farren nearly burst into laughter. In that previous sprint, although he had not gained any advantage in the start reaction, he had managed to keep from falling too far behind. The slight disadvantage he had faced was successfully reclaimed during the curve of the exchange. While others might not perceive it, he clearly noted that Yamamoto had restrained his ankle from bearing excessive weight during the baton exchange on the curve, which had inevitably affected his speed. Thus, the first leg had resulted in a dead heat between the two countries. Only in the technique of the upward baton exchange did the Eastern nation suffer a minor setback. The coordination of the Neon team was indeed world-class. With a seamless execution of the run-up, baton handoff, and straightaway acceleration, the entire process unfolded fluidly. Strategically, they had not claimed victory, but tactically, they had triumphed remarkably. Given the extent of Yamamoto's injury, the upcoming Tokyo Olympics appeared precarious for him. Soon, at the grand event near their home, Yamamoto might have to withdraw due to his ailment. This feeling, which could inflict lifelong anguish upon an adversary, led CF Farren to believe that it transcended mere pleasure. Chapter 61. Smooth Relay. Sprinting through the curve, the second runner for the Neon team is Yuki Koike. balancing his efforts across the 100 meters, 200 meters, and the 100 meters relay. Koike's skills are remarkably comprehensive. However, what appears to be versatility can sometimes translate to mediocrity in high-stakes competitions, where being a jack of all trades often means being a master of none. Thus, despite Koike's remarkable talent, his advantage pales when compared to the unwavering focus and resilience of Su Qixing, who specializes in the 100 meters. From a purely competitive standpoint, Koike's edge is not particularly pronounced. Moreover, the recent baton exchange between Xie Farren and Su Qixing was not significantly flawed. As they entered the straightaway, Su Qixing surged ahead with relentless determination, as if he were running for his very life. His sprinting speed was evidently on a different level than Koike's, given their differing starting positions. When the teams are closely matched, it becomes challenging for the average spectator to discern who is truly in the lead until they reach the final straight. However, while the untrained eye may simply enjoy the spectacle, those well-versed in the sport quickly recognize that the Eastern Kingdom team had not fallen behind during the second leg. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. In the third leg, the Eastern Kingdom's runner, known for his prowess and nicknamed the Crescent Moon Blade, is Xie Farren. Although Japan's Yoshihide Kairi is also exceptional, the disparity in skill becomes glaring when compared to Xie Farren's recent feat of clocking 9.83 seconds. The narrative indeed unfolds as expected. By the time they reached the baton exchange zone for the final leg, even the casual observers could perceive the nuances. Observing who first enters the exchange zone serves as an excellent indicator of who is ahead. To the astonishment of all, Xie Farren entered the exchange zone with a lead of a full 2 body lengths over Kairi, as Neon's Sanji Brown launched first. The fourth leg runners began their run-up, setting the stage for the decisive contest. However, the spectators soon realized that Liu Ming, the Eastern Kingdom's fourth runner, had faltered slightly. This was a disaster. Xie Farren had not issued a signal. Had Liu Ming missed the cue, causing his delayed start? On the sidelines, Kochu maintained a composed exterior, though his heart raced with anxiety. With athletes of Xie Farren and Liu Ming's caliber, securing a medal in the 100 meters seemed assured. Yet, the preceding circumstances had heavily favored the Eastern Kingdom team. Kochu was no longer content with merely securing a medal. He envisioned a triumphant victory over Neon, a gold medal for Asia, and perhaps even the possibility of shattering the Asian record. A slow start inevitably results in lost speed during the baton exchange. In contrast to Neon's elevated style of passing the baton, the Eastern Kingdom's method was completely outmatched. Adding to the challenge was Liu Ming's struggle with curve running. It appeared that the chance to break the Asian record had evaporated, and perhaps even the slight advantage they held would be nullified by the Neon team. However, given Liu Ming's prowess in straight sprints, even with a slight disadvantage on the bends, securing the gold medal should not pose a problem, thought the coach. This notion also lingered in the mind of the Japanese coach, Koya Tsuchikawa. For elite sprinters, the allocation of energy has always been a vital skill. Typically, the athlete running the fourth leg would dedicate their stamina and focus to the final 80 meters of the straight sprint. Yet, Liu Ming of the Dongwu team boasted an impressive record in the 100-meter event. The entire Japanese team was acutely aware of this fact. Sanaburen stood no chance against Liu Ming. Thus, in the Japanese team's strategy, Sanaburen's performance in the curve would be pivotal in determining whether the team could clinch the gold. The advantages amassed on the curve would need to be repaid on the straight. To put it bluntly, the Japanese team's chances of winning rested upon whether the advantages accumulated earlier were sufficient to withstand the final 80 meters of the straight. This consensus was reached last night as the team analyzed the preliminary race footage. After all, Liu Ming was not adept at running curves, and his speed on the bends would be considerably slower. Yet, reality proved to be cruelly ironic. The Japanese team had not gained any advantage in the first 3 legs. In fact, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. This was a bitter pill for Koya Tsuchikawa to swallow. All hope now rested on whether Sanaburen could seize an opportunity from Liu Ming's potential mistake. However, Sanaburen, on the field, was painfully aware of the situation. He clearly observed that there were no mistakes to exploit in this relay. It was solely due to the outstanding performances of the Dongwu team's first 3 runners, each exceeding expectations. Given the results produced by their initial 3 legs, the Dongwu team was firmly positioned to secure the gold in the finals, with a significant chance of challenging the Asian record. Thus, when Sanaburen unexpectedly noticed that Xie Farren, as he was about to enter the baton exchange zone, failed to signal Liu Ming, he instantly sensed an opportunity. Without a second thought, he made a decisive choice to launch early, attempting to disrupt Liu Ming's rhythm. His sole objective was to hinder the Donghua team's attempt at breaking the Asian record. Yet, in the next moment, Santaburan was startled to realize that due to his premature start, the other nation's fourth-leg runners had been led astray, while Liu Ming remained unperturbed. Liu Ming seemed to have anticipated the speed perfectly, launching himself in perfect synchrony with Su Farren's rhythm. This was inconceivable. What was even more challenging for Sonny Brown to accept was Liu Ming's subsequent performance in the curve zone. After his start, his speed rapidly approached that of Su Farren's running cadence. Following this, he executed the baton handoff with precision, stability, and decisiveness. As he began to sprint through the curve, his speed appeared far from sluggish. The entire process unfolded with an astonishing smoothness. Outside the track, Coach Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. He gazed at Liu Ming, filled with joy yet overwhelmed by incredulity. At that moment, Liu Ming's displayed speed through the curve proved to be entirely on par with Su Farren's. The key technique for running curves lies in overcoming the influence of centrifugal force. Athletes typically need extensive training to gradually master the technical maneuvers required for navigating curves, adjusting according to their physical condition and technical characteristics. Coach Yu meticulously observed Liu Ming as he raced around the curve but noticed that he had not grasped the technical essentials of curve running. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly unprofessional technique that allowed him to miraculously maintain his body's balance while advancing at an almost sprinting speed through the curve. How astonishing! How did he achieve this? Could it be that fortune favored him? Indeed, Coach Yu's intuition was not mistaken. Indeed, Liu Ming has yet to master the art of cornering. However, the remarkable effects brought about by the ascension of the Sprint King to an advanced level can compensate for these technical deficiencies. With such impressive performance in the bins, one might suggest that Liu Ming could indeed venture into the 200-meter and 400-meter events. At this thought, a flicker of excitement shone in Coach Yu's spirited gaze. In this crucial moment, just before the Tokyo Olympics, the Donghua team has truly struck gold. Chapter 62, Creating History, Utterly Perfect. The Donghua team has surged onto the straightaway. Led by our nation's sprinter, Liu Ming, the stands erupted with thunderous cheers, as some fervent spectators began to fervently wave the 5-star red flag with all their might. Liu Ming's speed is astonishing. He understands that in order to shatter the Asian record, he must exert every ounce of effort at this moment. He requires a higher cadence, more powerful propulsion from the ground, a more rhythmic arm swing, and swifter reaction times. With the dual assistance of the skills of the master of advanced reactions and the sovereign of elite sprints, at this moment, Liu Ming had accomplished everything he needed to achieve. The intensity was at its peak. Even during the recent men's 100-meter final, he had not exerted himself with such fervor. He could not betray his teammates' expectations. The finish line was so near. I am destined to break the Asian record. As he gazed at the approaching finish line, hope surged within Liu Ming. 10 meters from the finish, whether athletes or coaches on the sidelines, everyone instinctively clenched their fists and held their breath. They widened their eyes, fixated on the track, fearing that a mere blink would cause them to miss Liu Ming's historic crossing of the line. Liu Ming, it's up to you. The Asian record. In the second baton exchange zone, Su Farren watched the other end of the track, his body trembling with tension. Beside him, Reito Yamaguchi of the Neon team felt a twinge of regret. His previous determination to compete despite injury now seemed utterly futile. The defeat of the Neon team was all but sealed. The Asian record was within the grasp of the Donghua team. Go Liu Ming. The Asian record. In the third baton exchange zone, Su Qingshan shouted with all his might. It was an instinctive release of pent-up emotion. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming tension. Perhaps only through shouting could he channel that feeling. Meanwhile, Koike Yuki stood silently, as if his heart might leap from his throat at any moment. In the fourth baton exchange zone, Su Farren struggled to suppress his excitement, yet tears stubbornly welled in his eyes. The relay race held profound significance for him. At over 30, he was no longer in the prime of an athlete's career. The upcoming Tokyo Olympics could very well mark the end of his athletic journey. He had invested so much effort for this final Olympic appearance. He yearned for a breakthrough, for a miracle to unfold. Yet he was acutely aware that his personal capabilities were insufficient to contend for gold and silver on the Olympic stage. Thus, the team competition became his last hope. Meanwhile, Tokiwa Yoshihide stared blankly, lost in a daze. In this tense moment, even the deafening cheers around him were but a distant echo. The finish line was finally within reach. Liu Ming felt a surge of excitement as he leaned forward with great fervor. He crossed the finish line. Simultaneously, the voice of commentator Yang Jian resonated with fervent enthusiasm on the CCTV sports channel. The third runner for the Dongwu team, Su Farren. Due to the need to match Su Qingshan's speed, he experienced a slight deceleration during the baton exchange. However, Su Farren, with his extraordinary crescent-shaped blade technique, still surged ahead of Tongxing Xiangxiu, securing the lead. The final leg now belonged to our Liu Farren. Will the miraculous Liu once again astound us in this race? He has not yet started. Was it a misstep? No. It was a flawless baton exchange. A seamless handoff, smoother than one could imagine. On the straightaway, Liu Ming launched his assault towards the Asian limit, 37.60 seconds. An Asian record, 37.40 seconds. A new Asian record. We have forged a new Asian record. Farewell to the Neon Relay team. Farewell to the Eagle Nation Relay team. The magnificent Dongwu Relay squad has eclipsed you all, 37.40 seconds. As Dongwu shatters the limits of the yellow race. A perfect baton exchange. Exceedingly flawless. Ding. Breaking the Asian record. 3 free skill points. Event task. Participate in a world championship. As Liu Ming crossed the finish line, the timing display illuminated the Dongwu team's completion time. Coaches from various nations in attendance displayed expressions of disbelief. 37.40 seconds? A new Asian record. How could this be possible? Su Farren, Su Qingshan. And Su Farren instinctively raced towards Liu Ming at the finish line. We won. We emerged victorious. We have shattered the Asian record. Dongwu team, 37.40 seconds. By a staggering margin of 0.2 seconds, we surpassed the previous Asian record set by the Neon team. Remarkably, before the emergence of the Jamaican relay team, the world record for the men's 4x100 meters relay stood at 37.40 seconds for a full 16 years, signifying the strength of this achievement. Su Farren gazed at the number, unable to contain his tears any longer. Yet, these were tears of joy. I am truly elated. Liu Ming, thank you. Thank you. Su Farren appeared exuberant and exhilarated. Through this performance, he glimpsed hope. Since the very first day of his athletics training, he had envisioned donning the national team's colors and standing atop the pinnacle of the Olympic podium as the first yellow athlete to break the 10-second barrier. For many years, he has diligently trained with this goal in mind. Yet, as time passes, he increasingly feels that his dream is alarmingly out of reach. First, there were the formidable 5 sprinters of the 100 meters, instilling awe and trepidation. Then, there was the indomitable Usain Bolt, casting a long shadow over all competitors. Meanwhile, he finds himself struggling to surpass the limit of 9.85 seconds set for athletes of his descent. The harsh reality is unforgiving. The vast chasm between his aspirations and the achievements of others has left him in despair, contemplating relinquishment countless times. However, today, he has seemingly glimpsed the hope of realizing his dream. There is no room for doubt. If he can maintain this performance at the upcoming Tokyo Olympics, he will not only stand upon the podium he has long yearned for, but he may also listen to the national anthem resonate as he watches his flag ascend to its zenith. This sudden joy overwhelms the iron-willed athlete, prompting him to shed tears. Yet, these tears are not solely of elation. They are also a testament to the arduous sacrifices of over a decade, the relentless efforts, the unwavering training through the changing seasons, and the hardships endured throughout the years. Finally, the clouds have parted, revealing the bright moon. In comparison, he considers himself fortunate. For in his homeland, countless athletes toil in silence, enduring and contributing without recognition. Yet, the vast majority of them may never witness the dawn of their dreams. Both CFA and Su Qingshan are equally moved, their eyes glistening with tears. In this moment, they too feel fortunate, having encountered the finest teammates during their prime. Today, they have joined forces to establish a new Asian record. In the future, many more records will undoubtedly fall to their combined prowess, and their names are destined to be etched in the annals of history. Chapter 63, National Sports System, Emerging Contradictions in Stark Contrast to the Tearful Kochio. Hirokazu Tsuchikawa of the Neon team stands there, visibly disappointed, as the Tokyo Olympics loom on the horizon. The Neon team has fielded its strongest lineup for the Asian Athletics Championships. He had anticipated that the Neon team would dominate the sprint events across Asia, yet unexpectedly, they have lost 2 of the most crucial gold medals. A devastating defeat. At this moment, Coach Tsuchikawa seems to have aged a decade in an instant. He gazes at the exhausted Sanaburin at the finish line, then at Ryota Yamaguchi, who can only advance by hopping on one foot, and finally at the demoralized Yoshihide Kiryu, resembling a mere shell of his former self. Tsuchikawa understands all too well that this failure cannot be attributed to the lack of effort from his athletes. Liu Ming. Tsuchikawa glares at Liu Ming, realizing that the Neon team's downfall in sprinting is primarily due to the resurgence of this young prodigy from the East. He is only 21 years old. As this thought crosses his mind, Sachikawa lets out a deep sigh, his face etched with despair. The era of neon dominance in Asian sprinting has come to an end. The special assistant beside him sensed the negative emotions emanating from Tudge Ky and immediately spoke up. "Coach, please do not be disheartened. Overall, we still hold an advantage. After all, Su Farron from the Dongwa team is over 30 years old, and in the future, they will only have Liu Ming, who will not amount to much. The influence of a star athlete is boundless." Tudge Ky shook his head and replied, "The threshold for sprinting is quite low, as running is an innate human skill. Therefore, once the grassroots support and social atmosphere are established, Dongwa can easily select a continuous stream of promising talents from the populace." "Coach, are you implying that Liu Ming will become the next Bolt? That Dongwa will emerge as the next Jamaica?" At this point, the special assistant retorted dismissively. Although the entry barrier for sprinting is low, this sport cannot simply be mastered through hard work, early training, and extensive repetitive practice to reach the pinnacle of the world. You underestimate the power of Dongwa's national sports system and also the immense commercial value that Liu Ming possesses. Tudge Ky shook his head once more, asserting that human nature is inherently driven by self-interest. Given Dongwa's vastness and its considerable population, he believed that the potential that could be unleashed in the populace, spurred by substantial benefits, would be limitless. Upon mentioning human nature, the special assistant suddenly smirked cunningly. "Coach, precisely because human nature is driven by self-interest, I believe that the possibility of Dongwa rising in the sprinting arena is exceedingly slim. You may not yet be aware, but Liu Ming is exceptionally talented. Not only is he a sprinting prodigy, but he also possesses remarkable basketball skills. Since his debut with the Lakers, his overwhelming display of talent has garnered interest from several NBA teams, including the Lakers, Clippers, Knicks, Pelicans, and Hornets. It is important to note that the commercialization of athletics is far less successful than that of basketball, and the earnings of track athletes are hardly comparable to those of NBA superstars. With such enormous benefits at stake, it is unlikely that Liu Ming would forsake his development in basketball for sprinting. Furthermore, given Dongwa's unique athlete cultivation system, the management can derive commissions from the athlete's commercial value. Under the influence of mutual interests, they will undoubtedly employ administrative measures to suppress Liu Ming's freedom to develop in other domains. Such matters are untenable for both parties, especially considering that Liu Ming has formidable rivals lurking within their own country, making this irreconcilable conflict even more prone to escalation. After breaking the Asian record in the relay, Liu Ming received a reward of 3 skill points. Following the upcoming award ceremony, he should also gain an additional skill point for winning the championship. However, to secure a stable victory in this competition, he had invested a total of 7 skill points. From the perspective of input versus output, it seems to be a slight loss. However, the impressive time of 37.40 seconds left Liu Ming immensely satisfied, even somewhat smug. This achievement, when juxtaposed with the past, shattered the previous record of 37.43 seconds held by the Japanese athletes, particularly in light of the insidious praise-laden criticisms from foreign media prior to the event. This result was sufficient to orchestrate a remarkable turnaround. Those who harbored malicious intent were initially gleeful, poised to mock with the most disparaging remarks imaginable. Yet, with the actual outcome unveiled, their ominous predictions astonishingly came to fruition. The initially intended disparagement was swiftly countered, and the pre-race coverage ultimately served to bolster the morale of the Eastern competitors. One can only imagine the multitude of emotional blows they must have endured. It is truly a delight to contemplate. "Ming, let us make our rounds." C.F. Farron, perhaps recalling this sentiment, was not one to hesitate. He promptly handed out the national flags he had prepared in advance. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Liu Ming smiled lightly as he draped the national flag over his shoulders. A true man, vengeance does not wait for the morrow. Just as he was about to relish the moment that was rightfully his as the victor, Liu Ming suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his calves. Instinctively, he twisted his joints, only to find no injuries. Yet, beads of cold sweat began to form unbidden. Could it be that the recent burst of intense activity had taken its toll? After several consecutive high-intensity matches, it appeared that his muscles and joints had indeed been pushed beyond their limits. Liu Ming instinctively cast a glance at the distant Ryota Yamaguchi, who was being supported by 2 individuals, and an involuntary wave of anxiety washed over him. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to injuries. Thus, upon returning to this realm of competition, Liu Ming was particularly vigilant about this matter. He understood that during successive high-intensity activities, the muscles, joints, and various tissues of the human body endure immense stress, which, if prolonged, inevitably leads to fatigue-related injuries. Therefore, prior to the competition, he spared no expense, investing a substantial 4 precious skill points to elevate his King of Stamina to level 3. However, as he subsequently advanced both the King of Reflexes and King of Sprinting skills to higher levels, the burden on his stamina became exceedingly severe under the full activation of his abilities. In other words, after several consecutive high-intensity matches, his body could no longer withstand the toll of fully activated skills. It appeared that level 3 of the King of Stamina was insufficient. Before the Tokyo Olympics, it seemed he needed to devise some strategies to accumulate more free skill points. He believed that once the King of Stamina reached a few levels higher, he would be in a much better position. Nevertheless, there was still some time before the Olympics, and he could seize this opportunity to engage in several more matches within the NBA. Moreover, with the results from the ATON competition as a solid foundation, it seemed he would also qualify for the upcoming World Championships. Liu Ming pondered quietly. In the subsequent men's 200-meter final, due to the subpar performances of Japan's Yuki Oki and Qatar's Oganode, coupled with the morale boost from the relay gold medal won by CFA, the team showcased their prowess. Consequently, they effortlessly secured another gold medal with a remarkable time of 20:30 seconds. This expedition to the Asian Athletics Championships marked a resounding victory for the national team. The men's 100-meter sprint achieved a historic breakthrough, reclaiming its position at the pinnacle of Asia. For Liu Ming, however, this was merely the beginning, a splendid beginning. Chapter 64. Who develops, who pays the penalty? At the capital airport, the national team was immediately surrounded by reporters upon disembarking. They had consecutively shattered Asian records, emerged as the new kings of the 100 meters, demonstrated the limits of speed for the yellow race, served as the cornerstone for the 4x100 relay, and were hailed as the greatest contributors to dismantling Japan's sprinting hegemony. Among other accolades, the titles held by Liu Ming undoubtedly captivate the attention of the media. Although his time of 9:81 seconds may appear rather unremarkable in the annals of the world's sprinting history, insufficient to rival the legendary superstars of the past, it nonetheless represents a monumental breakthrough for Asian sprinting as we enter the 21st century. Directly from the Athletics Administration Center, along with President Gu from the Athletics Association, welcomed a prominent figure responsible for athletics at the National Sports General Administration upon their arrival, bestowing the national team, which had triumphed at the Asian Athletics Championships, with the highest honors. The comrades have certainly worked hard. This time, everyone performed admirably, seizing the opportunity amidst the official visit to the delegation. Director Li pulled over Coach Yu, exclaiming, "There are far too many reporters present. If there are any interviews with Liu Ming, you must intervene. This lad has a habit of speaking without a filter. He should ideally be discouraged from making statements." This was an effort to ensure the delegation learned from their past experiences in Doha. Should Liu Ming again speak indiscriminately, perhaps mentioning breaking world records, the national team would undoubtedly find themselves in a precarious position once more. Thus, both the prominent figure from the sports administration and President Gu unanimously concurred that Liu Ming should undergo training before facing the media, at the very least to understand what is appropriate to say and what is not. To their surprise, Coach Yu hesitantly responded, "Rest assured, Director Li." Liu Ming did not return to the delegation. He departed immediately after the competition, reportedly flying directly from Doha to Los Angeles. Director Li was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening significantly. Absurd. Who granted him the authority to take leave? When the national team summons for training is issued, he should have promptly returned from America, even covering his round-trip airfare. Now that the competition has concluded, what justification do I have to retain him? At this juncture, Coach Yu shrugged. Did you compensate him for the substantial penalties incurred by delaying his participation? Director Li was left speechless by this remark, ultimately muttering, "Disorganized and undisciplined," before storming off. Upon witnessing Director Li's frantic demeanor, Coach Yu appeared to be in remarkably high spirits. The historic breakthrough achieved by the Asian team allowed him to finally bask in a moment of vindication. Consequently, in the face of any future oppressive tactics from Director Li, Coach Yu maintained an air of nonchalance. Athletes like Liu Ming, who have already demonstrated their worth on the grand stage, can no longer be subdued by Director Li's administrative maneuvers. Unless, of course, another doping scandal were to arise post-Asian, but evidently, that is an implausible scenario. Prior to Liu Ming's departure from the team, Coach Yu took the initiative to engage Liu Ming in a thorough discussion about the incident from 2 years prior. Given that Liu Ming was underage at the time, he had only briefly shown on the World Youth stage before being swiftly banned from competition, leaving Coach Yu with only scant knowledge of the details. Initially, Liu Ming hesitated to reveal the truth, but once Coach Yu invoked the name of his esteemed mentor, Old Shin, Liu Ming finally provided first-hand information about the ordeal. Aware of the close relationship between Liu Ming's late mentor, Old Shin, and Old Shin, Coach Yu felt confident that Liu Ming would not conceal anything from him as a fellow disciple. Thus, the case concerning the positive urine test became increasingly dubious. Years ago, Liu Ming had shattered the Asian sprint record with a time of 9.98 seconds at the World Youth Championships, catapulting him to fame. However, following the competition, his sample tested positive for banned substances. The news reached Old Shin, who was so struck by the revelation that it precipitated a heart attack, leading to his untimely demise. Liu Ming, having heeded the counsel of a certain individual, withdrew his application for the testing of sample B, ostensibly to secure a lenient resolution and to facilitate the timely repatriation of Qian Lao's remains. Subsequently, the International Association of Athletics Federations imposed a 2-year suspension on Liu Ming, citing a positive doping test, and annulled the records he had achieved at the World Youth Championships. The pivotal figure in this affair was none other than the then coach of the youth team, Director Li, who now serves as the head of the Athletics Management Center. The sordid intricacies behind this situation remain shrouded in mystery, yet Director Li's relentless suppression of Liu Ming is something that the coach is likely aware of. The so-called family disgrace was ultimately kept under wraps, as news of Liu Ming's premature departure from the team was never disclosed. At the airport, the delegation's representative, Old Jiang, provided a brief overview of the competition without addressing any inquiries from the press. After all, the General Administration of Sport and the Athletics Management Center were scheduled to hold a dedicated press conference regarding the Asian Athletics Championships, at which point they would formally engage with the media. According to custom, Liu Ming's groundbreaking achievements in the competition would not go unrecognized. He was certain to receive the title of International Class Athlete in Athletics, along with the May Day Labor Medal, which was likely included in this year's commendation list from the Provincial Federation of Trade Unions. The General Administration granted Liu Ming a monetary reward of 500,000 yuan, alongside some advantageous local policies. Nevertheless, the primary focus remained on the commercial potential of athletes, encompassing what are often referred to as the 3 major sources of revenue: variety shows, live broadcasts, and endorsements. The first 2 are self-evident, with the ultimate outcome revolving around brand endorsements, driven by fan engagement. Once one embarks on the path of an athlete, the topic of commercial value becomes inescapable. Furthermore, in the context of Donghua, the issue intertwines with the management and distribution rights inherent in a national sports system. Unlike the free market systems abroad or the mature commercialization scene in sports like football and basketball, the commercial development of track and field athletes is primarily under the aegis of associations or management centers. While some star athletes have stirred controversy in this domain, it is unlikely that anyone would readily relinquish management authority. Preventing athlete corruption and safeguarding the nation's pursuit of honor is but one aspect of the equation. On another front, athletes are perceived as valuable resources, with higher quality resources commanding greater appeal. This is akin to the oil-rich nations of the Middle East, where an increase in oil production translates to greater influence. To the average person, it may seem that these countries simply sell oil to anyone willing to pay. Yet the reality is that many nations find themselves in need of their resources. They manipulate oil supply to extract greater benefits from buyers. Much like the case of the renowned Lou Ferrin. During his athletic career, all of his engagements were directly managed by the Athletics Management Center, reflecting the overarching control exerted in this arena. Liu Ming is certainly no exception. Regarding the distribution of commercial value attained, athletes generally receive 50% of the total revenue, while coaches or centers claim 15%, and the training facilities benefit from 20%, leaving the remaining 15% to the association. The distinguishing feature lies in the redistribution of wealth from the industry's elite to support the ordinary participants. In simpler terms, it is an effort to promote industry-wide development and alleviate disparities. For Liu Ming himself, the allocation of income is of little consequence. Contributing to the industry and serving the nation poses no dilemma. What is taken from the people should be returned to the people, and this is beyond reproach. However, it is crucial to ensure that one does not neglect personal freedoms in pursuit of collective benefit. Otherwise, when interests are at stake, Many commitments must yield to the directives of the association. For instance, since the 2004 Olympics, Liu Ming has represented numerous advertising campaigns, including Amway, Nutrilite, and Visa, among others. Yet, it is not certain that he is willing to sacrifice training time for these endorsements. Even Liu Ming was not exempt. He previously participated in a variety show on Mango TV. However, it was precisely those appearances that tarnished Liu Ming's reputation. Should an athlete become non-compliant, fines or penalties may be the least of their concerns. There is a risk that these governing bodies may resort to suspensions or sidelining tactics, which could be devastating. Rather than allowing matters to escalate irreparably, it is wiser to sever such possibilities from the outset. In Liu Ming's own words, there is no time, no energy. After all, I must return to the NBA to fulfill my player contract. Endorsements are acceptable, and compliance with management is also agreeable. But who will first cover the exorbitant penalty fees for me? Chapter 65. An alternative safeguard contract. Meanwhile, on the road to Hamad International Airport, Liu Ming awakens from his slumber in the rear seat of the luxury van. He glances out the window, noticing the enveloping darkness, and inquires, "Sister, have we not yet arrived at the airport? Will we make it in time?" The fatigue from the competition swiftly overwhelms him. Liu Ming felt as if his entire body were disassembled, yet the fervor coursing through him rendered him unable to succumb to sleep. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he expended 4 of his precious skill points once more, elevating his stamina mastery from level 3 to level 5. Following the enhancement, the efficiency of stamina usage increased by 2, recovery efficiency by 4, and healing efficiency by 1. The results were remarkably pronounced. In a remarkably brief span, Liu Ming was plunged into a profound slumber. However, the cost of this deep sleep was that, once he succumbed, no matter how fervently Susie called, he could not be roused. The direct flight from Doha to Los Angeles was scheduled to depart at 1 o'clock in the morning. And when they attempted to awaken Liu Ming, it was already past 11. Thus, the two hastily prepared and set off for the airport. Just as they were en route, Susie, seated in front of him, glanced at her phone and remarked, "We're almost there. The flight is set to leave at 1:15. And the driver is quite swift. We should make it in time." Liu Ming, in a state of drowsiness, stifled a yawn and remarked, "Oh, then I shall sleep a little longer." "Wait, don't doze off just yet," Susie said, her delicate features peering over the back of the seat. "Be good and hold on for a moment longer. We shall arrive shortly. If you happen to fall asleep again, I won't be able to carry you." With that, she opened her notebook and pointed to the contents with her pen, saying, "During the brief time you were asleep just now, 5 more teams from the league contacted me, inquiring whether you would be interested in switching teams." Liu Ming was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why?" Susie elucidated. "Several teams are captivated by the exceptional 3-point talent you have showcased on the court, while others are drawn to your burgeoning fame and the substantial fan base you command. Following the Asian Games, you have truly become a radiant star. Signing you equates to tapping into the burgeoning fan market in Asia." As she spoke, the corners of Susie's mouth curled upwards in a proud smirk. "Ming, you are now a coveted asset both domestically and within the league. Do you realize that? Once the media coverage continues to amplify for a while, your recognition across Asia will swiftly escalate to a national phenomenon." Liu Ming blinked, his emotions a blend of joy and inexplicable complexity. The champion returns to the arena. Has he once again captured the spotlight? Just as 2 years prior, has his running once more garnered the attention of the league teams? These merciless capitalists possess a remarkably keen sense for opportunity. Susie, unfazed by his reaction, continued to examine the contents of her notebook, speaking to herself, "Let me outline the offers from several teams. I won't mention the Pelicans and the Hornets. One is faltering, a typical underperformer, while the other lacks star power and has long been without a core player. The ideal option would be the Clippers, offering a fully guaranteed 4-year contract worth $28 million. Currently, the Clippers rank second in the Western Conference, with Leonard and George leading as strong contenders for the championship. The most extravagant offer comes from the Knicks, proposing a fully guaranteed 4-year contract of $35 million, with room for negotiation. However, this team has historically struggled. Although New York itself is a splendid location, you now have 2 choices. First, engage with the Knicks to ascertain their final offer. Second, leverage these teams' interest in you to negotiate with the Clippers to see if they might enhance your contract." Susie bit her pen cap, furrowing her brow as she pondered. Each option has its pros and cons. The Knicks' flaw lies in their excessive balance. They lack a definitive standout, making them in need of a genuine superstar. If you were to join them, after a year or two of adjustment, you might emerge as the undeniable core. On the other hand, the Clippers boast a twin core that is in its prime, clearly indicating the management's high hopes for the team's future. However, with so many stars, it's likely they wouldn't elevate your status significantly. After a lengthy analysis, Su turned to ask, which team do you prefer, the Clippers or the Knicks? This matter is somewhat urgent, as I may need to start negotiations upon my return. Liu Ming cast a perplexed glance at Su, taking a moment before articulating. Why should I contemplate these two teams? Did we not agree that I would remain with the Lakers? Upon hearing this, Su momentarily faltered, yet patiently endeavored to elucidate. The circumstances now diverged significantly from those of the past. Initially, you were a hidden gem, with only the Lakers willing to offer you an opportunity. However, after showcasing your prowess in 2 matches, and with the momentum of being Asia's foremost athlete propelling you, it is evident that you have the potential to achieve great success. Therefore, it is imperative to reassess your options in light of the current situation. Liu Ming fell into a momentary silence, gradually propping himself up from the back seat and remarking, however, I have already made a promise to the boss and discussed it with Pelinka. Su, feeling somewhat helpless, pursed her lips and continued to persuade him, you need not harbor any reservations. It is only natural for a wise bird to choose its perch. Pelinka is a businessman, and businessmen prioritize profit. Liu Ming, unusually interrupting Su, asserted, I have already committed to the Lakers. You have made a verbal commitment, yet the contract remains unsigned. Moreover, the Lakers have offered you a partially guaranteed contract with a high penalty for breach, Su replied, scratching her head in exasperation. You need not worry about these matters. I can handle everything and ensure that you do not offend the Lakers. I am not afraid of offending them. Liu Ming sat up straight, stating earnestly, I made a promise, and I must honor it. This is my principle. Do not attempt to sway me toward other teams. I refuse. Su gazed at the serious young man before her, momentarily taken aback and feeling somewhat at a loss. Over the past 2 years, they had spent every day together. Yet they had never explicitly acknowledged their romantic relationship. Su knew Liu Ming's clothing size, daily habits, and food preferences intimately. However, upon reflection, she realized she had never truly understood who Liu Ming was as a person. She had only known that he was orphaned at a young age and taken in by his mentor, Mr. Qian, from an orphanage, later dedicating himself to training and sprinting. He appeared amiable on the surface, yet possessed an underlying stubbornness. Yet it was only today that Su felt she genuinely recognized him. What kind of individual would unwaveringly make such a decision simply because of a promise made to the Lakers? Indeed, you are right, Su said, lowering her head and capping the pen in her hand. Since you have already committed to the Lakers, then you should go. With that, she tore the paper on which she had just recorded the names of several teams and looked up at Liu Ming, smiling, I apologize, it seems I was mistaken. Su no longer wished to discuss the adult principles of navigating life. This young man's heart was so pure, as pristine as a blanket of snow atop a mountain, dazzlingly white and luminous, and she hesitated to leave footprints upon it. Such an untainted spirit might bring him countless troubles in the future. Yet, Su would rather he remain this way for his entire life. Compared to those who would never be satisfied, she realized how fortunate she was to have encountered such a partner, such a kindred spirit. Oh, don't take it to heart. Liu Ming, sensing Su's grave apology, felt a bit bashful and quickly tempered his previous firmness, saying, I personally have greater faith in the Lakers' chances of winning the championship. Moreover, although the Lakers only offered a partially guaranteed contract, the team granted me the utmost freedom whenever there are international athletics competitions or national team training sessions. I can leave the team at any time. As for where to earn more, to be honest, I have little interest in money. Admittedly, even Liu Ming felt a bit embarrassed saying this. While he may not be particularly concerned about financial gain, his thirst for skill development remains fervent. Yet, this was something he could not express to Su Siming. Su Siming, with her captivating charm, glanced at him and nodded in approval, stating, that is indeed correct. As an athlete from Donghua, one cannot prioritize personal gain when choosing which team to join. After uttering these words, Liu Ming felt a pang of discomfort. Sister, do you understand the meaning of not tearing down a person's ambitions? Chapter 66. Rejecting the maximum salary, signing with the Lakers the next day. When Liu Ming arrived in LA, weary from his journey, the Lakers' upper management convened a special meeting led by General Manager Rob Pelinka. The discussion centered around the overhaul and strengthening of the team roster. The board generally concurred with Vogel's perspective on making significant changes to the current lineup. Pelinka, reviewing the documents in his hands, stated, theoretically, Aside from LeBron, AD, and Liu Ming from Donghua, everyone else is tradable. In principle, each position in the new lineup should have at least 2 competent players, ensuring that all 14 players can participate in the rotation. Furthermore, the team intends to finalize a short contract with Liu Ming, who will serve as the unequivocal starting point guard in the new lineup. He then looked up at Vogel and said, "Now, please elaborate on the plans for strengthening the other positions." At the conference table, Vogel cleared his throat, ready to speak. Suddenly, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed through the meeting room. The other executives tensed up, quickly glancing at their phones. My apologies, let me take this," Pelinka said sheepishly, raising his phone as he exited the meeting room. "Hello, Nico?" Pelinka inquired with a puzzled expression once outside. "What's the matter?" Nico, a seasoned Nike executive, was regarded as a rising star by Mavericks owner Mark Cuban and was expected to take on the role of general manager, overseeing the basketball operations department. Pelinka had maintained a good relationship with him over the years, and they were quite close friends. Now that they were set to mingle in the same circles, their communications had become more frequent. On the other end of the line, Harrison, with a jovial tone, replied, "Can I call you if there is nothing going on? It's been ages since we last got together. Let us plan a day for a drink." Pelinka rolled his eyes and said, "Let us get to the point. I'm in a meeting." It's nothing of great consequence," Harrison said on the other end of the line. "I simply wanted to inquire whether your contract with that Eastern player is indeed partially guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Pelinka abruptly halted his steps. Was he referring to Liu Ming? Pelinka wasn't surprised that Harrison was aware of this matter, as the circle is quite small, and there are essentially no secrets among teams. However, the question remained, why was Harrison bringing this up? Could it be that, the rumors are indeed true? On the other end, Harrison continued, "Pelinka, may I ask what prompted this inquiry? Does Liu Ming have any connection with you?" "Not at present, but there will be a connection in the future. As you know, I am already in discussions with the Mavericks," Harrison replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I apologize for the abruptness, but I felt it necessary to greet you. The Mavericks have taken a keen interest in Liu Ming. The owner's directive is clear. They will go to any lengths to secure him." With a chuckle, Harrison added, "Given our friendship, I see no need to beat around the bush. The Mavericks' ultimate offer will be a commitment to a max contract in 2 years. Thus, I fear it will be impossible for you to compete." As he spoke, Harrison gradually tempered his tone, stating, "To be frank, with LeBron and AD in the mix, the Lakers' enhancement of their perimeter shooting would merely be a supplementary benefit. The Mavericks, however, face a different dilemma, with Doncic being so easily targeted. In the current perimeter game relying solely on open threes, they are in dire need of elite shooters. This information serves as a gesture of goodwill from my meeting with the Mavericks." Harrison continued earnestly, "Robert, ever since Kobe's untimely passing, I have placed great value on our friendship, which is why I wanted to give you this heads up. Let us settle this privately before proceeding, and I hope we do not allow such minor matters to cause any discord. For this time, I would appreciate it if you could yield Liu Ming to me. I will make it up to you in the future." Pelinka held the phone, lost in silence. The conversation had reached this point. After a considerable pause, he let out a resigned smile and remarked, "What more can I say? The Mavericks are willing to offer him a max contract. Am I to deliberately impede your efforts?" With a sigh of resignation, he added, "Very well, I understand your intentions. I suppose I owe you a drink sometime." Moments later, Pelinka hung up the phone. His earlier good mood dissipated entirely. How had it come to this? It was undoubtedly my turn first. How utterly frustrating. Pelinka could no longer contain his emotions and pushed open the window, furrowing his brow as he lit a cigar. After a while, Vogel, noticing Pelinka's prolonged absence, felt compelled to seek him out personally. After a brief stroll outside the conference room, he spotted Pelinka enveloped in a haze of smoke in the corridor and called out, "General Manager, we are still awaiting your presence for the meeting." Pelinka shook his head, responding, "This meeting cannot proceed today. It was originally convened to discuss Liu Ming's contract. And now that he is absent, what is there to deliberate?" "What?" Vogel exclaimed in confusion. "We cannot simply disregard this. Liu Ming's side has already pressed me for a response. They have proposed some amendments to the agreement we provided last time. Without your directive, how am I to reply to them?" Upon hearing this, Pelinka was momentarily taken aback. Liu Ming's side had responded? He turned to Vogel, bewildered, and asked, "When did they reply?" "I had no knowledge of this." Vogel glanced at the time on his phone and replied, "About 5 minutes ago. Ms. Su, his agent, just called." At this, Pelinka could not resist peering at Vogel's phone. Sure enough, Susie's number was listed in the recent call log. What is going on? Has the Mavericks not contacted them? With this thought, Pelinka felt a surge of anxiety. He decisively used Vogel's phone to return the call to Susie. Once the line connected, he said, "Ms. Sue, this is Pelinka." Upon recognizing his voice, Susie responded with curiosity. "General Manager Pelinka? Why are you calling from Coach Vogel's phone?" Pelinka hesitated but ultimately chose to be forthright, asking, "Has the Mavericks reached out to you? You are quite well informed." Susie chuckled on the other end. "Yes, the Mavericks just contacted me, along with several other teams yesterday. However," she continued, her tone shifting, "my Liu Ming has stated that he is already committed to you, therefore we shall not consider other teams." Upon hearing this, Pelinka was first taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy washing over him. He proudly lifted his chin, feeling as if the world around him had suddenly brightened. Indeed, I did not misjudge him. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. Pelinka retrieved the original contract terms from the table. Reflecting for a moment, he said to Vogel, "Let us not sign this contract just yet. I will have the legal department draft a new one, adjusting the terms to be more favorable." Chapter 67. You deserve this honor today. Liu Ming is set to officially sign with the Lakers. To make a grand impression, Susie specially rented a new Maybach VST 980. While the expenditure was substantial, it certainly amplified their presence. Upon arriving at the arena, Liu Ming was astonished to discover that the Pelinka team was personally awaiting them in front of the office building. In particular, Pelinka, who had recently been promoted to vice president of basketball operations for the Lakers, warmly welcomed them, ushering Liu Ming inside with great cordiality. The spectacle left both Liu Ming and Susie somewhat dazed. What an extraordinary occasion this is. After entering the office building, they did not proceed directly to the conference room for the signing. Instead, they first visited Pelinka's office. "Here, try this. It's the Dongwar rock tea that I had a friend specially procure for you," Pelinka said, carefully pouring water into the teapot with a smile. "My friend was initially reluctant to part with it, but upon learning that it would be served to you, he graciously allowed me to have a little to share." As he spoke, he set a white porcelain teacup in front of each of them, pouring the amber-hued tea, which immediately filled the room with a rich and fragrant aroma. It was actually the famed mother tree de Hong Pao. Susie quickly exchanged a glance with Liu Ming and stood up, saying, "You needn't go to such lengths. It is too kind of you." Pelinka waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Not at all, not at all. There is an ancient saying among your people, if one respects me a foot, I shall respect them a mile. Liu Ming, your generosity and integrity resonate with me deeply. You truly deserve this honor." Upon hearing this, Susie's lips curled into a pleased smile. Pelinka is indeed a commendable individual. No wonder Kobe remained steadfastly loyal to this agent over the years, even using his influence post-retirement to elevate him within the Lakers. It was evident that Pelinka was already aware of this. Liu Ming rejected the Mavericks without even discussing terms. However, Pelinka did not feign ignorance nor take advantage of the situation. Instead, he candidly addressed the matter and demonstrated genuine sincerity. From this alone, it is evident that he is someone worth cultivating a deep relationship with. As they enjoyed their tea, the three of them communicated various matters clearly before proceeding to the conference room to formally sign Liu Ming's player contract. When Liu Ming and Susie opened the contract documents, they were taken aback. "Pelinka, the general manager," Susie remarked, lifting his head with a blend of confusion and astonishment. "This is quite different from the previous one, although it remained a partially guaranteed contract. The terms of the contract duration, guarantee ratio, conditions of guarantee, development plan, and overall compensation were significantly improved compared to the earlier version. With a salary of $18.5 million over 2 years, Liu Ming's annual earnings would amount to $8.15 million and $10.35 million respectively in the coming 2 years. Not only is Liu Ming merely an undrafted player, but even the top draft picks of that year would find themselves at this salary level. For Liu Ming, whose market value is rapidly ascending, a 2-year contract is undoubtedly a substantial advantage. During this 2-year period, should Liu Ming succeed in being selected for the All-Star team twice, the Lakers would be compelled to offer him a maximum contract to retain him. This situation seems somewhat unreasonable for the shrewd capitalists. Observing her expression, Pelinka smiled calmly and said, "This is based on the contract template the Mavericks offered to Doncic. What they can provide you, the Lakers will certainly exceed, ensuring you are never shortchanged." As he pointed to the signature line, he added, "Go ahead, it's all correct and meant for you." Under Pelinka's expectant gaze, Liu Ming and Susie felt a sudden surge of emotion. Indeed, the feeling of being valued is truly delightful. Liu Ming swiftly inscribed his name on the contract, finalizing the signing process. In the conference room, Pelinka rose to his feet, leading the applause. "Welcome, Liu Ming. We are delighted to officially welcome you as a member of the Purple and Gold Legion." The employees in the conference room joined in the applause, their faces illuminated with smiles as they turned their gazes toward Liu Ming. Liu Ming promptly set down his pen and rose to bow in gratitude. Subsequently, he was to attend a press conference, which was by no means a privilege. Whenever the Lakers acquired a new player, such formalities were customary. This practice served as a sign of respect towards both the fans and the media, while also functioning as a vital means of promoting the team. Liu Ming found himself in a rather unremarkable situation. He contemplated that once the initial relocation funds were dispersed, it would be prudent to vacate the premises of his superior, James. The allure of cohabitation with Susie was undeniably tempting. Who could resist such an enticement? Following the conclusion of the press conference and a subsequent luncheon, the players commenced boarding the aircraft bound for Washington. Their next encounter would see the Lakers face off against the Wizards in an away game. However, aboard the plane, a small faction of players refrained from engaging in conversation with Liu Ming. Their preconceived biases against him, rooted in his Eastern heritage, had only intensified since the details of his contract with the Lakers became public knowledge. Such is the nature of humanity, it is not scarcity that breeds discontent, but rather inequality. Liu Ming remains unfazed by this. After all, athletes thrive on competition. If anyone has objections, they should be silenced through action. When did the NBA become a realm of seniority? During the flight, LeBron immersed himself in music, while some teammates engaged in video games, others perused newspapers, and a few delved into books. Liu Ming, clutching his notebook, meticulously analyzed the recent game footage of the Wizards. Understanding both oneself and one's opponent is essential to ensure victory in every battle. Liu Ming was determined to triumph in this match for several reasons. Firstly, it marked his debut after officially signing with the Lakers, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his worth on the court, thereby honoring the trust bestowed upon him by General Manager Pelinka. Secondly, as per the system's established pattern for game-related tasks, leading his team to victory would earn him a precious skill point, an invaluable asset as the Tokyo Olympics approached. Every opportunity to enhance his abilities was crucial. Thirdly, the prevailing skepticism surrounding the Lakers was palpable, with doubts about his performance echoing loudly. This was evident from the betting odds set by bookmakers, which offered a mere 1.07 for a Wizards victory by 6.5 points, while the Lakers' chances of winning on the road soared to 2.08. Thus, Liu Ming felt an undeniable urge to seize this opportunity. Although the Bradley Bill was repealed, making the NBA the first sports league to collaborate with bookmakers, players like Liu Ming were strictly prohibited from engaging in gambling. Yet, he believed that with Susie's ingenuity, all matters could be managed within legal and regulatory bounds. As for the risks involved, there was no cause for concern. No one would be foolish enough to bet on their own defeat. At 6:30 in the evening, the team settled into a hotel near the Washington Arena. After nearly 6 hours of flight followed by a 30-minute drive, the players were fatigued, prompting the coach to forego practice and allow them some leisure time. The Wizards' home ground, named the Verizon Center, was situated within the bustling Chinatown commercial district. While Liu Ming rested at the hotel, he learned that several Chinese fans had come to visit. Liu Ming, devoid of any idle consciousness, personally descended to meet everyone. Far from home, where English was the predominant sound he encountered, hearing a few phrases in Mandarin brought him a sense of warmth and familiarity. Fans eagerly approached Liu Ming for photographs, with some dedicated supporters even purchasing counterfeit Los Angeles Lakers jerseys emblazoned with the number 11, seeking his autograph. Regrettably, their purchases were not authentic. Perhaps it was the shared experience of striving in a foreign land that made them cherish this genuine bond even more. Liu Ming generously reached into his own pocket, instructing the team assistant to purchase several match tickets to be gifted to everyone, inviting them to witness the game live. He adheres to the principle of not accepting even the slightest token from the masses. Even if circumstances necessitate acceptance, he believes in reciprocating with gratitude. A skillful female fan presented him with a gift, a tang suit that she had meticulously crafted by hand. Remarkably, the size fit him perfectly, a clear indication of her dedication as a devoted supporter who had done her homework in advance. Liu Ming harbored a deep fondness for this garment, as it allowed him to feel a closer connection to his homeland and loved ones. Chapter 68. In the face of provocation, one must strike decisively. The following afternoon, just 2 hours prior to the commencement of the match, both teams attended a pre-game press conference. During the event, a reporter attempted to incite conflict by specifically questioning the Wizard star, Russell Westbrook. What is your opinion on that Eastern player who likened the NBA to an amusement park? Westbrook scratched his head and replied, "What is the problem? The NBA is inherently a playground for geniuses and a battleground for the mediocre." The assembled journalists were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Westbrook's response to seemingly align with that Eastern player. However, considering Westbrook's reputation for embracing individuality, they chose to overlook it. Naturally, after giving Westbrook a pass, their attention swiftly shifted to Rui Hachimura. "Mr. Hachimura, since the Asian Games, you have been hailed as the foremost star of Asian sports. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The reporter's insinuation was even more blatant this time. Hachimura's father hailed from Benin, Africa, while his mother was Japanese. Prior to Liu Ming's triumphant return, Hachimura stood as the last remaining Asian player in the NBA. And he was also the first Asian player in history to reach the NCAA Finals. Last year, he was selected by the Wizards in the first round as the 9th overall pick, and he made the all-rookie second team in his debut season. In Asia, he had been celebrated as the real-life embodiment of a slam dunk champion, destined to become the premier star of Asian sports. Indeed, Hachimura burst into laughter and declared, "A mere undrafted player dares to speak so arrogantly? In the forthcoming match, I shall teach this arrogant individual a lesson on humility and modesty." In truth, Hachimura was rather indifferent to the hollow title of the greatest star in Asian sports. Liu Ming's ability to sprint the 100 meters in under 9.81 seconds undeniably establishes him as the foremost athlete in Asia. However, what truly perplexes Hachimura Rui is the recent request from his nephew, Nakagawa Ichiro, a primary school student in Japan, asking him to send back an autographed photo of Liu Ming. This has left Hachimura feeling quite vexed. The pride of his homeland must not be tarnished, thus he resolved to teach Liu Ming a lesson during the upcoming match. The reporter, intrigued, probed further, "When you say teach him a lesson, do you mean to dominate him on the court?" Westbrook glanced over at Hachimura, subtly warning him that this was a trap. Hachimura, however, was unfazed. In that moment, he felt as though he bore the hopes of the Japanese nation's resurgence upon his shoulders. He raised his chin, addressing all the reporters present. "Indeed, I shall overwhelm him on the court, excelling in both offense and defense." At this declaration, the reporters erupted with excitement. "Mr. Hachimura, could you elaborate on how you plan to excel in both aspects?" "Mr. Hachimura, the sentiments expressed by your compatriots have stirred public outrage. If you can teach him a lesson, we would all be grateful. Mr. Hachimura, we look forward to witnessing your demonstration." In the visiting team's locker room, the Lakers players and coaches instinctively turned their gazes toward Liu Ming, who appeared oblivious to the commotion, seemingly untouched by the unfolding drama. In truth, Liu Ming was acutely aware of the situation, as the system's game tasks had been triggered by Hachimura's unfortunate provocations. Ding. Task completed. Participate in an away game with the team. Reward. Skill. King of blank. King of blank. For 3 seconds after relinquishing a shot. The running speed is maximized. Game Task 1. Dominate Hachimura Rui. In reality, Hachimura's assertion about being an undrafted player holds some truth. Years ago, in pursuit of the lucrative Japanese market, the Lakers had invited Liu Ming for a crossover showcase under the pretense of a 10-day contract. However, NBA regulations stipulate that players under the age of 22 must enter the draft to join the league. To circumvent this rule, both parties had arranged for Liu Ming to go undrafted before signing as a free agent. Yet, this should not serve as a basis for Hachimura's criticism. The Wizards were not solely enamored with Hachimura's talent, but were equally motivated by the market potential he represented. Therefore, let us not undermine the significance of others. Tonight, we shall see who truly dominates the court. As Liu Ming warmed up, he cast a glance towards the audience. There, among the spectators, were indeed several Chinese female fans who had arrived at the venue. It appears that overseas Chinese remain united and affectionate. The male fans who had previously secured tickets likely relinquished their seats to their female counterparts. They held up several placards, each adorned with handwritten messages. "Mingyi, YYDS. Go. Mingshin, we will love you forever." Liu Ming felt a gentle warmth in his heart. However, the Chinese fans were, after all, but a rare minority. Liu Ming is aware that, including the fans at the Wizards' home court, a multitude of spectators across the United States are likely anticipating the spectacle of tonight's unfolding misadventure. Soon, the warm-up concludes, and the match commences. Liu Ming was unable to secure a starting position this time. As he made his way to the Yaishan Arena, Little Black was in exceptional form. Meanwhile, on the Wizards' side, Rui Hachimura has now earned a spot in the starting lineup. As he passed by Liu Ming, A clear hint of provocation gleamed in his gaze. Liu Ming couldn't help but curl his lip, thinking to himself, in the face of such bravado, the only response is to strike decisively. After 5 minutes of play, the Lakers frequently capitalized on opportunities in the paint. Meanwhile, the Wizards showcased their prowess from beyond the arc, hitting 2 mid-range shots in succession, along with a spectacular dunk. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 20-22, with the Lakers holding a slender 2-point lead. At this juncture, Vogel substituted James, nodding towards Liu Ming. Liu, go on and find your rhythm. Understood, coach. Liu Ming glanced at the score, feeling a sense of satisfaction. When he entered the game, the Lakers were not only leading but had a 2-point advantage. Quite stable. At this moment, as LeBron James took a breather, the Wizards star player Bradley Beal also stepped off the court. Rui Hachimura remained on the floor. Although he had yet to score, he had already secured 4 rebounds, making a commendable contribution to the team. As Liu Ming passed by, Hachimura uttered something. Liu Ming speculated that it should be in Japanese. Although Rui Hachimura is of mixed heritage, he has grown up in Japan and has always struggled with English, speaking it with considerable difficulty. Liu Ming paid little heed to the situation, yet Hachimura continued to provoke relentlessly in his broken English, declaring, "Easterners, you still have a long way to go." Liu Ming, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. Has this child watched too many anime, truly believing himself to be Akaji Jikin? At this moment, the Lakers possessed the ball. Caruso dribbles past the half-court line. Liu Ming continues to weave around the screens, seeking an opportunity to receive the ball at the top of the arc. Without the slightest hesitation, he launches a 3-pointer. Swish. His first attempt finds nothing but net. The score stands at 20-25. Turning back, one can see Rui Hachimura roaring toward the heavens, his excitement causing the veins in his neck to bulge. How infuriatingly foolish. Liu Ming made a gesture of covering his eyes, truly unable to bear the sight. Turning back, the Wizards launched an offense. Rui Hachimura surged into the paint, receiving a pass from his teammate, and opted for a back-to-basket play. Utilizing his height advantage, he executed a graceful hook shot, sending the basketball soaring toward the hoop. Immediately afterward, without even a glance, Hachimura turned and raised his arms toward Liu Ming, making a rather provocative display. The current DJ elongated his tone and exclaimed loudly, 2 points from Hachimura, but it doesn't go in. Liu Ming, standing in the former position of LeBron, effortlessly secured a defensive rebound. Without hesitation, he swiftly passed the ball to his teammate for a fast break. The score stood at 20-27 as the first quarter concluded. Unfortunately, Hachimura struggled with his shooting touch, missing all 3 of his attempts. With Beal sidelined, the team was further deprived of a genuine core player, rendering the Wizards' offense quite disjointed. Conversely, Liu Ming's performance was commendable, boasting 3 points, 1 assist, and 1 rebound. In less than 2 minutes, Liu Ming had surprisingly led the Wizards to a 7-point deficit at home. Chapter 69. If you continue to be arrogant, I shall render you scoreless. Meanwhile, the comments section of the Donghua NBA live stream was a jubilant sea of excitement. Neon little trash. How bold. Only to be taught a lesson by my Master Ming, huh? Master Ming, forever the best. Even the commentator, Mr. Su, could no longer contain his dismay. Oh dear, today, Hachimura's shooting is off. He's missed all 3 attempts. Coach Ma, a former national team basketball player with a rather endearing appearance yet a wealth of knowledge, spoke with humor. It's quite normal for a rookie's performance to fluctuate. After all, who doesn't he encounter a few bumps in the road? Remember, Chairman Yao scored 0 points in his first NBA game and struggled in the following matches. Hence the infamous tale of Barkley betting on a donkey's behind. The stunning female host, Mina, immediately interjected, recalling that this historical top power forward had once boldly declared that if Liu could achieve a single game score of 30 or more, he would once again kiss a donkey's behind. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Mr. Su quickly shifted the topic, noting that Liu had only scored 3 points thus far, leaving the possibility of Barkley kissing a donkey's behind shrouded in suspense. During the break, Lakers head coach Vogel turned to Liu Ming, stating, "You will start in the second quarter." This arrangement was originally meant to support Liu Ming, yet unexpectedly, he shook his head. "Coach, I prefer to enter when Hachimura is on the court." Vogel furrowed his brow and advised, "Liu, we must prioritize the greater good. He plays power forward. You are a guard. What is the strategy here?" Liu Ming earnestly stated, "Coach, please hear me out. Hachimura has been quite active in the paint. With AD absent, we will undoubtedly struggle to defend against him. If you allow me to match up with him, I am confident I can contain him completely. Of course, As I have mentioned before, if I perform poorly, you can take me out at any time. Vogel pondered for a moment. Hakamura had indeed showcased a certain level of talent with the Wizards. As a power forward, he possesses the ability to shoot, defend, and pass, making him an ideal fit for the small ball era. If we could capitalize on his cold shooting and take advantage of his struggles, it would be quite beneficial. However, should he find his rhythm, the defensive pressure on the Lakers would escalate significantly. Moreover, Liu Ming's defensive skills are quite commendable. Nevertheless, it is somewhat delusional for a guard to think he can completely neutralize a formidable interior player. Yet, with the team leading in score, Vogel did not wish to contradict Liu Ming directly. Thus, he chose to let Liu Ming take a chance. Consequently, in the second quarter, before Hakamura entered the game, Liu Ming had not taken the court. As the second quarter reached the third minute, Hakamura made his entrance. Liu Ming has also been substituted in by Vogel. At this moment, the Wizards continue to trail by 5 points. Liu Ming, skillfully maneuvering to find an open space, decisively launched another three-point shot. Swish. This marked his second successful three-pointer of the match, showcasing his remarkable steadiness. Observing this, Hakamura's expression darkened slightly. Vogel, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of relief wash over him. With Liu Ming's extraordinary three-point prowess at their disposal, the Lakers, despite being relentlessly pressured in the backcourt, still managed to outshine the Wizards. Such is the potency of the small ball era and the prowess of elite shooters. Following the scoring, the momentum shifted, and it was now the Wizards' turn to attack. Liu Ming indeed did not position himself against the opposing guard, but instead pursued Rui Hakamura. Observing this, Russell Westbrook of the Wizards, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball directly to the well-placed Hakamura. Standing at 206 centimeters tall, Hakamura towered over Liu Ming, who was only 193 centimeters. This was a prime opportunity for a classic case of size overpowering speed. In the live broadcast of the Eastern NBA, the atmosphere instantly became tumultuous. What was the meaning behind this? Why did Vogel assign Liu Ming to defend Hakamura? This seemed utterly absurd. It allowed Hakamura to exploit his height advantage. Was the Lakers' strategy truly this misguided? Coach Ma pondered for a moment and remarked, "This may not solely be Vogel's fault. It is possible Liu Ming requested this matchup. Including myself, our nation's players have a tendency to take issue with the success of their Japanese counterparts on the court." The critics in the live chat seized the opportunity to voice their discontent. Liu Ming is truly overestimating himself. I am eager to see how this unfolds, they exclaimed. If he is overwhelmed by Hakamura, it would be a source of embarrassment for all Eastern fans. One commentator lamented. Liu Ming's antics could lead to shame not only for himself but for us all. The commentator, Su, chimed in, Liu Ming should not have taken this risk. If he fails to contain Hakamura, he will become the scapegoat, which is not worth the potential fallout. Mina chuckled, deliberately exuding an air of calm confidence. From what I know of Liu Ming, he never engages in battles without assurance. So, everyone, just sit back and enjoy the game. In the Mike Center, the 20,000 spectators gasped as they witnessed Liu Ming preparing to match up against Hakamura. They erupted in unison, chanting, "Exploit him! Exploit him! Exploit him!" The live commentators for the Wizards could hardly contain their excitement. This young player from the East was undeniably audacious, and Hakamura must teach him a lesson. Another commentator nodded in agreement. If they seek a challenge, why should we shy away? Hakamura must dominate, making it clear just how insignificant Liu Ming truly is. Hakamura shared this sentiment. Spotting Liu Ming as his primary defender, a hint of disdain spread across his face. Without any feints, he simply rose up for a mid-range shot, unfazed by the 10-centimeter height difference. At this moment, Liu Ming's reaction skill had already ascended to an advanced level. With remarkable agility and keen perception, he astutely observed that Rui Hakamura had briefly glanced at the basket before executing his jump shot. This movement was exceedingly subtle, yet it was more than sufficient for Liu Ming to make an accurate judgment. He immediately leaped into action, his left hand swinging in a wide arc. Just as Hakamura lifted the ball, preparing to complete his jump shot, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Liu Ming forcefully swatted both the player and the ball from midair. The king of blocks. During backcourt defense, the block success rate surged to an impressive 60. Liu Ming's movements were crisp and decisive. Throughout the entire sequence, there was no physical contact with Rui Hakamura. Hakamura fell heavily to the ground from the air, the basketball slipping from his grasp and rolling towards the sidelines. Just as the moment unfolded, Liu Ming executed a remarkable leap, catching the ball in his embrace before Russell Westbrook of the Wizards could react. With a swift motion, he hurled the ball towards the front court. Harrell, seizing the opportunity, collected it, and unleashed an explosive dunk. The audience's attention swiftly shifted from Harold to Liu Ming. What an astonishing spectacle! Is this Lakers number 11 even human? Despite the considerable height disparity, he effortlessly managed to block Rui Hachimura's shot. The two commentators were momentarily at a loss for words. What was happening? It must be a fluke. Surely, Hachimura would retaliate against this Eastern player. At that moment, the point differential widened once again to 10. Chapter 70. I am serious about humiliating you. As Hachimura rose from the floor, his head buzzed with confusion. What on earth had just transpired? How could Liu Ming achieve such a feat? It seems utterly fantastical. Turning back, the Wizards once again orchestrated their offensive. Liu Ming continues to defend against Rui Hachimura. This time, Hachimura does not attempt a direct jump shot against Liu Ming. Instead, upon receiving the ball, he turns and positions himself with his back to Liu Ming, intending to leverage his physical advantage to penetrate the paint and enhance his shooting accuracy. The weight disparity between the two is considerable. Faced with Hachimura's aggressive approach, Liu Ming finds himself struggling to maintain his defensive stance. Hachimura leans in, and Liu Ming is pushed back a step. With 3 successive nudges, Hachimura successfully reaches the basket. As a formidable interior presence, the paint is undoubtedly Hachimura's most reliable area. He can opt for a turnaround jumper or a hook shot, both of which boast a high success rate. However, having just been blocked, Hachimura is now determined to retaliate with a powerful dunk. Thus, he leans into Liu Ming for the 4th time. Yet, to his surprise, he finds himself leaning against thin air. What? Liu Ming has withdrawn. The sudden lack of resistance causes Hachimura to lose his balance, nearly falling to the ground. Upon regaining his composure, Hachimura is bewildered to discover that the ball has vanished. In that moment of instability, Liu Ming had exploited his low position to execute a precise steal. The Lakers' fast break ensues, extending their lead to 12 points. The home crowd of Wizards fans is left in shock. The commentators, too, are at a loss for words. Is Hachimura in a daze? To be stripped of the ball under the basket is rather uncharacteristic. Turning back, the Wizards initiate another offensive. Westbrook, having witnessed Hachimura's 2 failed attempts, initially intends to withhold the ball from him. However, Hachimura's insistence is unwavering. Reluctantly, Westbrook passes the ball to Hachimura once more. This time, the fans no longer chant for him to dominate. Instead, all eyes are fixated on Hachimura. After receiving the ball, he neither turns to back down nor drives towards the basket. Instead, with his back to Liu Ming, he dribbles to find his rhythm. Yet, Liu Ming's reaction speed is anything but ordinary. As Hachimura suddenly pivots, Liu Ming has already maneuvered to his side, reaching out to swipe at the ball. The ball strikes Hachimura's foot and swiftly rolls out of bounds. The audience erupts in astonished gasps. Oh, my God! Is this some Eastern martial arts? His move was incredibly swift. The commentators are momentarily stunned as well. Liu Ming's defense is formidable. Hachimura has now lost 3 balls. Why does he not learn from his mistakes? Since the basketball struck Hachimura's foot before going out of bounds, it will be a sideline ball for the Lakers. Liu Ming held the ball beyond the 3-point line, yet the opportunity to shoot was unfavorable. He decisively opted to pass the ball to James, who forcefully drove towards the basket. However, LeBron was successfully impeded by Hachimura, resulting in a missed 2-point attempt. Amidst the fierce contest between the two teams, the basketball fell towards the corner 3-point area. With the skill enhancements bestowed upon him by the King of Flash, Liu Ming, at an extraordinary velocity, managed to seize the basketball just as he was poised to attempt a 3-pointer. However, he was met with the fierce and determined presence of Rui Hachimura, who swiftly charged in from the paint. Confronted with Hachimura's soaring leap, which aimed to thwart his shot, Liu Ming's lips curled into a smirk. In an exaggerated display of artistry, he executed a perfectly arched 3-pointer, successfully converting the shot, accompanied by a free throw for an additional point. The score gap widened to 16 points. In the subsequent possession, the Wizards did not pass the ball to Hachimura. Instead, it was Beal who took the shot. Beal's 3-pointer clanged off the rim. Hachimura, displaying remarkable agility, snatched the offensive rebound and let out a roar, preparing for a thunderous dunk. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. However, just as Hachimura was about to leap, Liu Ming suddenly soared from across the court, his fingertips grazing the ball, disrupting its stability. Hachimura's dunk was thwarted. But with his towering stature, he possessed a clear advantage beneath the rim. Fortuitously, he managed to seize the rebound once more. Just as Hachimura prepared to unleash his jump shot, Liu Ming, without a hint of hesitation, leapt early, extending his hand to disrupt the play. The basketball grazed the rim, then rebounded a second time. The indomitable Rui Hachimura muscled past two Lakers defenders to seize the third rebound. However, just as he lifted the ball, before he could release it, a resounding clap echoed throughout the arena as the basketball was swatted far out of bounds. Hachimura turned in astonishment, only to find Liu Ming staring back at him, a glint of amusement in his eyes. My apologies. I take this humiliation seriously. In the span of 2 minutes, Hachimura attempted 5 offensives, all thwarted by Liu Ming. The climax came when Liu Ming delivered 3 consecutive blocks, leaving the spectators in a state of disbelief. Each time Hachimura gained possession, the crowd anticipated a triumphant dunk, yet it was Liu Ming who consistently emerged victorious. This roller coaster of emotions truly left the audience dizzy. The commentators were equally overwhelmed. Each time Hachimura prepared for a thunderous dunk only to see Liu Ming leap ahead, their sole exclamation was a collective "Oh no." In the East Asian NBA broadcast room, the atmosphere was as lively as a festival, particularly following Liu Ming's commanding series of blocks. One must admit, it was utterly satisfying. "Ming, you are eternal," proclaimed his supporters. A national hero, Liu Ming will be remembered in history, based solely on those 3 blocks. Liu Ming has secured his place as an everlasting idol in my heart. Those who offend our China shall meet their doom, regardless of the distance. Nevertheless, many still found Liu Ming's arrogance intolerable, for critics are relentless. Yet, openly opposing him was no longer an option. They could only resort to envy. These few plays were acceptable, not too shabby. The atmosphere in the arena grew somewhat somber due to Liu Ming's 3 blocks, contrasting sharply with the exuberance of several Chinese female fans who were utterly ecstatic. "Go, Liu Ming. We will always support you." Their cheers stood in stark contrast to the despondency of the home crowd. Hachimura glared at Liu Ming's infuriating visage, muttering vehemently, "Just wait. I will surely overpower you." At that moment, after Westbrook initiated the play, he refrained from passing to Hachimura, who was desperately craving the ball. Yet, having missed 5 shots and been blocked thrice, perhaps it was wise for him to take a breather. Westbrook charged towards the basket, realizing the defense was impenetrable, and swiftly passed to Beal in the left corner. After several passes, the ball miraculously found its way back to Hachimura. Positioned near the free throw line, he faced Liu Ming, who was a foot shorter. However, the recent spate of blocks had clearly left a psychological imprint on him. Thus, Hachimura hesitated to shoot, maintaining a cautious approach with his back turned to Liu Ming. After taking 2 consecutive steps, he finally turned and jumped to shoot. This time, even with the skill enhancement of the shot-blocking king, Liu Ming was unable to prevent Rui Hachimura's shot. Hachimura watched as the ball soared past Liu Ming's fingertips, heading towards the hoop, and felt a sigh of relief in his heart. However, at that moment, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The basketball was once again forcefully swatted away. Simultaneously, a towering figure flew past Hachimura from the side. Seeing LeBron James and Liu Ming high-fiving and laughing, Hachimura felt utterly bullied. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 71. The area of psychological shadow. As Hachimura took his shot, James had already moved in for help defense. A massive block nearly became the last straw that broke Hachimura's spirit. At that moment, Hachimura felt utterly despondent, filled with resentment. As a rookie who had just earned the trust of the coach, how many times could he even attempt a shot in a game? They were all ganging up on him. It was one thing to have him blocked repeatedly, but to have others switch in to block him too? Was there no dignity left? "Hachimura, gather yourself." Westbrook patted Hachimura's shoulder in a gesture of consolation before proceeding to inbound the ball. After a few passes, the ball fortuitously returned to Hachimura's hands. The moment he received the ball, he hesitated slightly. He had developed an unsettling illusion that whenever he shot, a shadow would surely swoop in beside him. Thus, he instinctively glanced to the side. In that brief moment of distraction, Liu Ming indeed appeared before him like a ghost. The home commentators, unaware of the situation, assumed Hachimura was undeterred and intentionally challenging Liu Ming again. Hachimura deliberately waited. He was waiting for Liu Ming. Now that Liu Ming was in position, it was the perfect opportunity for Hachimura to regain his confidence. Attack him. Dominate him. Upon hearing the commentator's words, Hachimura nearly choked on his own frustration. "I'll take you down." Ultimately, in the absolute domain of the paint, Hachimura made a choice that baffled everyone. Instead of shooting over the much shorter Liu Ming, he passed the ball. Westbrook, spotting the 24-second shot clock winding down, had to hurriedly attempt a three-pointer. Thud. The moment the ball left his hands, it was evident it would miss. Seizing the opportunity, the Lakers quickly launched a fast break. After receiving the ball, James executed a soaring dunk. The home crowd was left speechless, unsure of how to react. The 2 commentators were equally bewildered. What was Hakamura thinking? Why was he afraid to shoot an open basket? In the East Country NBA live broadcast room, Coach Ma observed with a slight smile. Hakamura hesitated, indicating that his confidence on the court had been shattered by Liu Ming. As the foremost power forward in the universe, the esteemed Mr. Mar certainly empathizes with Rui Hakamura's mindset. Hakamura, a power forward, faces off against Liu Ming, a guard. Despite holding a significant height advantage, Hakamura attempted 5 shots, only to be thwarted by Liu Ming on 4 occasions and subsequently had another shot blocked by LeBron James. One can't help but wonder about the psychological toll this must take on Hakamura. For a professional athlete, losing confidence on the court can be a catastrophic blow to the team. It is likely that Hakamura has been rendered ineffective by Liu Ming's defense. During the draft, Hakamura was selected in the first round by the Wizards, becoming the first player from Japan to be chosen by the NBA. It is heartbreaking to consider the weight of expectations and dreams that rest upon his shoulders. As I reflect on this, I find my cheeks inexplicably dampened. At this juncture, Coach Mar's face contorted in anguish, a sight that nearly sent the live audience into fits of laughter, accompanied by a humorous image of the boy from Zhangjiang. Coach Mar is indeed quite the character. As the first half drew to a close, Hakamura was unable to gain any further possession. He finished the half with a dismal shooting record of 0 for 8, accumulating 0 points and 8 rebounds. He was effectively silenced. There were, in fact, 2 opportunities during the game, yet Hakamura appeared hesitant each time, just as Coach Mar had observed. Once a player loses confidence, the repercussions for the team can be nothing short of catastrophic. One player's indecision can disrupt the fluidity of the entire team. Thus, despite the valiant efforts of Beal and Westbrook to close the gap with their exceptional individual skills, the Lakers still led by 12 points at halftime. Liu Ming's contributions were certainly a factor. His steadfast defense against Hakamura resulted in an imbalance in the Lakers' perimeter defense, allowing Beal and Westbrook to score frequently. Furthermore, Liu's shooting touch seemed to desert him in the latter half of the second quarter, triggering a high probability of poor shots. With a mere 1 out of 5 from the field, he managed only 3 points. Otherwise, the scoring margin could have been even greater. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room during halftime remained relatively relaxed. LeBron, the leader, expressed satisfaction, commending Liu. Well done, while noting that Hakamura was exhausting the trust that the Wizards coach had in him. Caruso, while removing his sneakers, remarked that Hakamura was quite arrogant at the pregame press conference. Liu has certainly taught him a lesson today. The other players nodded in agreement, offering their congratulations to Liu Ming. Liu Ming shook his head and, as though jesting, remarked that Rui Hakamura had not yet been vanquished. It appeared to be a jest, yet he alone understood the truth behind it. The system had not provided any indication, suggesting that Hakamura's downfall was still a distant prospect. Nonetheless, the glimmer of victory was evidently within reach. In the Wizards' locker room, the atmosphere felt somewhat somber. Hakamura sat there with his head bowed, lost in thought. Beal continually clapped his hands, rallying the team's spirits. Gradually, everyone became invigorated. The Lakers were not as fearsome as they seemed. LeBron had aged, no longer capable of charging through defenses with reckless abandon. If they could contain LeBron and force them to rely on outside shooting, the tide of the game would soon turn. Westbrook cautioned, the Lakers' number 11, Liu Ming, poses a significant threat from beyond the arc. We must remain vigilant. Beal shook his head. I've observed him. His 3-point shooting has been lackluster today, as evidenced by his 1 out of 5 in the latter part of the second quarter. Therefore, if the other Lakers players remain subdued in the second half, we can easily reverse the game. Westbrook contemplated for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on Hakamura's shoulder, saying, do not be disheartened. In the second half, channel your fighting spirit to reclaim the confidence you've lost. I will pass the ball to you. Hakamura instinctively nodded, and the dullness in his gaze seemed to brighten slightly. Upon returning for the third quarter, the Wizards initiated their first offensive play through Hakamura. This time, he maneuvered through a screen and found himself in a clear position. Without hesitation, he elevated the basketball, preparing to shoot. However, at that moment, Liu Ming unexpectedly dashed around the screen set by a Wizards player to confront Hakamura. A wave of anxiety washed over Hakamura, as if a shadow had swept across his mind. In his flustered state, he began scanning for an open outside shooter, yet found none available. This moment of hesitation cost him dearly. Suspended in midair, he had irrevocably squandered the opportunity to make his shot. As Liu Ming capitalized on his descent, he delivered a resounding block that left the audience gasping in unison. Oh my God, they exclaimed, while the home commentators echoed their astonishment. Oh no, it's Liu Ming again. My disdain for his formidable rejection of Rui Hachimura was palpable, despite the sheer aesthetic allure of his maneuver. Standing at 193 centimeters, his ability to leap to such heights was nothing short of remarkable. On the court, a seemingly anticipated block extinguished the flicker of hope in Hachimura's eyes once more. The Wizards' head coach, Brooks, furrowed his brow at this disheartening sight. In the opening moments of the second half, the fragile courage Hachimura had mustered was swiftly dismantled. This trajectory was untenable. Repeated setbacks could inflict severe psychological scars upon the player. With this thought in mind, the coach hastily substituted Hachimura during a stoppage in play, aiming to bolster his mental fortitude. Hachimura, consider the weight you carry. Your nation and your people are silently observing you. You bear the hopes and aspirations of countless fans. Can a mere match and a single adversary truly shatter your resolve? Upon hearing these words, Hachimura's previously vacant gaze regained a glimmer of determination. Coach, please let me return to the court. I am ready to unleash my fury upon him. His expression was fierce, akin to a dormant volcano on the brink of eruption. Brooks smiled with satisfaction, yet he refrained from allowing Hachimura to re-enter the game immediately. He understood that while Hachimura was now ignited with passion, raw emotion alone would not suffice. Rushing back onto the court could lead to further missteps, reminiscent of the previous game when Devin Booker, provoked by Liu Ming, had faltered. Thus, after igniting Hachimura's fighting spirit, Brooks prioritized ensuring his composure. He handed him a bottle of water, adopting a serious tone. You will rest on the sidelines for the third quarter. I will grant you an opportunity in the fourth. Seize it, or I shall not afford you even a minute of playing time again. Hachimura nodded earnestly. I understand, coach. Chapter 72, where blockades falter. A battle of offense ensues. It was evident that Coach Brooks intentionally provoked with his words. Amidst the injury-ridden roster of the Wizards, the rookie Hachimura had firmly secured his place in the starting lineup. In the preceding games, he averaged 14, 7 points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 47. Especially when confronted with the Pistons' impenetrable defense, Hachimura was able to effortlessly capitalize on opportunities, buoyed by the support of his teammates. This serves as a testament to Hachimura's innate talent. No coach would allow a player of his caliber to languish as a mere water boy. Hence, Brooks's remarks were intended to apply some pressure on Hachimura, urging him to regain his form swiftly. In the ensuing moments, Hachimura indeed did not re-enter the game. Ironically, his absence allowed the Wizards' offense to flow more smoothly. Subsequently, thanks to Westbrook's unexpected surge, the deficit was dramatically closed. Westbrook is undoubtedly one of the most confident players in the league. His presence on the court evokes an exhilarating sensation. He is akin to a cheetah, unleashing boundless power from his compact frame. Like a dragon emerging from the depths, he astonishes with his prowess. Within a mere 5 minutes, he penetrated the defense and scored 18 points. The arena reverberated with the DJ's electrifying sounds. 3 points from Russell Westbrook, 2 points from Russell Westbrook, a dunk. 2 points from Russell Westbrook. His performance ignited the crowd instantly, with over 22,000 spectators erupting in fervent chants of Brody. 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 Brody is Westbrook's most cherished nickname. Without exception, his extraordinary display was not solely about scoring. As a point guard, he also provided 4 assists, propelling the entire Wizards team with the ferocity of an unleashed tiger. Consequently, the Wizards successfully reversed the score to 86-78 before the final quarter. In the Eastern Conference NBA livestream, praises for Darth Vader flooded the comments section. The formation was meticulously organized. Westbrook, declared a day of victory. During the intermission, the Lakers players appeared somewhat despondent, having transitioned from a commanding lead to being overtaken by their opponents, primarily due to Westbrook's individual brilliance. Understandably, a sense of disheartenment lingered among them. Liu Ming, in order to synchronize his playing time with Rui Hachimura, only stepped onto the court for the final 2 minutes during Westbrook's explosive 5-minute performance. Nonetheless, he was profoundly impressed by Westbrook's prowess. Westbrook's offensive style is undeniably distinctive, complemented by remarkable physical attributes and elite athleticism within the league. Once he ignites, it is indeed unreasonable to attribute the Lakers' defensive shortcomings to weakness. At this juncture, Vogel appeared somewhat agitated as he scanned his team with a discerning gaze. Ultimately, his attention shifted from LeBron's visage to Liu Ming. Liu, cease your fixation on Hachimura. The team needs you to step up now. Whether in one-on-one defense or in a shootout, we must resolutely prevent Westbrook from spiraling out of control. Can you manage that? Faced with the coach's unwavering trust, Liu Ming felt an invigorating surge of determination coursing through him. Leave it to me. In truth, even without Vogel's prompting, Liu Ming was already prepared to volunteer. It was no jest. Prior to this game, he and Su Si had staked their fortunes with considerable wagers. Though they claimed not to care about money, who wouldn't he appreciate better living conditions through property investments? Moreover, Liu Ming was hopeful for a windfall, intending to contribute to the development of grassroots sports back home. There was no way he would allow the game to descend into disarray. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Wizards held possession, and Westbrook dribbled the ball. Liu Ming proactively sought to match up against his opponent. Naturally, the home commentators were biased in favor of the Wizards. Initially, when Liu Ming successfully shut down Hakamura, the announcers displayed a modicum of restraint. However, following Westbrook's explosive performance and the ensuing lead reversal, the commentators seemed to have regained their fervor. Upon witnessing Liu Ming adopting a stance to defend Westbrook one-on-one, they did not hesitate to unleash scornful remarks. "Oh, what do my eyes behold? Liu Ming has boldly approached Westbrook. Does he truly believe that Brody is made of clay? Even after undergoing 3 joint surgeries, Brody's physical prowess is far beyond what a frail individual like Liu Ming can contend with. Ultimately, Liu Ming will pay a price for his audacity. Let us watch and see." The two commentators exchanged banter, both bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Westbrook had already begun his drive. Young Turtle is not comparable to LeBron, nor to Curry. Unlike the latter two, who were already renowned across the Americas before entering the NBA, not every superstar in the league was formidable from the outset. Westbrook's strength is not merely a product of innate talent. Rather, it is the result of relentless accumulation and gradual emergence. The forceful youth on the court harbors profound respect for every opponent, particularly Liu Ming. Westbrook had meticulously studied the footage of Liu Ming's previous game against Booker, and he had witnessed firsthand how Liu Ming had subdued Hakamura. Thus, when facing Liu Ming, he approached with utmost seriousness. He dribbled slowly, his gaze fixed upon Liu Ming. Suddenly, he unleashed his signature scissor step. Crossing his legs, he powerfully pushed off with his right foot and surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. A flicker of intensity ignited in Liu Ming's eyes. Only a player like Westbrook, endowed with extraordinary explosive power, could execute the scissors step with such finesse. However, equipped with the unparalleled skill of heightened reflexes, Liu Ming had already anticipated his opponent's movement the moment Westbrook crossed his feet. Almost simultaneously with Westbrook's launch, Liu Ming executed a lateral shift to the right. While the scissors step is undoubtedly incisive, the sheer force of explosive power renders the body's inertia an unyielding force. With a resounding thud, Liu Ming was sent flying, while Westbrook found himself sprawled on the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul. Liu Ming furrowed his brow slightly. The two appeared to have launched simultaneously and fallen at the same moment. However, it was evident to all that Liu Ming, having anticipated Westbrook's movement, had executed his lateral shift a step ahead. Westbrook, unable to halt his momentum, collided with Liu Ming. Thus, the referee should have rightfully called an offensive foul. Was this an erroneous judgment, or was it an act of bias? Liu Ming cast a glance at the referee, a shadow of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that this fellow was also involved in match fixing? Such occurrences of referees engaging in betting scandals have become all too common in the NBA. Liu Ming, consumed by paranoia, was lifted from the ground by James. There was no need for a direct confrontation. Let him in, and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, he immediately grasped the situation. Westbrook's explosive power and speed were indeed advantageous, yet his height remained a drawback. Thus, it was wiser to create openings than to obstruct. With the Wizards in possession, Westbrook once again initiated an offensive play. This time, Liu Ming deliberately adopted a strategy of allowing shots while maintaining a distance of 2 steps from Westbrook. Notably, Westbrook's three-point shooting percentage this season hovered at a mere 23.2. Therefore, it seemed prudent to allow him a couple of attempts and observe his performance. Without hesitation, Westbrook seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer. Clang! The shot, predictably, missed the mark. Turning back, the Lakers commenced their offensive. Liu Ming received a pass from James and rose to take a shot from beyond the arc. However, his cold shooting hand persisted, and the attempt failed to find the net. As he watched the seconds tick away, Liu Ming took a deep breath. The frequent three-point attempts had raised the probability of a misfire. To regain his rhythm, it seemed more sensible to switch to mid-range shots. Chapter 73, Boss. You can pass the ball to me. Westbrook, with the ball in hand, initiated the attack. Having just missed a three-pointer, he now intended to drive into the paint. The once reckless youth had now crossed into his 30s. Playing the game could no longer be as impulsive as in his younger days. since long-range shots were failing. It was time to penetrate for a mid-range attempt. Liu Ming was originally positioned to defend against the sudden attack, yet at this moment, he found himself retreating to the free-throw line with no further ground to yield. Nevertheless, Westbrook continued to dribble relentlessly, undeterred by the circumstances, pushing forward. When they were less than a meter apart, Westbrook initiated his signature crossover once more. However, Liu Ming astutely perceived two critical nuances in his movements. Firstly, Westbrook's acceleration lacked the explosive power he had previously exhibited. Secondly, he swiftly transferred the ball from his left hand to his right. Liu Ming's reaction was astonishingly swift. As alarm bells rang in his mind, his feet had already adjusted, preparing to exert force to the left. The evidence was clear, with the enhancement of the reaction king. Liu Ming's anticipation was remarkably extraordinary. Subsequently, Westbrook indeed feigned a drive. At a certain moment, his advancing body suddenly contracted, swiftly retreating a step to the left. Then, he leaped off the ground, executing his signature zombie shot. This term, zombie shot, is a unique appellation bestowed upon this jump shot motion by Eastern fans, as it mirrors Westbrook's playing style, ferocious yet lacking in elegance. When he jumps, it is a straight ascent and descent, as if his legs refuse to bend, resembling a zombie from the east. Although the height of his jump is not insignificant, it remains a vertical leap. For Liu Ming, endowed with the skills of the jumping king, this mere elevation was nothing short of an invitation for punishment. With a resounding smack, Westbrook was met with a monumental block and plummeted from the air. The two home commentators were equally astonished by Liu Ming's extraordinary display. Oh my God! Such inhuman jumping height! Such inhuman acceleration! Such an inhuman stop and shoot! Almighty, is that you donned in the Lakers' number 11 jersey? After Liu Ming seized the ball, he launched a swift counterattack. As a world-class sprinter, his acceleration and dribbling speed were astonishingly rapid. The Wizards' defenders, even when positioned further back, found themselves utterly exhausted, struggling to keep pace whether they were guarding with or without the ball. Just as they managed to close the gap, Liu Ming executed an unexpectedly abrupt stop-and-jump shot. This move nearly left the pursuing players in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, Lakers head coach Vogel observed with keen interest, pondering that utilizing Liu Ming in a war of attrition might indeed be a brilliant strategy. As the final quarter unfolded, the players on the court were already running on fumes. If Liu Ming were to continue his relentless pace, they would soon be utterly spent. Turning their attention back, the Wizards initiated their next offensive play. With Westbrook handling the ball and Beal setting a screen, their combined threat surged significantly. Liu Ming was obstructed by Beal. However, the Lakers were not without their own defenders. James swiftly positioned himself for assistance. Westbrook faced LeBron directly. In an attempt to evade the block, he feigned a layup from the right side, but in mid-air, he deftly switched the ball to his left hand. As the ball soared towards the backboard, Westbrook felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, at that very moment, a figure clad in purple and gold soared in from the side. With a resounding clap, the basketball struck the backboard forcefully and ricocheted away. Oh my God! The entire arena, filled with over 20,000 spectators, erupted in astonished gasps. Although Westbrook could not discern the number on the back of that purple and gold jersey, he had an inkling of who it was. Liu Ming. Indeed, it is Liu Ming. Westbrook appeared somewhat taken aback. He was aware of Liu Ming's remarkable leaping ability, yet the extent of it was simply outrageous. Had he already executed several blocks from the backcourt during this match? 7 times? Or perhaps 8? Just as Westbrook was engulfed in profound doubt, the Lakers had already initiated a fast break, bringing the score to 86-82. Now only 4 points behind. As Westbrook passed by Liu Ming, he remarked, "Hey, brother. That last shot was quite impressive. However, you ought to be cautious from here on out. I am about to get serious." Liu Ming smiled slightly, "And I understand. You can bring it on." Their exchange was brief, yet it conveyed a sense of mutual respect and understanding. Subsequently, Westbrook made 2 consecutive drives towards Liu Ming. However, the more he advanced, the more perplexed he felt. It seemed that no matter how many feints he employed to confuse his opponent, Liu Ming could always make precise judgments, consistently executing the most appropriate defense in a timely manner. It is worth noting that only a deity could possess such foresight. Thus, Westbrook could only attribute Liu Ming's extraordinary ability to an unparalleled insight. This was truly remarkable. The human body's reflex mechanism is incredibly complex. For an ordinary person, even if their eyes perceive something, the brain often struggles to make a quick judgment. Even when a judgment is reached, the body frequently fails to respond in time. Yet, this individual appeared to respond with an uncanny immediacy. This was indeed quite extraordinary. At this moment, Wizards head coach Brooks observed Westbrook struggle with his drives. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, he substituted Hakamura into the game. "Remember, this is your final chance." Hakamura nodded earnestly at his coach, fully aware. He then directed his gaze towards Liu Ming, his aura resembling the restrained might of Mount Fuji. Clenching his fist tightly, he suddenly swung it through the air, releasing a roar that seemed to have been suppressed for far too long. Hakamura understood. To rebuild his confidence, he must confront this Eastern adversary head-on. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Ming subtly shook his head. Time remained, thus the task of overpowering Hakamura on the court could be momentarily set aside. In this moment, the overarching strategy of the game necessitated a steadfast focus on Westbrook. When the opportune moment arrived, Hakamura could be decisively dealt with. As the game progressed through several consecutive plays, Liu Ming intentionally allowed Westbrook the chance to take mid-range shots. However, his rhythm was lacking, resulting in several attempts that fell short. The nature of shooting is peculiar once a player fails to adapt to the defensive tempo of their opponent. Finding one's rhythm becomes exceedingly difficult, causing shooting percentages to plummet. Were it not for Hakamura's relentless presence in the paint, consistently securing offensive rebounds and facilitating scores for Beal, the score could have easily reversed once more. In contrast to the stifled Westbrook, Hakamura thrived. He seized a number of offensive rebounds and collaborated with Beal for several assists. On the defensive end, his vigor was palpable. He blocked 2 attempts from Drummond, disrupted James's driving layup, and forced Caruso into a shot clock violation. This invigorated Hakamura, as if he had regained his confidence in an instant. Had he not been somewhat hesitant beneath the basket, reluctant to shoot, one might have almost forgotten his earlier dismal performance. As time slipped away, the score rapidly reached 104-99. At this juncture, when Hakamura glanced towards Liu Ming, his gaze brimmed with audacity. With only 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers trailed by 5 points. The game had entered a critical phase. Liu Ming cast a glance at his leader, James. In just these few fleeting moments, the King had taken command of the game, scoring 11 points and providing 3 assists with a combination of drives and shots. Yet, despite his labored breaths, he gritted his teeth and persevered, almost bringing Liu Ming to tears. The King had aged, his stamina diminished significantly compared to his peak years. The dwindling fuel in his tank ought to be reserved for the playoffs or even the finals. Forcing the veteran to expend such effort in a mere regular season game seemed rather inhumane. Contemplating this, Liu Ming hesitated briefly before stepping forward to address James. "Boss, you can pass the ball to me from here on out." The moment those words escaped his lips, both James and the nearby Drummond were taken aback. Had he lost his senses? To utter such a declaration in front of James, was he attempting an overt power grab? Who did he think he was? After only a few commendable performances, had he begun to lose sight of his place, forgetting who he truly was? The opportunity to be the pivotal player in crucial moments is earned through years of exceptional contributions, not merely because one has played well in 3 games. Confidence alone is of little utility. However, James turned to face Liu Ming. Unlike Drummond, he perceived no provocation in Liu Ming's words. Instead, he sensed a profound sincerity, an unwavering determination to compete, and an earnest yearning for victory. In Liu Ming, James saw a reflection of his younger self. Thus, he gazed deeply into Liu Ming's eyes and nodded. "I will give you 2 possessions to prove yourself." Allowing Liu Ming to take 2 attempts would afford him the chance to rest for a couple of plays. For James, every second of respite was incredibly precious at this stage. All right. Upon witnessing the unwavering trust bestowed upon him by his leader, LeBron James, Liu Ming could not help but clench his fists, his heart ablaze with fervor. At that moment, the Lakers commanded possession of the ball. LeBron, skillfully dribbling, advanced to the front court. 2 players from the Wizards approached, initiating a double team against him. Observing the impending pressure, LeBron decisively passed the ball to Liu Ming. Liu Ming received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side. His defender, Bill, remained vigilant, denying him any opportunity to take a 3-point shot. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had been struggling with his 3-point accuracy during this period. Liu Ming had long since altered his strategy. With a deft feint, he successfully deceived Bill. Without a moment's hesitation, he dribbled into the paint, and as Westbrook moved to defend, he executed a sudden stop and launched a jump shot. Although both the king of long-range shooting and the king of mid-range shooting boasted an impressive 80 accuracy, the release speed of a mid-range shot was undeniably swifter than that of a long-range attempt. This left Westbrook with no opportunity to contest the shot. Liu Ming's one-handed jump shot is executed with remarkable precision, verging on the exemplary. He leaps high, releases swiftly, and yet the ball's soft backspin is exquisitely pronounced. The arc of his shot is equally splendid. This stands in stark contrast to Westbrook's aesthetically devoid, mechanical shooting style. Swish. The basketball's collision with the rim resonates with the warmth of a mother's gentle caress upon her child's forehead. The deficit has narrowed to 3 points. The Wizards now command possession. Westbrook orchestrates the offense. Under Liu Ming's seamless defense, he feigns an attack before passing the ball to Beal. Beal and Hachimura execute a pick-and-roll, advancing a couple of steps inward. The ball finds its way into Hachimura's hands. At this moment, he seems to regain his confidence. Faced with Drummond's defense, he exhibits no fear. With a simple spin, he leaps to take the shot. But just then, a flash of purple streaks in rapidly from behind. With a sharp crack, the ball sails far away. In astonishment, Hachimura realizes that the figure in purple and gold has swiftly embarked on a fast break. Liu Ming. Hachimura mutters a curse under his breath, hastily bowing his head and sprinting back on defense. Yet, by the time he exhaustively reaches the backcourt, he is utterly spent. Liu Ming has astonishingly completed a layup, swiftly retreating back to the Lakers' half-court. The two players fortuitously crossed paths near the center circle. Unbelievable. Hachimura can hardly believe his eyes. Haha. Liu Ming astutely discerned the astonishment etched upon his opponent's face and couldn't help but emit a derisive chuckle. This silent mockery ignited a fiery rage within Rue Hachimura, nearly leaving him gasping for breath. The point difference dwindled to a mere one. The Wizards' head coach, exercising caution, promptly called for a timeout. He summoned his players, gesturing towards Liu Ming while bellowing, "Beal, stick to him like glue. Do not allow him to score again. Do you understand?" Beal nodded in affirmation. After his fervent exhortation, the coach glanced at Hachimura, urging, "Do not hesitate. Seize the opportunity to shoot." Hachimura agreed. "Yes, coach." On the Lakers' side, from LeBron James to DeAndre Jordan, all were exchanging high-fives with Liu Ming. Initially, when Liu Ming requested the ball, there had been a hint of discontent among the team. However, now, a picture-perfect stop-and-pop jump shot and a highly efficient fast break capped by a resounding block had nearly leveled the score between the two teams. Such audacity stirred a fervent sense of exhilaration within the Lakers' entire roster. Even the battle-hardened James felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. He recognized in the young Liu Ming a quality known as the spirit of leadership. Clearly, inspiring morale through tangible actions proved far more challenging and remarkable than mere words. In the East Country NBA broadcast room, Teacher Sue turned to the tearful Coach Ma, inquiring, "What do you make of this?" Coach Ma, ruggedly wiping his face with a large hand, chuckled, "I am elated for LeBron. From the Cavaliers to the Heat, and now to the Lakers, he has consistently shouldered the team's progress. As the current most valuable player in the NBA, wherever LeBron goes, the likelihood of a championship follows. Yet, who can comprehend that LeBron is nearing 40? He can no longer carry the Lakers forward alone, let alone ascend to the pinnacle. Since LeBron's return from a groin injury last month, he has been competing while bearing a weight of 280 pounds, a consequence of insufficient physical activity due to his injuries. Indeed, LeBron is aging, and the Lakers may well be the final bastion of his illustrious career. He has given everything for this team. During this challenging phase marked by Anthony Davis's absence, Liu Ming unexpectedly ignited the spirit of leadership, and one can only imagine how LeBron would smile from beyond, witnessing the emergence of talent. As Coach Ma spoke, his emotions may have overwhelmed him, perhaps moved by his own sentiments. The towering figure found himself wiping away tears once more. Meanwhile, Mina and Teacher Sue looked on in stunned silence. Coach Ma is a well-known LeBron enthusiast, a fact well recognized within the East Country basketball community. While it is not surprising for him to praise LeBron through Liu Ming's performance, such self-directed theatrics coupled with nonsensical commentary raised eyebrows. Nevertheless, the barrage of comments resembles a joyous sea. The nearly 40-year-old man, Old Ma, vividly depicts James, evoking a strong visual sensation within me. The king, a powerhouse weighing 280 pounds, is humorously portrayed as a victim of injuries and inactivity, which truly amused me. Oh dear. The laughter of a man approaching his 40s is indeed infectious. I must take a moment to revel in this joy. Following these two golden phrases, Old Ma's persona as a devoted admirer of James has comically unraveled. At this moment, I am convinced that the commentary in the live stream is devoid of any pre-prepared scripts, setting aside the jests and barbs in the live chat. The fleeting 20-second timeout has come to an end. The Wizards now take the offense. This time, Westbrook and Beal executed a pick-and-roll, successfully clearing Liu Ming. Westbrook then delivered a zombie jump shot, scoring a two-pointer and widening the gap to 3 points. 106-103. Turning back, The Lakers aimed to continue seeking Liu Ming. However, this time, Beal was tightly guarding Liu Ming. Liu Ming seeks to maneuver behind cover. However, the Wizards consistently switch their defense, ensuring that there is always someone closely guarding Liu Ming. Liu Ming executed a series of runs and finally seized the opportunity to receive the ball. However, as he dribbled twice, both Westbrook and Beal lunged towards him almost simultaneously, with formidable intensity. Liu Ming immediately halted his advance and pulled back. His right foot remained firmly planted in place, while his left foot, at the moment of receiving the ball, gracefully shifted a small step towards the three-point line. Once he stabilized on his left foot, his right foot swiftly stepped outward, and then he expertly collected himself beyond the arc before taking the shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net. With Liu Ming's three-pointer, the score was instantly leveled. Chapter 75, presenting you with this week's top 10 plays. Oh my God, what did I just witness? A step-back three-pointer. The two commentators, seemingly unacquainted with such brilliance, clutched their heads in exaggerated astonishment. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. The step-back three-pointer is the signature move of the formidable James Harden. Whether facing towering defenders or petite guards, whether in transition or set plays, regardless of the position on the court, Harden's step-back three-pointer invariably instills dread in his opponents. This maneuver, though appearing effortless, is far from easy. In the entire league, only 6 players currently average more than one step-back three-pointer per game. Thus, it is a skill reserved for only a select few superstars. However, what no one in attendance anticipated was that Liu Ming executed this challenging move with remarkable finesse. As the ball swished through the net, Liu Ming clenched his left fist tightly. In his 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had performed such an extraordinary feat in an official match. He was acutely aware that this was entirely attributable to his exceptionally robust physique and the multifaceted enhancements of the athletic king system. Russell, I must let him in. We cannot afford to give him another opportunity for a three-pointer. Beal's expression was grim. There exists a certain type of player in the league. The more improbable the move, the higher the success rate. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Liu Ming clearly epitomized this prodigious talent in Beal's eyes. I understand now. Westbrook glanced at the scoreboard, his expression equally grave. Liu Ming's three-point prowess is indeed formidable. Once he finds his rhythm beyond the arc at 24 feet, it becomes a veritable nightmare for the Wizards. Rather than allowing him that space, it may be wiser to force Liu Ming into the paint and contend with him there. The next play saw the Lakers' backcourt energized, perhaps inspired by Liu Ming's step-back three. After 24 seconds, Beal attempted a desperate three-pointer, which unfortunately did not find its mark. The possession returned to the Lakers, with James advancing the ball into the Wizards' half. He feigned a drive to the basket, successfully drawing Beal's attention. Almost immediately, he executed a behind-the-back pass to connect with Liu Ming. Upon seeing Liu Ming receive the ball in the paint, Hachimura let out a fierce shout and charged forward. Liu Ming promptly opted for a sudden jump shot. The basketball soared past Rui Hachimura's fingertips, descending gracefully towards the hoop. It subsequently swished through the net, securing 2 points. 106-108. The Lakers had finally seized the lead. Yet, no one paid heed to Liu Ming's recent scoring feat in their eyes. As long as Liu Ming was prevented from making a three-pointer, the situation would remain under control. A mid-range jump shot was merely a conventional scoring method in the NBA, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Turning back, the Wizards, propelled by Westbrook's powerful drive, leveled the score at 108-108. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. James successfully navigated around a screen, forcing Beal to provide assistance on defense. As Beal lunged forward, James passed the ball to Liu Ming, who was positioned near the free-throw line. Once again, Hachimura surged in to contest the shot. The previous play was nearly replicated. The basketball soared above Hachimura's fingertips once more, effortlessly gliding into the net. 108-110. Liu Ming's scoring, reminiscent of a relentless tide, incensed Rui Hachimura to the point of nearly unleashing a torrent of invective. Yet, in the face of LeBron James's formidable incursions into the paint, one cannot afford to be complacent. Should Beal neglect his defensive duties, the Lakers would effortlessly secure 2 points. Thus, the situation remains insurmountable. Turning back to the Wizards, the basketball meandered into Hachimura's possession. Seizing the moment, he attempted a three-pointer from 24 feet. However, perhaps due to a lingering lack of confidence or a psychological shadow yet to dissipate, the shot lacked vigor and ricocheted off the rim. Just as Hachimura wallowed in frustration, Liu Ming fortuitously sauntered by, nonchalantly inquiring, "Can you shoot threes?" Such a seemingly innocuous remark ignited a fiery indignation within Hakamura. Of course, he could shoot threes. And with a commendable accuracy. In the 2018 to 2019 NCAA season, his three-point shooting percentage soared to an impressive 41.9. Yet, Liu Ming's comment, although not overly caustic, struck Hakamura like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. This grievance has deep roots. Hakamura had not participated in any trials and was selected by the Wizards as the 9th overall pick. Consequently, skepticism surrounded the Wizards' choice of Hakamura, suggesting possible undisclosed factors at play, such as international relations or the allure of the Japanese market. At a media conference convened by the Wizards in Hakamura's honor, the team president brazenly asked him, "Can you shoot threes?" This just seemed to affirm the suspicions of ulterior motives behind his selection, provoking uproarious laughter from the gathered journalists, and cementing a perpetual ache in Hakamura's heart. Liu Ming's comment, akin to pouring concentrated sulfuric acid on an open wound, can only be described as a heart-wrenching blow. On the court, the Lakers regained possession. The ball briefly passed through Liu Ming's hands before swiftly returning to LeBron. The king, stationed at the arc, surveyed the court with keen awareness. Thanks to Liu Ming's astute distribution, the effects of the Flash's skill enhancement were set into motion. Liu Ming's ultimate speed is far from ordinary. Bill could only watch in astonishment as his opponent seized the opportunity to create space. When Liu Ming appeared, as if by magic, at a 45-degree angle from the right at mid-range, James immediately recognized the chance and passed the ball. However, what was utterly unexpected was that the moment the ball left James's hands, Rui Hakamura instinctively surged from the paint towards Liu Ming. It turned out that Rui had been wounded by Liu Ming's taunts. In his eyes, there was no one else but Liu Ming. Although the king of instantaneous movement bears that title, it does not imply that he truly vanishes. No matter how swift Liu Ming is, he remains within the realm of humanity. This ultimately creates the illusion of Hakamura's prescience. It must be said that Liu Ming has, in a sense, woven himself into a cocoon. Now, if he were to leap after receiving the pass, there is no doubt he would be met with a resounding block from Hakamura. Enjoying hot pot is certainly acceptable. Who hasn't indulged in it? Yet, after Liu Ming's arduous efforts, what was it all for? Was it not for the relentless demands of the court? At this moment, he harbors but one thought. Even if the shot does not find its mark, he must not be blocked. He cannot allow Hakamura to turn the tables due to a mere rejection. Thus, as Liu Ming catches the ball in midair, he instinctively assumes a shooting posture. Although Hakamura rushes towards him with remarkable speed, Liu Ming's mid-range shot is released even more swiftly. The basketball narrowly evades Hakamura's fingertips and, as if guided by divine intervention, miraculously weaves its way through the net. 2 points secured. Liu Ming cast a glance at the deeply shaken Rui Hakamura, reflecting, "My dear boy, your grandfather has truly worried himself to pieces for you." The score stood at 108 to 112. The Wizards fans, in agony, clutched their heads, utterly unable to believe their eyes. How on earth did that go in? The home commentators were equally exaggerated in their disbelief. "Oh dear God. Please take Liu Ming away. Humanity can no longer halt his scoring barrage." Meanwhile, the Lakers players gathered around Liu Ming, exchanging high fives. This gesture was not only one of congratulations, but also an attempt to bask in Liu Ming's scorching hot form. "Hey, brother. That shot is surely destined for the league's top 10 plays." It was simply exceptional. In stark contrast to the Lakers' elation was the overwhelming sense of crisis that suddenly surged from the deepest recesses of Hakamura's heart. Prior to the match, he had boasted about annihilating Liu Ming. Yet, Liu Ming quickly silenced him with a series of emphatic blocks, offering a lesson in humility. Hakamura abruptly realized that, as of this moment, he seemed to be on the verge of being shut out completely. Absurdly, if Liu Ming's recent alley-oop mid-range shot were selected for the week's top plays, Hakamura would inevitably be featured as a laughingstock alongside it. What could he do? Hakamura felt that he could not simply resign himself to defeat. He needed to salvage his performance. "I must score at least 1 point. I cannot allow myself to be shut out." Chapter 76, System Rewards. King of Training turning back to the Wizards' offense. After Hakamura's repeated requests for the ball, Westbrook finally passed it into his hands. Hakamura, desperate to avoid an embarrassing shutout, was determined to give it his all. He exerted every ounce of effort, finally stumbling his way to the basket. In a bid for stability, Hakamura chose neither a thunderous dunk nor a jump shot, but aimed for a reliable hook shot to break the curse of being scoreless. Well, at least one that was intended to bank off the backboard. However, the reality was brutally harsh. Fate was exceedingly capricious. Just as his hook shot was halfway to the hoop, a resounding block came crashing down. It felt as if the ball had been slapped directly onto Hakamura's face. Liu Ming had seemingly extracted Hakamura's very soul with that monumental rejection. Witnessing this moment, the Wizards coach outside the court felt a surge of concern. With Hakamura's best interests in mind, he knew he could not easily substitute him out. The potential rift between player and coach was secondary. More importantly, Hakamura's confidence would surely be shattered. A player must reclaim the confidence lost on the court. For there is no remedy other than that. The recent expulsion of Devin Booker by the referee remains fresh in memory. While allowing Rui Hakamura to remain on the court could potentially be a ticking time bomb. What choice to make? Brooks felt a pang of indecision, unable to determine a course of action in the short span of time. At that moment, the Lakers' Caruso had already advanced the ball into the front court. Liu Ming once again skillfully maneuvered around the screen, successfully receiving the pass. At this moment, he found himself at the mid-range along the left baseline. He rose to take the shot. However, Rui Hakamura was already in position, upon seeing Liu Ming poised to attempt a mid-range shot. He let out a thunderous shout and lunged towards him. Liu Ming has leapt into the air, suspended in a moment of weightlessness. With no surface to leverage, he can only yield to the impending collision with Yatsumura Rui. Yet, before their bodies converge, Liu Ming, with his gentle touch, released a mid-range shot. Following a collision, Liu Ming was sent sprawling out of bounds. Meanwhile, Rui Hakamura also fell to the ground, but his fall was far more severe, as he struck the camera of a nearby videographer upon descent, resulting in a gash that bled profusely. In that very moment, the basketball gracefully swished through the net. Clutching his head, Hakamura witnessed this scene unfold, nearly choking on his own frustration. With Liu Ming's scoring prowess seemingly impervious to even fouls, he was left pondering what recourse he had left. Liu Ming was maliciously fouled, and his teammates swiftly rushed to his side. Both Drummond and Caruso immediately surrounded Hakamura. Beal and Westbrook also hurried over to intercept the furious Lakers players. LeBron, with hands raised in exasperation, was pressuring the referee. How can you not call that? A player like Hakamura should be ejected. The referee remained expressionless, retreating to the sidelines to review the footage. Ultimately, he rendered a mere 2-1 decision, inciting instant discontent among the Lakers. Such a dirty play warranted at least a flagrant foul, if not an outright ejection. However, Liu Ming sensed that something was amiss with the officiating. Rising to his feet, he decisively pulled away LeBron, who was still venting his frustrations at the referee. The game was entering a critical phase, and any misstep could prove detrimental. Even if they wished to protest, it was best saved for after the game. The referee was already struggling to find fault with the Lakers. Liu Ming then calmly sank a free throw, bringing the score to 108-115. Unexpectedly, the Wizards head coach called a timeout at that moment. While Hakamura was receiving treatment off the court, Brooks had keenly detected a perilous glint in Hakamura's eyes. Having once been an NBA player before embarking on his coaching career, Brooks could particularly empathize with Hakamura's mindset. On the brink of losing control, and with the referee's evident bias, Hakamura was likely to escalate his aggression. If this were a championship game, or even a playoff, Brooks might have welcomed such fervor for the sake of victory. Yet, this was merely a regular season game without serious injuries at stake. In this light, Hakamura's reckless behavior was scarcely justified. Thus, Brooks opted to substitute Hakamura, allowing him time to regain his composure. Hakamura, you've been injured. It's best to rest now. Coach, please trust me. I can still play. Let me back in. I will dominate him. Brooks shook his head resolutely, stating, if you wish to confront him, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, you need treatment and rest. Do you understand? Faced with the unwavering resolve of his coach, Hakamura could only nod in despair. At that moment, he comprehended the harsh reality. He had effectively withdrawn from this battle against Liu Ming. As the timeout concluded, the moment Liu Ming stepped back onto the court, a melodious notification chimed from the system. Ding. Court task completed. Reward skill. King of Resilience. King of Resilience. With each impact received, the body's resistance to external blows increases. Secondary court task. Lead the team to victory. Had Hakamura truly been defeated? Liu Ming cast a glance at the despondent Rui Hakamura on the Wizards bench, and a sudden understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that the Wizards coach had no intention of utilizing Hakamura for the remainder of the match. Yet, what was this king of resistance nonsense? Was it akin to an invulnerable shield or an ironclad defense? The system had malfunctioned, bestowing upon him such an absurd skill. The concept of resistance to impact was indeed comprehensible. When the human body endures external force, it incurs minor injuries to bones or skin. However, upon healing, the body becomes even more robust and resilient. This is the essence of resistance to impact. Typically, athletes engage in similar training in competitive sports. As the body acclimatizes to physical confrontations, an athlete's capacity to endure pain and injuries significantly increases. However, the NBA has now entered the era of small ball. The days of fierce, high-intensity confrontations are long gone. With the evolution of the game, the rules have naturally adapted as well. The current NBA places a premium on player protection. It is advisable to avoid any contact, lest the referee's whistle lead one to question their very existence. Consequently, even towering players strive to minimize or evade confrontations on the court, let alone smaller guards like Liu Ming. In the past, during more vigorous confrontations, players consciously enhanced their core strength, gained weight, and developed their chest and leg muscles to prepare for physical duels. However, the fast-paced nature of modern games, characterized by frequent running and a focus on shooting and mobility, has resulted in insufficient training for confrontational play, often leading to injuries arising from inadvertent clashes. Thus, compared to the small ball era, it seems that contemporary players are more prone to injuries. In light of this, the skill awarded does appear to hold some merit. Yet, since the skill cannot be upgraded with free skill points and can only be passively improved through confrontations, it seems somewhat superfluous to Liu Ming. The overarching environment of the NBA remains unchanged, and refereeing errors are, after all, rare occurrences. After all, who among the average populace would commit fouls as egregious as Hakamuras? Chapter 77. The Horn of Carnage sounds. As the game resumed, the Wizards initiated their offense. Westbrook assisted Beal, who scored a basket. Turning back, James dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Liu Ming. At that moment, the Wizards surprisingly opted to double-team Liu Ming. Liu Ming received the ball just beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle on the left side, poised to take a shot. Westbrook and Beal rushed towards him almost simultaneously. Liu Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he decisively passed the ball. Subsequently, due to his initiative in distributing the ball, he activated the passive enhancement effect of the King of Flash. Liu Ming, as a world-class sprinter in the 100 meters, possesses an unparalleled ability to execute unguarded sprints at extreme speeds, unmatched by any in the league. Consequently, he swiftly distanced himself from Westbrook and Beal, successfully maneuvering into an open space. Shortly thereafter, a teammate returned the ball to him. Liu Ming effortlessly executed a cut to score. What defines the small ball era? This is it. The defender's strategy of tight marking is a basic acknowledgement of top-tier shooters, yet their inadequate speed renders them helplessly chasing shadows. Consequently, the Wizards players can only watch as the basketball soars over their heads, again and again, with successive swishes echoing through the arena. The disheartening sound elicits a palpable despair etched across the faces of all present. The live commentary is filled with awe, continually marveling at Liu Ming's recent performances, which are nothing short of a visual spectacle. Since the Lakers trailed by 5 points, he has made an astounding 8 consecutive mid-range jumpers. This individual is akin to a mobile cannon. His off-ball movement is incredibly advantageous, almost unfair. Even the Wizards' home crowd cannot help but be astounded by Liu Ming's terrifying scoring efficiency. He is like a 100-meter sprinter. His speed is comprehensible. Yet, the accuracy of his mid-range shooting is astonishing, almost machine-like in precision. Henceforth, every time Liu Ming secures the ball, the hearts of the Wizards fans seem to leap into their throats. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ming appeared to be tireless, and his shooting seemed destined never to miss. His offensive prowess flowed like mercury, yielding scores with remarkable ease and efficiency. From the perspective of the Lakers, Liu Ming was an undeniable asset, amassing points while also facilitating assists for his teammates. Conversely, from the viewpoint of the Wizards, Liu Ming resembled a merciless scoring machine, prompting collective lamentations about the one-sided slaughter and its seemingly interminable nature. In the NBA live stream, the comments section brimmed with astonishment. Wow, Liu is single-handedly dominating the entire arena. He obliterates all who stand in his way. The speed and accuracy he displayed were utterly insurmountable. At that moment, I found myself less concerned with Liu Ming's individual scoring and more intrigued by LeBron James's assist tally. It felt as though, once the game concluded, every member of the Lakers would easily secure double digits. With Liu Ming on the court, I suddenly felt emboldened, as if I too could perform at such a level. The Lakers' reputation as a retirement home seemed firmly established. This match was undoubtedly an effortless victory, both lighthearted and exhilarating. As I spoke, I watched Liu Ming seize the ball once more. "Here he comes again," I exclaimed. "Doesn't he ever tire of scoring?" Admittedly, the spectacle of such a lopsided contest was lacking in allure, yet I found myself unable to tear my gaze away. When the final whistle blew, the scoreboard read 117 to 135, with the Lakers triumphing in a dominant fourth-quarter performance. Liu Ming completed the match with a remarkable total of 34 points, a perfect 10 for 10 in two-point attempts, 3 for 7 from beyond the arc, and 2 for 2 at the free-throw line, along with 3 rebounds, 3 steals, and 10 blocks. He truly single-handedly dismantled the Wizards. In stark contrast, his counterpart Rui Hachimura's performance was dismal. He ended the game scoreless, recording the lowest plus-minus of -21. Consequently, as the final buzzer sounded, Hachimura refrained from shaking hands or offering embraces, instead hastily retreating to the player tunnel with his head bowed. Witnessing this, Coach Brooks felt his spirits plummet. Losing a game is not the worst fate, but the true tragedy lies in a player's loss of confidence. At this moment, Hachimura seemed to have plunged into an abyss from which recovery may take a considerable time, if recovery were even possible at all. On the court, Wizards players approached their Lakers counterparts in camaraderie. Westbrook and Liu Ming exchanged jerseys, and with a half-joking tone, he remarked, "Liu, witnessing your performance makes me want to retire with the Lakers too." Liu Ming's gaze sharpened. What does Westbrook mean by this? Is he attempting to sow discord? The boss is right beside us. LeBron, however, remained unfazed. "Russell, are you serious? You know the Lakers have been fervently seeking a point guard who can alleviate some of my burdens." Liu Ming was slightly taken aback. It appeared that James was not jesting. Could it be that the Lakers were indeed preparing for a significant overhaul? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Ever since the Lakers had signed him at a remarkably low price, the team's strategic options had expanded, and their salary cap had suddenly become more robust. After all, he not only occupied the playing time of both KCP and Caruso, but had also driven their market value to unprecedented lows. As for Kuzma, his potential seemed to have reached its zenith over the past few years, with little progress in his defensive skills. Harrell's performance this season was, to put it mildly, disappointing. Thus, rather than allowing these players to languish on the Lakers roster, it might be more advantageous to trade them, potentially yielding a transformative outcome. Westbrook chuckled and teased. "I was joking. What would I go to the Lakers for? To join you and AD in a trio of poor shooters?" James chuckled while playfully patting Liu Ming on the shoulder, responding with unwavering certainty. "With Liu here, what do you have to fear, Russell?" This time, it was Westbrook who was left speechless. Indeed, if he were to join the Lakers, he would undoubtedly take on the role of the starting point guard, orchestrating the team seamlessly, thus liberating both James and Davis. Simultaneously, James was also an exceptional facilitator, capable of fluidly transitioning between positions 1 through 5. When James directed the offense, the glaring deficiency of Liu Ming and Davis's outside shooting could be compensated by Liu Ming's sharpshooting prowess, even if his three-point shooting occasionally faltered. Liu Ming possessed the individual skill to create substantial space for them. Given this perspective, it seemed that the championship ring was tantalizingly within reach. Noticing Westbrook deep in thought, James mischievously exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Ming. Liu Ming observed the depths of the NBA realm, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by its complexities. As he surveyed the court, the final whistle blew, prompting a wave of Wizards fans to begin their exodus. Yet, on the left side of the stands, a group of Chinese-American young women continued to fervently wave their signs, hoping to catch Liu Ming's attention. Liu Ming felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In a foreign land, nothing stirs one's emotions quite like the support of fellow compatriots. He raised his right hand and waved at them. The young women instantly became more exhilarated, enthusiastically calling Liu Ming's name in Chinese. At that moment, a staff member approached. "Liu, a reporter from Turner Network is coming over for an interview. Please be prepared." Chapter 78. Post-match interview with Maya Miyagawa. Turner Network is renowned in the basketball realm. Well known as TNT, although its scale and influence may not rival that of ESPN, it has left a profound impression on fans in the East due to its open court program and the allure of its female reporters. Among them, the one approaching Liu Ming for an interview was none other than the stunning Christine, the network's leading lady. Among the myriad of attractive female reporters in the NBA, Christine undoubtedly holds the top spot, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters and possessing the grace of a beauty queen. With her exquisitely charming face and captivating figure, she also boasts remarkable social skills. Outside the court, Christine enjoys close relationships with numerous NBA stars. For instance, LeBron James once affectionately kissed her. Interestingly, she was known as a staunch critic of LeBron prior to this. The thought of it is quite astonishing. Thus, from the outset, Liu Ming maintained an extraordinary level of focus. Despite just having played a game, he felt a heightened sense of urgency unlike any before. Beside him stood the remarkable magical Liu, who had just achieved a unique double-double in scoring and blocks. At Christine's subtle gesture, Liu Ming greeted the audience with a wave toward the camera. It must be said, the aura of this enchanting reporter was indeed formidable. In her high heels, she stood before Liu Ming, who measured 193 centimeters, exuding an air of confidence that showed no signs of intimidation. With a radiant smile, the beautiful reporter began her questioning. The excitement surrounding the Lakers games is always palpable, and this occasion was no exception. Liu, having secured such a victory, especially in a manner that silenced Hakamura's pre-match provocations. You must have derived immense enjoyment from this experience, wouldn't you agree? Liu Ming cast a glance at the exuberant blonde lady and remarked, "Victory in a match undoubtedly brings joy, for no one desires to suffer defeat, wouldn't you agree?" The pre-game declaration by Rue Hakamura, whether it constitutes a malicious provocation, remains undetermined. The league will certainly intervene to conduct an investigation. Should it be confirmed that there was indeed a malicious provocation, Hakamura could face a fine, or in severe cases, a suspension. However, until the investigation yields results, Liu Ming, as a party involved, must refrain from making any arbitrary statements, lest he incite the league's displeasure. It is evident that this is a trap, and Liu Ming must navigate around it. Christine, dissatisfied with his response, pressed on with a mischievous inquiry. "Liu, prior to this match, your comparison of the NBA to an amusement park sparked widespread discontent. Barkley even remarked that you would never score 30 points again, and should you achieve that, he would kiss a donkey's rear. Now that you have evidently triumphed, do you wish for him to fulfill his promise?" A subtle smile graced Liu Ming's face as he declared, "I trust Shaquille O'Neal." Kristen was momentarily taken aback, anticipating Liu Ming to seize the opportunity to mock Barkley. After all, it is commonly understood that being questioned prior to the game and subsequently proving one's critics wrong is a natural occurrence. This would have allowed her to craft an elaborate narrative upon her return. However, Liu Ming's response was unexpectedly astute. The statement, "I trust O'Neal," may initially appear disjointed. Yet upon deeper reflection, it reveals a profound truth. Who among us is unaware of the complex, tumultuous relationship between O'Neal and Barkley, who have engaged in both camaraderie and rivalry for decades? They are not only close friends but also playful adversaries, often exchanging barbs on air. Given O'Neal's playful nature, it would be unthinkable for him to miss the chance to jest at Barkley's expense. Moreover, O'Neal is a legendary figure in Lakers history, one of the architects of the illustrious Shaq and Kobe dynasty. As Liu Ming emerges as the promising talent of the Lakers, his expression of trust in his predecessors is entirely justifiable. This approach not only compels Barkley to fulfill his wager, but also mitigates any potential discontent among the fans. It is truly a masterstroke. With this in mind, Christine's esteem for Liu Ming has risen yet again. However, this suffices. After all, a journalist's pen wields more power than 1,000 Mauser rifles. Even the most meticulous responses prove futile, for the authority to interpret lies with you, while the power to guide rests with her. The media's relentless pursuit of trending topics has remained unchanged. "Liu, thank you for accepting the interview with TNT. And congratulations once again to the Lakers for their victory in this match," Christine concluded, promptly instructing the photographer to turn off the camera. Liu Ming had previously suffered at the hands of the media during the Asian competition. Observing the expression on the blonde goddess's face, he discerned the mischief brewing within her. Thus, he leaned closer to Christine's ear and whispered, "I truly admire Will's photographic style. When might I ask him to capture a portrait series for me? You know, once your baby arrives, he will likely be entirely preoccupied." Well, Takura is a photographer and musician, and it was through his work that he and Christine first crossed paths, leading to mutual admiration and ultimately matrimony. However, due to Christine's status as a public icon, they chose not to disclose their marriage for 2 years. Their personal lives will only be revealed to the public following the birth of their first child in January. Yet, in Liu Ming's memory, these events, having transpired once before, hardly qualify as secrets. Although such a revelation may lack decorum, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Liu Ming was also intimidated by these renowned journalists. Upon hearing this, Christine was momentarily taken aback. She then feigned a close embrace to bid farewell to Liu Ming, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear, How did you come to know? Liu Ming displayed a deliberately profound smile. For I am the magical Liu hailing from the enigmatic Eastern Kingdom. Christine gazed intently at Liu Ming's mischievous expression, and while revealing a sweet smile, she wittily remarked, "Indeed, quite remarkable." Liu Ming offered a warm smile, dismissing the blonde journalist, and then glanced around the sidelines. Typically, after each match, various media outlets dispatch reporters to conduct post-game interviews with players. However, it is customary for the most outstanding and talked about players to be prioritized by major outlets such as ESPN or TNT. Consequently, the remaining journalists often find themselves relegated to interviewing role players. Amidst this gathering of female reporters, Liu Ming's attention was drawn to a journalist possessing a strikingly elegant Eastern visage, who was evidently engaged in a heated dispute with a Lakers staff member. The cacophony of voices at the conclusion of the event, coupled with the distance, rendered Liu Ming unable to discern the specifics of their exchange. However, unable to stand idly by while a compatriot faced adversity, he took the initiative to approach. As a Chinese national in the West, he was acutely aware of the discrimination that prevailed. This sentiment was even more pronounced within the league, where domestic reporters were consistently assigned to the least favorable vantage points. During post-game interviews, they could only engage with lesser-known players, making it exceedingly rare to interview prominent stars. Yet, at this moment, Liu Ming lifted his chin, his face radiating confidence and an indomitable spirit, and expressed his willingness to accept her interview request. The Lakers staff member, taken aback by Liu Ming's words, responded with surprise, noting that typically, each player is assigned only one reporter for interviews. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with your interview? Multiple reporters are permitted to interview a player, provided the player consents. Liu Ming, exhibiting a gallant demeanor, shielded the female reporter behind him, nodding with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, I am willing to accept. Observing this, the staff deemed it inappropriate to voice further remarks, leaving Liu Ming face to face with the enchanting Oriental woman before him. Upon discerning the reporter's striking features, Liu Ming nearly bestowed upon himself a couple of resounding slaps. Alas, how careless of me. Is this not Maya Miyagawa? Chapter 79. You may continue to dislike. I shall remain unfazed. Maya Miyagawa is of mixed Dutch and Japanese descent. Her hybrid lineage grants her the captivating beauty of an Asian visage, complemented by a voluptuous figure that bears traces of Western heritage. Unlike her peers, Maya first ventured into the modeling world before being signed by a prominent agency, which subsequently led her to become a sideline reporter for the NBA's Golden State Warriors. Riding the coattails of the Warriors' success, Maya, with her sweet countenance and flawless physique, rapidly gained popularity, amassing a legion of admirers even in her home country. However, as the Warriors' dynasty came to an abrupt halt, Maya, who had accompanied the team for 3 years, also announced her departure. Yet, contrary to expectations, following the grand pause, Maya did not transition into the entertainment industry but instead aligned herself with the Washington Wizards, a team featuring Rui Hakamura. Hakamura is often likened to a real-life version of the character Sakuragi Hanamichi, while Maya Miyagawa, disregarding her age of over 30, could easily be perceived as the embodiment of Haruko Akiji. It is no wonder the Lakers staff displayed such peculiar expressions moments ago. Regrets aside, the tension in the air is palpable. Despite Liu Ming's reluctance, he could only begrudgingly acquiesce to the interview. Akiji Haruko, or rather, Miyagawa Maya was somewhat taken aback in Liu Ming's presence. She could not comprehend why Liu Ming would willingly accept her interview request. Yet, she clearly had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Liu Ming, she inquired, as a shooting guard for the Lakers, why do you find yourself matched up against Rui Hakamura, who plays as a power forward? Liu Ming curled his lips and remarked, I find it rather peculiar that as a track and field athlete, I have ventured into the realm of the NBA. Is it not strange to you? I can play from the point guard position to the center. What is there to question? Miyagawa Maya's eyes brightened, and she inquired, so, you consider yourself a versatile genius? Liu Ming was rendered speechless. Is it the affliction of journalists to dig pits for others? Why not switch careers to civil engineering, or even to the funeral industry? Why beat around the bush? Are you not simply eager to inquire whether I have a particular grievance against Hakamura? I can answer that directly. After a brief pause, Liu Ming raised his head defiantly and declared, Indeed, I have targeted him. Each time I encounter a player of his ilk, I shall ensure his performance is utterly stifled. Why would you act in such a manner? Mayu Miyagawa initially appeared shocked, but soon began to feign tears before the camera. Do you have any idea of the tremendous effort Hakamura has invested in securing his place in the NBA? Does your conscience not ache for such actions? Sighing, Liu Ming shook his head and then spoke earnestly, My actions are, in fact, for Hakamura's benefit, they are intended to impart a crucial lesson. Miyagawa, wiping away her non-existent tears, suddenly displayed her acting prowess. What is this lesson? Liu Ming extended his index finger and shook it, striving to convey. In the face of talent, hard work is rendered insignificant. Upon hearing this, Miyagawa's face flushed crimson, and genuine anger welled up. You, Liu Ming, are insufferably arrogant. I detest men like you, conceited and narrow-minded. Continue to harbor your disdain. I shall remain unwavering. Liu Ming nonchalantly shrugged and turned to leave. What an inflated sense of self-worth this was. Did the entire world revolve around him alone? What a farce it was to claim the title of the first beauty reporter from Neon. I am utterly unimpressed by such antics. In the wake of his departure, he heard the sarcastic remark from Gong Hamaya. Liu Ming, you shut out this one today, and that one tomorrow. With your prowess, why not join the national soccer team and lead us Neon to victory? At her words, Liu Ming stumbled momentarily, but continued on without looking back, hastening his exit. In the next match, the Lakers would host the Trailblazers at Staples Center. Consequently, the team had not booked a hotel in Washington and had flown back to Los Angeles overnight. By the time they arrived at the airport, it was already 6 o'clock the following morning. On such a morning, to lie in bed and indulge in a leisurely slumber until the sun rose high enough to cast warmth upon one, only to awaken in tranquility, was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Alas, ever since the NBA resumed its home and away format, the relentless torment of travel would persist for a considerable time, especially the grueling back-to-back away games, which were nothing short of a nightmare for the players. Nevertheless, such fatigue was of no concern to Liu Ming. The recovery of his elite physique was remarkably effective. After 5 hours of sleep on the plane, he not only felt invigorated but also sensed that his body was growing stronger by the day. However, despite the absence of a game today, Liu Ming did not rush to training immediately. Not long ago, Coach Yu had called to inform him that representatives from the sports administration had arrived in Los Angeles, undoubtedly to discuss matters of commercial development. Since Liu Ming's formidable rise in the Atlanta competition, not only numerous domestic brands but also international sports giants like Nike and Adidas had approached the Athletics Association, eager to secure him as their brand ambassador. Liu Ming had resolutely decided to maintain his distance, preferring not to profit from such associations. Yet, a modicum of social etiquette must still be observed. As Susi aptly put it, after all, these were representatives from the governing body of his homeland, representing an institution rather than individuals. There was no need for mutual hostility. After all, in business, if a deal does not materialize, integrity remains. Thus, Su deliberately reserved 3 luxurious suites at the Figueroa Hotel in advance, ensuring that his guests were treated to delightful food, drink, and entertainment, while momentarily setting aside other concerns to adopt a humble demeanor. The Figueroa Hotel, situated directly across from the vibrant Staples Center in Los Angeles, boasts a stylish design inspired by Spanish-Moroccan aesthetics, adorned with tropical foliage and antique furnishings of considerable elegance. This was Liu Ming's first experience in such an opulent establishment, despite his 2 lifetimes. Upon entering the lobby, one is transported to the enchanting and mysterious realms of Casablanca or scenes from an Indiana Jones film. The exquisite architectural style, concealed bar corridors, and exotic lobby create an atmosphere rich in visual splendor. Thanks to the unparalleled influence of the Lakers in vibrant Los Angeles, Liu Ming was immediately recognized upon stepping into the hotel lobby. The local fans were exuberant, eagerly requesting photographs and autographs. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was still early. Liu Ming specifically requested the hotel to arrange a set of tables and chairs on the outdoor terrace by the pool. The signing event continued until 8 o'clock, during which Liu Ming signed autographs to the point of exhaustion. After waiting for quite some time, he felt it was nearly time to leave, ensuring that his early arrival would not disrupt others' rest. Liu Ming, with a sense of regret, bid farewell to the fans and dialed the other party's number. Although Susi was occupied in Texas managing the gambling proceeds from their previous match, he had thoughtfully provided the contact information in advance. The team from the center was led by a director with the surname Zhao, whose voice suggested a youthful demeanor. However, the individual on the other end, possibly due to having just woken up, exhibited a rather ungracious attitude. Young people often keep late hours and rise late. Thus, Liu Ming, pinching his nose, chose to endure the inconvenience. Yet, the subsequent events proved to be quite vexing. He made his first call at 8:15, but by 9:30, there was still no sign of anyone emerging. Liu Ming subsequently made a second phone call, only to be met with an outright rejection. By 10 o'clock, His patience had worn thin. After an unsuccessful attempt to rouse the individual through the hotel front desk, he resigned himself to indifference. Without uttering a word, Liu Ming abruptly turned and departed. Chapter 80. I shall not sign this agreement. Upon arriving at the Lakers training facility, LeBron James was engaged in practicing free throws. Liu Ming felt a profound sense of reflection. The veteran, approaching his 40s this year, astonishingly maintains such vigor and vitality. In the grand tapestry of the NBA, he is indeed a rare gem. Yet, throughout this season, he frequently hears the word retirement from LeBron's lips. It is evident that the veteran is experiencing both physical and mental exhaustion. Given the Lakers' performance this season, coupled with their roster composition, their aspirations for the championship appear bleak. For LeBron, who has dedicated nearly 2 decades to the sport, the absence of championship prospects diminishes his motivation. However, ever since signing with the Lakers, he seems to have rekindled his zeal. After all, not only does he have a glimmer of hope for another championship, but he is also tantalizingly close to attaining the prestigious title of all-time scoring leader. More importantly, his son Bronny is poised to enter the NBA draft next season. The prospect of father and son competing on the grandest stage of basketball together is likely to be one of LeBron's most cherished moments as a parent. Upon seeing Liu Ming approach, LeBron immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, "Liu, my brother, you seem a bit downcast. Surely you haven't had the chance to watch the TNT show. I highly recommend you take some time to do so." Liu Ming shrugged his shoulders, asking if the court was open. O'Neal would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to prank Barkley. However, having just finished breakfast, I found myself utterly disinterested in the image of the Jazz kissing the rear of an animal. The dynamic duo of TNT's Big Shark and the Jazz are indeed a pair of lively characters. In their hosted program, they not only analyze players and games with a professional eye, but also frequently engage in banter and antics. This endears them not only to fans, but also to current NBA players who enjoy watching their exchanges. What a pity it is. LeBron was overjoyed, you know? When O'Neal had a staff member bring a pig onto the stage, the expression on Barkley's face was nothing short of spectacular. Ha ha ha, the Jazz kissed a pig's rear? Liu Ming was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the lengths these 2 seasoned veterans would go to for the sake of viewership. After sharing a hearty laugh, James turned to console Liu Ming, saying, "Brother, do not be overly concerned with the rumors circulating online. In the face of doubt and prejudice, all you need to do is deliver a series of splendid performances to counter their criticisms." Liu Ming listened to James's disjointed words of consolation, utterly perplexed. His enthusiasm for practicing basketball dwindled, and he opted instead to take out his phone and peruse social media comments. Consequently, Liu Ming's mood swiftly deteriorated. Given that the theme of this episode of TNT revolved around a yellow-skinned athlete from the East, it incited discontent and skepticism among certain netizens. They contended that TNT should not allocate resources to promote Asian players, particularly those from a country with differing ideologies. A faction of radical commenters even suggested that TNT had accepted illicit payments from Liu Ming. Indeed, the vitriol knows no borders. Keyboard warriors across the globe exhibit the same behavior. Initially, this backlash seemed manageable, especially with some allies within TNT itself. Lakers legend Shaquille O'Neal could be counted among them. And the host, Kristen, could be considered a partial ally. Their public endorsement of Liu Ming limited the damage inflicted by detractors. However, as the saying goes, one can evade the first day of the month but not the 15th. Following the broadcast of an interview with Maya Miyagawa by a few unscrupulous American media outlets, public opinion swiftly turned against him. There was no shortage of orchestrated narratives, with comments ranging from incredulity at his position on the court to dismissive remarks questioning his identity. Who did he think he was? The basketball gods Michael Jordan or LeBron James? If hard work is rendered inconsequential in the face of talent, then why did Kobe Bryant exert himself so tirelessly? Such arrogance from an athlete from the East is indeed rare. What was more disheartening was the scorn directed at a kind and beloved female figure, the national goddess Maya Miyagawa, which revealed a lack of character. To Liu Ming's astonishment, he even faced criticism from netizens in his homeland. He prided himself on his versatility. Why not rename himself Liu Capable? Useless. In response to Maya Miyagawa's jibes about Eastern football, why did Liu Ming not retaliate as a dominant player? His final stumble was merely a display for the show. Such an unashamed attitude, taking pride in what should be a source of shame, renders him unworthy of being called an athlete from the East. What does it come to? Renaming might be tolerable, but revoking one's nationality is another matter entirely. Had he known it would come to this, Liu Ming must have been out of his mind to willingly offer himself for an interview with Maya Miyagawa. Truly, He has brought misfortune upon himself. As for his subsequent stumble, heavens have mercy. Who could have anticipated that a single caustic remark from Maya Miyagawa would provoke the system to issue a series of unexpected bounty missions? Bounty Mission 1. Lead the national football team to victory in the World Cup, earning 100 free skill points. Bounty Mission 2. Guide the national team into the World Cup finals, securing 50 free skill points. Bounty Mission 3. Overcome the Neon team, gaining 10 free skill points. Though these bounty missions are timeless and bear no penalties. Witnessing the invaluable free skill points being dispensed as if they were mere cabbages reveals the true difficulty level assigned by the system. Yet, as if the heavens conspired against him, even more devastating news awaited Liu Ming. Susie suddenly called, delivering two pieces of unfortunate news. First, due to misplaced trust. The $7 million, comprised of both principal and gambling gains, from their last match had been misappropriated by an old acquaintance, Gary Lynch, in exchange for shares in Rising's company. This so-called Rising's company specializes in the manufacturing of survival shelters, essentially luxury bunkers in New Zealand for apocalyptic scenarios. Second, the official from the Domestic Sports Administration, Zhao, was not a director but rather a secretary to the formidable Director Li, indicating that he was not a friend but a foe, warranting utmost caution. Just as Liu Ming was beginning to feel overwhelmed after hanging up the phone, a security guard from the training center hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Liu, 3 individuals from the east have arrived, claiming to be your superiors. Initially, they wished to meet with you, but upon learning that LeBron was also training here, they insisted on coming in to inspect the facility." What the hell? Upon hearing this, Liu Ming felt utterly disheartened. Casting a glance at James, he promptly exclaimed in English, "Please do not allow them to enter. I shall step out at once." The official from the center, a haughty young man named Zhao, was accompanied by a manager from a domestic milk formula brand. Additionally, there was a lawyer named Tian, reportedly representing the company. As Liu Ming emerged, Zhao spoke with a sarcastic tone, "Liu Ming, what a grand star you are. Is it merely a matter of waiting a little longer?" Liu Ming, unyielding, promptly interrupted, stating, "Speak only if you have business, otherwise, be on your way." The expression on Zhao's face darkened immediately. "What attitude is this? I am here on behalf of the National Agricultural Management Center. Prior to my arrival, Director Li specifically instructed me to discuss a reconciliation with you." What nonsense! He is indeed aware that he represents the nation's image. Liu Ming could hardly suppress a laugh in his indignation. "Pray tell, how does Director Li intend for us to reconcile?" With a forced smile that barely masked his disdain, Zhao retrieved a stack of contracts from his briefcase and extended them towards Liu Ming. Liu Ming picked up the documents and glanced through them. The first was a thin stack of papers outlining a contract for commercial development authorization, devoid of any specified term. Should Liu Ming affix his signature, he would be granting the center full authority over his future commercial endeavors starting the very next day. The second document was a spokesperson contract from a milk powder company, with a total endorsement fee of 12.5 million yuan, yet its duration extended over 5 years, calculated annually. This amounted to 2 million in cash plus an additional 500,000 in sports equipment sponsorship. The signing date had already been predetermined. If Liu Ming were to sign, this contract would come into effect immediately. A quintessential example of insider trading. An absolute maneuver. Is this what Director Li refers to as the terms of reconciliation? Upon accurately discerning the name of the milk powder company, Liu Ming's expression soured considerably. "Then go back and inform him that I shall not sign this contract." Chapter 81. The Doomsday Bunker, care to explore? Setting aside the possibility of hidden conspiracies within, the insult of a price at 2,500,000 for the year is already sufficient. Furthermore, the mere association with this brand name would preclude Liu Ming from entering into any agreement with them. Sanlu, in this timeline, has the melamine scandal yet to unfold? Liu Ming, it would be prudent to contemplate your words before speaking. Zhao, the officer, narrowed his eyes, veiled menace evident in his demeanor. Liu Ming shook his head, resolutely declaring, "I have made my decision. I shall not sign." At that moment, Manager Wang and Lawyer Tian exchanged glances, their expressions remaining composed. Ever since Liu Ming had picked up the contract, they had been keenly observing him. When Liu Ming hastily turned past the page detailing the remuneration, they had already discerned his answer from his demeanor. Individuals of their caliber possess an exceptional ability to read subtle cues. In stark contrast stood Officer Zhao, who appeared utterly astonished. He believed that not only should Liu Ming sign immediately, but he ought to express profound gratitude as well. This was due to the contract's effective date being in the past. With directly mediating, they could easily exploit the loopholes within the central policy. Liu Ming could potentially retain the entire sum without needing to share it with the Tian Association or the Tian Management Center. Thus, his tone unconsciously intensified as he sternly inquired, "Why do you refuse to sign? Do you find the compensation insufficient? This amount is 5 million. Do you comprehend how many individuals go through their entire lives without amassing such wealth? Is this sum not substantial?" Liu Ming began. "I have signed a 2-year contract with the Lakers, totaling $18.5 million. At this moment, Manager Wang interjected, "Liu Ming, the annual sum of $2.5 million is based on our company's meticulous cost analysis and is undoubtedly reasonable. After all, you are not an Olympic champion." Liu Ming shook his head, stating that after the Tokyo Olympics, he would be ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Zhao retorted, "What are you joking about? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for individuals of Asian descent to claim the title of 100-meter champion? How incredibly challenging it is." Liu Ming regarded the Officer Zhao with a bemused expression, questioning whether achieving a time of 9:81 seconds was insufficient, while inquiring if a time of 9:08 seconds would suffice. Nearby, Manager Wang cast a glance at Lawyer Tian and swiftly shifted the conversation. "In truth, this is merely a preliminary contract, and we can certainly incorporate additional clauses. For instance, if you secure the gold medal in the 100-meter dash at this year's Doha World Championships, we would be pleased to offer you a supplementary cash incentive. Similarly, should you triumph at the Tokyo Olympics, our company would also be inclined to provide you with a monetary reward. These supplementary conditions are open for further negotiation. Please be assured that our Sanlu Group holds genuine intentions toward you, and our esteemed lifelong honorary chairwoman, Ms. Tian, holds you in high regard." Liu Ming nodded politely and then, without hesitation, inquired, "Are you referring to Ms. Tian Wenhua?" "Indeed. Do you happen to know her already?" Manager Wang asked. "I do not." Liu Ming spoke up, however. "I believe she will call you after a while." Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, Lawyer Tian, who had remained silent until then, suddenly furrowed his brow. Yet, Liu Ming had already turned back towards the training center, leaving the 3 individuals outside to exchange bewildered glances with the security guard. Just as Liu Ming had predicted, half an hour later, Lawyer Tian's phone rang. After ending the call, Lawyer Tian turned to Officer Zhao and remarked, "It seems this contract still requires refinement. We shall postpone the signing. Old Wang, please book me the earliest flight back home. You may stay here and enjoy a few more days with Officer Zhao." Officer Zhao naturally perceived that Lawyer Tian's mention of contract amendments was likely a mere pretext, and the signing of the endorsement for Sanlu appeared to be in jeopardy. However, with the CEO of Sanlu having spoken, he found himself unable to contest the decision, as such matters were beyond his purview. Ultimately, he conceded, "All right, but I will report this to directly." To be candid, had it not been for Ms. Tian's explicit admission, Liu Ming would not have anticipated that in this timeline, Sanlu had transformed into a private enterprise after its restructuring. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the food safety in Donghua and the countless infants and their families affected by the Sanlu milk powder incident. In summary, where there is a flaw, it must be rectified. Where there is none, one should strive for improvement. In this matter, Liu Ming could not remain an idle observer. His superior, James, noticed Liu Ming's distracted demeanor upon his return and set the basketball down, asking, "Liu, have you encountered some difficulties?" Liu Ming raised his hands and said, "Boss, are you interested in learning about the Doomsday Bunker project?" James, taken aback by Liu Ming's lament regarding his investment in Risings, found himself momentarily speechless. James's influence has forged friendships with numerous business magnates and successful individuals across various domains, including the likes of Warren Buffett and Tiger Woods. Among successful entrepreneurs, the exchange of commercial intelligence is commonplace, and combined with James's astute investment instincts, he has made numerous profitable investments to date. For instance, during Fenway Sports' acquisition of Liverpool FC in 2011, a friend within the consortium encouraged James to invest. Consequently, he invested $6.5 million for a 2 stake. Soon after, Liverpool's performance surged, culminating in 2 consecutive appearances in the UEFA Champions League finals, ultimately securing both the Premier League and Champions League titles. The value of Liverpool soared, and James's stake appreciated to an impressive $45 million. Consider the case of Beats, the headphone brand that initially approached James when it was merely a fledgling startup with little recognition and scant investment. Not only did James endorse Beats, but he also became a shareholder. His endorsement proved highly effective, as he consistently donned Beats headphones during NBA appearances. As a result, Beats gained immense popularity and was ultimately acquired by Apple for $3 billion, yielding James a profit of at least $30 million. Furthermore, after declining a sponsorship contract with McDonald's in 2015, James invested $1 million in Blaze Pizza, a burgeoning pizza chain in the United States, while also assuming the role of its spokesperson. By 2019, Blaze Pizza's revenues soared to approximately $400 million, establishing it as the second-largest pizza chain in the country. And James reaped at least $10 million in returns from this venture. Thus, for LeBron, renowned for his business acumen, such ventures have only solidified his reputation as a commercial prodigy. Liu Ming's investment is utterly nonsensical. Hey, brother, let us forego practice today. I will take you to a place that might bring you some joy. James did not specify the destination. He merely tossed over a set of keys to a Porsche 918. With the commotion surrounding recent events, Liu Ming naturally lost his motivation to practice. Following his leader for some merriment seemed quite agreeable. Unlike Harden, James is discreet in his personal affairs. Thus, Liu Ming is at least spared the anxiety of being photographed without his consent. Otherwise, if gossip were to reach Susie's ears, it would spell considerable trouble. Chapter 82. The Premier League Giants. The Egyptian god of war. Pasadena Rose Bowl, Los Angeles suburbs. Liu Ming gazed in bewilderment at James, who had just parked the car. Boss, are you really bringing me here for amusement? James paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brother, where did your mind wander off to? Compared to spending money, earning heaps of dollars brings far greater joy. What dollars are we discussing? Wasn't it promised that we would encounter golden-haired, voluptuous beauties? I have already shed my trousers. And now you expect me to play soccer? Although the reward for the bounty task issued by the system was rather enticing, and I had the king of competition system backing me, what caliber of football does the Eastern nation possess? They have been languishing at the bottom for decades without any sign of improvement. Furthermore, they have willingly chosen to remain dormant. It must be insanity that leads me to contemplate engaging in a 1-on-21 match on the green field. Liu Ming felt a surge of indignation. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss to refute James' words. It is worth noting that the individual across from him was none other than the ultimate bachelor, who was even reluctant to part with his own resources. The sole pursuit of this man's life was the accumulation of wealth. The Liverpool team was currently engaged in summer training, preparing not only for a friendly match against the LA Galaxy but also for the forthcoming Guinness Champions Cup, where they would face Manchester City at Yankee Stadium in New York. Thus, John Henry, that old rascal, was undoubtedly involved. James, draping his arm around Liu Ming's shoulder, remarked, "My friend, as a partner of Fenway Sports, I possess a significant opportunity to recommend you to them." Liu Ming was utterly perplexed. "What are you suggesting I do?" "My friend, to be candid, ever since I invested in Rising's company, I have become a pauper. Please refrain from mentioning that cursed Doomsday Bunker Company again." James waved his hand dismissively, stating that your financial struggles are merely temporary. With your talent, it won't be long before you elevate your market value through a few more matches, and subsequently, you can effortlessly secure some endorsements. Liu Ming chuckled nonchalantly, jesting, "Boss, we in the Eastern Kingdom have an old saying, those who do not foresee distant troubles will inevitably face imminent woes. Just look at how terrifying the RNA pandemic is. Have you truly considered acquiring a luxurious bunker in beautiful New Zealand to prepare for the end times?" James retorted, "Stop trying to sell me your absurd doomsday bunker." Liu replied earnestly, "The Fenway Company, dedicated to sports, has suffered tremendously under the pandemic's paralyzing grip. They must surely be seeking new partners to invest. Now is the opportune moment to seize this chance." Liu Ming shrugged his shoulders, conceding, "All right, once I earn some money, I shall not forget to present you with a top-notch doomsday bunker." Under the weight of annoyance, James donned his sunglasses and strode into the arena ahead. Within the arena, a bearded man clad in the red jersey bearing the number 11 awaited him. It was evident that James and he shared a close friendship. After exchanging warm embraces, James pulled Liu Ming closer and introduced him, saying, "Liu, this is my dear brother, Mohammed Salah, the star player of Anfield, hailing from the ancient land of Egypt, famously known as the Pharaoh." Liu Ming swiftly extended his hand, intending to utter a greeting of admiration. However, he found that the phrase lacked an elegant English equivalent. Instead, he opted for a self-introduction. "I am Liu Ming from the Eastern Kingdom." In his previous life, he had not been particularly invested in football. Yet he had certainly heard the illustrious names of various star players while indulging in spirited conversations with friends over drinks. Nevertheless, mere familiarity often led to awkwardness when names failed to align with their real-life counterparts. Across from him, Sulla smiled heartily. clasping Liu Ming's hand to his chest before enveloping him in a warm embrace. "I know you, the marvelous Liu, the sensational rising star of the NBA." Liu Ming listened as the bearded man spoke the words rising star in a peculiar Cantonese accent, feeling an odd sense of dissonance yet simultaneously a profound familiarity. Just as the pleasantries began, the business manager from Fenway approached. Aside from being a prominent figure in the basketball realm, LeBron James is also a minor shareholder, making personal attention a necessity. However, upon seeing Liu Ming, the manager's expression faltered, and he quickly pulled LeBron aside to whisper a few words. After a brief moment, LeBron returned and said, "Liu, there has been a slight hiccup. In a moment, I'll accompany him to meet John. You and Sulla can explore the court for now." He then patted Sulla's shoulder, adding, "Please take good care of our rising star." With that, he left with the business manager, leaving Sulla and Liu Ming behind. Liu Ming inquired of Sulla, "My friend, how is it that you speak Cantonese?" Sulla appeared quite conversational, since Jurgen Klopp took charge of the team. "Every year we partake in overseas summer training, either here or in Hong Kong. Come, allow me to take you to the stadium for a glimpse. After all, football is the world's foremost sport. The Premier League is indeed the most lucrative league globally." Liu Ming gazed pensively at the figures racing around the Pasadena Rose Bowl, then glanced at the major media outlets stationed at the sidelines, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. In the global ranking of the 20 most valuable sporting events, the FIFA World Cup reigns supreme. The top 5 European leagues also occupy prominent positions, while the NBA finds itself languishing at the bottom. This clearly illustrates the profound global resonance of football. My dear friend, I truly envy you Egyptians, with a world-class forward like you leading the charge. I am certain your national team will achieve remarkable success in the next World Cup. It's a matter of collective effort. Seizing the moment, Liu Ming decided to subtly inquire about the opinions of experts within the football community. He aimed to assess the difficulty of several lucrative tasks and evaluate the potential for success with the assistance of the competitive king system. Winning the World Cup is undoubtedly out of the question, a mere fantasy. It sounds more like a jest. However, emerging from the qualifiers and advancing to the World Cup finals is not without precedent for the Eastern national team, albeit it has happened only once in history. Oh, by the way, I am merely asking out of curiosity. Liu Ming considers himself to be resolute in all matters, save for one. His head is not as steadfast. Despite the enticing rewards offered by the system, he is unequivocally certain that he will not partake in football. Indeed, I find myself merely lingering at the periphery. Oh, Liu. Football is a sport played by 11 individuals. To discuss personal skill in isolation from the collective is utterly devoid of meaning. Sulla shook his head. Although Egypt stands as one of the preeminent teams in the annals of African football, having secured 7 championships, 2 runner-up positions, and 3 third-place finishes in the Africa Cup. Historically, we have only advanced to the World Cup finals on 3 occasions, in 1934, 1990, and 2018, each time falling short in the group stages. Thus, while I possess ample confidence, the extent to which Egypt can progress remains uncertain. It is conceivable that even qualifying for the finals may elude us. Upon hearing this, Liu Ming wore a perplexed expression. With a world-class forward like Sulla on the national team, the difficulty of even qualifying for the finals is evident. For a team like Donghua, with lesser individual and collective strength, the outlook appears bleak. It seems that the current offensive strategy, centered around a singular forward, may ultimately yield nothing more than a solitary point. So, my friend, can you analyze whether our Donghua team has any hope of triumphing over the Neon team? You are aware that although Donghua has not defeated Neon in nearly 2 decades, the fans have never been completely subdued by their rivals. Sulla smiled softly. The allure of football lies in its inherent unpredictability. Throughout the history of the sport, instances of the underdog triumphing over the favored are not uncommon. Therefore, one could certainly assert that there is hope, for in competitive sports, anything is possible. However, while it is commendable to aspire for miracles and strive towards them, it is wholly unnecessary to take such miracles for granted. Liu Ming shrugged his shoulders, expressing that as long as there is hope, it suffices. What exactly does he mean? This time, Sulla contemplated for an extended period. The East Country team is not weak, but they lack the tenacity and fighting spirit on the field. A pragmatic approach would be to focus on solid defense in the first half, aiming to either concede no goals or minimize the damage. In the second half, they could intensify their efforts in midfield and attack, hoping to embrace a stroke of luck. Must they solely anchor in defense and await the arrival of fortune? Liu Ming gazed at the figures sprinting across the verdant field, his eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that the system desires him to become a defender? Would he play as a left back, a center back, or perhaps a right back? It seems unlikely. Chapter 83. Do you Easterners also play football? Even if it is merely for training. Liu Ming could still perceive the professionalism within the arena. The players of Liverpool were diligently executing a series of training regimens under the guidance of their coach. Firmino. What are you slacking off for? Having returned from vacation, you seem to be acting like a delicate flower. Have you spent all your energy on frivolities? Milner. What on earth are you doing? I understand you're 35 now, but don't you yearn to lift the coveted Champions League trophy once more? Have your legs given out on you? A loud voice on the sidelines caught Liu Ming's attention. Was this figure, known as the normal one, the coach Klopp? Unfortunately, Liu Ming misjudged, as the name did not align with the reality. Klopp typically refrained from overseeing training matters. At this moment, he sat quietly in a corner, observing the recovery states of each player. The one shouting commands was his partner and assistant, the first team coach, Linders. John, prepare Adrian and Kelleher. As per our usual custom. The outcome of the penalty shootout will determine who starts in the next warm-up match, Linders instructed the goalkeeping coach of Liverpool in a booming voice. Noticing Liu Ming's puzzled expression as he watched the field, Sulla explained, Alisson's father tragically drowned, and he has rushed back to Brazil to attend to family matters. Consequently, Adrian and Kelleher are vying for the position of starting goalkeeper in Liverpool's upcoming match against LA Galaxy. Liu Ming was suddenly jolted back to reality. Alisson? This name was undoubtedly familiar to him, yet he found himself momentarily unable to recall who it was. Liu, you truly do not know Alisson Becker? Sulla exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Over the course of 3 years in the Champions League, Liverpool had suffered twice due to their goalkeeper's blunders, and the fans had come to regard this final bastion as the Achilles heel of the team. It was not until the arrival of Brazil's premier goalkeeper, Alisson Becker, that the Reds finally soared to new heights at Anfield, claiming the pinnacle of the Premier League. Such is the significance of a goalkeeper? A sudden glimmer of insight flashed through Liu Ming's mind, as if he were on the verge of grasping something significant, yet upon reflection, it felt as though he had seized nothing at all. Sulla, come forward to take the penalty, Linders called out, gesturing for Adrian, positioned before the goal, to prepare himself. All right, coach, Sulla replied, offering Liu Ming an apologetic smile. Liu, why don't you find a place to sit for a moment? Once I finish taking the penalty, I will show you around. Brother, you focus on your task. Liu Ming nodded in understanding, then surveyed his surroundings, intentionally steering clear of the flurry of cameras and equipment along the sidelines, ultimately choosing a spot nestled within the media's blind spot. As he strolled towards a corner behind the goal, he soon discovered a scruffy-looking man with glasses had already taken refuge there. The two exchanged glances and nodded at one another, though in truth, neither was familiar with the other. Liu Ming was blissfully unaware that the disheveled man dressed in sports attire, resembling a middle-aged version of Harry Potter, was none other than the renowned German maestro, the champion coach of the Red Army, Jurgen Klopp. The tales of Klopp's remarkable exploits were primarily gleaned by Liu Ming through the anecdotes of a dear friend from a past life, who, despite not sharing his fate, offered him a wealth of knowledge. For instance, during Klopp's tenure as a player for Mainz, he assumed the managerial reins before his retirement, successfully elevating a club that had never known affluence to the grand stage of the Bundesliga. Under his stewardship, this seemingly makeshift team astonishingly secured a place in the UEFA Europa League. Furthermore, upon taking charge of the financially troubled Borussia Dortmund, Klopp showcased his acumen and frugality, unearthing talents like Shinji Kagawa, Marco Reus, Nuri Sahin, and Robert Lewandowski, crafting the most fearsome attacking lineup in the Bundesliga with a remarkably modest budget. Additionally, his unique persona was highlighted by his infamous outbursts at referees and his cheeky remark in the presence of Cristiano Ronaldo, declaring that the only selfie on his phone was one with Lionel Messi, a testament to his endearingly low emotional intelligence that nonetheless revealed his true character. Paradoxically, this seemingly flawed coach was the one who molded the audacious Liverpool squad, a team of superstars who defied superstition and skepticism alike. In summary, the assessment of Klopp from Liu Ming's friend could be encapsulated in 8 words: passionate and discerning. On the pitch, as Sulla faced Adrian in a penalty shootout, Adrian managed to save only 1 out of 10 attempts, albeit inadvertently directing the ball into the net due to a miscalculation. Yet, compared to the subsequent showdown between Maine and Kelleher, Adrian had already triumphed. The young Liverpool goalkeeper, Kelleher, was undeniably too inexperienced as he dramatically floundered through the 10 penalties, resembling a masterful performance of a clumsy actor. This was not merely a case of butterfingers. Kelleher had succumbed to a complete failure in anticipation. In the corner, only Liu Ming, who stood nearby, caught the disgruntled murmurs of the elder in German. One Carius has fallen, and two Carius have risen. Liu Ming had certainly heard of the name Carius through the lips of his friends. It was said that during that fateful Champions League final, Liverpool had seemingly succumbed to the hands of the goalkeeper known as Loris Karius. Alongside him, a trending phrase had emerged, referring to a colossal blunder. As Liu Ming sat there, his perspective was rather unique. During the recent penalty saves by the two goalkeepers, he involuntarily placed himself in the role of the keeper. With his keen insight and the enhancement of his reflexes, he nearly anticipated the trajectory of every shot. Thus, when an elderly gentleman beside him uttered a rather mundane critique, Liu Ming couldn't help but murmur in agreement in German, acknowledging that the saves were indeed lackluster. However, this seemingly innocuous agreement ignited the temper of the eccentric and irascible gentleman. He expressed his disdain for those who, lacking knowledge of the game, stood on the sidelines criticizing the players, challenging them with a retort, "If you think you can do better, then go ahead." Faced with the gentleman's reproach, Liu Ming, caught off guard and genuinely perplexed, thought to himself how absurd it was that he was being reprimanded after merely echoing a sentiment. It felt as if the rules of discourse favored the powerful while silencing the common man. Encountering such a level of absurdity, Liu Ming couldn't help but retort, "I would. And I would certainly perform better than you." To his surprise, the irate gentleman became even more incensed. He turned to Liu Ming and inquired, "Are you Japanese or South Korean?" Liu Ming nearly spat in the face of the uncle, clarifying with conviction, "I do not change my name or alter my surname. I am Liu Ming of Donghua." "Liu Ming? I beg your pardon, but I have never heard of such a name." The irascible uncle, upon hearing this, scoffed with disdain. "Ah, so you hail from that infamous football wasteland. No wonder your verbal prowess is formidable. Alas, my little temper seems unable to subdue you." Liu Ming's eyes were tinged with red. "Oh, you people from the Eastern nation can play football too?" Unexpectedly, the uncle turned around with a sinister smile. In the next moment, Liu Ming saw him rise to his full height and, facing the direction of the pitch, clapped his hands, signaling everyone to halt. Here stood an oblivious Eastern individual, mocking our Liverpool's penalty-taking prowess. Chapter 84, Japanese national player, Takumi Minamino. Coach, Liu is LeBron's friend, a star of the Lakers. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Among the players on the Liverpool field, Sulla was the first to react, hurriedly jogging over. "Liu, what happened? How could the coach say such a thing?" "Brother, hold on a moment. Is he the Liverpool coach?" Liu Ming gazed at the irritable man, a profound sense of resentment gnawing at him. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jurgen Klopp, the esteemed manager of Liverpool. In a certain sense, these players are akin to my disciples. Thus, it seems only fitting for them to represent me in this wager against you. Surely, that is not an unreasonable request?" The irritable man, at this moment, blossomed with delight. "Are you not that recently celebrated basketball star from the East? Very well, I shall not take advantage of you. If, as the goalkeeper, you manage to touch the football even once, I shall concede this wager in your favor." Ding. A bounty task has been issued. Bounty task 4, vigorously counter Klopp through tangible action, earning 5 free skill points. In the face of this scenario, in Liu Ming's heart, it felt as though 1,000 wild steeds were galloping past. It turned out that the scruffy man before him was none other than the infamous Uncle Jia. Indeed, the moniker was well-deserved. His character was as lacking as the rumors suggested. However, Liu Ming was no ordinary individual. Ever since his reincarnation and the acquisition of the formidable champion system, he had never been one to shy away from challenges. Whether soft or hard, he simply would not yield to intimidation. Moreover, the system had issued a bounty quest. What more was there to contemplate? If there was discontent, he would confront it head-on, indifferent to life and death. So, without further ado, let the battle commence. Liu Ming has already freed himself from Sulla's benevolent tug, holding his head high as he strides towards the goal. "Insult me if you must, but disparage my China, and that I cannot abide. Today, even if it costs me dearly, I shall stand my ground against you. Sulla, fetch him a pair of gloves." Klopp gazes at Liu Ming with an expression of bewilderment, cautioning him not to return to us with an injury to his hand after this. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ming's expression darkens slightly as he swiftly locates the king of goalkeeper saves skill within the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he expends a free skill point to elevate it by 1 level. King of goalkeeper saves, beginner under the condition of successful anticipation. The success rate for saving high balls rises to 70. Witnessing Liu Ming's unwavering determination, Sulla, too preoccupied with his own silent lament, quickly interjects. Liu, do not rush into it. Be sure to warm up your wrist beforehand, or you will surely sustain an injury. It's fine, Sulla. Klopp, relishing the spectacle, chimes in with a sharp retort, suggesting that Liu Ming may very well not even make contact with the ball. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ming could not help but feel an intensifying anger. Without further ado, he resolved to make a decisive comeback. The king of saves, intermediate under the premise of successful anticipation, the save rate for high balls and low drives rises to an impressive 75. While Liu Ming was warming up on the sidelines, the astute coach cast a discerning gaze over the Liverpool players, ultimately landing on the number 18 forward, Takumi Minamino. It's your turn to take the penalty, he instructed. Minamino nodded enthusiastically. Certainly, coach. I shall make that arrogant individual from the East pay dearly. At the end of 2019, the Japanese star Takumi Minamino signed a contract with Liverpool for a duration of 4.5 years. To secure this forward, who donned the number 9 jersey for the Japanese national team, Liverpool paid a staggering $7.25 million in release fees. In recent years, the title of Asia's premier active footballer has consistently belonged to South Korean superstar Son Heung-min of Tottenham. Yet, many Asian football enthusiasts believe that the young talent from Japan, Takumi Minamino, will soon challenge Son's esteemed position. The hopes of his homeland rest heavily upon him, while other Liverpool players may be indifferent. The rivalry between Minamino and Liu Ming is particularly intense. Recently, on the athletic field, it was this East Asian who made a triumphant return, humiliating the Japanese team and dethroning them from their dominant position. In a recently concluded NBA match, it was again this East Asian who emerged victoriously, ruthlessly silencing the hopes of Japanese basketball. Thus, the prospect of being chosen by the coach to confront Liu Ming and restore pride for Japan nearly brought Minamino to tears of joy. The coach smiled, his gaze towards Minamino imbued with encouragement, and then, in the most mundane tone, he delivered a stern warning. If you fail, the club will loan you to Southampton. What? Minamino was momentarily taken aback, then silently clenched his fists. Hey, coach, I will not let you down. Liu Ming cast a glance at the disheartened Uncle Ja, then turned to the spirited Takumi Minamino. With no other recourse, he opted for a conservative approach. The king of saves, under the condition of successful anticipation. The save success rate rises to 80. The journalists at the sidelines initially paid little heed to the unfolding drama on the pitch. But as Liu Ming donned his gloves and took position in goal, while the Japanese international Minamino stood at the penalty spot, their excitement was palpable, as if they were ready to invoke the name of the divine. What a spectacle! Absolutely riveting. Minamino preparing to take the penalty. With none other than the sensational Liu in goal, an extraordinary collision of talents. It was undoubtedly the highlight of the day. Oh my! Who would have imagined such a momentous event unfolding today? I am truly fortunate. Whereas the cameraman? For heaven's sake, focus the lens on Liu Ming. If you miss the shot, I assure you, even Jesus himself couldn't save you. The media thrives on generating buzz to drive traffic. These individuals, akin to flies drawn to light, can stir a tempest even in the absence of wind. Today's sensational drama is simply too enticing to overlook. With minimal editing, it could easily grace the front page of today's sports section. Missing it would be a grave error. Observing the media swarm like buzzing insects, Uncle Jean nodded in satisfaction. As Liverpool's head coach, his role extended beyond securing victories. He also needed to leverage the spectacle to benefit the team. After all, heightened attention often facilitates the club's commercial endeavors. As the cameras turned their lenses upon him, Liu Ming let out a silent sigh. Although the reward for this task was substantial, it seemed far from easy to attain. The king of saves, specialization with successful anticipation. The save success rate rises to 85. The king of reactions, specialization significantly enhances the body's rapid response to all stimuli. There was no escape. The situation was indeed pressing. And not only was Minamino under pressure, but Liu Ming began to feel the weight of nervousness as well. Liu, are you ready? Uncle Jean inquired amiably in English. Let us do this. Liu Ming beckoned to Takumi Minamino with a casual wave of his hand, deliberately feigning indifference, though his mind was already intensely focused. He had already invested 5 precious skill points. If he were to fail, it would indeed be a grievous loss. At the penalty spot, Takumi Minamino glanced at Liu Ming, clad in jeans and a shirt, then looked at himself, dressed in cleats and a jersey. Before he even took the penalty, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been so caught up in excitement moments ago, but now, upon reflection, he realized the disparity in their abilities. What glory was there in defeating an opponent of such lesser caliber? However, the thought of losing was simply unacceptable. No, how could I possibly lose? Chapter 85. A divine reaction guarding the goal. Here it comes. Takumi Minamino took a deep breath, made a two-step run-up, and launched a powerful shot that soared towards the right side of the goal. What a splendid strike! Onlookers, including the coach, nodded in approval. This kick was indeed of high quality, and the force was palpable. Clearly, this 24-year-old had not been idle during the holidays. The shot was decent. As Takumi Minamino watched the ball spin rapidly towards the goal, he felt a sense of relief. He had kicked it at a speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, a feat even a professional goalkeeper would struggle to intercept. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he stood there, wide-eyed in shock, as he witnessed Liu Ming clutching the ball tightly in his arms. Oh, that hurt. Although Liu Ming successfully grasped the ball, it was far from a pleasant experience. Utilizing his exquisite reflexes, he accurately anticipated the direction of Takumi Minamino's shot from the moment the latter struck the ball, ultimately managing to secure it. However, upon catching it, the ball continued to spin rapidly due to inertia. For a brief moment, Liu Ming felt as though he might lose his grip. He was compelled to press down hard on the ball and brace it against his abdomen. Stealthily lifting his gaze, he noticed that the experience bar for his passive skill, Master of Cross-Training, had indeed surged by approximately 3 points. Thank goodness he wore gloves. Otherwise, he surely would have sustained an injury. Nevertheless, Liu Ming was confident that he would not find himself in such a predicament again. Upon reflection, he realized that if he had merely exerted a bit of force to guide and cushion the ball, he could have easily managed to hold onto it. Yet, one must wonder if there would be another shot. With this thought, Liu Ming suddenly turned his attention to Klopp. The renowned coach had publicly stated that merely touching the ball once would signify victory for him. Such a distinguished figure in the world of football would surely not be one to go back on his word. However, why had the system alert for completing the bounty task yet to sound? Meanwhile, Klopp was utterly astonished. How could this be? His shock stemmed not from Liu Ming's perfect block during the initial save, but from the unmistakable moment he witnessed as the ball soared away. Liu Ming seemed to possess an almost prophetic instinct, moving toward the ball's trajectory. Indeed, he moved toward it. Then, he reached out and caught the ball, holding it tightly. If this were not mere fortune, it indicated that this young man from the East possessed remarkably exceptional predictive reflexes. No, it was more fitting to say he had elite predictive reflexes. Once more, Klopp gestured for Liu Ming to throw the ball to Takumi Minamino. As he was eager to see what would unfold next, Liu Ming exclaimed, "How foolish I am. The opponent is that scoundrel, and deceit is ingrained in his very essence. However, I cannot afford to confront him just yet, for the system notification has yet to arrive. Impulsiveness is the devil. If it comes again, so be it." With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Liu Ming, filled with resentment, hurled the ball with precision while his gaze remained fixated on the scoundrel. Meanwhile, Takumi Minamino, ensnared in shock, numbly positioned the ball at the penalty spot, his back now pressed against the towering figure. Have I truly been so fortunate? Am I to lose so swiftly? On the other side, Sulla raised his thumb high in approval towards Liu Ming, exclaiming loudly, "Well done, Liu. You not only made contact with the ball, but your save was exceptionally executed." Yet, the scoundrel paid no heed to Sulla's words. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, readying himself. Due to Minamino's overwhelming anxiety, he was taut with tension. Before Liu Ming could give a nod, he executed a delicate chip shot, sending the ball soaring. Though the speed was modest, the angle was remarkably cunning, targeting the upper right corner of the goal. What defines a dead angle? It is that point which the goalkeeper cannot reach. Both Minamino and the scoundrel, along with the watching Liverpool players, formed their own judgments. Yet, in the next instant, everyone erupted in admiration. Nice. The football did not obey expectations by finding the net. Instead, it veered away from the goal at an unforeseen velocity. This shot was thwarted. The individual known as Liu Ming merely took a step to the left, leapt, and with a powerful fist, he dismantled that high-quality attempt at the dead angle. An exquisite save. Let us have another. The scoundrel could not help but exclaim in admiration. Klopp, raised in a traditional German household, had honesty deeply etched into his character. Liu Ming's save was indeed executed beautifully and deserves encouragement and admiration. Liu Ming immediately responded with a dismissive laugh. The football once again found its way to Takumi Minamino's feet. However, something seemed amiss with Minamino. His consecutive attempts on goal were thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper's remarkable saves, indicating that Liu Ming was far from an inexperienced keeper. Even world-class goalkeepers could not possess such superior anticipation and reflexes. Thus, It was evident that Liu Ming was playing the role of a cunning underdog. Realizing this, Minamino understood he had to recalibrate his mindset. This was no mere exhibition match, but rather a formidable clash between titans. With newfound seriousness, Minamino launched himself at the ball, delivering a powerful strike. The spinning football hurtled towards the lower right corner of the goal. Yet, in the next instant, Minamino's expression turned to one of despair. What? This shot was once again intercepted. Liu Ming had merely taken a few leisurely steps before effortlessly dismantling this high-quality attempt. This was perplexing. How could he handle it so adeptly? Liu Ming's recent performance caught the keen eye of Klopp, as well as that of Liverpool's goalkeeping coach, John. Regarding the most recent play, John quietly assessed it from a professional standpoint. His reflexes were exceptional, and his anticipation was on par with the best. However, his method of handling the ball was flawed. The goalkeeper should have dived and caught the ball, for only a secured catch poses no threat. Liu Ming's display did not reflect that of a well-trained goalkeeper. He opted instead for a haphazard clearance. Such an attitude on the field can easily lead to catastrophic blunders. John sensed that Liu Ming had likely never undergone proper goalkeeper training prior to this moment. Linders glanced at head coach Klopp and quietly shared his assessment with his friend John. What? John, mid-sentence, followed Linders' gaze to Klopp, whose fervent expression seemed to reveal an answer. Could it be that Liu Ming was indeed a prodigious talent? Unbeknownst to John, Liu Ming had not contemplated the situation deeply. He simply perceived the ball's rapid speed and formidable force, fearing the impact on his hands, which prompted him to use his foot to address the shot. Yet, the astute Klopp quickly verified his evaluation of Liu Ming. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Despite Liu Ming's somewhat unrefined technique and his status as a novice in football, the innate talent he exhibited in that brief moment of action dazzled Klopp. A world-class goalkeeper comparable to Alisson was emerging, or perhaps a legendary figure akin to the great Lev Yashin of the former Soviet Union. In that instant, Klopp felt enveloped in a profound sense of joy. Chapter 86, the fiery hat trick on the pitch. Ouch, my toes hurt. As Liu Ming miscalculated his shot, he inadvertently struck the ball with the tips of his toes. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated through several toes of his right foot, causing him to grimace in discomfort. However, the effects of the recovery king were remarkable, and this misstep did not result in a significant injury. Nevertheless, Liu Ming felt a twinge of unease. After all, it was merely 3 penalty kicks, yet the experience gauge of the king of cross-training surged to an impressive 15. One can only imagine the precarious nature of the goalkeeper's position. Bang! Takumi Minamino unleashed another powerful shot, sending the football soaring into the top left corner of the goal. What a splendid strike! Liu Ming could not help but silently commend this player from the land of the rising sun. It must be said that the angle of his shot was exquisite, and the quality was exceptionally high. With such velocity and elevation, it not only tested the goalkeeper's predictive abilities and reflexes, but also challenged his leaping prowess. However, with the enhancements from the unparalleled skills of the reaction master and the saving king, scoring a goal proved to be quite a challenge. Liu Ming took a step to the right, leaped into the air, and with both fists, deflected the ball away. What a splendid play, Liu. Absolutely marvelous. Sulla vigorously swung his arm and excitedly paced back and forth along the sidelines. Did you see that? This is my brother, the Pharaoh. Transitioning from the NBA to the football pitch, he continues to deliver such prowess. Although Liu Ming had only saved 4 shots, the duel at the penalty spot had to be called off. Following that remarkable shot, Takumi Minamino, due to intense mental strain and excessive force, had twisted his left ankle. Linders summoned the team doctor to tend to his injury. Once he recovers, arrange for him to go to Southampton. Klopp showed no mercy in giving Minamino an opportunity to explain, coldly declaring his judgment like a presiding judge, then gestured towards Liu Ming, feigning calmness as he said, "Organize an inter-squad match and let him participate." Klopp thought to himself, if this player from the East could perform like this in a match, rather than being erratic, he would spare no effort to sign him. Such remarkable goalkeeping talent wasted on basketball. Football is the world's premier sport. Very well. Linders nodded, acknowledging that this young man, Liu Ming, had indeed delivered an impressive performance, and he too was eager to witness Liu Ming in action during a match. Everyone, cease training. We are preparing for an inter-squad match. Linders' booming voice resonated across the field. As the sideline reporters witnessed Minamino being carried off on a stretcher and Liverpool preparing an inter-squad match for Liu Ming, they went into a frenzy. The flashes of cameras seemed to never cease. Some quick-witted reporters were already scribbling down articles, hastily sending them back to their offices. It was as if the excitement flowed without the need for artificial stimulants. During the team division period, Sulla was equally exhilarated, dancing around Liu Ming. "Brother, Klopp is preparing an intra-squad match for you. It seems your talent has truly impressed him. We might soon become teammates. But rest assured, I will not go easy on my shots later. This is a sign of respect from your older brother, so please do not take offense." Liu Ming was immediately taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "What on earth? Come on, brother, do not jest with me. I am a basketball player, no? To be precise, I am primarily a sprinter in the 100 meters. I never contemplated crossing over into the realm of football." Sulla patted Liu Ming on the shoulder, raising an eyebrow playfully and said, "Brother, have you forgotten my words? Everything is possible. Possible, my foot. I could never relinquish basketball, nor could I abandon athletics." Liu Ming found himself at a loss for words. However, having invested 5 free skill points earlier, the ongoing absence of a system notification indicated that he was still required to participate in this competition. With this thought in mind, Liu Ming resolved to take each step as it came. After a brief warm-up, he was indeed assigned to the group of Liverpool's second team. With the sound of Leinder's whistle echoing through the air, Liu Ming inexplicably embarked on his inaugural football match. The internal competition within Liverpool appeared rather subdued, as it was the players' first game following a holiday, leaving them somewhat relaxed. Jurgen Klopp, however, was not pleased with this demeanor and vocally urged the players to engage more vigorously. Indeed, Klopp's authority at Liverpool is considerable. Having steered the team from perennial runners-up to champions, he commands respect. Consequently, the players, upon hearing his exhortations, rallied their spirits. Before long, the swift and dynamic rhythm of the Reds returned. Satisfied, Klopp nodded approvingly and took a seat on the sidelines. Although modern football places significant emphasis on defense, it is often challenging to establish a dominant position even in matches between stronger and weaker teams. However, in a contest between the first and second teams, the first team undoubtedly holds a substantial advantage. Skill is one aspect, but psychologically, the starting players typically exert considerable pressure on their substitute counterparts. Within just a few minutes, several threatening attacks emerged. While some attempts resulted in overhits or wayward shots, this was merely a consequence of the holiday lag. With some adjustment, fluidity would soon follow. Indeed, under immense pressure, the second team faced a crisis in the 6th minute when their right back made an erroneous pass, which was swiftly intercepted by the Brazilian midfielder Fabinho. Without hesitation, he distributed the ball to the onrushing Sulla. Although Sulla had slightly delayed his run, his well-timed connection with his teammate allowed him to penetrate the midfield defense. As the second team's defenders converged, Sulla astutely released the ball to Main, who, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. A thunderous strike. Despite having witnessed Takumi Minamino's missed penalties against Liu Ming moments earlier, Main, as one of the top forwards in European football, remained undeterred. He believed that in the rhythm of a competitive match, Liu Ming might not prove to be so miraculous. However, the sound of the ball striking the goalpost abruptly shattered his hopes. This exquisite shot had been deflected away by Liu Ming's strong fists. "Curse be this goalkeeper from the East," Main thought as he kicked the grass in frustration. What a nuisance. Beside the pitch, the ever-enthusiastic Jurgen Klopp could not restrain himself from applauding. Just moments ago, even he believed that the ball would surely find the net. It was astonishing how this player from the East could evoke such surprise. Yet, soon after, the onslaught from Team 1 surged relentlessly. In the 11th minute, they seized another opportunity. The Guinean star Naby Keita passed the ball to Sulla, the pharaoh renowned for his knack for creating chances, who, with extraordinary speed, surged forward. Keita, closely trailing him, executed a beautiful wall pass, and Sulla, seizing the moment, distributed the ball to Main on the right side of the penalty area. Main contemplated a powerful shot, but recalling Liu Ming's remarkable goalkeeping, he doubted the viability of the chance. Pass it over. On the other flank, Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain had maneuvered into an excellent position. Without hesitation, Main delivered a low cross that landed perfectly at Chamberlain's feet. No offside. Inside the small box, Chamberlain noticed that Liu Ming showed no intention of advancing and unleashed a fierce strike, sending the well-struck ball hurtling towards the top left corner of the goal. There was no time left. Klopp shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, had Liu Ming committed to an advance, he might have been able to block Chamberlain's shot angle. But now, it was too late. No, it couldn't be. Klopp rubbed his eyes vigorously. Why was there no ball in the net? He had momentarily lost focus and failed to observe the situation on the field closely. Turning to his right, he glanced at John, The goalkeeping coach for Liverpool, who was gaping in astonishment, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. "John, what happened?" Klopp asked urgently. "It got deflected." "No, it was a save," John stammered, struggling for coherence. "What do you mean it was a save?" Klopp inquired, his impatience evident. Chapter 87. Signing players. At any cost. Liu Ming's remarkable save astounded everyone present on the field. The moment Chamberlain struck the ball, spectators were convinced it would undoubtedly result in a goal. However, Liu Ming, in that fleeting instant, swiftly darted to the left. Just 2 strides later, he leaped into the air, reaching an astonishing height. As he soared, he arched his body backward, akin to drawing a bow, and then unleashed every ounce of his strength, forcefully palm-striking the ball that was almost destined to enter the net. The crowd gasped, not merely because Liu Ming had thwarted the shot, but because his movement resembled an electrifying block in basketball, leaving an indelible visual impact. The referee, Lienders, seemed momentarily entranced, neglecting to blow his whistle. From that extraordinary save, he discerned not just the beauty of the action, but also the profound significance behind it. Liu Ming commenced his movement just as Chamberlain prepared to shoot, making the subsequent save appear as if Chamberlain had preemptively communicated his target, or even the precise spot. This was no mere fluke. This individual from the East possesses an acute perceptiveness and exceptional reflexes. Only by anticipating the direction could he execute such a breathtaking save. Liu Ming was unaware that his actions had astonished so many. He merely felt that the ball was traveling too swiftly, without sidestepping and launching himself to make a save. He would have been unable to intercept it. The reason for his choice to use one hand to deflect the ball was quite simple. His upper body strength had always been his Achilles heel. Thus, in midair, he could only rely on the power of his waist and abdomen. Yet, to onlookers, this moment appeared undeniably imposing. An eerie silence enveloped the field. Meanwhile, Uncle Jia was anxiously inquiring about what had just transpired with John. He sensed that he had missed a moment of profound significance. Regrettably, time could not be reversed. Finally, amidst his astonishment, John was roused by Uncle Jia, and he animatedly recounted the scene, gesturing fervently with his hands in front of him. Reminiscent of a basketball move, an emphatic block, Liu Ming observed this perplexing situation with a sense of confusion. Although he had not devoted himself to the sport of football in either of his 2 lives, he possessed a fundamental understanding of the game. Shouldn't he that ball have been awarded a corner kick? He thus cast a bewildered glance towards the makeshift referee, Lienders. Upon noticing Liu Ming's gaze, Lienders finally regained his composure. However, the fervor within him seemed to have momentarily clouded his ability to blow the whistle, resulting in a sound that quivered slightly. Yet, Lienders was unconcerned. What mattered to him was that Liverpool appeared to have stumbled upon a treasure, and this gem had seemingly been delivered right to his doorstep. Wait. It seemed more like it had been cunningly coaxed from him by the manager, Klopp. Lienders' whistle brought the players' focus back to the game, and soon, everyone began to take notice of this extraordinary individual from the East. Sulla, in particular, was overwhelmed with excitement on the pitch. He felt that in his brief 29 years of life, he had never experienced such exhilaration as he did today. Not even when he lifted the prestigious Champions League trophy or graced the cover of Time magazine could compare to the thrill of the moment. Did you see that? That is my brother Sulla, the extraordinary Liu from the mysterious Eastern land. Soon, he shall ascend to become a dazzling football star. Not merely a player for Liverpool in the Premier League, but a world-class superstar. Such was the fervent enthusiasm of the eccentric Sulla. Liu Ming covered his face, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He was eager to swiftly complete the cursed bounty task and reclaim the skill points he had impulsively allocated earlier. Thus, Liu Ming stood resolutely before the goal, awaiting the next shot. The halftime whistle blew, and the score remained a rare 0-0, with Team A not leading over Team B in the first half. However, Coach Klopp exhibited no displeasure. There had been numerous threatening attacks, and the absence of goals was solely due to the remarkable saves of that goalkeeper from the East. Mike, the Eastern goalkeeper. Klopp had just spoken on the phone with Liverpool's sporting director, Mike Edwards, saying, "Sign him. At any cost, you must secure his signature." At this point, Klopp could no longer maintain a facade of calm. He felt as if he were destined for greatness. This Eastern player was indeed a divine gift to him. Mike Edwards exchanged a glance with Fenway Group's big boss, John Henry, and chuckled. "Jurgen, are you sure you're not feverish?" John Henry was equally baffled. "Jurgen, what just transpired? Why do you want to sign this Eastern Liu?" "Henry, you have no idea of his brilliance." Old Henry laughed. "Of course. I know he is a prodigy. He is a star for the Lakers and may secure a max contract before his current one expires. He is also the newly crowned Asian flying ace and a strong contender for the Olympic championship. But you want Mike to sign him as a goalkeeper? Jurgen, please don't jest. Stay by the sidelines for a while, and you'll see I'm not joking. Klopp was always a man of conviction. He did not wish to engage in verbal disputes. On the pitch, Liu's talent could not be overlooked. Not by him, not by Mike, not by Henry. No one could afford to ignore it. Just wait. Soon you will no longer be able to laugh. Moreover, Klopp was reluctant to interrupt the game at that moment. He believed Liu Ming had yet to unleash his full potential. Thus, during the halftime break, he summoned Linders and quietly conveyed a series of instructions. In essence, it was simple. In the second half, Team A would launch a fierce attack while Team B would ease up. Liu Ming's remarkable performances have left everyone in awe. Thus, when the players heard their coach, Linda, make such arrangements, they all nodded in agreement, beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. Liu Ming gulped down water eagerly. The role of a goalkeeper is far from an easy task. The progress in the realm of horizontal training has reached level 29, and it is decidedly unenjoyable. Tomorrow evening, there is a game at the Lakers' home against the Trailblazers. If the goalkeeper suffers an injury, it is likely that LeBron would take matters into his own hands. Liu, what on earth are you up to? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Liu Ming looked up and forced a smile onto his face. Boss, when did you arrive? How did the discussions about the investment go? James glanced at the various cameras set up by the reporters on the sidelines and quickly lowered his voice. Liu, I regret to inform you that Henry and the others may wish to further evaluate your performance. Liu Ming nodded. Observing that Uncle Jia was gesticulating as if orchestrating some affair, flanked by two men with cigars in their mouths, he surmised that one of them might be the boss of Fenway. Very well, let them conduct their inspection. What are you doing? James inquired, his face a portrait of confusion as he watched Liu Ming donning gloves and striding onto the field. Liu Ming turned around and said, Boss, please wait for me on the sidelines for a moment. I have a splendid performance to show you. The bounty task remains incomplete, and leaving now would render all efforts futile. As he observed the players from both teams gradually entering the field, Liu Ming positioned himself in front of his goal. However, within just a few minutes, he sensed something was amiss. The first team in the second half appeared to be under the influence of some stimulant, shooting at his goal with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the second team seemed equally affected, though by a laxative instead. Each player transformed into a sieve, allowing various passes and errors to occur. Was this the umpteenth shot on goal? It seemed to be around the 15th. Liu Ming stood at the doorway, intercepting each incoming football with precision, while his mind busily calculated the number of shots on target. If others were to discover this, it would surely leave many in astonishment. Under such immense offensive pressure, he still had the presence of mind to tally the goals. What a remarkable feat. Liu Ming wore a serious expression, seemingly oblivious to the exhaustion that comes from leaping into the fray. In an instant, he sprang into action, deftly swatting the football away with a swift motion. Though he lacked the habit of grasping the ball, it was quickly seized by a resolute defender adhering strictly to the coach's directives. With a powerful kick, the defender sent the ball soaring to an attacking teammate. Thus, the entire second half unfolded with the two teams engaged in a compelling performance. Yet the true star was undeniably Liu Ming, much like a solo artist showcasing his talents. He thwarted an array of footballs hurtling toward the goal from various angles and with differing force. Not only James on the sidelines was captivated, even Mike and Henry, standing beside the manager, found themselves awestruck by Liu Ming's display. The manager, exuding pride, paced before them, muttering phrases that made Mike and Henry's eyelids flutter. League Cup, Premier League, Champions League. The entire Liverpool squad, both first and second teams, shared a similar sense of shock, perhaps even more profound. While onlookers merely witnessed Liu Ming's relentless saves, the players on the field increasingly felt the mounting pressure, including the renowned Sulla. Recently, two of his high-quality shots had been effortlessly denied by Liu Ming. As previously mentioned, Liu Ming held him in utmost respect, showing no mercy whatsoever. The expressions of forwards like Maine and Firmino began to reveal a hint of doubt, their shooting precision dwindling, and the number of missed attempts escalating. How could it be that Liu Ming single-handedly dismantled the Reds' attacking line? Who would believe such a claim? A goalkeeper, merely tasked with guarding the net, had unsettled the forwards of a world-class team. Another swift counterattack ensued. However, upon noticing Liu Ming's cold gaze fixed upon him, Maine felt a sudden pang of apprehension. Even though he found himself within the small penalty area and was unmarked by defenders, he sensed that the opportunity was less than ideal, especially with the towering central defender obstructing his line of sight. Thus, he opted to pass to Sulla. As expected, Liu Ming's attention shifted to Sulla, allowing Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. This one's for you, Sulla. If you score, the golden boot is yours. Yet, upon receiving the pass, Sulla felt a wave of frustration. Why pass to me? What a splendid opportunity wasted. Although he found himself unchallenged, he hesitated to take the shot, aware that he was positioned just outside the penalty area. While evasion and confrontation are my strengths, long-range shots are not my forte. Thus, he struck the ball with precision, sending it swiftly to the other side. Naturally, the long-range shot was entrusted to Milner, who, after all, had once been associated with the team notorious for its reckless long-distance attempts, Manchester City. Upon receiving the ball, Milner could not contain his frustration, exclaiming inwardly, "What on earth are these two golden boot contenders doing?" Today, he had already executed 5 formidable long shots, all directed towards the goal, showcasing a commendable performance. Yet, was it of any consequence? There was no threat whatsoever. From close range, that mysterious Eastern player opted to send the ball soaring high. Yet, his own long-range attempts were safely secured in his grasp. A discerning observer could easily discern whose shots posed a greater threat. Wasn't this a humiliation before the boss? How infuriating. In any case, I shall refrain from shooting. Let them do as they please. Consequently, Milner delivered another precise pass. And as the defending player lazily refrained from extending a foot, the ball circled the outside before returning to Main's feet. Similarly, Liu Ming's cold gaze shifted back to Main. And under the scorching sun, he unexpectedly felt a slight chill at the nape of his neck. Liu Ming was unaware of the immense pressure he had inadvertently imposed upon them. He found it peculiar that after an impressive display of skill, they now appeared hesitant and apprehensive. Should he shoot or not? It seemed as if his inner turmoil resonated with Main, who gritted his teeth and forcefully struck the football. Predictably, the ball failed to breach Liu Ming's formidable defense. The whistle blew. Following Main's attempt, Leenders finally signaled the conclusion of the match. He eagerly rushed to the sidelines to consult the records kept by the statistician, while Klopp had already been standing there, his expression one of bewilderment for the past 3 minutes. With 43 shots on goal, 40 of which were on target, an impressive possession rate of 80, 17 corner kicks, and 10 free kicks, what a magnificent set of statistics. If one disregarded the final score, anyone reviewing these figures would likely conclude that the match was a complete rout. A scoreline of 15-0, or perhaps 20-0. Yet, how could it end in a draw? The 0-0 result left Liu Ming utterly triumphant in that stadium. The moment the whistle sounded, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Liverpool reserves. If the game had continued, they might have begun to question their suitability for the sport altogether. Even Sulla and Main felt as though they were struggling to catch their breath. In that moment, the spirit of the Reds was remarkably unified. Each player harbored the same thought in their hearts. If a goalkeeper like Liu Ming were to play in the Premier League, he must certainly sign with Liverpool. Otherwise, he might have to contemplate transferring elsewhere, not to another team, but to play in a different league entirely. The thought of such despair is utterly unbearable. However, if he were to become a teammate, it would be nothing short of perfection. Forget the Premier League or the Champions League. Liverpool could confidently announce their triumph. With this in mind, the grinning Sulla approached Liu Ming and exclaimed, "Liu, splendid job." Liu Ming struggled to muster a faint smile upon his face as the final whistle echoed, yet the system notification remained elusive. "Jashu, what more do you desire?" "Liu, will you remain with the team? Rather than oppose you, I would prefer to be your friend." Main pondered for a moment before extending his right hand directly. Despite the ongoing rivalry with Sulla within the team, adhering to the principle that an enemy's friend is also an enemy, he ought not to relent. Alas, his capabilities did not permit such arrogance. Liu Ming extended his hand for a brief shake, affirming, "Of course, we are all friends." The players of Liverpool soon caught on, approaching Liu Ming one by one to exchange greetings. Although Jurgen Klopp did not explicitly state it, they were certain that if Liu Ming wished to stay, he undoubtedly could remain with the Reds. For if they were to let Liu Ming go, it would be a disservice to Klopp's reputation. Indeed, he was Klopp. Fresh from the match, he chose to assert his influence. "Now, I want to sign him. Who among you opposes this? Who supports it?" Klopp gazed at Mike and Henry, exuding confidence, almost with his nostrils flaring in triumph. Yet, unexpectedly, an untimely voice resonated from behind. "I oppose." Klopp's expression darkened as he turned to see James striding towards them. "Henry, you must understand what Liu Ming represents for us Lakers, and for me personally." Klopp remained unyielding. "Henry, you ought to consider carefully what it would mean for Liverpool if Liu Ming were to be poached by Manchester City. Henry exchanged glances with Mike. Hey, fellows. Instead of bickering here, why not seek the opinion of the remarkable Liu himself? Liu, I apologize. I extend my apologies to you and your homeland. Now, I sincerely invite you to join us at Liverpool. Klopp's apology was evidently genuine. In this world, one must acknowledge their mistakes. It is a matter of principle. Though Klopp may be unrefined in his ways, his character remained commendable. Liu, I am the sports director of Liverpool. No need to elaborate. I decline. Before Mike, the sports director, could even propose terms. Liu Ming rejected the offer outright. I am merely an athlete. Oh, occasionally playing a few basketball games for the Lakers. But how could I possibly join you as a goalkeeper? Ding. Task completed. Reward received. 5 free skill points. Witnessing the astonishment on Klopp and Mike's faces, Liu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Let this serve as a lesson to you. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? I owe you nothing. What can you do about it? Liu, do not be so hasty in your refusal. In fact, you could occasionally guard the goal for the Reds. Mike Edwards is a preeminent trading virtuoso. For most entrepreneurs, a success rate of 50 is commendable. However, under the stewardship of this sporting director, Liverpool has achieved an astounding success rate of 90. He has acquired talents such as Karius, Matip, Maine, Wijnaldum, Sulla, and Robertson, alongside players like Solanke, Van Dijk, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Fabinho. And to listen. Notably, he once sold Jordan Ibe to Bournemouth for $15 million, Joe Allen to Stoke City for $13 million with just a year left on his contract, and Binnick to Crystal Palace for $27 million. Most impressively, he included a brilliant clause in Coutinho's transfer agreement. Should Barcelona attempt to poach another Liverpool player within 3 years, they would need to add an additional $89 million to the base transfer fee. Since then, it is fair to say that Barcelona has ceased their pursuits of stars from Anfield. Thus, Klopp's philosophy is adeptly understood by Edwards. Even if they cannot be allies for the time being, they must never leave any potential adversary with resources. The business, therefore, becomes remarkably favorable. It merely involves nurturing players with substantial sums of money. With Liu Ming's recent stellar performances on the field, it is conceivable that just a few matches could elevate his market value, ensuring Liverpool's future profitability. While it is true that a player's fame often leads to transfer speculation, Edwards has witnessed many loyal warriors throughout his extensive career in football. Who can guarantee that Liu Ming will not be one of them? Furthermore, once a contract is signed with Liu Ming, fostering a good relationship will ensure that even if he decides to leave in the future, his cooperation could yield a significant transfer fee for the club. Edwards harbors no doubts regarding Liu Ming's market value. After all, who would overlook a goalkeeper capable of commanding the pitch? Chapter 89. Liu Ming. Do you intend to cross into another realm? Without the need to toil, there are those willing to invest in your sustenance. Liu Ming harbored no objections. A weekly salary of 16,000, a match fee of 10,000, and a clean sheet bonus of 8,000. Most importantly, he was exempt from participating in daily training, which would not interfere with his selection for the national athletics team or the games with the Lakers. He only needed to step in for a few crucial matches whenever the first-choice goalkeeper, Alisson, was injured and he happened to be available. Such an offer was beyond Liu Ming's wildest dreams in the past. Though he was quite satisfied with this additional income, he was not particularly well-versed in the financial aspects of a footballer's earnings. Therefore, he refrained from giving an immediate response to Liverpool, as Susi was his sole partner, esteemed agent, and potentially his future companion. Upon returning to the luxurious apartment he had temporarily rented in vibrant Los Angeles, Liu Ming promptly dialed Susi's number. You still remember to call me? The uproar online regarding you and Takumi Minamino's ultimate showdown is deafening, Susi exclaimed upon recognizing Liu Ming's voice, launching into a tirade. I won. The little neon was shut out on the basketball court, and now I've silenced him on the football pitch as well. Liu Ming, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and could only let his achievements speak for themselves. Winning what? Do you have any idea how anxious I was when I learned about this? What if you were outshone on the soccer field? Do you know how harshly our compatriots would criticize you? Why must you be such a source of worry for me? Susi remarked, her tone laced with exasperation. Yes, I promise to consult you in advance next time, Liu Ming replied, sensing the concern in Susi's voice, thus willingly conceding. Next time, Liu Ming. Are you looking for trouble? Susi's patience faltered as her temper flared again. What does it matter that you defeated Takumi Minamino? You, a basketball player, or rather, an athlete in track and field, who would believe you triumphed through sheer skill? There are no benefits to this. It will only invite endless criticism. Minger, we must resolutely avoid such fruitless endeavors in the future. Do you understand? Liu Ming sighed. Sister, Liverpool wishes to sign me as their second goalkeeper. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Really? Yes, truly. The provisional weekly salary is 16,000, comparable to what the Lakers offered. I wouldn't need to participate in training, nor would it interfere with my time for playing and running. I have the option to choose whether to play in matches. I think it's best to wait until you return tomorrow to discuss this with them in person. This time, the silence lingered even longer, until Su Si finally complained. Liu Ming, you certainly know how to keep me on my toes. At the same time, considering the time difference between Los Angeles and China, Officer Zhao from the Tianguan Center chose this moment to report his work to Director Li via long-distance phone. Having traveled such a long way, he felt uneasy about failing to accomplish the tasks assigned by the boss. In his report, he inevitably embellished the details in an attempt to deflect responsibility. Director, Liu Ming is incredibly unaware of his own limitations. Although he has broken the Asian record, he still ought to comply with the center's management. We put in so much effort for them, yet Liu Ming makes a call and, without any explanation, they suddenly decide not to sign him. Are they toying with us? On the other end of the line, Director Li remained calm. All right, their Xiao Tian has already discussed this with me. I'm fully aware of the situation. As Officer Zhao sighed in relief, he also decided to seize the opportunity to inform Liu Ming of his shortcomings. Director, you have no idea how insufferable Liu Ming is. When we came to Los Angeles, his agent assured us that they would cover all our accommodations. It turned out to be an empty promise, resulting in a significant budget overrun. You can handle the budget overrun privately with Manager Wang. Xiao Tian knows how to manage that. By the way, your sister Bing Qian mentioned she wants you to help her purchase a Richard Mille watch. I'm not familiar with it. You should contact her later and keep the receipts. I'll personally transfer the money to you when you return. Rest assured, Director, I will ensure your satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhao felt not anger, but rather a sense of delight. Director Li responded with a nonchalant then shifted the topic. As for Liu Ming, if he is unwilling to reconcile, that is his prerogative. The General Administration has been studying policies for athletes transitioning between sports, and we might find a way to address him when the opportunity arises. Officer Zhao was taken aback. Director, are you referring to the General Administration's selection policies for the Winter Olympics? How does that relate to Liu Ming? Currently, apart from athletics, he excels in basketball and enjoys a celebrity status locally, with numerous fans. If we truly allow him to join the national basketball team, I fear we might be inviting trouble. Officer Zhao intended to offer constructive suggestions. Yet Director Li not only failed to commend him, but instead unleashed a tirade. After going abroad, what have you been doing all day? Even domestic media have been fervently discussing the East Day's strongest clash of contradictions, yet you seem to have gleaned no information locally? What is this East Day battle? Director, for the past few days, I have been diligently adjusting to the time difference, and during other moments, I have been out selecting gifts for you and your wife. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Today, Liu Ming performed splendidly as a goalkeeper, achieving a clean sheet against Japan's national team player Takumi Minamino. Once this video reached our homeland, it garnered considerable attention. How could this be? Liu Ming is crossing over into another realm. Zhao, a dedicated football aficionado, instinctively expressed skepticism upon hearing this news. I see, Director. LeBron James of the Lakers is a minor shareholder in Liverpool. Hence, they must have colluded with Takumi Minamino in advance to orchestrate a spectacle with Liu Ming. We need not concern ourselves with whether it is indeed a show. Director Li incisively remarked. Liu Ming has just broken an Asian record, combined with his outstanding performance in the Lakers. To declare him the most popular athlete in Asia is not an exaggeration. The commercial potential here is undoubtedly substantial, and the Football Association would be remiss to ignore it. Director, I still fail to comprehend your meaning. What is the national team? Merely a cesspool. No matter how talented an athlete may be, they inevitably become a pile of excrement in no time. Thus, when the national team approaches the management center seeking talent, I shall naturally ride the tide. I believe I understand now. Zhao's ability to become Director Li's right-hand man demonstrates his quick wit. The commercial revenue generated by our nation's athletes ultimately must be shared with the association, and once an athlete crosses into a different realm, this portion of income certainly becomes significant. Therefore, even if it is acknowledged that Liu Ming is merely putting on a show, the Football Association would undoubtedly seize this lucrative opportunity. Chapter 90. Internal turmoil and external strife today is destined to be a day of profound struggle for the true football aficionados of Dongri. and a day for the pretenders to don their masks of neutrality, leaping about for attention. Ever since the video of the most intense conflict in Dongri circulated online. Aside from a small faction of die-hard supporters of Liu Ming, the majority believe that he has orchestrated a spectacle with the help of Takumi Minamino. The fact that James holds a minor stake in Liverpool is well known, if not a secret. Liu Ming's career with the Lakers, coupled with his recent record-breaking achievement as the foremost figure in Asian sports, was to be expected, particularly for those fans who have entirely lost faith in Dongri football. They seem unfazed by the deluge of foreign media reports, simultaneously envious of wealth that seems to transcend the ordinary while deriding Liu Ming's ostentation. It is indeed a considerable financial undertaking to enlist a promising Japanese national team player as an actor in this charade. Upon the release of this video, radical fans from the land of the rising sun began crowdfunding efforts to purchase Minamino's right leg. Yet, before a discussion could unfold regarding Liu Ming's alleged vanity and why he did not invest that money into the infrastructure of Dongri sports, videos of Liverpool's internal matches began to emerge in quick succession. Following the astonishing events of this internal match, the fervor among the Japanese fans seemed to wane, while the Dongri supporters grew increasingly resistant. The notion that Liu Ming could single-handedly nullify the entire offensive line of a world-class team was simply too far-fetched, thus reinforcing suspicions that he had indeed orchestrated a faade with Liverpool's complicity. Moreover, with the insidious guidance of some ill-intentioned individuals from Japan and a few traitorous compatriots, public sentiment across Dongri's online sphere spiraled out of control, leading to a relentless tide of opposition against Liu Ming. When Liverpool officially announced the signing with Liu Ming, and the terms of the contract began to leak, this wave of dissent reached its zenith. Detractors echoed their disbelief. Is it truly possible for something so fortuitous to occur? One must question the extent of Liu Ming's prowess to merit such extraordinary treatment without labor. Athletes today, upon achieving a modicum of success, seem to forget their origins. We exalt you, yet implore you not to treat us as fools. Has Liu Ming truly come to see himself as a savior? Does he dare to wade through the murky waters of Dongri football, unafraid of leaving behind a legacy of disgrace? In an environment of universal opposition, even Liu Ming's staunchest supporters began to waver. We understand your original intentions, Master Ming, but you are unable to rescue Dongri football. Please, relinquish your efforts. The Chang'e lunar mission has been accomplished in 3 phases, yet the revitalization plan for men's football has collapsed on all 6 fronts. Indeed, revitalizing men's football seems a more daunting task than reaching the heavens. Liu Ming, your fans implore you to focus on your sprinting and your NBA career. Please do not venture into other realms. As the scenes of online harassment unfold across the ocean, Liu Ming is drenched in sweat under the guidance of the Lakers' strength coach, striving to compensate for his sole deficiency in upper body strength. This evening, the Lakers are set to face the Trailblazers, leaving Liu Ming little room to dwell on trivial matters. Throughout his journey, has he not faced countless doubts? Moreover, whether genuine fans or fair-weather supporters, their lack of faith is rooted not in his capabilities but in a profound disappointment with the national team. It is not merely the fans who harbor skepticism. Even with the powerful assistance of the competitive king system, Liu Ming himself admits to a waning confidence. Rather than lamenting the unfortunate circumstances, it is wiser to focus on the present. As an NBA player, although contracts are already in place, Lakers head coach Vogel's indecisiveness, flitting from one distraction to another, surely breeds dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he would have already informed Liu Ming to prepare for the afternoon's pre-game press conference. The pre-game press conference for the Lakers' home game against the Trailblazers awaits. Ultimately, Liu Ming was not granted permission to participate. LeBron. Does the Lakers have reservations about Liu Ming's contract with Liverpool Football Club? Why is he absent from the press conference? A journalist, eager for sensationalism, boldly posed a pointed question to James. As the inquiries continued, James appeared somewhat disengaged, whether as the leader of the team or a friend of Liu Ming. He was the last person who wished to witness any friction between Liu Ming and the head coach. James comprehended Vogel's mindset well. The focus of an athlete is invariably limited. The feeling of watching someone else encroach upon one's own territory is utterly disheartening. Conversely, he did not desire Liu Ming to be distracted by the football venture. However, Liu Ming's exceptional talent was undeniable, so remarkable that he was regarded as a treasure by the world's elite teams across different sports. Given their prior contractual agreements, the Lakers could not impede Liu Ming's freedom of development. Thus, this conundrum remained unsolvable for LeBron as well. Observing James's reluctance to elaborate on Liu Ming, the reporters eventually moved on. When it was the turn of the Trailblazers to be interviewed, the journalists naturally turned their attention to their star player, Lillard. Damian, Liu Ming, as a basketball player, has signed with Liverpool Football Club today. Do you have anything to say to him? Lillard shook his head, replying, I don't understand football. The other reporters nodded in agreement. During the segment intended for bold statements, surprisingly, there was no hint of rivalry between the stars, a rather disappointing outcome. Yet, when interviewing Lillard, reporters often struggled to extract substantial material. Even when they crafted elaborate setups, he deftly sidestepped them. Perhaps this is the hallmark of an elite shooter, maintaining complete composure at all times. The reporters, left with no other choice, directed their questions to one of the Trailblazers' dynamic duo, McCollum. It is well known that if CJ were not a basketball player, he might have excelled as a comedian. CJ, do you have anything to say to Liu? McCollum shrugged and inquired, who is Liu? The journalist perked up at this response. You don't know Liu from the East? The Lakers' number 11 shooting guard? He is currently the hottest figure in the league. His games often produce miraculous outcomes, earning him the nickname Magical Liu. McCollum shook his head, retorting, sorry. I might not have been paying attention. By the way, how many games has he played in the NBA? With this remark, the reporters were electrified, realizing they had enough material to work with. Chapter 91. Sitting on the bench, enduring the cold shoulder? Following the conclusion of the press conference, the match is set to commence in half an hour. Journalists have already begun to disseminate their reports. The remarkable Liu has evidently lost the trust of his head coach, raising speculation that remaining on the bench may become his new reality. Perhaps transferring to Liverpool Football Club would be his most prudent decision. Dongwa Liu Ming has betrayed Staples, and Vogel is unlikely to grant him even a minute of playing time in the upcoming contest against the Trailblazers. LeBron has aged, AD is injured, and Liu Ming has defected. The Lakers are poised to face one of their most challenging home games. CJ McCollum remarked, Dongwa Liu Ming, who is he? How many games has he played in the NBA? With Damian, CJ, and Carmelo in fine form, the Trailblazers are in excellent spirits. As the Lakers prepare to face the Trailblazers at home, the outcome appears predetermined even before the match begins. At precisely 9 o'clock in the evening, the game officially commences. Liu Ming was indeed unable to secure a starting position, once again relegated to the bench. Meanwhile, the opposing Trailblazers, amidst the fervent enthusiasm of Lakers fans at their home arena, rapidly showcased a formidable performance. Notably, their star player, Damian Lillard, proved to be a veritable silencer in enemy territory. With 3 consecutive long-range three-pointers at the outset, he rendered the Lakers' home crowd momentarily speechless. Fortunately for the Lakers, the Trailblazers were not particularly known for their defensive prowess, exhibiting a rather vulnerable backcourt. Under LeBron James's orchestration, the Lakers gradually regained their momentum. Kuzma, Pope, and Schroeder consistently made successful drives to the basket, with Schroeder particularly shining, perhaps spurred by the motivation of starting. His emotionally charged style of play saw him netting 10 points in just a short span of time. However, before the home crowd could revel in their budding optimism, another Trailblazers guard, CJ McCollum, began to assert his dominance. He adeptly utilized screens for a variety of mid-range jumpers, frequently scoring over the slower-footed DeAndre Jordan in the paint. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves unexpectedly trailing by 8 points. The atmosphere at Staples Center had shifted palpably. The fans appeared to be grappling with a significant blow. Lakers head coach Vogel could no longer remain passive. Casting a glance at Liu Ming, despite his reluctance to do so, and wishing to impart a lesson to the inattentive player, he recognized the dire implications of a potential loss to the Trailblazers, which could thrust the Lakers into a precarious position concerning the play-in tournament, an outcome Vogel was utterly unwilling to entertain. Coach Liu, he thought, please grant me the opportunity. I will deliver a victory for you. Liu Ming's fervent desire for battle burned brightly within him. Although he refrained from participating in the betting for this match due to his investment in Ruation Company, he had not forgotten the task of achieving consecutive victories. Should the Lakers falter in this game, they would need to amass wins anew in order to reap the rewards of that mission. Vogel, after a moment of contemplation, finally nodded in agreement. He then substituted Liu Ming in for the fatigued James, who desperately needed a respite to recover his stamina. Observing James's exit, the Trailblazers promptly replaced Lillard as well. The moment Liu Ming finally took to the court, both Mina and Teacher Sue in the Eastern NBA live broadcast room exhaled in relief. At least he had not been benched by the Lakers. With the Lakers' performance improving steadily, particularly with Liu Ming's exceptional play, The viewership in the live stream continued to rise. Moreover, Liu Ming possessed a knack for generating excitement, often engaging in cross-disciplinary antics to attract attention. The number of online viewers for this match even soared past the remarkable milestone of 5 million since the broadcast commenced. It is easy to imagine that among these newly arrived spectators, many were football enthusiasts. The implications of these individuals discovering that Liu Ming had spent the entire game on the bench would have been utterly unimaginable. Liu Ming had just stepped onto the court when the system's voice resonated in his mind. The first task of the match: shatter the silence and awaken the home crowd. Due to the remarkable performance of the Trail Blazers' dynamic duo, particularly Lillard's commanding three-pointer at the onset, the enthusiasm of the home fans had considerably waned. Coupled with the Lakers trailing behind, the overall morale of the team plummeted, making it arduous for the players to deliver a captivating performance. Consequently, the atmosphere in the arena remained subdued, and during moments of the Lakers' offensive struggles, a few spectators resorted to derision and curses, exhibiting negative behavior. Such a trend would undoubtedly hinder the players' performance on the court. To break the silence and reignite the fervor of the audience, the Lakers needed to showcase an exceptionally dazzling display to serve as a catalyst. Thus, the question emerged: what kind of performance could rekindle the enthusiasm of the home fans? Continuous three-pointers carry the risk of triggering a negative outcome. Insufficiently stable. Therefore, upon entering the game, Liu Ming deliberately approached Gasol and said, "Brother, when I create an opportunity from mid-range, please pass me the ball without any hesitation." Presently, on the court, Gasol and Drummond formed a formidable twin tower. Compared to Drummond, Gasol's high-post playmaking ability was naturally more suited for executing mid-range combinations. Gasol had no objections, especially since Liu Ming's miraculous mid-range prowess had captivated all the Lakers players during their previous encounter against the Wizards. In the first possession, the Lakers held the ball. After Caruso dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Liu Ming. Liu Ming chose not to dribble. After a brief exchange of the ball, he promptly passed it to Gasol at the top of the arc. With the sudden activation of his exceptional speed, Liu Ming plunged headfirst into the Trail Blazers' defense. Given the Trail Blazers' lackluster defensive capabilities, coupled with Liu Ming's remarkable off-ball sprinting speed, he effortlessly found an open position on the left side of their defensive line. Responding to Liu Ming's earlier instructions, Gasol delivered the pass with impeccable timing. Liu Ming received the ball, leaping abruptly without any significant defensive pressure. The Trail Blazers center, Nurkic, widened his eyes in sheer astonishment. It felt as though he had merely blinked, and Liu Ming had manifested at that precise spot like a specter. By the time he attempted to recover defensively, it was already too late. The basketball had gracefully departed from Liu Ming's fingertips. Swish. It found nothing but net, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. As he retreated on defense, Liu Ming deliberately approached Gasol, exchanging a cheerful high-five. "Well done, my friend. Let us have a few more." Gasol shrugged, recognizing that who would pass up an opportunity to effortlessly rack up assists? Turning back, the Trail Blazers initiated their offensive play. The dual-threat guard, McCollum, held the ball. Caruso drew closer to Liu Ming, saying, "Hey, brother, shall we take him on? I can defend him." Liu Ming instantaneously grasped the goodwill extended by Caruso. After all, this sharpshooter from the Trail Blazers had previously used him as a pawn before the game. As you wish, prepare for a spectacle. In truth, with Lillard taking a breather, McCollum had become the focal point of the opposing offense. If he were to face him directly, there would indeed be opportunities for steals or blocks. A visually captivating block could undoubtedly serve as a powerful stimulant to ignite the fans' enthusiasm. McCollum is undeniably a remarkable storyteller. Yet he is far from a mere muscle-bound simpleton. On the contrary, as one of the league's premier sharpshooters, he is a man of discernment. During the hiatus caused by the RNA virus, McCollum astutely highlighted a pressing issue that all players needed to confront. Without games, there is no income, and he urged everyone to save wisely. He expressed a hope that all players would devote some time to endeavors outside of basketball that would benefit them, taking advantage of their current recognition to create additional income streams. In a society where excessive consumption is rampant and everyone aspires to live paycheck to paycheck, how could someone articulate such insights be considered foolish? Thus, upon seeing Liu Ming take the initiative to defend him, McCollum did not relax in the slightest. Rather, he heightened his focus and energy. Chapter 92, The King of Verticality. Above the rim, witnessing Liu Ming voluntarily guard McCollum, the two commentators at the Lakers' home court, Bill and Stu, were exhilarated. "Hey, buddy, I truly don't understand what the media outside is up to. Liu hasn't left the Lakers. Why are they using terms like betrayal? Indeed, I can't comprehend it either. Vogel's decision not to start Liu is because this versatile gem is the Lakers' secret weapon. If he were exposed from the outset, what secrets would remain? What follows promises to be captivating. The second-in-command from Portland could hardly imagine what awaited him. Haha, I wager that if 157 dares to shoot, the remarkable Liu will undoubtedly respond with an unceremonious block. The Lakers fans could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. The number 157 holds a unique significance for C.J. McCollum, as he stood at a mere 157 centimeters tall at the age of 14. His petite frame falling short of the average height for American girls. Nevertheless, he persevered in his pursuit of basketball and, during his high school years, experienced a remarkable growth spurt, eventually reaching 189 centimeters. This growth enabled him to lead the academically focused Lehigh University to triumph over the formidable Duke University in the NCAA, paving his path to the NBA, where he gradually emerged as the second star for the Trailblazers. Initially, this was an inspiring tale. However, the commentator's reference to this number seemed to carry a tone of mockery. Bill McDonald appeared to have more to say, but McCollum was already initiating an offensive. With his eyes fixed on the hoop, he executed a swift change of direction, driving towards Liu Ming's right side. Liu Ming, however, reacted with remarkable speed, stepping forward with his right leg to effectively seal off the driving lane. Undeterred by the blocked route, McCollum calmly adjusted, pulling the ball with his left hand and pivoting away from Liu Ming. He then used his right foot as a pivot, dribbling the ball as he turned, attempting to create another opportunity to break through. Yet, Liu Ming seemed to anticipate his moves with uncanny foresight, taking another swift step to once again position his body in a way that obstructed McCollum's path. Left with no other option, McCollum was forced to manipulate the ball's trajectory, retreating 2 steps. However, no matter how the rhythm maestro attempted to change direction or feign movements, Liu Ming, however, was adept at discerning the genuine from the false, swiftly positioning himself with precision. As the clock for the offensive play dwindled, McCollum found himself forced to feign a maneuver near the three-point line, retreating for a jump shot. Yet, Liu Ming, with his keen observational skills, had already detected the slightest upward elbow motion from McCollum. This was not a mere gesture, but a legitimate shooting attempt. Thus, anticipating McCollum's flick of the wrist, Liu Ming leaped from his spot, soaring into the air. In tandem, he raised his left hand, aiming to intercept the basketball soaring above. Conventionally, to block a step-back three-pointer, a defender would need to lunge forward to make contact with the ball. However, possessing the skills of a vertical leap champion, Liu Ming was unfazed by the height advantage McCollum held over him. Therefore, a vertical jump from his position proved far more efficient. The 2 commentators present at the venue exaggeratedly elongated their exclamations. "Oh my God." Liu's leap reached a vertical height of at least 120 centimeters. Indeed, the elevation achieved was astonishing. At the peak of his jump, Liu Ming's waist was level with McCollum's shoulder. Consequently, his outstretched left hand deftly intercepted the trajectory of the basketball. Thanks to his specialized skill as the king of saves, Liu Ming resembled a soccer goalkeeper, adeptly snatching the ball from midair. The crowd erupted in awe, each spectator gasping at Liu's extraordinary leaping ability. "I wager $1,000 that this guy is not human." Even commentator Stu Lance, a former player who once played for the Lakers during the 72-74 season, was left astounded by Liu Ming's vertical prowess. Having witnessed the dominance of the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, he was suddenly reminded of the intimidating presence of the great player when he saw Liu Ming, standing at 193 centimeters, execute such a remarkable leap. His partner, Bill, amidst his astonishment, chuckled and inquired, "Buddy, what just happened?" It was only then that Stu regained his composure, shaking his head repeatedly, marveling at Liu's outrageous vertical leap. "I once believed that after Wilt Chamberlain, no one could reach the rim again. But Liu Ming has completely altered my perspective." "What? You think a 193 centimeter tall Liu can touch the rim? What an absurd notion, based on the vertical leap just witnessed. There is still considerable potential for even greater heights, and even if he cannot quite reach it, he is certainly not far off." On the sidelines, the atmosphere crew of the Lakers, seated on the benches, leapt to their feet in unison. They enthusiastically waved their towels, bouncing with exuberance. LeBron seemed to spring up as if his seat were equipped with a trampoline. His eyes widened in disbelief, contorting his face into an amusing expression. He then raised both hands high, resembling a devout worshiper in fervent adoration. The players of the Lakers, along with the coaching staff, were equally taken aback by Liu Ming's astonishing block. It was only at that moment that they suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, whether during practice or in official games, Liu Ming has never truly showcased the extent of his extraordinary leaping ability. Although he has delivered a series of magnificent blocks in consecutive games, these feats are not merely a result of his impressive vertical leap. Rather, they stem from his unparalleled sense of timing when it comes to executing a block. Mastery of technique is one thing, while possessing divine talent is another entirely. Thus, when Liu Ming unexpectedly reveals his aerial prowess, it leaves everyone in awe. After executing a block, the system notification has yet to sound. Liu Ming understood that a mere shot block was insufficient. Thus, he entrusted the ball to Caruso to advance it up the court. With the fast break opportunity lost, the Lakers opted to stabilize their play. Caruso, employing a familiar tactic, passed the ball to Gasol. The other players, with the exception of the immovable Drummond in the paint, began to weave and reposition themselves incessantly. To speak candidly, the Trail Blazers' defense resembled a sieve. Even without the skill enhancement of the King of Flash, Liu Ming swiftly maneuvered to create another opportunity from mid-range on the right side. Gasol's pass was, as always, timely. However, this time, McCollum was already prepared for Liu Ming's move. As Liu Ming received the ball, McCollum leapt to interfere. Yet, Liu Ming did not immediately take the shot. Instead, he executed a deceptive change of direction, employing the principle of the Eurostep to secure a position beneath the basket. In an instant, he leaped from a standstill, delivering an awe-inspiring dunk. The deficit was reduced to 4 points. The Staples Center, with nearly 20,000 spectators, erupted into a thunderous ovation. Clearly, the Lakers fans were awakened from their silence by Liu Ming's emphatic dunk. The atmosphere on the Lakers bench ignited once more, as they mimicked their leader LeBron, collectively performing a gesture of reverence. Players like Caruso and Gasol rushed over to exchange high-fives with Liu Ming. Turning back, the Trail Blazers initiated their offense. CJ held the ball. As a versatile guard, McCollum's organization skills may have been slightly lacking, but he was unafraid of physical confrontation, and his dribbling and penetrating skills were the hallmark of a rhythm master. Evidently, he was still eager to challenge Liu Ming one-on-one. Chapter 93, The King of Defense, Online Instruction Concerning CJ McCollum's Challenge. Liu Ming could only exclaim, "What perfect timing!" As McCollum advanced with the ball. He executed a signature dribble. However, Liu Ming's reaction speed was astonishingly swift. Just as McCollum attempted to change direction and accelerate, Liu Ming had already thwarted his breakthrough. With no other option, McCollum resorted to a series of low dribbles. He had initially intended to step back for a three-pointer, but the memory of being blocked moments earlier lingered in his mind. Aware of his height disadvantage, which Liu Ming's extraordinary vertical leap only magnified, McCollum reluctantly turned to the Trail Blazers center, Nurkic. Nurkic instantly understood and rushed to set a screen for him. Yet, as Nurkic approached, Drummond also moved to provide assistance. McCollum, demonstrating his solid fundamentals, cleverly exploited the pick, tossing the ball past Drummond at the moment he stepped forward, thereby minimizing the chances of being shut down and skillfully maneuvering into the paint. Nevertheless, Liu Ming, relying on his exceptional reaction time and off-ball speed, did not relent in his pursuit of a block. He sprinted from behind toward McCollum, who was poised to deliver a signature floater. The essence of a floater lies in the wrist's release, a technique McCollum was well acquainted with. Yet, as he extended his hand to release the ball, he suddenly noticed a figure racing past him at high speed. At that moment, the basketball had already moved over a foot from McCollum's fingertips. In the next instant, that lightning-like figure had caught up to the airborne ball. The resounding noise of the basketball colliding with the backboard echoed throughout the arena. A block. And it was a thunderous, board-shattering rejection. Without time to savor the moment, Liu Ming seized the ball from the backboard and swiftly propelled it forward. Kuzma of the Lakers caught the pass and surged toward the unguarded Trail Blazers backcourt. Following that, he executed a powerful one-handed dunk. The score gap narrowed to just 2 points. The Lakers bench erupted once more, towels waving in celebration. James, witnessing a block that rivaled his own, repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" The players on the court gathered around Liu Ming to congratulate him with high-fives. Kuzma even chest-bumped Liu Ming in celebration, shouting towards CJ McCollum, "Number 11, Liu Ming." After completing that remarkable block and assist, Liu Ming finally received a long-awaited system notification. Ding. Court task completed. 1 free skill point. Second court task. Score 20 in a single quarter. The Trail Blazers coach promptly called a timeout. With just over a minute left in the first quarter, A timeout seemed unnecessary. But this number 11 from the Lakers was simply too formidable. The inexplicable mid-range shots were one thing, but to add insult to injury, CJ was met with an emphatic block, followed by yet another thunderous rejection. Competing away from home, the players are inevitably susceptible to the influence of the home crowd. Should the home team regain their momentum, the match would become exceedingly challenging. A timeout is imperative to strategize. In the NBA live broadcast room of Donghua, the comments section erupted with excitement. "Oh my, Ming has stolen my beloved LeBron's signature block. Quick, where's my royalty check? Was this a pre-game provocation?" Ming was demonstrating the harsh realities of the game. Perhaps CJ should reconsider his career in basketball. Wasn't he studying journalism in college? Perhaps he should pivot to becoming a reporter instead. To speak candidly, watching Liu Ming play is genuinely enjoyable. While he does delight in showcasing his skills, he undeniably possesses the talent to do so. In retrospect, our cohort of football enthusiasts does not truly question Liu Ming's abilities. Rather, we harbor a lack of confidence in Donghua's football itself. Can we refrain from mentioning the national football team? Occasionally watching a basketball game, especially when our players dominate, lifts our spirits, so let us not dampen the mood. As these words were spoken, a fan of Lillard promptly countered. "Only because my cousin is resting can Liu Ming display such prowess. If you bring out the cosmic super invincible cousin, and he can withstand those unreasonable long-range threes, I'll do a handstand while live streaming." Those who typically do not follow the NBA were somewhat bewildered. Who is this cousin? Who coined that nickname, which lacks any semblance of grandeur? Having heard of Lillard's nickname cousin, many were unaware of its origins, prompting inquiries for clarification. At that moment, the so-called pseudo-fans of highlight reels transformed into self-proclaimed experts, elucidating the origins of Lillard's moniker. The hour has arrived. Time for the decisive shot. I, the guiding star, glanced at the clock. The three-point light illuminated, and the game-winning shot was executed flawlessly. In today's live broadcast, there has been a change in the commentary team. Coach Ma, who previously took center stage with his dramatic performance, has been replaced after many felt he exerted himself too forcefully, despite the show's entertaining quality. Consequently, the new commentator is Coach Du, the head of the Guangdong men's basketball team. Coach Du is indeed a man of intriguing stories. His tumultuous journey as a player bears some resemblance to that of the Trailblazers' McCollum. During his elementary school years, Coach Du practiced speed skating and high jumping, only to fall in love with basketball in middle school. However, standing at just 178 centimeters, he faced a harsh rejection when attempting to enroll in a sports school's basketball program. Had it not been for his mother's employment at the school, he would not have had the opportunity for a bone age assessment. Subsequently, due to his inability to secure a position on the school team, he applied for a coaching role with the Guangdong youth team. Although he was not hired as a coach, fate led him to become a player instead. In his rookie season, he participated in only 3 games, with his total playing time measured in seconds. However, during the 2004 Athens Olympics, he achieved fame by successfully executing 2 crucial free throws that led to a dramatic victory over Serbia and Montenegro. Recently, there has been a significant call for him to be appointed as one of the dual head coaches for the national team,